Fang Cheng thought he was waking up to another normal day, but instead, he opened his eyes, in a world ruled by magic, and tied to him, like a clingy toddler clutching his pant leg, was the child magic growth system. The rules were simple. Raise kids rightward arrow get stronger. Easy, right? He dreamed of becoming a legendary mage, protecting his students, maybe even conquering the world. But fate had other plans, because every time Fang Cheng taught something, anything, his kindergartners powered up instantly. A gentle lesson on focus? Boom! Little Lily accidentally casts forbidden magic, and blows a crater in the playground. A talk about sharing? Bam! Tiny Kakai becomes a holy magician, channeling divine light like a 6-year-old archangel. Meanwhile Fang Cheng checks his status panel, and sees absolutely nothing. No level, no rank, not even a title. Just, occupation, kindergarten teacher. He sighs. Why are the kids becoming gods, and I'm still a tutorial NPC? But his students adore him. Their brave, loyal teacher who ties their shoelaces, and teaches them magic circles like drawing practice. The kingdom watches in awe, as a classroom of toddlers start outperforming elite mages. Other nations whisper, who trains these monsters, and can we enroll our kids too? Fang Cheng may not level up, but he becomes a legend anyway. The man who built the strongest, sweetest, most chaotic kindergarten in the entire magical world. A place where friendship grows, magic blooms, and tiny sorcerers accidentally vaporize naptime mats. I trained kindergartners in another world. They became stronger than the gods. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where raising kids might just change the world. Big brother, big brother. A soft, childlike voice floated into Fang Cheng's ears, distant at first, then growing clearer. His fingers twitched. His body felt heavy, but he could finally sense the hard ground beneath him. The blurry noises around him slowly sharpened, becoming real. Am I lying on the ground? He fought to open his eyes. After being shut for who knows how long, even the faintest light stung. He managed only to squint them open a sliver. In that hazy beam of sunlight, a small, round head came into view. A little girl, no more than 4 or 5, standing anxiously over him. She was blocking the sun, so her face was a blur. But her silver hair, glimmering faintly in the light, and the delicate, pink, cat-like ears atop her head, those stood out vividly. Silver hair, cat ears? Fang Cheng muttered hoarsely. Must be, still dreaming. His arm rose on instinct, fingers brushing forward, maybe to confirm what he was seeing, maybe simply reacting to the soft voice calling him. The little girl's ears perked sharply, her wide eyes filled with a mix of surprise and worry as she leaned closer. Then, right before her eyes, the hand of the young man lying on the ground gently settled onto her head. He paused, then lightly rubbed her hair, and accidentally brushed her ear. Ah! The little girl recoiled like a startled rabbit, voice trembling as she shrank back. Her soft, thin cries rang out, crystal clear, far too heartbreaking for Fang Cheng's groggy mind. The sound snapped him awake instantly. Wait, this doesn't feel like a dream. Guilt and panic surged through him. He opened his mouth to speak, but, ding, system initiating. A cold, mechanical voice echoed inside his skull. Performing environmental scan. Scanning host body. Reading host memories. Binding conditions met. Ding. Binding complete. Then, system update in progress. Estimated time 18 hours. Before he could process any of it, a torrent of memories not his own rushed into his mind. His vision spun. Fang Cheng, who had only just woken up, couldn't withstand the impact. He fainted again. He didn't know how long he was out. His eyelids fluttered, then snapped open. Fang Cheng jerked upright with a gasp. He was inside a small room furnished in a distinctly European style. The white ceiling was slightly yellowed, showing its age. Beside him were only a small wooden table and a chair. He lay on an old wooden bed, covered by a plain cotton blanket, thin, but warm enough. Did I actually transmigrate? He stared at the blanket, stunned. His fingertips still tingled with the memory of stroking a little girl's soft hair in her ears. And then, of course, the system voice. Clear as day. As someone who grew up reading online novels, Fang Cheng didn't need much convincing. He had transmigrated. Definitely transmigrated. To another world. He froze for several seconds, then exhaled. All right, I can accept that. He had no attachments back home anyway. Right, the system. Every transmigrator needed a cheat. That was practically a rule of the universe. Some meet an old man in a ring. Some awaken a divine library. Some get a heaven-defying talent. And some, a system. System? Are you there? He tried asking in his mind. Ding. System updating. Estimated time remaining, 2 hours, 23 minutes. So it was real. Still updating, huh? He sighed. He had no idea what kind of system it was or what it could do. Before transmigrating, Fang Cheng was an ordinary guy, quiet, harmless, a fresh university graduate who had worked for just half a year. He grew up in an orphanage. That alone set him apart from many others. Another unusual thing, before he came to this world, Fang Cheng was a kindergarten teacher. A job where female teachers dominated, and male teachers were as rare as unicorns. He always felt the gazes, some curious, some confused, some judging, but to him, it never mattered. As a child who grew up needing warmth, he understood children better than most. He genuinely liked being around them. And, frankly, the orphanage director had told him the job suited him, paid steadily, didn't require exceptional grades, and guaranteed he wouldn't starve. So, in a daze back then, he wrote preschool education as his major. Turns out the director was right. Finding work was easy. He didn't starve. The kindergarten provided lunch. And with 2 months' salary, he could even take a trip. By his calculations, he'd actually made a profit. He had just finished a semester when winter break arrived. Exhausted by the chaos of his little students, he decided to visit Huanghe Tower to relax. He never expected a sudden turn of events to trap him in the city. And one boring hotel nap later, he woke up in another world. Guess I'll only know what the system does once the update finishes. He surveyed the room again. Strangely, he didn't receive any memories from this body, not even a fragment. He lifted his hand. It looked slightly paler, slightly smoother, but otherwise normal. His loose cotton linen clothes were unfamiliar but comfortable. No pain, no injury. If anything, he felt healthier. Since I'm already here. He let out a long breath. I might as well experience this world properly. Gurgle, gurgle. The moment Fang Cheng drifted back to consciousness, his stomach let out a loud protest. Right, he remembered. The system's update still needed about 2 hours, and judging from how hungry he felt, he must have been out for almost a full day. He pushed himself up from the bed, slipped on the pair of straw sandals that he had no memory of owning, and shuffled toward the door. When he opened it, he found himself facing another room's closed wooden door. An old latch hung on it, but it wasn't locked, making him unsure whether anyone lived inside. It really does feel like some kind of apartment suite, he muttered. To his left stretched a narrow corridor. Through the open iron gate at the end, he could see outside, though the light was dim, blocked by the tall buildings towering far above. To his right was a tiny bathroom. The door stood open, revealing a water tank and a small sink. He stepped inside, looked around, and noticed no towels, no toiletries, nothing personal. He scooped up a handful of water, rinsed his mouth, splashed his face, and then lifted his gaze toward the mirror. A young man stared back, 18, maybe 19. Black hair, dark eyes, skin slightly pale but clear. He blinked. The young man blinked. He nodded. The young man nodded. No doubt about it, that face was his. Though, not exactly the same as before he transmigrated. His skin looked smoother and fairer, his eyes brighter, and his features softer than he remembered. Subtle changes, but enough to bump him up at least a full level in appearance. Not bad at all, Fang Cheng murmured, satisfied. He cupped more water from the tank and gulped it down. To his surprise, a faint sweetness lingered on his tongue, and the sharp ache of hunger eased a little. After washing up, he walked to the iron gate, stuck his head out, and scanned the surroundings. A row of low, slightly weathered stone buildings came into view. Beyond them, huge European-style skyscrapers stretched into the sky like giants, blocking out most of the sunlight and making the alleyway look perpetually overcast. Yet despite the old structures, the area was surprisingly clean. No damp spots, no trash, no foul smell. Just a quiet, lived-in neighborhood. Every now and then, a few modestly dressed people walked past the alley. Some glanced his way and, for a moment, seemed startled, probably by the sight of a handsome young stranger peeking out from behind a gate. But none of them stared long. They simply continued with their errands. Fang Cheng eventually sat down by the doorway, resting his chin on one hand as he continued observing. 10 minutes later, he pulled his head back inside and lay down on the bed again. The system's countdown appeared in his mind. 1 hour and 48 minutes remaining. He still knew nothing about this world, no memories, no clues, no hints. Just the little girl with cat ears he'd met before fainting. But after watching the alley for a while, he finally relaxed a little. 15 people had passed by. 14 were ordinary looking, well, except for their varied hair colors and styles. And the last one was a middle-aged man with dog ears. When Fang Cheng looked at him in surprise, the man had even given him a friendly smile. So animal-eared people live here like it's nothing. And there really was a cat-eared little loli, Fang Cheng mused, scratching his head. If there were beastfolk living in peace alongside humans, then maybe this world wasn't so dangerous after all. Someone had even brought him inside while he was unconscious. That alone eased much of his anxiety. But let's wait a bit. He was hungry, but with no money and no idea where he was, he decided to conserve energy. Besides, whoever brought him here might return soon. He closed his eyes. The room grew quiet. Just as he began drifting, soft rustling outside the iron gate, fabric brushing metal, light, quick footsteps. They stopped right at the doorway of a neighboring room. Fang Cheng opened his eyes, turning toward the sound. Then his expression softened. Peeking shyly from behind a door was the silver-haired, cat-eared little girl he remembered. Shoulder-length silver hair, clear blue eyes, two little pink cat ears rising above her head, covered in fine silver fuzz that matched her hair perfectly. She seemed startled when she realized he was looking at her. Her tiny ears twitched, and she shrank back a little but didn't run away. In her two small hands, she hugged a paper bag tightly to her chest. Fang Cheng offered her a warm smile. "Can you tell me your name?" he asked softly, using the gentlest tone he would use with his preschool students, patient, warm, encouraging. After a few seconds, he finally heard a timid little whisper. "Saya. My name is Saya." If he hadn't been focusing, he might have missed it entirely. "Saya," Fang Cheng repeated with a smile. "That's a lovely name. Very cute, just like you. Saya, can we be good friends?" "Good friends?" She tilted her head, confused. "They're people who can play together," he explained gently. "Play together? Really?" Saya's fingers tightened on the paper bag, and her timid blue eyes searched his, unsure and cautious. "Of course it's true," Fang Cheng said kindly. "I'd love to be friends with Saya. I'd love to play with you. So, would you like to be good friends with me?" "I would." Her voice was quiet, but the shy hesitation had softened. Her death grip on the paper bag loosened just a little. Then it settled. Fang Cheng beamed. "Saya, from today on, we're good friends. It's really nice to meet you. My name is Fang Cheng." Saya's eyes lit up, her little cat ears perking as she responded with a cheerful, crystal-clear sound. "Long, long ago, there lived a little pig. It had a round head, big ears, a upturned nose, and a chubby body. It liked to scavenge for food in the garbage heap. After eating its fill, it would roll around in the mud, getting covered in mud. It thought, I'm not going to take a bath." One day, the little pig wanted to visit a friend. As it walked, it saw a little white rabbit. The little white rabbit looked like this. It had long ears, a short tail, red eyes, and a white body. The little pig thought the little white rabbit was cute and wanted to be its friend. The little pig said anxiously, Little rabbit, I want to be your friend." The little rabbit saw how dirty it was and said, "Little pig, you're too dirty. Take a bath first, then I'll play with you." The little pig didn't want to take a bath, so it sadly walked away. As it walked, it saw a little white goose. The little white goose looked like this. It wore a red hat on its head and had a white body. When the little pig saw it, it wanted to be friends with it. The little pig said, Little white goose, I want to be friends with you." The little white goose looked at the little pig's body and said, "You are too dirty. I will play with you after you take a bath." The little pig looked at itself and saw it was very dirty. It wanted to make friends. The little white goose said, "Come on, I'll take you to take a bath." The little white goose led the little pig to the pond. It splashed water all over the little pig, and finally, the little pig was clean. The little white goose and the little rabbit both wanted to play with it. Alright, that's the story of the little pig becoming clean. Did you enjoy it? Fang Cheng stopped his vivid storytelling and looked at the little guy sitting obediently on the small wooden stool in front of him, who was looking up at him with bright eyes and listening intently to the story. He spoke gently. The little guy seemed still immersed in the story and hadn't come out of it yet. Hearing Fang Cheng's question, he blinked his eyes and then reacted after a while. He happily replied, "Yes. It sounds good." His voice was a little louder. Perhaps because he had just heard the story, the little guy was much more relaxed now, no longer so shy, and showing the liveliness that should be present at his age. Fang Cheng felt very satisfied to see the little guy's joyful change. In just a short while, Fang Cheng had come to understand this cute little guy quite well. He was a bit timid and shy, but this should be fine now, right? Then, Fang Cheng rubbed his belly and made a pained expression at the little guy. "Saya, after telling this story, I feel so hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" That's right, Fang Cheng had noticed the little paper bag clutched in the little girl's hand a while ago. Unsurprisingly, it contained food that Fang Cheng, who was starving, desperately needed. Especially since he had struggled to recall a suitable story while telling it, his hunger had intensified. Initially, he was worried that the little girl wouldn't know him well and wouldn't be able to take advantage of him. But now, Fang Cheng naturally wouldn't tell the little girl in front of him that he was telling her stories to build a good relationship so he could get his hands on the food. "Little Saya, be a good girl and hand over your food." A voice rang in Fang Cheng's mind, and he felt as if a demon was living inside him. "Big brother, here, have this." Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, the little guy held the small paper bag in both hands and presented it to Fang Cheng. Thank you, Saya, Fang Cheng said as he took the bag. The little girl shook her head, blinking her bright blue eyes as she looked at Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng responded to the little girl with a smiling gaze, while opening the paper bag in his hand. Inside was a large, yellowish-brown flatbread. At this moment, the hungry Fang Cheng didn't care about examining it any further. He picked up the flatbread and took a big bite, then chewed it. So hard, so dry, I can't, I'm choking. Fang Cheng got up and quickly ran to the bathroom to scoop water from the water tank. He drank several large mouthfuls of water, then leaned on the edge of the sink to catch his breath. That brownish-yellow biscuit had almost choked him to death. He never expected that in this world, Fang Cheng, who thought he had been very cautious and timid from the start, would almost fall victim to this mere biscuit instead of the cute cat ears of the little loli. Big brother, you have to bite that crispy cookie little by little. Saya had followed us around at some point, looking at Fang Cheng with a bit of worry, but her voice was barely audible, and she had returned to her previous shy state. Okay, I understand, Saya, thank you. Big brother was too hungry just now and it was his first time eating this cookie, so he wasn't paying attention. He'll definitely be more careful next time, Fang Cheng said with a happy smile, looking down at the little guy who was worried about him. The little guy looked up at Fang Cheng and nodded heavily in response, as if he had been infected by Fang Cheng's smile. A naive and happy smile appeared on his delicate little face. I can't help it, I really want to pat Saya's little head. Fang Cheng stared at the head of the well-behaved and sensible little guy in front of him, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the striking and adorable cat ears on the little guy's head. No, I can't scare Saya, Fang Cheng said to himself, struggling with his thoughts. Fang Cheng vaguely remembered that when he regained consciousness after fainting on the ground, it was because he touched the little one's head that he scared her and made her cry. What if he made her cry? What would happen if her parents came home? Fang Cheng felt that if he had a daughter, he would fight tooth and nail to tear anyone who dared to make her cry. Big brother, are you looking at my ears? The little guy noticed Fang Cheng's gaze, lowered his head, and said in a low voice. Then he continued, will Big brother stop playing with Saya because she has strange ears? Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised. He thought of the kind-looking uncle with dog ears he had seen passing by earlier, sitting at the door, smiling at him. This world must accept humans with animal ears, right? Fang Cheng pondered, looking at the little girl. Ever since Saya's ears became like this, Leo and the others won't play with me anymore. The little guy's dejected voice came again. Could it be that it's not something you're born with? Fang Cheng was immediately filled with doubt. Although he had many questions, he decided to wait until her mother returned before asking her all at once. Seeing the little girl's downcast and dejected expression, Fang Cheng knew that she would burst into tears if he didn't comfort her soon. Of course not. Saya and I are best friends. Fang Cheng squatted down, looking at the little one with a loving gaze as she looked down at her. Saya's ears are beautiful and cute. Didn't you touch Saya's little ears earlier, and it seems you accidentally scared her to tears? Actually, you didn't mean to. It's just that Saya's ears are so beautiful and cute that you couldn't help but want to touch them, Fang Cheng continued. Really? Big brother touched Sayo's ears because they're cute? The little guy looked up shyly at Fang Cheng and whispered. Yes, Fang Cheng said affirmatively. And just now, the older brother saw a handsome uncle with dog ears at the door. It's not strange at all. Is this Uncle Walker? The little guy had calmed down after hearing what Fang Cheng said, and he obviously recognized him and spoke up. Do you know Saya? Fang Cheng asked. Yes, the crispy cookies that Big Brother just ate were given to Saya by Uncle Walker. The little girl's mood brightened, and her eyes sparkled. She couldn't wait to tell everyone she knew, and Big Brother, it was Sister who asked Uncle Walker to bring you to your room. Is that so? Then Big Brother should go and thank Saya's sister and Uncle Walker properly later. Can Saya take me there? Fang Cheng said after a moment's thought. Yes, Big Sister should be back soon, the little one said in a clear voice. His eyes were filled with happiness and anticipation as he spoke of his sister. Saya, I'm back. Just then, Fang Cheng heard a gentle, soft female voice coming from the iron gate. Just hearing the voice gave him a warm feeling, like a gentle spring breeze. Fang Cheng looked up and saw a woman who looked to be 18 or 19 years old standing at the door. She was tall and had silver hair like Saya, tied in a neat ponytail at the back. However, she didn't have cat ears on her head, but rather looked like a normal woman. The woman had fair skin, delicate eyebrows like crescent moons, and a small ice blue gemstone necklace around her long neck. She had an oval face, wore a light blue dress, and was gently stroking Saya's head with a smile on her lips. Big sister, I missed you so much. The little guy ran over as soon as he heard the voice and hugged the woman in front of him, saying excitedly. He rubbed his head against her as he spoke. Seemingly noticing Fang Cheng's gaze, the woman looked up at him. Fang Cheng couldn't remain silent any longer, so he stood up and said sincerely, Hello, my name is Fang Cheng. I am very grateful to you for saving me yesterday and for taking me in. Thank you so much. As he spoke, Fang Cheng bowed to the woman. The woman was slightly taken aback by Fang Cheng's actions, but she smiled politely and said, "You're welcome, Mr. Fang Cheng. I didn't do anything. It was Saya who found you unconscious on the ground yesterday and asked me to help you. Is something wrong, Mr. Fang Cheng?" The girl's voice was gentle and soft, but Fang Cheng felt a slight sense of distance from her. Fang Cheng scratched his head. To be honest, Fang Cheng was not very good at dealing with others. He had many questions he wanted to ask, but for a moment he didn't know where to start. Big brother, sister is amazing. She can use magic. At this moment, the little guy turned around, hugged the girl's hand, and looked at Fang Cheng with his bright blue eyes, encouraging him. His voice was clear and crisp. "Saya?" The girl looked at her younger sister with some surprise. She sensed that her sister had changed quite a bit in less than a day. This was the first time she had ever heard her usually timid sister speak like this in front of others. The woman sensed that her sister's change might be due to the young man in front of her, and she couldn't help but look him in the eye. Black hair and black eyes were indeed rare, and his handsome face was showing a clean smile, which made him easy to feel close to. Magic? Fang Cheng was stunned. This is a world with magic? Please excuse my humble status, Mr. Fang Cheng. I am merely a novice mage. If you require assistance, I will do my best to help you within my capabilities, the girl said, seemingly a little embarrassed, though her voice remained gentle and soft. Actually, I feel like I've lost some memories. Fang Cheng touched his head. Amnesia. The girl looked at Fang Cheng in surprise. The little girl looked at Fang Cheng with a puzzled expression, seemingly not understanding what her older brother meant. However, being well behaved, she knew she couldn't disturb her older sister and brother's conversation. In that case, Mr. Fang Cheng, let's find somewhere to talk. The girl didn't know if the boy in front of her was telling the truth, but she understood that since he had lost his memory, he must have many questions. Okay, thank you for your help, Miss, Fang Cheng replied. You're welcome, Mr. Fang Cheng. My name is Shaolin. Please come with me, the girl said gently, and then walked outside. Ah, okay, Shaolin. Fang Cheng was a little conflicted. The girl had suddenly introduced herself. Could it be that the culture of this other world also had a peculiar connotation for the word miss? After thinking for a moment, he continued, Shaolin, you can just call me Fang Cheng from now on. This time, Fang Cheng received no response. Did I misunderstand? Fang Cheng was unsure whether his behavior just now had been somewhat impolite. The girl led the little girl along the alleyway, with Fang Cheng quietly following behind. At this moment, the girl didn't really want to pay attention to Fang Cheng. Is it only appropriate for close friends or family members to address each other by their first names? She, who was usually mild-mannered and not easily angered, felt a strange sense of helplessness and resentment. This was the first time she had met someone who called her by her name without asking for her permission to meet. The key point is that the young man is quite handsome and sunny. This psychological contrast makes her not want to pay attention to him, but in the end she thinks about what the young man said about amnesia. Shaolin sighed inwardly, harboring doubts about Fang Cheng's explanation. Along the way, you can see mostly people dressed simply and plainly, in cotton and linen clothes, mostly middle-aged men and women. They were probably all residents of this area. Occasionally, you could see someone awkwardly nodding and greeting the girl in front of them. After following the girl through several turns and buildings, they arrived at an old street lined with shops built of wooden sheds. The girl led Fang Cheng into a wooden house. Miss Shaolin is here, oh, and little Seo too. As soon as I entered, I heard a deep, magnetic voice. Fang Cheng looked around and saw that this place seemed to be a restaurant. At the counter, a middle-aged man with flaxen hair that Fang Cheng recognized was smiling at him. The dog-ear-like protrusions on his flaxen hair were particularly eye-catching to Fang Cheng. Noticing that Fang Cheng was looking at him, he smiled kindly at Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng smiled back at the uncle. Although you look kind, it's true, animal ears are only cute on girls. Fang Cheng thought to himself, glancing at Saya's little head and then at the back of Saran's head. Yes, Uncle Walker, please give me 3 crisp cookies and a pot of tea, thank you. Sharon replied with a smile, showing that the girl respected Uncle Walker quite a bit. I then found a slightly secluded corner to sit down. Not long after I sat down at a table, an uncle named Walker brought food and tea to the table on a simple wooden tray. Young man, you're awake. Uncle Walker smiled at Fang Cheng. Thank you for yesterday, Uncle Walker. I heard it from Saya. By the way, my name is Fang Cheng. I hope you'll take good care of me in the future, Uncle Walker. Fang Cheng quickly stood up and thanked him. Eh? Really? Did Saya tell you? That's surprising. It's amazing how quickly you two got along so well. Yesterday, when I passed by and saw you collapsed on the ground, Saya was crying the whole time. Uncle Walker looked at Saya with loving eyes. Fang Cheng smiled somewhat awkwardly, realizing that Uncle Walker was indeed very concerned about Saya. At this moment, Zayasha sat obediently next to her sister, holding a crispy cookie the size of an adult's palm in both hands. She was chewing it with her cherry-like mouth, just like a little hamster, eating it with great relish, looking very cute. The little one seemed to notice that the topic was about her, and became a little shy, slowing down her chewing. "You guys talk." After saying that, Uncle Walker prepared to leave. "Uncle Walker, may I bother you for a moment?" At this moment, Shaylin stood up, bowed slightly to Uncle Walker, and said, "Mr. Fang Cheng seems to have lost some memories." "Ha! You've lost your memory. I understand." Uncle Walker pondered for a moment, then dragged a chair over from the side and sat down. Fang Cheng gave the girl a grateful look. "Are people from another world all this kind?" Fang Cheng thought to himself. "Then, young man, feel free to ask me any questions you may have." Half an hour later. At this moment, Fang Cheng walked out of the restaurant and continued on his way back with the girl. After the conversation in the restaurant, Fang Cheng had a general understanding of where he was now. This place is called Zio Continent, and Fang Cheng is currently located in a small town called Soto City within the Crescent Kingdom of Zio Continent. The area where Sharon now lives is what the locals call the working class area. According to Uncle Walker, he fainted on a road not far from this area yesterday. When Uncle Walker passed by the street yesterday, he saw Saya squatting on Fang Cheng and crying. Just as he was running over to see what was wrong, Saya's sister happened to be returning from work and encountered the situation. Normally, no one wants to meddle in other people's business, but Saya, who is usually shy, asked her sister if she could help the older brother in front of her. So, unable to refuse her obedient younger sister's rare request, Shaylin asked around the surrounding area, and after everyone said no one had seen Fang Cheng, Shaylin took Fang Cheng to her residence. There happened to be an empty room there. Fang Cheng's gaze fell on the back of the girl walking ahead, leading the little one. Her hair shimmered silver in the sunset, her cat ears were adorable, and her little steps were like those of a lady. Her back view was just too cute. "It's quite a coincidence, I was only saved because of Saya's kindness. Otherwise, I might have just been lying on that hard road, unattended, and died from dehydration under the sun." Fang Cheng imagined to himself. The little girl held her sister's hand and walked ahead with her head down. Pedestrians passed by from time to time. Fang Cheng noticed that when the pedestrians passed by the Shaylin sisters, their eyes would linger for a while longer. After all, in Fang Cheng's opinion, a beautiful girl and a cute demi-human were enough to attract attention. Speaking of the termajin, I learned about it from asking Saya about her at the restaurant earlier. Ujin are a common phenomenon in this world. Ujin are humans who possess animalistic features, collectively referred to as Ujin. For example, Uncle Walker's striking dog ears and Saya's cat ears are obvious animalistic characteristics. It is said that Ujin currently make up 20% of the human population. However, even though it's said to be 20%, Fang Cheng has only seen Uncle Walker and Saya so far. He hasn't seen any other humans with demi-human characteristics while walking on the street. As for why demi-humans exist, according to Sharon and Uncle Walker, 10,000 years ago, humans and beastmen were engaged in a racial war. Afterwards, humans and beastmen made peace and formed an alliance. The powerful beastman could transform into human form. At this point, Fang Cheng expressed deep understanding. Since ancient times, love has been an eternal theme for humanity, and naturally, so too has the beast race, capable of taking human form. So, 10,000 years later, as we have multiplied to this day, every human on the Zio continent may contain beast blood within them, and may even awaken it later in life. According to Uncle Walker's explanation, his ears weren't born with beast ears, but changed on the day he turned 6, the day he was about to undergo magical perception. After that, Uncle Walker didn't say anything more. Even if becoming a demi-human is a common and understandable phenomenon, few people would be willing to accept such a change, let alone an acquired one, which would cause distress and difficulty for young children. Conversely, being born with demi-human characteristics is much easier to accept. Saya's condition was acquired later in life. According to Sharon, about 5 months ago, Saya had a persistent fever and slept for 2 days. After that, her ears suddenly changed like this, and when she woke up, the fever had subsided. After that, Saya, who was already timid, became even more shy and timid. It's said that her former playmates no longer wanted to play with her. Fang Cheng followed behind, deep in thought. The information he'd received today was somewhat distorted. Fang Cheng had always maintained a worldview based on 9 years of compulsory education, 3 years of high school with biology classes, and 4 years of single life in college. But even something like time travel could happen, so Fang Cheng felt relatively unburdened. Now, I've been taken in by a young girl. During their conversation at Uncle Walker's restaurant, Sharon learned about Fang Cheng's situation and suggested that he go to the city lord's mansion the next day to inquire or post a quest to see if any of his relatives were looking for him. She also suggested that he stay in the small room temporarily and take care of Seo. Uncle Walker then suggested that if Fang Cheng was having financial difficulties, he could help out at his restaurant for 10 copper coins a day. Fang Cheng learned that the crispy biscuit he ate today cost 2 copper coins. To be honest, although it wasn't particularly delicious, it was quite filling for Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng felt a bit bloated after eating another one at the restaurant and drinking a lot of water. Shayla knew that their staple food was usually this kind of dry, hard, crispy sweet biscuit, because it was cheap, and this was the lifestyle of most people living in the working class area. Miss Shaylin, thank you for taking me in, Fang Cheng said to the figure in front of him. Seeing that they were almost at their lodgings, Fang Cheng thanked him again. He figured that Uncle Walker's way of addressing the young woman suggested the local customs were still quite innocent, without any particular interpretation of the word miss, so Fang Cheng figured he should just use that too. Mr. Fang Cheng, you don't need to be so polite. I heard from Saya that you've become her good friend. The girl's gentle voice reached Fang Cheng's ears without changing her pace. Miss Sharon trusts me that much. After all, I'm a man. Is it all right for me to stay there? Yes, I examined Mr. Fang Cheng when he fainted. There was no magical fluctuation in his body, his muscles didn't have much strength, and he didn't possess the combat power of a novice warrior. I'm quite relieved. The girl's gentle voice came. But if anyone dares to bully Saya, I could take on 10 of them with one hand, Mr. Fang Cheng, the girl said calmly. Fang Cheng was speechless. Fine, to put it bluntly, they just think I'm harmless and weak, right? Fang Cheng thought to himself. Don't worry, I'll take care of Saya. I vaguely remembered that I have a younger sister who's about the same age as Saya, and just as cute. I should have some experience taking care of children, Fang Cheng quickly said. Is that so? Came the girl's faint voice, clearly tinged with doubt. Fang Cheng. After a while, the girl said in a slightly admonishing tone, you can take care of her, but you're not allowed to touch my Saya's head. Fang Cheng. Following the girl back to her residence, Fang Cheng lay on the wooden bed, touching his forehead, sorting through the information in his mind and pondering, while keeping an eye on the sounds outside. Sure enough, the room opposite was where Shaolin lived, and Shaya was obviously living with her sister. System, Fang Cheng murmured to himself. System update countdown 11 minutes and 11 seconds. A mechanical electronic voice announced. As the system update neared completion, Fang Cheng felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, even finding the final moments incredibly long. Big brother, can I come in? A small, childish voice rang out. The room was dark and the light was dim. The little guy was standing at the door, peering into the room through the light from the outside room. Saya, it's okay, you can do it any time, Fang Cheng replied. My older sister asked me to give you these things. The little guy hopped in and placed what he was carrying on the small table. Then he picked up a round object, fiddled with it for a bit, and then pressed a switch. The object immediately emitted a soft, pale blue light, making everything in the room clearly visible. Big brother, this is Saya's crystal lamp. My sister gave it to me, and now Saya is giving it to you so you won't be afraid of the dark anymore. The little guy's bright blue eyes lit up with joy. Thank you, Saya. Fang Cheng was very touched by the little girl's kindness. Can the big brother tell stories to Saya? The little guy asked expectantly. Sure, that's fine. Fang Cheng was both amused and exasperated by what he had in mind. Really? The little guy exclaimed happily upon hearing the reply. He then immediately found a small wooden stool, sat down, and waited patiently for Fang Cheng. Are you ready? Well, I'm going to start now. Fang Cheng sat up. Yes, Saya is ready. Okay, so Fang Cheng began to speak slowly in his magnetic voice. A long time ago, there was a little pig. It had a round head, big ears, a upturned nose, and a chubby body. It liked to find food in the garbage dump. After it was full, it would roll around in the mud, and its body would be covered in mud. It thought, I'm not going to take a bath. Compared to his previous stories, this time Fang Cheng did not change his voice to match the character's tone or add gestures, he simply narrated the story in a gentle, conversational manner. The little guy tilted his head and listened attentively, but then he remembered something was off. Didn't the big brother just tell this story not long ago? So, just as Fang Cheng finished telling a story and paused, the little guy said weakly, Big brother, you've already told the story. But Big brother has lost his memory now, and only remembers these stories. Does Saya still want to hear more? Fang Cheng said, pretending to be very troubled. Yes, the little guy replied immediately without hesitation. The little guy's reaction was exactly what Fang Cheng expected. He smiled and continued speaking. One day, the little pig wanted to go out and play with his friends. In the end, both the little white goose and the little white rabbit were willing to play with the little pig. Saya, it's time to take a bath. Just as Fang Cheng finished speaking, Shaolin's gentle voice came from the doorway. The girl had been standing at the door for a while, her eyes filled with surprise. She leaned against the doorway, watching Fang Cheng sitting on the wooden bed telling a story. She sensed that this young man, whose face still looked quite youthful, was indeed different from others. He was telling stories she had never heard before, and the style was unexpectedly interesting and suitable for children. Does little pig refer to the kind of large, smelly boar-like beast with huge tusks that often wreaks havoc on crops in the wild? Little rabbit, could it be the demon-eyed rabbit or the jade rabbit? The jade rabbit is quite cute. Little goose? What kind of animal is that? I've never heard of it. The girl wondered. Big sister, let's go take a bath. The little guy stood up from the stool and said happily after hearing his sister's voice, having finished listening to the story. Saya, are you so happy? You used to always look so gloomy when your older sister asked you to take a bath, Shaylin said gently, looking at the little one. Then she turned her gaze to Fang Cheng. It seems Mr. Fang Cheng is quite experienced in taking care of children. It's all right. Fang Cheng scratched his head. Then I won't disturb Mr. Fang Cheng any longer. Mr. Fang Cheng, please get some rest. The girl nodded. Saya is gone. Yes, big sister. Saya immediately ran over. The girl then closed the door. Phew. Fang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the gleaming crystal lamp on the table, and couldn't help but smile as he recalled the little guy's adorable appearance. Ding! System update complete. A mechanical and electronic voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! The system has been renamed Early Childhood Magical Growth System. The Toddler Magical Growth System is activated. What the hell? A toddler magic growth system? I'm not a toddler, can't I have an adult magic growth system that I can use myself? Fang Cheng was shocked. Ding! This system is the Heavenly Deo serial number 520, also known as the Career System. Based on the host's memory analysis, the wish algorithm, and the world environment background detection, intelligent matching, and resource updates, it has been renamed the Childhood Magical Growth System. So, if my profession in my previous life was a chef, then I guess my current system is a chef magic system? Fang Cheng asked doubtfully. That's possible, the system replied, its voice still devoid of emotion, but lacking the feel of a synthesized electronic voice. Memory analysis, wish speculation, Fang Cheng murmured. The preschool magical growth system has been activated. New player gift packs are being distributed, please claim them as soon as possible. A pleasant child's voice seemed to ring in Fang Cheng's ears. After that voice rang out, a virtual interface appeared in Fang Cheng's mind. The top row displays his information. Name, Fang Cheng. Gender, male. Age, 21. Special skills, none. Basic skills, piano playing and singing, beginner, basic dance, beginner, simple drawing, intermediate, storytelling, intermediate, cooking, intermediate, environmental design, sweeping. Constitution, animistic body, affection +10. Then a treasure chest icon appeared on the right, with a line of small text below reading Newbie Gift Pack. Further down, you'll find options for tasks and the in-game store. Fang Cheng knew that the basic skills required for working in a kindergarten before his transmigration, such as storytelling, drawing, and singing, were basically needed every day. However, later on, cooking and sweeping skills were added. Sweeping is considered a skill? That's a bit much. Doesn't that mean I could sweep the streets and earn more than a kindergarten teacher in my past life? Fang Cheng belatedly recalled that he did sweep the streets quite cleanly, so it could be counted as a skill. The special skills display was blank. Fang Cheng had high expectations for the special skills he would be able to acquire in the future. He had no doubt that he would be able to acquire special skills after having the system. Animal body, what is that? Fang Cheng noticed this special term displayed on the panel, next to which was a favorability +10 tag. A spirit body is just a spirit body. A clear, childlike voice rang in Fang Cheng's mind. Master, I am Xiaoling, the system voice assistant. You can ask me any questions you may have. A system voice assistant? Fang Cheng was somewhat speechless. The system can speak, yet it still created a voice assistant. This system is so lazy, but it's still much more comfortable than the cold, emotionless voice from before. What exactly is that animated body? Fang Cheng asked. Animalism is a special constitution. People with this constitution have pure souls and are naturally drawn to nature. They can also increase others' goodwill towards them. The purer a person's heart, the easier it is for them to develop feelings for their master. I see, so this is what +10 favorability means. Could it be that Saya saved me yesterday because she was attracted by the animistic body? Fang Cheng thought to himself. But it really is amazing. Master, are there any unclaimed newbie gift packs you'd like to claim? Xiao Ling reminded her. Receive. Okay, newbie gift pack being claimed. Thump thump, congratulations, Master, you have received 500 gold coins, the system inventory has been unlocked, and you have obtained the skill detection, beginner. As soon as Xiao Ling's sweet voice finished speaking, it suddenly turned into a cold female voice. Ding! The system has issued a task, open your own kindergarten. The host only needs to provide the site, and the system will build it free of charge according to the host's requirements and automatically provide the school operating license. Task time limit, 3 days. Rewards for successful mission: magic seed, 100 exchange points, and school operating license. If the task fails, the system will unbind and erase the relevant system memory. The system issued a task right after I claimed the newbie gift pack. No wonder the system reminded me to claim it as soon as possible. It seems that was a condition for the system to issue the task. In short, it's thoughtful. Are you trying to send me on my way so soon? Fang Cheng felt the system harbored deep malice towards him. After all, he had heard a famous person say that the path of early childhood education was always fraught with peril. The longer one devoted oneself to it, the faster one was likely to encounter unruly children, and the higher the risk of being driven to death by them. In his previous career, Fang Cheng had encountered many unruly children while supervising classes, which sometimes made him so angry that he had a heart attack. If he had any other choice, Fang Cheng would never want to be a kindergarten teacher again. But thinking of Saya, let's see what's in the newbie gift pack first. 500 gold coins? I suppose that's the startup capital for opening a kindergarten. By the way, does Xiaoling's world have kindergartens? Fang Cheng asked, voicing his question. According to the information the system has stored in the world, this world doesn't have a kindergarten like the one in the master's previous world, but this world does have a magic academy, Xiaoling said. A magic academy? Fang Cheng asked. Yes, in this world, every child will awaken their magical potential at the age of 6 due to the solidification of their physical magical talent. Children whose awakened magical potential is detected can then enter a magic academy to study, Xiaoling replied. Can I learn magic? Fang Cheng had learned before that if a magic awakening test at the age of 6 revealed no magical potential, there was basically no possibility of becoming a magician in the future, unless there was a special encounter. Yes, Master. Did you see the reward for completing the mission? A magic seed and 100 exchange points. Using a magic seed will give your body the ability to absorb magic and the talent to sense magical elements. After learning magic, you can cast spells, and you can use the exchange points to buy things in the system shop, Xiaoling explained. Really? Fang Cheng stroked his chin. For some reason, Fang Cheng suddenly remembered something a certain girl had said. I could take on 10 of Mr. Fang Cheng. Yes, Xiaoling's clear voice answered in Fang Cheng's mind. Speaking of which, Xiaoling, don't you have any image to maintain? For example, your voice sounds like that of a 5-year-old girl. Not yet. Xiaoling is just the system's voice assistant. What kind of image would you like Xiaoling to have, Master? Haha, of course it's cute. Hee. Xiaoling is cute even without an image. The mischievous girl's voice rang out crisply in Fang Cheng's mind. I think so too. It's pretty cute as it is. It's already quite good. I'm just afraid that after you get the new look, you'll find out that you're just a lowly version of Sister Chiao sent by the system, Fang Cheng complained. Xiaoling fell silent. Nothing was said that night. Big brother, get up. In his sleep, Fang Cheng felt as if a sweet, soft child's voice was calling him to wake up. What time is it? Let me sleep a little longer. Fang Cheng mumbled sleepily to the little girl in his dream. That voice is so sweet. Let me keep dreaming. Hotels don't offer wake-up services like this. It must be a dream, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Master is so lazy, what a lazy pig, a modern-day stinking slacker. A crisp voice suddenly rang out clearly in Fang Cheng's mind. Startled, Fang Cheng abruptly sat bolt upright in bed. When I opened my eyes, I saw little Saya sitting on a small stool next to me, looking at me with a slightly dazed and cute expression. It seemed that my sudden movement had startled her. The sweet, soft voice I had heard earlier was clearly Saya calling me to wake up. Good morning, Saya. Fang Cheng looked at the adorable Saya and felt instantly healed. At the same time, he thought fiercely to himself, Little Ling, don't scare me. Don't make a sound when I'm sleeping. Master, you're awake, aren't you? If you were asleep, Xiaoling's consciousness would also be asleep, Xiaoling said innocently. You don't need to wake me up. Do you know how scary it is when your voice suddenly rings in my sleepy head? And what the hell is this modern-day stinky otaku thing? Where did you learn that from? Fang Cheng replied in his mind. He felt that the system voice assistant named Xiaoling was currently filled with malice. Could it be revenge for yesterday's comments about her being a lowly version of Sister Chiao? No way. Master, have you forgotten? When the system was activated, it read your memories, so of course Xiaoling knows this word from your memories. As expected, this is revenge. Fang Cheng thought to himself, while replying, anyway, Xiaoling, don't wake me up anymore. Haven't you seen me with a little cutie waking me up? Yes, Master, Xiaoling understands. Xiaoling's clear voice rang loudly in Fang Cheng's mind. Fang Cheng felt that if his mind were filled with water, this voice would be so loud it could create several waves. At this moment, in a void, a girl's angry voice rang out incessantly. This is really infuriating. Petty, disgusting slacker, disgusting, damn it, my kindness is wasted. Good morning, big brother. Hearing Fang Cheng's greeting, Saya's bewildered gaze turned to surprise, and the silver cat ears on her little head twitched adorably. Fang Cheng's gaze was instantly drawn to the cute little ears. Looking at Saya's adorable appearance, Fang Cheng felt that the slight fright he had just experienced had been instantly healed. Such a cute little head, it should be okay if I pat Saya's head, right? However, Fang Cheng only dared to think about it in his heart for the time being. Remembering Shalin's special instructions yesterday, Shaya indeed told her sister about touching her head and ears when she fainted before. Looking at Saya's little head, Fang Cheng suppressed the urge to stroke and soothe her. After all, Saya's older sister was a powerful figure who could take on 10 of him with one hand. Fang Cheng didn't think this was bragging, but rather a blatant warning from Saya that he couldn't bully her younger sister. No, I have to stay calm. If I can't resist touching Saya's little head, and Sharon asks, Saya will definitely tell her sister. After all, being hit is a small matter, but if Sharon kicks me out, I'll never be able to enjoy Saya's wake-up service again, which would be a huge loss, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Fang Cheng then asked gently, Saya, what are you doing here? Where is your sister? Saya is here, waiting for Big Brother to wake up. Big Sister has gone to work. Saya said softly, then picked up a light blue embroidered cloth bag from the small wooden table next to her and handed it to Fang Cheng. This is from Big Sister, she said. Big Brother can use it now. Fang Cheng took the small cloth bag, which made a crisp sound like coins clinking together, and he could smell a faint, girlish fragrance unique to Shalin emanating from it. What a thoughtful and considerate girl, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Fang Cheng then got up to wash up, and Xiao Shay followed behind him. The bathroom had some unusually simple toiletries, which made Fang Cheng admire the owner's thoughtfulness once again. Walking along the alleyway, a few pedestrians passed by. The alley was still dimly lit by the tall buildings not far away, but looking up at the sky above the alley, you could see the morning sun gently shining down. A breeze was blowing, and Fang Cheng smelled the scent of this world. It was a feeling of smooth breathing, as if there were no smog or impurities in the air. Saya, where do you want to go today? Fang Cheng asked as he walked, holding the little one's soft hand. Wherever Big Brother goes, I'll go, the little guy said crisply, his voice surprisingly energetic, showing that he was in a good mood. So, I'm really taking care of this myself, Fang Cheng thought to himself. But this was also a wonderful thing. So, when your sister goes to work, where does Saya usually play? Fang Cheng asked curiously. It will be in Ms. Yuri's classroom. A school? There are little kids there who are about Saya's age, Saya said softly. But, none of them want to play with Saya anymore, and Nia Nichin left too. Saya doesn't want to go. Fang Cheng glanced at Saya, who was standing next to him with her head down, and slightly tightened his grip on the little girl's soft hand. Does Saya like Yuri-sensei? Yes, Ms. Yuri will teach us to recognize words and do arithmetic, and she will also cook delicious food for us. Is that so? That's amazing. Fang Cheng kept this in mind, planning to find out more about the school and see what it was like when he had time. Can Saya do math now? Fang Cheng asked with a smile. The little guy replied softly. Then let me test Saya. What is 1 plus 1? It equals 2. Big Brother, Saya isn't an idiot like Leo. The little guy protested softly. Leo? He's a complete idiot in school who can't even do 1 plus 1. Every time Ms. Yuri calls on him to answer a question, he gets it wrong, the little guy said. Is that so? It seems that Big Brother underestimated you. Then I'll have to make it more difficult for Saya. Is Saya ready? The little guy tilted his head and looked at Fang Cheng, his tender face displaying a serious expression of readiness. What is 1 plus 5? It equals 6. Big Brother, Saya isn't stupid. Little Saya whispered again. Okay, I understand. What is 10 plus 15? That's 25. This time, Saya finally stopped making her weak protest. Saya, you're really amazing, Fang Cheng said in a praising tone. She could even do numbers up to 100. After the question and answer session just now, Fang Cheng was a little surprised by the little girl's math skills. The little guy blushed a bit after being praised by Fang Cheng and lowered his head to look at the ground. Fang Cheng led the little girl out of the commoner area. This commoner area was very large, and it took them almost an hour to walk there. After turning several corners and passing through several buildings, the view suddenly opened up and became bright, as if they had arrived at a large square, surrounded by magnificent high-rise buildings, neatly arranged. After pausing for a while, more pedestrians came towards them, and the noise became a bit louder. The pedestrians were dressed in all sorts of different styles, and their clothes were obviously more refined than those of the people in the working-class area. Occasionally, you could see people like Fang Cheng wearing simple linen clothes, mingling in the crowd, and then hurrying towards the working-class area. This was the first time Fang Cheng had truly experienced the atmosphere of this other world since arriving in this world. The conspicuous man in the center of the square, who formed a circle around him as people clearly avoided him, was a burly man dragging a lizard's tail. He was clearly a unique sight in this world. Saya, standing beside her, seemed to have never seen this scene before. Her azure eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked around the bustling square, but her gaze was eventually drawn to the fierce-looking man with a lizard tail. "Let's go, Saya, hold hands tightly," Fang Cheng said, looking down at Saya, whose gaze had been drawn to him. "Yes, big brother," Saya replied, snapping out of her reverie. "Big brother, that fierce-looking uncle has a strange tail?" "Not surprising at all. Saya is the same," Fang Cheng replied with a smile. "Has Saya never been here before?" Fang Cheng decided to take the little guy to a restaurant to eat something first. As they walked, they looked around at the buildings in the square and finally went into a restaurant called McDonald's. Amidst the indifferent expressions of the staff, Fang Cheng led the little one to an empty table and sat down. This restaurant, in terms of both decoration and space, was many times more exquisite than Uncle Walker's restaurant, but in Fang Cheng's opinion, it was not much different from the ordinary hotels he ate at in his previous life, and it wasn't particularly luxurious. After a long while, the shop assistant finally came over unhurriedly. "What would you like to eat?" the clerk asked directly. "Do you have a menu?" After a while, the clerk slowly brought over the menu and placed it on the table. "3 cream breads and 2 wheat porridges, please." Fang Cheng glanced at the menu and found that the only options were bread and porridge. 700 copper coins, pay first, the shop assistant said casually. Fang Cheng felt around inside his cotton linen clothes and laid a gold coin out on the table. A moment of silence. "Sir, please wait a moment, it will be served to you shortly." The clerk's voice suddenly became unusually enthusiastic. "Honestly, it's really expensive. A cream bread costs 200 copper coins, and a bowl of wheat porridge costs 50 copper coins. That's much more expensive than Uncle Walker's crispy cookies." Even now, Fang Cheng isn't entirely clear on the price situation in this world, but based on the price of the crispy cookies, he can guess that this restaurant is probably only affordable for wealthy people. Looking around the restaurant, it was probably not lunchtime yet, as there weren't many people dining. There were only a handful, but they were all dressed in bright and stylish clothes, the fabric of which looked far more expensive than the cotton and linen clothes Fang Cheng and Saya were wearing. In an instant, the table where Fang Cheng was sitting attracted the attention of those people. They were already planning to see what kind of ridiculous things this naive young man, clearly dressed in the working-class district, would do. He was eating bread that he was already tired of, having tried every kind of food in Soto City. At a nearby table, a middle-aged woman with prominent cheekbones had already imagined the handsome, fair-skinned young man in front of her, whom she envied, embarrassing himself upon seeing the menu prices and leaving in a sorry state with the annoying demi-human beside him. She couldn't help but enjoy taking a bite of bread. "Ah, it smells so good." The middle-aged woman closed her eyes, thinking that this was bread that people in the slums would never be willing to spend hundreds of copper coins on, but she could eat it casually, and she felt proud of herself. She had also spent a lot of effort and money to get out of the slums. The scene they had imagined did not appear. To their surprise, the young man pulled a glittering gold coin from his pocket, and their desire to see him make a fool of himself vanished instantly. After all, they were paid in silver coins and couldn't afford to spend gold coins. The middle-aged woman at the table not far away, who had just shown an expression of enjoyment, suddenly stopped, her face contorting in an ugly way. She felt she could no longer stand this boring, tedious, and maddening life. She angrily threw 2 silver coins on the table, stomped her foot, and left. The staff then warmly served the food and placed it on the table. "Sir, please enjoy your meal." After setting down the tray, the waiter took a coin bag from another waiter and handed it to Fang Cheng with both hands. "Here is your change of 93 silver coins." "Okay, thank you." Fang Cheng smiled and took it, placing it on the table. It was quite heavy. "Saya, you can eat now," Fang Cheng said to the little one. Saya sniffed the bread in front of her, which smelled of cream, but didn't touch it. "What's wrong, Saya?" Fang Cheng picked up a cream bread and chewed on it. "Big brother, Saya has never eaten this before. Uncle Walker said this bread is very expensive." Saya said softly. "Saya, open your mouth." Fang Cheng tore off a small piece of bread from his own and held it to the little one's mouth. The little guy hesitated for a moment, looked at Fang Cheng who was smiling, and shyly leaned forward to bite down, slowly chewing. "Is it good, Saya?" The little guy nodded shyly. "Then hurry up and eat. Let's have a competition to see who finishes eating first, okay?" Fang Cheng suggested to the little guy. The little guy perked up at the mention of the competition, his eyes lighting up as he answered. He picked up a piece of cream bread, slightly larger than an adult's palm, from the plate and started munching on it. Fang Cheng took a bite of the cream bread. It was soft and delicious. In terms of texture, taste, and even nutrition, this cream bread was undoubtedly many times better than the hard and dry crispy biscuits. Moreover, the portion size was quite good. After eating one, Fang Cheng was already 7 or 8/10 full. "Saya, can you still eat?" Fang Cheng looked at the little guy next to him who had already eaten most of his bread but was now eating more slowly. "Big brother, Saya is a little full," the little girl said in a soft voice. "You're full, okay? Have some porridge, and I'll finish the rest for you. We'll take the last piece of bread back for your older sister, okay?" The little guy nodded happily. As the staff politely greeted him at the door, saying welcome to visit again next time, Fang Cheng led the little guy out of the restaurant. "Where should we go next, Saya?" Fang Cheng asked Saya as they walked across the square. "Master, have you forgotten your mission? This isn't the time to play with little lolies." Xiao Ling's voice rang in Fang Cheng's mind. "I know, there are still 3 days left. Don't worry, your master is quite good at time management. I've even studied with a master." Fang Cheng replied nonchalantly in his mind. "Since master remembers, then Xiaoling won't remind you." The system's voice assistant, Xiaoling, always likes to end each sentence with yo. Perhaps this is Xiaoling's design. It's cute. Fang Cheng has gotten used to it, and he finds it quite nice. "Thank you, Xiaoling," Fang Cheng said gratefully. The voice assistant, Xiaoling, did not respond to him. "Wherever Big Brother goes, I'll go," the little guy said again. "Then let's go," Fang Cheng said, his eyes lighting up as he glanced at a stylishly dressed little girl in the distance of the square. After asking a passerby in the square who looked like a kind person, Fang Cheng led the little guy into a spacious clothing store. To reduce unnecessary steps, when Fang Cheng deliberately opened the large bag containing silver coins to show the shop assistant in a rather tacky manner, a shop assistant came over to greet him warmly. Fang Cheng asked the shop assistant if they had any clothes for little girls. The shop assistant glanced at Saya, then smiled without showing any surprise and said, "Yes, sir, please come this way with me." Fang Cheng then followed the shop assistant to one of the clothing stores. "Saya, are the clothes here pretty?" Fang Cheng asked, looking at the several delicate little girl dresses on the clothes rack in front of him. There were pure white princess dresses embroidered with cloud patterns, gothic Lolita-style tulle skirts, and cute little dresses, among other beautiful styles. Fang Cheng was unconsciously drawn to them, already imagining how adorable and charming the little girl beside him would look in these clothes. The little guy's eyes were also drawn to the clothes displayed in front of him. "Saya, is there anything here that you particularly like?" Fang Cheng asked. The little girl turned to look at Fang Cheng, her azure eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. She had already guessed that her older brother wanted to buy her the beautiful, probably very expensive, clothes in front of him. "My older sister once said that I shouldn't accept expensive gifts from others," Saya thought to herself. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but when she saw the shop assistants and everyone around her looking at her, she timidly closed her mouth again. Seeing that the little guy didn't speak, Fang Cheng touched his nose and guessed what the little guy was thinking. Then he pointed to several clothes on the clothes rack and smiled at the shop assistant, saying, "Do any of these styles fit the little girl next to me? And little shoes, if you have any, I'll take one of each." "Yes, sir, that's fine." The shop assistant seemed very professional, and after giving Saya a once-over with a smile, he started searching under the counter. Fang Cheng took the little guy's hand and continued wandering around, wanting to see if there were any clothes that suited him. Not long after, a shop assistant came up and handed Fang Cheng a bag containing the clothes. "Do you have any clothes here that fit me?" Fang Cheng asked the shop assistant. Fang Cheng wanted to find himself 2 sets of clothes to change into, but after being recommended by the shop assistant, he found that the clothes here were too gorgeous, exaggerated and eye-catching. Fang Cheng said that he really couldn't accept this style, whether it was the color or the design. For example, there are bright blue clothes with silver phoenixes woven on them, or white knights trench coats embroidered with some kind of magical beast pattern, and some clothes are even covered with patterns that Fang Cheng couldn't understand, which should be some kind of magic circle pattern. "Are you sure this isn't what a Chuyunibiu, middle school syndrome, kid would wear?" Finally, Fang Cheng clearly stated that he needed clothes without that kind of pattern, preferably in gray, and the same style as the loose cotton and linen clothes he was wearing. The shop assistant noticed that Fang Cheng seemed not to understand the young man's strange request. She wondered why he didn't like these clothes, which were usually popular with young people. However, the shop assistant still looked up and thought for a moment. Suddenly, someone clapped their hands and said, "Sir, please wait a moment." Then, a shop assistant went inside and brought out 2 outfits from a corner, saying, "If you've already decided to buy the clothes you have in your hand, these 2 outfits are free. They're clothes we haven't sold since we opened." Fang Cheng took the clothes from the shop assistant, picked them up and examined them. They seemed a little dusty, but they were exactly what Fang Cheng needed. One set was gray, and the other was black, the fabric was slightly rough, and the clothes were loose-fitting without any patterns. Comparatively, Fang Cheng was quite satisfied. "Thank you very much then," Fang Cheng said to the shop assistant with a smile. After spending 90 silver coins, Fang Cheng led the little girl out of the clothing store. "What should I do next?" Fang Cheng pondered, touching his nose. Fang Cheng naturally took the system's task to heart. This was the foundation for his success in another world, but if he wanted to open a kindergarten, he would first need to understand the background of the city. Yesterday, I learned from Shaylin and the others that the city of Soto is in relatively good order under the joint governance of the city lord's mansion and various guilds. Fang Cheng took a stroll around and found that there was no obvious bullying on the streets, which surprised him. This is why he dared to come and spend some money. "Saya, are you tired?" Fang Cheng asked, holding the little one's hand. They had been walking for so long, and Fang Cheng was worried that the little one's legs were weak. "Saya isn't tired at all, she can still walk," Saya said. "Then you can accompany your big brother to some places today. If you get tired, just tell your big brother and I'll carry you." Fang Cheng paused and said, seeing that the little guy didn't seem to be lying. "It seems the children in this world are in pretty good physical condition, even the slightly thin Saya has been walking continuously for almost an hour." Saya nodded in response. "This is it." Fang Cheng held the map he had just bought for 20 copper coins, looking at the somewhat solemn-style building in front of him. Soto Grand Library. Next to the gilded plaque was a magic book engraved with a moon pattern. The waiter at the entrance stopped them and told them that they would need to pay 2 silver coins. Fang Cheng showed the waiter the 2 silver coins in his hand to indicate that there was no problem, and then Fang Cheng led Saya into the library. Before coming, Fang Cheng had already inquired with the energetic young man who was enthusiastically promoting his map. He learned that the Soto Grand Library was officially established when Soto City was founded, and its collection of books was unmatched by any other private library in Soto City. After Fang Cheng handed over 2 silver coins at the counter next to him, the librarian, who looked surprised, let him in. "This money is really easy to make. You get 1 silver coin for every person who goes in." "No wonder there aren't many people coming," Fang Cheng complained. "The library has an ancient and quaint atmosphere brought about by the passage of time from the bookshelves and books. The bookshelves in the lobby are neatly arranged, but there are not as many books as Fang Cheng had imagined." Fang Cheng led Shaya, wandering among the bookshelves. Fang Cheng curiously looked through the rows of books: 10,000 Years of Continental Civilization, Continental Etiquette, Types of Monsters, Warrior Weapon Compendium, Biographies of New Moon Heroes, Speculation on Magical Awakening, The Establishment of the New Moon Kingdom, and Magical Elemental Reactions. The Sorrow of the Moon Elf, The Affairs of the Magic Academy, My Brother Taught Me Magic, The Demi-Human Girl with Rabbit Ears, My Saint Magical Girlfriend, The Story of My Wife Being an Elf Princess. What the heck? As he walked to the last bookshelf, the titles of the books started to get more and more outrageous. Fang Cheng opened a book with a face full of black lines. The ancient scent of the animal hide pages when opened felt strangely incongruous with the title. Upon opening the first page and checking the date, it was written in the year 9420 of the Zio calendar, by the author McGonagall Alex. It was a book from nearly 600 years ago, while Fang Cheng already knew that this year was the 4th year of the Zia new calendar. Moreover, the author's name clearly belonged to a noble family. After a quick glance, Fang Cheng's guess was correct. It was a love story just like the title. It was about a young man named McGonagall who, while herding sheep in a village, met a rabbit-eared demi-human girl. McGonagall was immediately captivated by the young and beautiful girl. He then learned that the girl was a high-level magician, while he himself was just a commoner. Fang Cheng flipped directly to the last page. In the end, after overcoming numerous hardships and relentless efforts, McGonagall became the kingdom's youngest and most valiant swordsman, slaying a level 9 magical beast that invaded the city, achieving unparalleled feats, and even acquiring her own noble surname. However, upon looking back, she discovered that the demi-human girl with rabbit ears had vanished. McGonagall Alex continued her search. In this world dominated by magical power, an ordinary person can rely on their own strength to gradually become stronger and become a sword saint. No wonder they can write a book about it. It's an inspirational story, where someone becomes a sword saint to pursue the girl they secretly love. This world needs more people like this. What a pity, young man. If you liked her, you should have confessed boldly back then. Maybe the girl wouldn't have minded that you're a commoner. Unrequited love isn't painful at all. What's painful is when the person you have a crush on doesn't even notice you, Fang Cheng murmured. Hey, I'm telling you, commoner, if you had confessed back then, that rabbit-eared demi-human lady would definitely have rejected you. Just then, a clear and arrogant voice rang out not far from Fang Cheng's ear. Fang Cheng was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look. He saw a young girl who looked about 14 or 15 years old. She had delicate features, light blue hair, and wore a bright and cool light blue gauze dress. She was standing with her hands on her hips looking at Fang Cheng with an air of arrogance. But the most striking thing was that the girl had long rabbit ears sticking up on her head. Hey commoner, where are your eyes looking? Be careful, or I'll use magic to gouge your eyes out. The girl noticed Fang Cheng's gaze, her long rabbit ears swayed cutely, but what she said was anything but cute. Fang Cheng. Big brother, Saya looked at Fang Cheng with concern. I'm so sorry, it was my rudeness, Fang Cheng said with a smile to the girl. He didn't want to argue with a girl who looked underage, especially since he probably couldn't beat her anyway. Humph. The girl proudly raised her head. Then her gaze shifted and she noticed Saya. So cute. Wow, are these silver cat ears? Can I touch them? The girl suddenly leaned closer, her eyes lighting up. She seemed surprised and delighted, staring at Saya excitedly as she spoke. Saya immediately hid behind Fang Cheng. Seeing the little guy's actions, the girl seemed to realize that her behavior was somewhat inappropriate. She straightened up, her indigo eyes giving Fang Cheng a careful and arrogant look. She then wanted to look at Saya, who was hiding behind Fang Cheng, but unfortunately, Saya was already hiding behind Fang Cheng and the girl couldn't see her. She couldn't help but snort again, then snatched the book The Demi-Human with Rabbit Ears from Fang Cheng's hand, turned around and left. Her arrogant voice then came from afar, consider it forgiven for your rudeness, commoner. Fang Cheng shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself, people with rabbit ears must have incredibly sharp hearing. It's alright, Saya. That older sister didn't mean any harm. Saya is just too cute, Fang Cheng said gently, looking at the little girl. The little guy blinked and nodded slightly, glancing in the direction the bunny-eared girl had left, as if he was thinking about something. Fang Cheng then selected a few books and led Saya to an empty desk to begin reading. Fang Cheng flipped through some books he had just selected. While reading The Demi-Human Girl with Rabbit Ears, he noticed that his memory had improved and his attention span had broadened. He could now read 10 lines at a glance and clearly remember which words were on which line of each page. I see. Staring at someone's beast-like features for a long time when interacting with demi-humans is extremely impolite. Fang Cheng sighed inwardly after finishing reading the book Continental Etiquette. He had been wondering why the arrogant rabbit-eared girl had labeled him as impolite when he hadn't done anything wrong. Speculation on the awakening of magical senses? Our continent is filled with a rich variety of magical elements. Every living being on the continent possesses the potential to sense these magical elements in their environment. When the body's sensitivity to these magical elements reaches a critical threshold, it gains the ability to absorb these elements and convert them into magical power, thus gaining the ability to unleash magic. According to the author's speculation, children under the age of 6 have a continuously growing ability to sense magical elements, which essentially stops after age 6. Therefore, there's a prevailing belief that if a child doesn't possess magical energy by age 6, they have virtually no chance of becoming a magician, or if they do, their talent is so low that it's better to give up. The usual method of detection is to have a child touch a magic sensing crystal ball when the child is 6 years old. If the child's body contains magic power, the crystal ball will automatically draw a small amount of magic power from the child's body and release a miniature spell. Children who successfully unleash magic are considered to possess magical talent, thus qualifying them to study at magic academies. This conjecture has now become a consensus across the continent. That's it? I thought there would be some speculation about increasing children's magical perception. Fang Cheng thought to himself, but at least he finally understood what magical perception awakening was all about. Suddenly, a soft body gently bumped into Fang Cheng's right arm. It turned out that Saya, who had been sitting obediently next to Fang Cheng, had quietly closed her eyes at some point. Big brother, Saya, feels a little sleepy. Feeling her little head bump against his arm, the little one woke up a bit and said softly with her half-open, sleepy eyes, I'm sorry, Saya, you were so engrossed in your book, big brother, Fang Cheng said softly, then opened his arm to embrace the little one's head, letting her rest against his chest. Saya, lean against your big brother and fall asleep first. After your big brother finishes reading 2 more books, we'll. Fang Cheng said softly, but before he could finish, he suddenly shut his mouth. The little guy looked like he had fallen asleep because he was too tired. He nestled in Fang Cheng's arms like a docile kitten. He closed his pure and innocent eyes, his small, fluffy, cute silver cat ears were half covered, and his small, half-pursed mouth and delicate little nose emitted a slow, peaceful breathing sound. Looking at the little guy's adorable sleeping face, Fang Cheng's eyes were filled with tenderness. He then carefully turned his body to make the little guy more comfortable. Then Fang Cheng carefully picked up the remaining books and gently flipped through them. The 13 Forms of Swordsman Training? A swordsman is another general term for a warrior, referring to someone without magical talent who chooses to train their physical body, practice martial arts and weapons, thereby gaining immense physical strength. These individuals primarily use swords as their weapons, hence the name swordsman. Fang Cheng flipped through the book, gaining some understanding of professions other than mages. Those who could become ranked swordsmen were all people with great perseverance, consistently training their bodies. The book then discussed techniques for effectively training the body and how to combine suitable magical beast diets to increase bone and muscle strength, etc. Fang Cheng wasn't particularly interested. He doesn't like this kind of strenuous exercise. Then turned to the next book, The Types of Warcraft. Put down the book. Feeling that it was almost time, Fang Cheng turned his gaze to Saya, who was sleeping nestled in his arms. With her cute, slightly chubby little face, some loose silver hair, and trembling, long eyelashes, Fang Cheng couldn't get enough of looking at this adorable little sleeping beauty. Saya, it's time to wake up. We should go. Fang Cheng gently shook the little one's arm in his arms and said softly. The little one was very sensitive. As soon as Fang Cheng finished speaking, the little one's eyelashes trembled, and the slender little hand rubbed the eyes. Then the little one opened the eyes and looked at Fang Cheng with slightly dazed eyes. Big brother, are we leaving? Yes, Saya, Fang Cheng said with a smile. The little guy responded softly, but his body remained limp in Fang Cheng's arms, showing no intention of getting up. Oh, this little guy is starting to act cute, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Stretching his somewhat stiff arms, Fang Cheng picked up the little one in his arms, stood up, and prepared to go back. Fang Cheng walked out of the library under the same astonished gaze of the librarian. As Fang Cheng carried Saya down the street, he still attracted a lot of attention. Fang Cheng was used to it, since he felt that both he and the little one he was holding were good-looking enough to attract attention. Big brother, why are so many people looking at us? The little guy hugged Fang Cheng's neck, his head shyly buried in Fang Cheng's shoulder as he asked softly. Maybe it's because the older brother's black hair and Seo's silver hair are too eye-catching. Fang Cheng felt that he couldn't directly tell the little girl that she was too good-looking, for fear that she would become arrogant at such a young age. Conspicuous? The little guy asked, puzzled. Saya, what can you see in the sky? The sun, the little guy's voice became clear and crisp. Yes, Saya, when we look up at the sky, the first thing we see is the sun, not the clouds. The sun is the most prominent thing in the sky. Fang Cheng paused, then looked around before continuing. Do you remember the lady we met at the library? Yes. This is the first time Saya has seen a big sister with long ears. The little one seemed to perk up and answered in a clear voice. Didn't Saya also notice that older sister's long ears at first glance? The little guy blushed. Long ears on that older sister just mean they're noticeable. Fang Cheng wasn't sure if this explanation was correct, but he felt he needed to give more examples to help the child understand the word better when asking the question. Aren't Saya's ears also very noticeable? The little guy asked. Saya is really smart, she learned to use that word right away, Fang Cheng said with certainty. Saya's voice lowered as if she remembered something. Does Saya like the sun? I like it, the little guy replied. Big brother also likes the sun, and he also likes that sister's long ears, and he likes Saya's little ears even more. Fang Cheng hugged the little guy tightly and said gently. The little guy replied shyly, pursing his lips. With some time still to go before sunset, Fang Cheng tried his best to explore as many unfamiliar places as possible and get acquainted with the environment of this strange city. However, Soto City looks very large. Looking at the map, it is divided into several areas. It is clear that even a week would not be enough to explore the entire city center on foot. They came out of a simply decorated restaurant again, with Saya holding 2 pieces of white bread, which cost 50 copper coins. It seemed that bread was the staple food here. After visiting several restaurants, Fang Cheng was hoping to find some stir-fried dishes with a taste of his hometown. Unfortunately, this restaurant didn't even have the cream bread from the McDonald's restaurant he had visited that morning. It seemed that the role of food for the people of this city was still limited to filling their stomachs, with no innovation. Of course, this was just Fang Cheng's own guess. Big brother, this is very expensive. Did you spend all the money your sister gave you? The little guy was much more cheerful now, blinking his eyes as he spoke. Saya, how did you know? Fang Cheng asked, smiling at the little guy. Because Saya and her sister only had to pay Uncle Walker 4 copper coins for the crispy cookies they ate, Saya said, sounding like a little adult. Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised that such a young child would already notice these things. However, on the other hand, Fang Cheng was a little puzzled. If Shaylin was a magician, their lives should not be so impoverished that they could only eat crunchy sweet cookies worth 2 copper coins with no nutritional value. Magicians sounded like a profession where it was easy to make money. What should we do then? How about I ask your older sister for some more money? Fang Cheng teased the little guy. No, big sister works very hard. Saya will give the money she earns to big brother later. A serious look appeared in the little girl's bright blue eyes. Then she continued, Saya will study math diligently. Teacher Yuri said that even if I can't become a magician, I can still work and earn money if I study math well. Saya is really amazing, Fang Cheng said, feeling embarrassed to tease the little girl any longer, seeing Saya's earnest and sensible expression. He then asked, Saya, what does your big sister do for a living? Big sister is a magician. She meditates while Saya is sleeping at night, so she works very hard, the little one replied earnestly. It seemed that Saya didn't know her sister's specific job either. Fang Cheng didn't press the little guy further, thinking that he would naturally find out in time. Big brother, are you tired? Do you want to put Seo down and walk by herself? They were almost at their lodgings. Perhaps the little guy's morning grumpiness had subsided, and he was actually a little embarrassed to be hanging on Fang Cheng for so long, so he said, Saya isn't heavy, big brother won't be tired. But Saya has rested for so long, she really should be able to walk on her own now. Fang Cheng replied with a smile, squatting down to put Saya down so she could walk on her own. Big brother, we're almost there. Saya seemed very happy, hopping around on her little feet. The door is open. Big sister is back earlier than usual today. Saya exclaimed with a hint of surprise and delight, then quickly ran towards her residence. Fang Cheng smiled as he looked at Saya. From afar, the sight of the little girl running towards the open iron gate in the alley brought him a warm and special feeling he had never experienced before. Fang Cheng quickly followed and walked in. He saw the little guy holding Shalin and chattering away. Shalin was still gently stroking the little guy's head. Fang Cheng noticed that Shalin was not touching Shaye's ears. Big sister, you're back early today, the little guy said excitedly, burying himself in the girl's body. Because my sister misses Saya. Saya lowered her head and stroked the little guy's head. Fang Cheng wondered if it was just his imagination, but he actually saw a layer of mist in the girl's gentle eyes. Fang Cheng had a bad feeling. I miss you so much, big sister. Big brother took me to so many places today and even brought you some cream bread, the little guy said excitedly. Really? Did you have fun today, Saya? The girl asked gently, seemingly unaware that Saya had mentioned the cream bread. The little guy nodded vigorously. Does Saya like big brother? The girl continued gently. I like it. Big sister. The little guy realized what was happening and asked shyly in a low voice. The girl gently rubbed Saya's head without saying a word. Just then, a cool breeze blew into the room, lifting the hem of Shaylin's light blue skirt. Then, the thunderous sound of horses' hooves suddenly rang out from afar, growing louder and louder. The sound of hooves pounding on the stone slabs echoed in the slightly narrow alley, making it deafening. Then a deep, resonant male voice rang out, the princess should be around here. Go down and inquire further, but be careful not to disturb her. Yes, another voice rang out. But inwardly, he was thinking, boss, we're making such a racket, we shouldn't disturb them. At this moment, the three people inside the house naturally heard the commotion outside. Fang Cheng then noticed that the girl's expression changed slightly, and her delicate and gentle face suddenly turned somewhat ugly. The girl turned her head and gazed at the young man in front of her. Seeing his fair and handsome face, clear and pure black eyes, smiling eyes, and a gentle smile on his lips, the girl took a deep breath. For a moment, she, who was usually at ease in all kinds of situations, did not know how to speak. Miss Shaylin, I'm back. Fang Cheng thought about how Shaylin had greeted him the same way before, so he spoke first. After a moment's hesitation, the girl forced a smile and said, Welcome back, Mr. Fang Cheng. Her voice remained gentle. However, Fang Cheng clearly sensed a slight tremor in the girl's gentle voice. Is the sound outside looking for Miss Shaylin? Fang Cheng asked. The girl nodded. Big sister. Little Seo looked up at Shaylin blankly, somewhat bewildered. Shaylin hugged Seo tightly. I'll take good care of Saya, I swear on my life. Besides, I have nowhere else to go, and you've already welcomed me back, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Time is a bit rushed. I was originally thinking that if Mr. Fang Cheng is leaving, I would ask you to take care of Saya with Ms. Yuri. Miss Shaylin trusts me that much. Seeing how much Saya likes you, and hearing Mr. Fang Cheng's story yesterday, I believe he is indeed very good at taking care of children. Besides, this gem of mine has the ability to detect minds. As she spoke, the girl slowly regained her gentle demeanor, then removed a small, fingernail-sized, ice blue gemstone necklace from her long, fair neck. Saya held the necklace, softly murmuring to it. Then, under Saya's blank and bewildered gaze, the girl put the necklace around the little guy's neck, and the necklace seemed to automatically shrink to fit the little guy perfectly. Saya, be good. Your big sister will come to pick you up soon. Be a good girl and listen to your big brother. The girl squatted down and hugged the little one tightly, whispering softly, at most a year, your big sister will come to pick you up. The girl held Saya's hand as she spoke, and finally her eyes flashed with determination. Seeing this, Fang Cheng couldn't bear it any longer and asked, Is it impossible to take Saya with you now? The girl shook her head, just about to say something. Then, footsteps sounded outside the door. Princess? It's Princess. Your Highness. His Majesty the King has ordered that you be escorted back immediately. Outside the door, a middle-aged man in knight's armor and cloak, with an imposing presence, spotted Shaylin and immediately knelt down to greet her, speaking loudly. Slide, clang. The sound of boots scraping against the stone pavement was followed by the clanging of heavy armor. Behind the middle-aged man, a group of armored soldiers knelt in salute. His Majesty the King commands that your Highness must return immediately. The air suddenly became quiet. After a long while, a girl's voice rang out. I see you don't take me, the princess, seriously at all. My father really thinks highly of me, even sending General Alex here." The girl stood up, sneered, and narrowed her eyes. At this moment, there was no trace of her gentle and graceful temperament, only coldness. Fang Cheng even felt that the non-existent water mist in the air seemed to freeze into ice. "Your subordinate dares not. Please, your highness, do not disobey the king's orders," the leading middle-aged man said, bowing his head. "Princess, please forgive us. We beg your highness not to disobey the king's orders," the soldiers behind the man said in unison. "Princess, please come back with me. The king has been waiting for you for a long time." A hoarse voice rang out, and just then, an old woman with a cane, dressed in a simple black crescent-shaped robe, walked in. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Shaylin raised her eyebrows, somewhat surprised, but her tone remained indifferent. "My beloved disciple has been away for so long, so naturally I want to see if he is doing well. Please come back with me as soon as possible, princess." "This is not a place for you to stay," the old woman said in a hoarse voice. The old woman's gaze lingered on the girl for a moment, then on Fang Cheng, before finally looking at Saya, who was staring blankly at Shaylin. "This must be the little princess. She looks just like her mother." A hoarse voice rang out. The old woman stared at the little one's head, then sighed, "If only. Since you've come, teacher, it seems we have no choice but to leave." "In that case, let's set off immediately," the girl interrupted the old woman when she noticed her gaze falling on Saya, speaking in a cold voice. As she spoke, a soft, icy blue light suddenly burst forth from the girl's hand, stroking the bewildered Saya's head. "Big sister." The little one stared blankly at the light emanating from the girl's palm, a faint voice escaping its lips. Then, enveloped in the icy blue light, it slowly closed its eyes and drifted off to sleep. The girl turned her back to the old woman, the coldness in her eyes disappeared, and she looked at Fang Cheng, gently presenting Saya to him. Fang Cheng looked at the girl before him and slowly took Xiao Shay into his arms. At this moment, the girl's eyes seemed to speak, her icy blue eyes staring at Fang Cheng. In her eyes, Fang Cheng saw reluctance, pleading, entreaty, even begging, as well as strength, all of which was gone, along with the coldness that had been there before. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of Saya," Fang Cheng said solemnly. Your aura is surprisingly pure, but it's strange that you don't have a trace of magical element in you," the old woman said in a slightly surprised, hoarse voice. "Haha, maybe it's because I'm quite clean," Fang Cheng said, scratching his head. "The yang energy hasn't been depleted? That's possible." The old woman nodded, her expression softening considerably. Fang Cheng's face immediately fell black. He didn't know what to say. That wasn't what he meant at all. However, the atmosphere around them eased up considerably in an instant. Shaylin seemed to have calmed down a bit. She glared at Fang Cheng, seemingly annoyed that he had spoken up, but then turned to the old woman and said calmly, "Teacher, my sister is staying here to be taken care of. I wonder if you have any money on you." "This, princess, I came in a hurry and I don't usually need these." The old woman understood what Shaylin meant and seemed a little embarrassed when she saw this situation. "Your Highness, I have some coins here," said the middle-aged man outside the door who had been watching the commotion. He then produced a money bag from somewhere and handed it over. "It seems you've been waiting impatiently for this long," the girl said in a calm voice. I was impolite." The middle-aged man's expression faltered slightly. The girl took the coin pouch, turned around, placed it in Fang Cheng's hand, moved her lips slightly, and looked at Fang Cheng. Finally, her gentle gaze lingered on the unconscious Xiao Shay. "Saya." A moment later, the girl closed her eyes. When she opened them again, Fang Cheng saw a strong and cold gaze in her clear eyes. The girl turned and walked towards the iron gate. Upon reaching the door, the girl paused without turning around. "My name is Sharon Stern. Mr. Fang Cheng, please take good care of my sister. If anything happens to her, I will not let you go, even if you hide at the ends of the earth." Her calm, icy voice rang out. As the girl's voice faded, countless ice crystals suddenly condensed in the surrounding space. They shimmered briefly in the afterglow of the setting sun before shattering into countless tiny ice shards, making a crisp cracking sound. Then they vanished silently, as if they had never existed. However, the sudden drop in temperature in the alleyway told everyone that this was not an illusion. It's unclear whether this was a threat to Fang Cheng or a warning to those around who heard it. "Let's go," the girl said softly. "Yes." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before responding loudly. "Princess, this way please." The middle-aged man bowed slightly and then led the girl to a luxurious and dazzling purple carriage. The carriage was pulled by two exceptionally handsome and majestic white unicorns. The silver-white unicorns had snow-white fur that emitted a silvery glow, and their long, spiraling horns were also exceptionally beautiful, captivating and eye-catching. Then the old woman also got into the carriage. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in knight's armor mounted a noble purple horse, glanced at Fang Cheng, and then looked into the distance. "Let's go!" the middle-aged man shouted. Immediately, the soldiers mounted their blood-red steeds, and amidst the thunderous roar of the galloping horses, the purple, luxurious carriage, adorned with moon and mysterious patterns, carrying the gentle girl in Fang Cheng's eyes, pulled further and further away by two handsome, silver-white unicorns. Fang Cheng, holding Saya in his arms, stood at the door, watching the carriage recede into the distance. After the carriage had been gone for a while, the people living in the alley came out of their houses, and a dozen pairs of eyes watched the carriage from afar, and they started to talk about it. "Hey, did you hear that? I never expected that Miss Shaylin was actually a princess of the kingdom." A man with flaxen hair said to the person next to him. What did you say? I can't hear you." Another young man, dressed sloppily but with unusually bright eyes, exaggeratedly pretended to listen. "Hey Rick, you're not deaf." "You know I'm not deaf. Do I need you to tell me?" "I'm not deaf," the young man named Rick said impatiently. "Hey kid, believe it or not, I'll take this job of scavenging monster dung at the Magic Academy today and you won't be allowed to go tomorrow," the flaxen-haired middle-aged man said angrily. "No, uncle, I was wrong. I wanted to go there to broaden my horizons." Hee, uncle, don't hold it against me. I'm your dearest nephew," the young man hurriedly admitted his mistake and then said ingratiatingly. "Did you see that, uncle? That must be the legendary unicorn. It was glowing. When will I be able to ride it, or even just touch it? That should bring me some good luck, right?" The energetic young man looked on with longing. "Stop dreaming, Rick. You have no magical talent. You should just stay here with your uncle, work hard, earn some money, get married soon, and see if you can have a little kid with magical talent." The middle-aged man patted the young man's shoulder, then sighed, whether out of regret for the injustice of his nephew's commoner background or out of self-pity. "Uncle, can I become a swordsman? I think I just heard Miss Shaylin say that the leader is a general, and his surname is Alex. Could that general be a descendant of that sword saint?" "Kid, stop dreaming. With your strength, a swordsman needs to spend money. We've all been there. I read that book when I was young. We don't have cattle or sheep for you to herd, and we don't have money to buy you monster meat to replenish your body's energy and nutrition." The man paused, then suddenly looked the energetic young man up and down as if he had thought of something. He has some muscle and is old enough, so he could try joining the army. Maybe he'll get an opportunity." The middle-aged man pondered. More people from the commoner district came from afar to join in the fun, and the alley was filled with chatter. If you listened carefully, you could always hear words like magician, monster, beautiful, princess, and noble. Although some people were talking, their attention was constantly focused on the black-haired youth outside the iron gate, who was tightly hugging the demi-human girl and staring blankly into the distance. As the carriage carrying the girl slowly disappeared from Fang Cheng's sight, the slightly noisy discussions around him brought him back to his senses. Looking around, Fang Cheng noticed many curious glances directed at him, but no one approached him. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, hugged the unconscious Saya tightly in his arms, turned and walked into his residence, closing the iron gate behind him. Fang Cheng felt he needed to calm down. Back in his small room, Fang Cheng was about to carefully place Saya on the bed when he noticed two delicate, fair hands unconsciously gripping his clothes tightly. Saya's pale face, still half asleep, showed signs of pain. Her mouth unconsciously uttered weak, panicked murmurs, Oni-sama, Oni-sama, don't you want Saya anymore?" Fang Cheng looked at the little girl in front of him with her brows furrowed and a lack of security. His eyes were full of pity. He sighed, sat on the bed, hugged Saya tightly again, and covered her with the thin quilt, hoping to bring a little warmth to her small body. The little one was held by Fang Cheng, and his small body slowly relaxed, then he began to breathe steadily as if he were asleep. Fang Cheng sat on the bed with his back against the wall, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. Shaylin Stern. Before Fang Cheng returned, he was wondering why the girl, a magician, lived such a frugal life. Her temperament and her status as a magician made her stand out in this commoner area. But when he returned, he was surprised to find that the girl was actually a princess of the kingdom. As expected, I really am the main character. Stern. Fang Cheng recalled the book he had only flipped through a few pages of in the library today, The Founding of the Crescent Kingdom. The first king of the Crescent Kingdom was named Lytton Stern. Sure enough, she was the princess of the kingdom. However, Fang Cheng had no time to think about why the girl was living here, nor could he figure it out. Having just arrived in this world, he possessed neither power nor status. He was currently just a powerless young man. Further investigation revealed that his lack of power could not change the fact that Shaylin had left, leaving Shay behind in his care. Recalling the girl's performance just now, Fang Cheng never expected that a woman who seemed so gentle and mild at first glance could also have such a strong and cold aura as a towering glacier. Recalling the scene just now, Fang Cheng, standing next to the girl, really felt that even space itself had been frozen for a moment. To say he's a novice magician would be a lie. Although Fang Cheng himself doesn't know magic, the way things were just now, the general seemed to respect the girl, and that strange-looking old woman was her teacher? Indeed, you can't trust women too much. However, the only thing Fang Cheng could be sure of was that Princess Shaylin truly believed he had entrusted Shay to her. Perhaps the girl had her own compelling reasons, but Fang Cheng had no doubt that Shay held a place in the girl's heart that was more important than life itself. A year. Fang Cheng murmured. He could sense the deep reluctance and resolute emotion in every word the girl said to Saya, as well as the pleading and even entreaty in her eyes. Looking at the sleeping little one in his arms and feeling the warm weight in his embrace, Fang Cheng had a special feeling for a moment. This feeling was very special and indescribable. It was something Fang Cheng had never experienced before. It was like having a relative, like having a younger sister, and it also reminded him of the students he used to work with. In any case, I must take good care of her. Fang Cheng felt a pang of heartache at the thought of the adorable little one waking up and being heartbroken to find his sister gone. Sigh. After his thoughts drifted for a while, Fang Cheng suddenly remembered something. Xiao Ling? Fang Cheng murmured to himself. Yes, master? A clear child's voice rang in his mind. What level of mage was that old woman just now? Fang Cheng asked. What Xiao Ling doesn't know is that Xiao Ling is just a system voice assistant to help the master with the use. Didn't the master get a detection skill in the newbie gift pack? I suggest you try it next time. How do I use it? Fang Cheng suddenly remembered that he had obtained a detection skill from the newbie gift pack. However, it hadn't even been a day yet, and he hadn't gotten used to the existence of the system. He had almost forgotten that he had such a skill. Master, just silently say use in your mind, Xiao Ling replied. Fang Cheng looked at the system panel and explained that the detection, basic, function could specifically detect the target status of young children. What? It can only detect the target status of young children. Fang Cheng was speechless after seeing the brief introduction of this skill. Well, this skill lives up to the name of the system. Master, this is just a basic skill. You can upgrade it later to detect more advanced targets, Xiao Ling said. You need to complete the mission, right? Yes, master, so hurry up and do your best. After completing the mission, you can become stronger as soon as possible so that you can protect that little loli. Thanks for reminding me, Xiao Ling, but I have no choice. Fang Cheng didn't know why the system assistant kept reminding him to complete the task, but what she said was true. He remembered that before Shaylin left, she looked at him and her mouth moved silently. Judging from her lip movements, was she telling him to leave? Or was it something else? Shaking his head, Fang Cheng decided not to think about it too much for now. Even if he left now, it would be of no use. If someone really wanted to find him or Saya, it would be easy for them. Moreover, the princess of the kingdom had just left, and her influence was still there. Fang Cheng shook his head, unable to guess or figure out the reason. Looking down at Saya, who was clutching his clothes tightly in his arms, Fang Cheng silently recited a command and activated his detection skill. Then Fang Cheng saw a string of words appear on the panel in front of him. Name, Saya. Age, 4 years, 5 months and 13 days. Weight, 14.3 kilograms. Height, 99 centimeters. Status, sleeping. Magic element, 65/100. Magic points, 0. Elemental affinity, 80/100, excellent. After reviewing the series of data and combining it with Xiaoling's explanation, Fang Cheng understood. Magic element refers to the magical element contained in the body. 100 is the critical value. When the critical value of 100 is reached, the magical element will be transformed into magic power. When the body has magic power, it can have the ability to release magic. As for elemental affinity, it refers to magical talent. The higher the elemental affinity, the faster one can absorb magical elements and convert them into the body's source magic power more quickly. Source magic power refers to the first wisp of magic power transformed from the magical elements within a child's body. In other words, with this skill, one can tell at a glance whether a child has magical talent. That's how it is, Xiao Ling's crisp voice rang out. Fang Cheng then looked at the system panel and opened the task page. There was still that same single task occupying only one line. Task, open your own kindergarten. The host only needs to provide the site, and the system will build it for free according to the host's requirements. Task remaining time, 23 hours per day. Rewards for successful mission, magic seed, 100 exchange points. If the task fails, the system will unbind and erase the relevant system memory. Clicking on the adjacent store page reveals a large message, store not open. Alright, Fang Cheng rubbed his head. Whether for his own sake or for Saya's, he had to complete the mission as soon as possible. After a day of events, Fang Cheng was quite tired. Looking down at Saya in his arms, at her sleeping face after finally relaxing, Fang Cheng couldn't bear to make any movement to disturb the little one. He held Saya and leaned against the wall, his eyes half closed as he fell asleep. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Fang Cheng vaguely heard intermittent, low sobbing sounds in his ears. Fang Cheng groggily opened his eyes, and the sound of sobbing beside him became clearer, instantly waking him up. It was already late at night, and the only light in the cramped room came from the twinkling moon and stars in the night sky, filtering through the half-drawn curtains and rough cloth covering the window. Fang Cheng looked into his arms. The little guy was already awake. In the dim light, he could see that the little guy's shiny silver ears were trembling slightly from crying. The little one huddled tightly in Fang Cheng's arms, its weak sobs sounding like the low whimpers of a poor, helpless kitten huddled in a dark corner on the street. Tears had already soaked through Fang Cheng's cotton linen clothes, leaving a damp and slightly cool feeling on his chest, which made Fang Cheng's heart ache. To Fang Cheng's surprise, the little one didn't cry loudly, but only sobbed softly. The more he did this, the more heartbroken Fang Cheng felt, and he was also a little at a loss, wondering how to comfort the sad and helpless little one in front of him. Saya, Fang Cheng hugged Saya tightly in his arms, gently stroking the little one's head with one hand, and said, "It's okay, big brother is here." The little one in my arms buried his head tightly, his tiny body trembling even more violently as if suppressing his sobs. "It's okay, big brother will always stay with Saya." Fang Cheng gently patted the little guy's back with his left hand. "Saya, it's okay to cry out loud when you're sad." "Saya," Fang Cheng murmured to the little guy. "Let's wait for big brother to come back together, okay?" Fang Cheng whispered to the little one in his arms, his head bowed. It seemed that these words touched Saya. Fang Cheng immediately felt the little one in his arms nod, and then the little one's soft sobs burst into loud wails. "Wah! Sister, master, wah, wah!" The little one cried sadly, calling out, "Master, sister," from time to time. Fang Cheng gently patted the little guy's back, letting him cry freely. He felt a little relieved. As long as the little guy was willing to cry and release his emotions, it was a good sign. The little guy burst into tears, while Fang Cheng gently stroked his silver hair. After a long while, Saya, who was crying loudly in his arms, gradually weakened and finally stopped crying. The quiet of the night made the small room quiet as well. A long time. Suddenly, the sound of a little one sniffling rang out. Then Fang Cheng noticed that the little guy in his arms tilted his head and rubbed against his clothes before lifting his head up. Under the faint, cool moonlight, you could see that the little one's bright blue eyes were filled with crystal-clear tears, and his tender little face was streaked with tears and snot. "Saya, let's make a pinky promise. Big brother will wait with you for big sister to come back," Fang Cheng said gently, then held out a hand to the little girl, spreading his little finger. The little guy's voice was barely audible, and slightly hoarse. Then the little guy raised his little hand and placed his little finger on Fang Cheng's little finger. "We made a pinky promise that it will last for 100 years and will never change. Big brother will definitely stay with Saya and wait for big sister to come back. If you lie, big brother will turn into an ugly little pig." Fang Cheng hooked the little guy's finger and shook it while speaking in a serious tone. The little one responded softly. It was clear that the little one was still feeling down, but there was nothing that could be done. Having always relied on her older sister, the sadness she felt because of her sister's departure needed time to heal. It was already unexpected that the little guy could calmly listen to Fang Cheng's words and soothe his emotions after Shaylin left. "Saya's face is all messed up from crying, shall we go wash it off?" Fang Cheng said, touching the little one's forehead. The little guy nodded. Fang Cheng carried the little one out of bed and first turned on the crystal lamp that Say had given him on the table. The room lit up with a pale blue light, brightening the view. Stepping on his shoes, Fang Cheng gently opened the door and carried Saya to the bathroom. However, once he got to the restroom, Fang Cheng was immediately troubled there was no hot water. "Saya, is there hot water here?" Fang Cheng asked the little one he was holding. The little guy shook his head. "What happened when Saya took a bath before? Big sister touched it in the water, and then swam away, gurgle, summoned, and the water got warm," Saya said in a broken and somewhat hoarse voice. In the middle of her sentence, the little girl herself seemed not to understand, and tilted her cute little head. However, it was clear that Fang Cheng guessed that Shaylin was using magic that Fang Cheng was unaware of to make things easier for herself, so there had never been any equipment prepared to heat water here. Although it's summer here and the temperature isn't low, it's fine for adults, but it's already late at night, and Fang Cheng is worried that the little one might catch a cold if he washes him directly with water. This is the only way. Fang Cheng originally wanted Saya to come by herself, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. Putting aside whether Saya would be able to do it or not, Fang Cheng estimated that he couldn't let Saya out of his sight for even a moment because she was currently insecure. "Saya, big brother is going to give you a bath now," Fang Cheng said to Saya. Zayasha nodded. "Okay." Fang Cheng put Saya down from his arms, filled the pool with water, and took a clean towel to wet it. "Then I wrung out the towel and gently wiped the little guy's tear-stained face." After washing the towel, Fang Cheng took a deep breath, and then, with lightning speed, took off the little guy's clothes. He then quickly wiped the little guy's body with the towel, and then, with thunderous force, found a set of clothes he had bought today from the system inventory and dressed the little guy in them. The entire operation was performed smoothly and seamlessly. Fang Cheng felt that it probably took him less than a minute. Don't ask why he was so skilled. Saya looked up at Fang Cheng blankly. Saya, don't tell anyone about your big brother's magic tricks, okay? Fang Cheng said to Saya with a smile. He was referring to taking the clothes out of the system inventory. He had made that promise to Saya before when he took the little girl shopping and found a secluded spot to put the clothes into the system inventory. Saya nodded blankly. Could you wait outside for your older brother? He needs to wash up first, Fang Cheng said. The little guy didn't respond, his azure eyes were fixed intently on Fang Cheng. Saya, close your eyes, big brother will show you another magic trick. This time, the little guy obediently closed his eyes. You should cover it with your hands. Seeing the little guy covering his eyes with his hands, Fang Cheng quickly took off his clothes, rinsed himself off with water, dried himself off with a towel, and changed into a new set of clothes in a flash. The whole process took about 10 seconds. 10 seconds of true manhood. Alright, Saya, that's enough. Fang Cheng said to the little one who was covering her eyes with her hands. The little guy put down his hands, opened his eyes, and stared blankly at Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng nodded in satisfaction and then said, Did you notice that big brother looks much more handsome after changing his clothes? Saya's eyes, red and swollen from crying, were filled with confusion. She probably didn't understand what handsome meant. It just means becoming more attractive, Fang Cheng explained gently. The little guy shook his head and didn't say anything. Fortunately, Fang Cheng never felt awkward around children. After washing up, Fang Cheng led Seo to the door of Seo's room. The door was still the same wooden door I saw yesterday, still with the old-fashioned door bolt, but it wasn't in place. Fang Cheng gently pushed it open, and a faint, unique fragrance, characteristic of a young girl's room, wafted out. It smelled just as good as Saya's scent, yet with a slight difference. Turning on the light, the room was surprisingly simply furnished, a large wooden bed with a light blue quilt neatly laid out, a large wardrobe, a wooden table, and 2 low stools, that was all. There seemed to be some daily necessities on the table. I felt the little guy's hand tighten. It's alright, Saya, your big sister will definitely pick you up, Fang Cheng comforted her, then took Saya's hand and led her into the room. Are you hungry, Saya? The little guy nodded. Fang Cheng set the little guy on a small stool and took out the cream bread from his system inventory and handed it to Saya. The little one silently took it, then broke the cream bread in half with her 2 soft, white hands and handed the other half to Fang Cheng. Big brother, eat. Okay, Saya, let's eat together. We need to be full to have energy, Fang Cheng said, taking the bread and looking at Saya. Zayasha said, lowering her head and slowly eating her bread in small bites, occasionally letting a tear fall. Fang Cheng still remembered the happy look on the little girl's face when he said he wanted to save the cream bread for Shaylin at that McDonald's restaurant today, and he sighed inwardly. Looking at the little guy's adorable appearance, Fang Cheng ate his bread, gazed at the moon shining through the window, hoping that tomorrow would come quickly so he could take the little guy out for a walk and distract him from his worries. Seeing that the little one was almost finished eating, Fang Cheng stood up and said, Saya, big brother will pour you some water. The little guy nodded, stood up, and followed Fang Cheng, holding his hand with one hand and stuffing the last small piece of bread into his mouth with the other, making his cheeks bulge out. Fang Cheng patted the little guy's head, worried that he might choke if he walked too fast. He walked carefully, found a cute little water cup on the wooden table, and filled it with some water. The little guy took the small cup, gulped down 2 small sips, and handed it to Fang Cheng. Finally, Fang Cheng used a towel to wipe the little guy's mouth and hands. Does Saya want to sleep? Saya still can't sleep, the little guy said softly in a hoarse voice, looking up at Fang Cheng. That's true. Saya slept for a long time today too. She slept in the library during the day and just now she slept for half the night. Fang Cheng said to himself. But Saya, it's still too late. You won't be energetic tomorrow if you don't go to sleep. Fang Cheng said to the little girl as if to tell her something, and then added, Big brother will tell Saya a different story later, and then we'll go to sleep, okay? Big brother has things to do with Saya tomorrow. The little guy looked at Fang Cheng and nodded. Good. Fang Cheng laid Saya on the large bed and covered her with a soft, light blue blanket. He then sat on a stool, trying to recall if there were any suitable stories for hypnosis. Big brother, you come up too, to sleep, Saya said softly, her slightly swollen eyes fixed on Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng thought for a moment. Yes, big brother will sleep with Saya too. Fang Cheng smiled at the little guy. Since Saya had already left, it didn't matter if he slept in her bed at this time. It was all for taking care of little Saya, and Fang Cheng felt that Saya would definitely understand. Fang Cheng then turned off the light, nimbly climbed into bed, and leaned against it. He felt the softness of the wooden bed with the mattress, which was so much more comfortable than the hard wooden bed in the small room. This is the bed that girls used to sleep in. It's definitely more comfortable than the bed I sleep in. As soon as he lay down next to Saya, the little guy grabbed Fang Cheng's clothes with one hand. The story begins now. Fang Cheng gently patted Saya's head and whispered, Then a deep, magnetic voice drifted out. In the far, far north, there was a kingdom. This kingdom was prosperous, and its people lived in peace and happiness. However, the king and queen of this kingdom had a secret worry. Their eldest daughter, Elsa, possessed extraordinary magic. Elsa could easily freeze things and create fantastical and beautiful ice and snow scenes. Anna, the younger sister, loved being with her older sister. But then tragedy struck. One day, Elsa accidentally pointed at her sister, and Anna immediately fell unconscious from the cold, her hair slowly turning the color of snow. To save Anna, the king and queen accepted the old troll's advice. As a result, the younger sister forgot her older sister's abilities, and the older sister, in order to avoid hurting her younger sister again, temporarily distanced herself from her. As they talked, the dimly lit room was filled only with Fang Cheng's gentle voice. Gradually, Fang Cheng noticed his eyelids starting to droop. His body, stiff from dozing off against the wall earlier, lay back on the comfortable bed. Smelling the faint fragrance of the blankets, Fang Cheng could no longer stay awake. Finally, he tucked the blankets around Saya and fell asleep with his eyes closed. The storytelling abruptly stopped. At this moment, the little guy lying next to Fang Cheng stared straight at Fang Cheng, who was already asleep, with his pure eyes in the pitch-black room at night. "Sister, master," Saya murmured. Could it be that she left Saya because she didn't want to hurt her sister, just like Princess Elsa? The little girl, who had been listening intently to the story, thought to herself. After a while, the little girl blinked and sniffed. She suddenly sensed a very comfortable aura emanating from the older boy next to her, so she slowly turned sideways and snuggled into his arms, gently closing her eyes. In the quiet room late at night, only the soft, comforting sound of breathing could be heard. The two people on the bed, one big and one small, were probably having some kind of dream. "Big sister. Big brother, master." A little girl's innocent voice murmured. "Brother. Ha! Who's talking in their sleep?" A clever firefly flitted past the window, heard the sound, and wondered to itself. Early morning, when the first rays of sunlight stream into the room through the gaps in the curtains, Fang Cheng groggily opened his eyes. The soft, fragrant bed made him sleep exceptionally comfortably. Just as Fang Cheng was about to stretch out lazily, he suddenly stopped. Then he felt a soft little body beside him. Fang Cheng blinked, woke up, and turned his head to look. The little one, sleeping soundly on its side, had its arms tightly wrapped around Fang Cheng's arm, its forehead pressed against his shoulder. The little one slept peacefully, its mouth slightly closed, its delicate little nose emitting soft, even breaths that tickled Fang Cheng's shoulder. Its soft, silver hair cascaded lazily, and its adorable cat ears were slightly hidden, perhaps due to its sleep. It truly looked like an adorable sleeping kitten. So cute! Fang Cheng smiled gently at Saya. Did this mean he was no longer all alone? Fang Cheng thought to himself. This was a special feeling that Fang Cheng had never had in his previous life. At this moment, Fang Cheng even felt that Saya's departure was not so unacceptable. Carefully pulling his arm out, Fang Cheng got out of bed, walked to the window, lifted a sliver of the curtain, and peered out with one eye. Although there was morning light, the sky was still slightly hazy, indicating that it was still early, but people were already passing by in the alleyway. "Hurry up, kid. If you don't hurry, they won't let us in the Magic Academy. I finally got this guy, don't let you mess things up again." A middle-aged man's low, scolding voice came from the residence diagonally opposite. "Here we are, uncle. I just need to make sure I'm fully prepared," a young man's energetic voice rang out. "Hey Rex, you're usually so sloppy, why are you dressed so clean today? Don't forget what our job is, cleaning up monster dung, monster dung." The middle-aged man glanced at the young man's new clothes and emphasized angrily. "Never mind that, uncle. Hee, I heard there are many beautiful girls at the Magic Academy. Alright, stop dawdling, you're dreaming again. Grab your things and get going." Interrupting the energetic young man, the middle-aged man quickly ran towards the outside of the alley. "Uncle, wait for me, don't run so fast, uncle." The energetic young man hurriedly picked up a large shovel and shouted as he ran. Fang Cheng lowered the curtain and found it quite interesting. However, this was probably just a microcosm of a corner of this working-class area. People had to get up early and work hard to make a living. Turning around, Fang Cheng prepared to wash up. Unexpectedly, a lazy little figure had already sat up on the bed, its bright, clear, azure eyes staring intently at Fang Cheng. It seems the little guy sensed the movement and woke up when Fang Cheng pulled his arm away. Right now, the little guy is extremely insecure. "Good morning, Saya," Fang Cheng said with a smile. "Good morning, big brother." Saya's hoarse and weak voice rang out. "Brother?" Fang Cheng was shocked, a surge of joy spreading through his body. "Miss Shaylin, you may go now. I will take care of your sister," Fang Cheng thought to himself. "Won't you sleep a little longer, Saya?" Fang Cheng said gently, his expression unchanged. "Saya, I'm not sleepy anymore." The little one had just finished speaking in a low voice when she couldn't help but suddenly open her mouth and yawn adorably. The little one was stunned for a moment, blinked her eyes, and then lowered her head, her cheeks blushing with embarrassment. It's all right, it's still early. Saya, go back to sleep. Your little eyes are still all swollen, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Under the little one's adorable gaze, he walked over, climbed onto the bed, sat next to Saya, hugged the little one, and let the little one's head rest on his lap. Big brother will wake you up when it's time to get up. We're going to lots of places today, Fang Cheng said. The little guy nodded obediently, snuggled closer to Fang Cheng, and closed his eyes. Covering the little one with a blanket, Fang Cheng gently stroked the little one's soft hair, and soon the little one fell asleep with steady breathing. Fang Cheng then leaned back on the bed and pretended to doze off, calling out to Xiao Ling in his mind, Xiao Ling, do you have any suggestions, such as where would be a good place to build a kindergarten? Speaking of which, since the last time he mentioned Xiao Ling, the system voice assistant had not spoken to Fang Cheng on its own. Little Ling doesn't know this either, master, please do your best. A childish voice quickly echoed in my mind. All right. Fang Cheng was speechless. He guessed that Xiao Ling would only be able to answer questions about system usage. Fang Cheng pondered. About an hour later, realizing it was almost time, Fang Cheng woke up Saya. Saya, it's time to get up, Fang Cheng said gently, patting Saya's head. The little guy responded, sat up, rubbed his eyes with his little hands, and then stared at Fang Cheng with his hazy blue eyes, unwilling to take his eyes off Fang Cheng for a moment, as if waiting for Fang Cheng's next instruction. Seeing the affection in the little guy's eyes, Fang Cheng patted his head. Let's go wash up first. Afterwards, Fang Cheng led the little guy to rinse his mouth, wash his face, drink water, and take out yesterday's white bread from the system inventory as today's breakfast. After eating the white bread and wiping Saya's mouth, Fang Cheng said to Saya, Saya, we might not be coming back today. Don't worry, your sister will find us, Fang Cheng said gently. The little guy looked at Fang Cheng and nodded his head. Okay, wait a little longer, big brother will comb your hair again. Because she was sleeping, the little one's hair was a bit messy. Although it didn't affect her cuteness, it wasn't a good look for her to go out. Fang Cheng didn't want others to see Saya looking like she hadn't been well taken care of. Fang Cheng picked up a wooden comb from the wooden table, first smoothing the little guy's hair with his hands, then gently combing it smooth with the comb. Throughout the process, Fang Cheng carefully avoided touching the little guy's cute cat ears. Saya's silver hair wasn't particularly long, just shoulder length. Fang Cheng had originally wanted to braid Saya's hair into a cute braid, but he couldn't find a hairband on the table. After combing his hair, Fang Cheng then looked the little guy over and examined him. The little dress I put on yesterday is a bit wrinkled from sleeping in it, Fang Cheng murmured softly. So he quickly took out a new dress from the system inventory and dressed Saya in it, along with some little shoes. At this moment, the little one was dressed in a neat and petite black Gothic Lolita-style dress, which contrasted sharply with her beautiful silver hair, highlighting a special style. Her delicate and tender face, long and curved eyelashes, and pure blue eyes left Fang Cheng somewhat stunned. Saya looks especially beautiful today, like a little princess, Fang Cheng said gently. The little one blushed and blinked. Looking at the little guy's shy face, Fang Cheng thought to himself, I almost cracked. Luckily I'm not a tough guy, otherwise I really would have cracked. However, the little one dressed in a black Gothic Lolita-style dress and wearing shiny black shoes was indeed adorable and charming. Then let's set off, Fang Cheng said to the little guy in an encouraging tone. The little guy nodded and tugged at Fang Cheng's clothes with his little hand. Looking at the room where he had slept for a night, Fang Cheng pondered for a moment, then touched each item in the room one by one, putting the large bed, wardrobe, wooden table, and other items into the system inventory. Anyway, according to Xiaoling, the system inventory has 1,000 slots, and now is the perfect time to use them. Fang Cheng then swept everything in the bathroom into the inventory list, including the water tank. After checking both rooms again to make sure nothing was left behind, Fang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. The little guy, who had been tugging at Fang Cheng's clothes and following behind him, was still amazed even though it wasn't the first time he had seen Fang Cheng make things suddenly disappear. His azure eyes were filled with curiosity and surprise. Saya, big brother has hidden all these things. It's a secret, okay? You can't tell anyone. Fang Cheng said solemnly in a low voice, stroking the little guy's hair. Big brother. The little guy nodded his head heavily and said, good. After locking the iron gate, Fang Cheng took one last look. Although it had only been 2 days, he had already developed a special affection for this little place. The owner of this place had taken in Fang Cheng when he was unconscious upon arriving in this world, and it was also where Fang Cheng met Seo and Shaylin. This residence was the starting point for Fang Cheng's arrival in this world, and it could be considered a new beginning and a new home for his soul. Or perhaps Fang Cheng is simply a sentimental person. Let's go, Saya. The little guy also looked at the iron gate, nodded, and turned his downcast gaze to Fang Cheng, his eyes filled with dependence. Hey, do you want a hug, Saya? Fang Cheng asked with a smile, noticing the little guy's eyes. The little guy nodded, stood on tiptoe, and looked at Fang Cheng with his arms outstretched. Fang Cheng squatted down, picked up the little guy, and prepared to begin today's task. "Young man, where are you going?" After walking a few steps, a familiar middle-aged man's voice rang out from not far away. Fang Cheng turned his head and saw Uncle Walker walking towards him. "Good morning, Uncle Walker." As he got closer, Fang Cheng greeted the man with a smile. "The young man has become much more handsome. Oh, and there's Saya too, she really looks like a little princess." The man noticed the little guy in his new clothes, paused for a moment, and exclaimed in amazement. "Uncle Walker is still as tall and imposing as ever," Fang Cheng said with a smile. "Haha, you little rascal, I heard about what happened yesterday too. I came to see Saya and you. Looks like you had this planned all along." Walker grinned and then patted Fang Cheng on the shoulder. "Yes, I do have some ideas," Fang Cheng said. "Uncle Walker, let's talk as we walk. I'd like to buy some crisp cookies from your restaurant." "No problem, I won't charge you, kid." Uncle Walker seemed quite pleased. "I never expected this. I knew Miss Shaylin's identity was extraordinary, but I didn't realize she was a princess of the kingdom. But does that mean Saya is really the little princess?" Uncle Walker said, a hint of doubt in his voice. He glanced at the little one who had been burying her face in Fang Cheng's neck, remaining silent. Uncle Walker, do you know when Miss Shaylin arrived here?" Fang Cheng asked. "Well," Walker hesitated for a moment, "about a year ago. I only remember that a woman with a unique and beautiful temperament suddenly moved into our working-class neighborhood, with a little girl. When I first saw Miss Shaylin, her face was unusually pale, as if she had been injured. At that time, some idle young men in our area, seeing Miss Shaylin's beauty, got carried away and prepared to strike up a conversation. At that time, I saw Miss Shaylin surrounded by several young men from afar. As a result, Miss Shaylin just waved her hand, and many scorching hot fireballs suddenly rose into the air around her. They were so scared that those guys didn't dare to come any closer. Ever since that incident, I don't know if those young men were traumatized by Miss Shaylin or what, but they all left the slum that day saying they were going out to make their way in the world, and they haven't come back since. And ever since then, everyone in this area has known that Miss Shaylin is a fire magic user. We used to think that magicians were all arrogant and looked down on ordinary people, but we never expected that Miss Shaylin would be so approachable," Uncle Walker said as he recalled. Later, people in our working-class neighborhood started to gossip and speculate about Miss Sharon's identity and why she was living in this poor working-class neighborhood with a little girl. I initially thought Miss Shaylin wouldn't stay long, but as time passed 10 days, a month, 2 months, I gradually got used to it. Miss Shaylin would greet people politely, and we got along quite well. After that, no one talked about it anymore. They only knew that Miss Shaylin was a fire mage. Normally, no one dared to approach her. I never imagined that a year would pass. Is that so? Fang Cheng nodded. "Young man, you're very lucky. As far as I know, you're the first guy to stay at Miss Shaylin's place." Uncle Walker suddenly winked at Fang Cheng. "Uncle Walker, how do you know all this so clearly?" Fang Cheng was speechless as he looked at the man's expression. "We're all men, so we're bound to pay more attention to pretty women," Uncle Walker said, touching his forehead. He suddenly noticed that the little girl Saya, whom Fang Cheng was holding, had slightly bewildered eyes and her ears were perked up as if she was listening intently. He immediately stopped talking. Then Uncle Walker asked, "If Miss Shaylin left, why didn't you take little Shaya with you?" "Yes, I've made an agreement with Miss Shaylin to take care of Saya for a while, and I'll come back to pick her up after Miss Shaylin finishes her business." Fang Cheng nodded and smiled as he glanced at Saya, who was listening intently to their conversation. "Keep it up, young man. I believe you can take good care of Saya, and I also trust Miss Sharon's judgment. The first time I saw you, I felt you were special and that you and little Saya were destined to be together." Noticing the little guy's downcast gaze, Uncle Walker, realizing he had said something inappropriate, scratched his head and laughed heartily. "Don't be shy if you have any difficulties, but you can't bully Saya. I've watched Saya grow up, and I won't let you off easily if you bully her." As he spoke, Uncle Walker's hearty smile suddenly turned into a ferocious expression, and then he even rolled up his sleeves and showed off his solid muscles in front of Fang Cheng. "Don't worry, Uncle Walker." Fang Cheng felt the genuine concern in the man's eyes and said earnestly, "Don't worry, I will definitely protect Saya. If I encounter any difficulties, I won't hesitate to come back and trouble you, Uncle Walker. Don't find me annoying then, Uncle Walker." Uncle Walker patted Fang Cheng's shoulder forcefully. "Come on, I'll go prepare some crispy cookies for you. I don't have anything fancy here, but there's plenty of crispy cookies." Uncle Walker sighed as he finished speaking. "What, 100 shortbread cookies? You're really not holding back with me, kid," Walker said, somewhat surprised. "The key is that 100 crispy sweet cookies are more than you can eat for half a month. Although crispy sweet cookies can be kept for that long, kid, are you going on a long trip?" "No, not really. I have some plans." "Don't worry, Uncle Walker, I'll pay for it," Fang Cheng said with a smile. Come on, kid. A man can't go back on his word. Besides, it won't cost much. I'll get it ready for you. It'll only take half an hour. Uncle Walker waved his hand, indicating that Fang Cheng should find a table to sit at for a while. Fang Cheng found a seat and sat down. Xiao Shay didn't ask to get down while Fang Cheng was holding her, so Fang Cheng just kept holding her like that. If it were the little one before, she might have asked to get down so that Fang Cheng could rest for a while, but now Xiao Shay is very clingy. Big brother, why did you buy so many crispy and sweet cookies? The little guy sat on Fang Cheng's lap, his face buried in Fang Cheng's chest, thinking to himself, but he didn't ask. Alright, here are 100 crisp cookies. Half an hour later, Uncle Walker came down from the restaurant loft carrying a large cloth bag and placed it on the table in front of Fang Cheng. Okay, thank you very much, Uncle Walker. You've really gone to a lot of trouble. With that, Fang Cheng bowed to Walker, picked up the large cloth bag from the table, and walked to the door. Then I'll bother you again next time, Uncle Walker, Fang Cheng said to Walker, who was seeing him off at the door. Just don't ask for 100 crisp cookies again next time. You took out all the stock I had stored up from the past few days. I was thinking I could be lazy today, Walker said, pursing his lips. Haha, let's go then. Fang Cheng walked a few steps away and said to Walker, who was still watching from the door, Uncle Walker, the money is on your counter. Walker stood at the door, staring blankly at the back of the black-haired young man carrying the silver-haired little girl, muttering to himself, I thought I'd have to work for nothing for several days. But his mind was elsewhere, and he felt a little disappointed. As Fang Cheng walked, he secretly put the large cloth bag containing crispy sweet cookies into his system inventory when he passed by a deserted place. As for why Fang Cheng wanted 100 crispy cookies, there wasn't any particular use for them. It was just that he rarely had a system inventory, and Fang Cheng felt that it was always good to stock up on more food. Moreover, crispy cookies weren't hard to swallow if you ate them in small bites. On the contrary, they were quite sweet if you chewed them slowly for a while. He could occasionally take them out for Saya to eat as snacks. In addition, it was also a way to support Uncle Walker's business before leaving, since Uncle Walker had taken such good care of him. Hearing the conversation between the two men when he woke up in the morning, Fang Cheng realized that the common people living here had a hard time making a living. Luckily, Fang Cheng had some coins on him, 500 gold coins from the system's newbie gift pack, plus 10 silver coins and 3 copper coins in the small bag Shaylin had given him, which he hadn't used. Later, the general gave him a money bag containing 50 gold coins. He had spent about 1 gold coin in the past 2 days. That meant Fang Cheng now had nearly 550 gold coins. Fang Cheng walked through the alleys of the civilian district, not encountering many passers-by along the way. He figured that the people here were probably like the 2 people from that morning who had gone out to work early, or perhaps they stayed at home and hadn't come out. Can Saya take me to see Ms. Yuri? Fang Cheng asked after thinking for a moment. The little guy nodded. Following Fang Cheng's instructions, they took a detour, passed through 2 alleys, and walked for a while before arriving at a slightly more spacious road. The surrounding buildings were also a bit larger, not as crowded as the buildings where they had stayed before. However, the buildings were still somewhat old and dilapidated, as was the case in most of these working-class areas. The working-class district is quite large, divided into several smaller areas and streets, which Fang Cheng learned from his conversation with Uncle Shaylin Walker. Teacher Yuri's school is over there. The little guy pointed to a building in front of him. Fang Cheng looked ahead and saw a courtyard on the right side of the road. The gate was open, and he could see that the building inside was just a low, wide, single-story flat-roofed house, covering an area of about 200 square meters. Despite being called a school, Fang Cheng found it to be more like a private residence, as there wasn't even a school sign in sight. Upon entering the courtyard, there were 2 large trees. One was a tree that Fang Cheng did not recognize, and the other was also a tree that Fang Cheng did not recognize. Sparse small purple fruits were growing high on both trees. The trees looked quite old, with thick trunks. On the slightly thicker trunk of the right tree, a small footprint could be clearly seen on the dry, brown bark. Fang Cheng recognized the footprints. They were clearly children's. Obviously, of the 2 identical trees, the one with the footprints was more popular and played with by these mischievous kids. Suddenly, a small door of the bungalow in front opened, and several children ran out. Come and chase me. A little boy in the lead shouted provocatively as he ran, turning back to shout at the others. He was running quite fast. 3 children were chasing closely behind. Seeing that he was about to be overtaken by the children behind him, immediately afterwards, Fang Cheng saw the little boy swoop down and run to the tree on his own. Like a nimble little monkey, he hugged himself with both hands, jumped up, and skillfully climbed up the tree by stepping on the footprints. Fang Cheng was stunned. He never expected that the young boy in front of him would have such skills. It was really beyond Fang Cheng's expectations. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but send out a basic probe. Name: age 4 years, 8 months, and 20 days. Weight 17.1 kilograms. Height 104 centimeters. Status good emotional state. Magic element 21/100. Magic points 0. Element affinity 31/100. Poor. Looking at the information displayed on the panel, compared to Saya's, the little boy in front of him, according to what Xiaoling had said before, was undoubtedly the type who had no magical talent. According to Fang Cheng's prediction, if nothing unexpected happened, he would not have any magic power in his body until he was 6 years old. After the nimble little boy in the tree steadied himself on a branch, he turned his head to look at Fang Cheng. Just now, when the little boy ran out, he sensed the figure of an adult in the yard, but at that time, the little boy saw that he was about to be caught by his friends and did not have time to pay attention. Now, he looked at Fang Cheng, who was looking at him with curiosity. Meanwhile, the 3 children behind them also noticed that there was an adult in the yard holding a little girl who looked somewhat familiar to them. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" the little boy in the tree asked in a somewhat impatient tone. Fang Cheng was a little surprised. Was this kid really not even 5 years old? That? Is it, Saya? Suddenly, the little boy's gaze shifted and he noticed Saya being held by Fang Cheng. He gripped the tree branch tightly, his eyes fixed on Saya's beautiful clothes. His voice was filled with surprise, and he even stammered a little. If it weren't for the little girl's striking and familiar silver hair and cat ears, the little boy wouldn't have believed that this was the Saya he had seen before. "Leo, you can't be so rude. How many times has the teacher told you?" A slightly stern but gentle female voice came from the doorway. This kid, so he's Leo, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Fang Cheng then looked in the direction of the woman's voice and saw a woman dressed in a simple white dress walking over with a slightly helpless expression on her face. It seemed that the little boy named Leo's behavior just now had given her a headache. The woman seemed to be a little older than Shaylin. Fang Cheng estimated she was around 20 years old. She had a delicate, fair face, bright, clear eyes, and her flaxen hair was tied in a smooth ponytail. She held a book in her hand, and the gentleness between her brows exuded a kind and gentle temperament, making her seem like a qualified educator at first glance. As the woman approached, her gentle gaze first fell on Saya, whom Fang Cheng was holding, before turning to Fang Cheng apologetically, saying, "I'm so sorry, Leo has been a bit naughty. I'll have a good talk with him later. I apologize on his behalf." With that, the woman gave a slight bow. At this moment, the little boy in the tree heard the woman's voice, shut his mouth, darted around with his eyes, and quietly slid down from the tree. "You must be Ms. Yuli. It's alright, they're just kids, you don't need to worry about them. Kids should be lively," Fang Cheng said with a smile to the woman in front of him. The woman seemed to sigh, shaking her head slightly in resignation. Then, she smiled and asked with some doubt, "Did you bring Saya to school? I was thinking that Saya hadn't come for 2 days, and I was planning to go see her later." As she spoke, the woman's gaze shifted to Saya, who was burying her face in Fang Cheng's neck and not looking at her. "Saya, why are you so shy today and not looking at Ms. Yuri? I haven't seen you for 2 days, and Ms. Yuri really wants to see you," the woman called out to Saya in a gentle voice. "Brother." Fang Cheng felt Saya's hand on his shoulder loosen and then tighten, and he heard Saya's murmur in his ear. "It's alright, Saya must miss Yuri-sensei too." Fang Cheng patted Saya's head and squatted down to let her stand on the ground. Saya stood on the ground, her small hand tightly holding Fang Cheng's hand, her body close to Fang Cheng's. Then she turned her small head, slowly raised her head, and looked at the woman. "Saya, you're wearing a beautiful dress today. The teacher is mesmerized," Yuri said gently to Saya. After not seeing her for 2 days, the woman noticed that Saya seemed to have become more shy and timid than usual. In the past, Saya would take the initiative to greet her when she saw her, although her voice was a little timid, but she would never bury her face in the young man's neck like this without looking at her. Considering the new, beautiful clothes Saya was wearing, clothes she'd never seen her wear before, and the unfamiliar yet surprisingly comfortable-looking young man, Yuri guessed that something must have happened to Saya in the past 2 days. Yuri vaguely wondered if the thunderous hoofbeat she'd heard in the distance yesterday could be related to Saya. The little boy looked up at the woman, blinked, and moved his mouth as if he wanted to say something. At this moment, the 4 children next to her also crowded behind the woman. Their little eyes first curiously looked at Fang Cheng, and then their eyes were drawn to Saya, who was wearing a black Gothic Lolita dress and black shoes. For a moment, they were stunned. These children from the working-class neighborhood had never seen such beautiful clothes before. Seeing Saya dressed in such beautiful clothes, so different from the one in their memories, they were all speechless for a moment. The little guy noticed the gazes of his former friends behind teacher Yuli, his mouth moved, but he hesitated and suddenly turned his head to hug Fang Cheng's leg. Fang Cheng wore a somewhat amused expression as he gently stroked Saya's head. Then, with an apologetic expression, she said, "I'm sorry, Miss Yuri. Because Saya's older sister left, the little one is a bit upset. Saya misses you very much too." As soon as Fang Cheng finished speaking, he felt the little guy buried in his lap nod his head. The woman naturally noticed the little one's actions and was amused by his adorable antics. Yuri felt a sense of healing, but then she heard clearly what Fang Chang said. "Ha! Shaylin, how could she leave?" the woman exclaimed in surprise. Her eyes were fixed on Saya, her tone incredulous, as if she couldn't believe that Shaylin would leave without taking Saya with her. "Is that so? The first time I met Shaylin, I felt that she had a very noble and special air about her. I never imagined that Shaylin was actually a princess of this kingdom," the woman said in a gentle, soothing voice. Although her tone was surprised, it was not as incredulous as before. It was as if the woman was not affected by Shaylin's status as a princess. The woman addressed Shaylin directly, indicating that they were close friends. Inside the bungalow, Fang Chang and Yuli were talking, with the little girl sitting on Fang Chang's lap. This is a simple classroom setup. There is a blackboard on the wall with a few neat characters remaining on it. Below it is a small lectern with 3 books on it. Below the lectern are 6 small wooden tables and stools, which look a bit old. Fang Chang sat at a small desk, his gaze drifting towards the door, where 4 children were squatting under a big tree, playing some kind of game. "I think Professor Yuri has a rather special air about her. Could she be a princess from some country?" Fang Chang said gently, his gaze shifting. "Mr. Fang Chang, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I was born and raised here. I wish I were a princess." Yuri turned to look at the black-haired young man beside her, somewhat speechless. "Then why does Ms. Yuri work here? Are there only 6 children here to learn?" Fang Chang asked curiously. "I guess you could say I'm carrying on what my father did. I enjoy this job myself, and I hope it can help those children," Yuri said with a smile, her eyes sparkling. She then looked expectantly at the children under the tree outside the door, who seemed to be making a ruckus. Children with magical talent are ultimately a minority, especially those living in this poor area. Their families are poor, and their parents are mostly ordinary people who haven't received much education. If a child hasn't shown outstanding magical talent by the age of 6, most of them will have to work hard and struggle with their parents in the future. Yuri continued, "There was a little girl who was old enough to be tested but didn't have any magical talent. Her father sent her home to help raise silkworms and she's not coming back anymore. So now, including Saya, there are only 5 children." Fang Chang felt uneasy listening to Yuli's words. She was only 6 years old, too young. "Will Mr. Fang Chang still allow Saya to study here?" Yuri asked, looking at Fang Chang. Fang Chang wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he sensed a hint of expectation and melancholy in Yuri's tone when she asked him the question. Considering the current teaching environment of Yuli, Fang Chang could somewhat empathize with this feeling. Fang Chang turned to look at the woman beside him. Although she was dressed simply, it couldn't hide her slender yet slightly robust figure. Coupled with her delicate and gentle face, by the standards of his previous life, she was a naturally beautiful woman with a virtuous and unique temperament. Fang Chang then had a sudden thought and said, "Teacher Yuli, actually I have a bold idea." Yuri met Fang Chang's gaze. Although her eyes were clear, something felt off. She instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, but she was still drawn to what Fang Chang was saying and asked with a hint of curiosity, "A bold idea?" Teacher Yuri teaches these children arithmetic, literacy, and to recognize some animals, magical beasts, and plants, even if these children don't have magical talent in the future. "I believe the knowledge that Teacher Yuri teaches them will be of great help to the children's future," Fang Chang said with a smile. He knew this from glancing at the books on the table on the podium. The 3 books on the table were titled Mainland Elementary Mathematics, New Moon Dictionary, and New Moon Encyclopedia of Knowledge. Yuri paused slightly, looking at Fang Chang's smiling face, her expression turning serious. "Well, I do hope that what I teach them isn't all the knowledge they've learned. After all, if someone has magical talent, all the knowledge, not just about magic, but also ordinary scientific and life knowledge, will be taught by the teachers at the Magic Academy. What I teach won't significantly improve their future." Yuri's tone trailed off with a slight sigh and a hint of bewilderment. Looking at the woman before him, Fang Chang felt a surge of admiration. She truly cared wholeheartedly for the children. "Teacher Yali, you are an excellent teacher. No matter what their future holds, you will always be the most respected teacher in their hearts." Yuri shook her head and sighed, "It's just simple knowledge from books. Anyone who can read a little and is willing to learn can do it just like me. Let's not talk about this anymore." The woman paused, clearly not wanting to continue the topic. "More than that, I'd like to know what Mr. Fang Chang's bold idea is," Yuri said, looking at Fang Chang with even more curiosity than before. After Fang Chang's previous explanation, Yuri understood that the young man in front of her could see the purpose of her school's teaching at a glance. This made her feel more favorable towards Fang Chang, and she even guessed that the idea Fang Chang mentioned might be related to children. "My idea, actually, I want to open a kindergarten." Fang Chang smiled and nodded. "Kindergarten?" Yuri understood the meaning of the word somewhat, but she still didn't quite understand it, since the concept of kindergarten didn't exist in this world. "Yes, it's a place that provides learning and play for children aged 3 to 6. It not only helps more children spend their childhood healthily and happily, but also allows them to learn knowledge and prepare for their future. I call it a kindergarten, Fang Cheng explained. Ha! I didn't expect Mr. Fang Cheng, a young man, to have such thoughts. It's quite rare. Yuri looked at Fang Cheng, somewhat surprised. Then she muttered to herself, kindergarten, that does seem a bit fitting. Mr. Fang Cheng, I am willing to support your idea, but I may not be able to help much. The girl's face turned a little embarrassed as she continued, to open a kindergarten like the one you mentioned, it must require a lot of things and money to prepare, and most of the parents in our working-class neighborhood would not send their children to study here. Those children were able to come here to study because their fathers had put in a lot of effort when the school was first established, and they didn't charge tuition. Also, their parents had some foresight, knowing that more knowledge would be useful for their children's future. Yuri said hesitantly, clearly feeling that although she admired Fang Cheng's idea, it would be very difficult to implement. Well, since Miss Yuri supports my idea, that's enough. I'll figure out the rest slowly. Fang Cheng said with a smile. Yuri looked at the handsome young man with a warm smile in front of her, nodded her head, but in her heart she felt that it was probably not feasible. Over the years, she had grown up in the working-class neighborhood and naturally knew the family situation of the people in this area. Some families even raised their children as future laborers as early as 4 or 5 years old, helping out at home. When working, some parents would even bring their children along, just so they could get 2 more copper coins to buy a crispy cookie. Alright, it's about time, Ms. Yuri. We'll be going now, we still have some places to visit later. Having learned enough, Fang Cheng felt that continuing the conversation would likely result in an awkward silence, as he wasn't particularly good at conversation and didn't have many topics to discuss. He glanced at the door, stood up, and said. Yuri nodded, stood up and saw Fang Cheng to the door. I believe that one day soon, Mr. Fang Cheng will be able to successfully open a kindergarten. Fang Cheng smiled and nodded. Teacher Yuli, then I'll take your kind words. Then she took the hand of Saya, who was already waiting behind Fang Cheng as he got up. As I stepped out of the classroom, the gazes of 4 children playing under the trees outside immediately turned toward me. The children looked at Fang Cheng and Saya with curiosity, doubt, envy, longing, and wonder. Especially when they saw Saya, who was dressed in a beautiful black Gothic Lolita outfit, they seemed to not understand why Saya, whom they hadn't seen for 2 days, had suddenly put on such a beautiful dress that they had never seen before, and why she had become so beautiful and lovely. Their eyes kept looking at Saya's clothes, then at Saya's silver cat ears that were somewhat dazzling in the morning light, and then at Fang Cheng with curiosity. Fang Cheng smiled when he saw the children looking in their direction, and led Saya towards them. Saya looked up at Fang Cheng in confusion. As she got closer to the children, Saya, who had been holding Fang Cheng's hand with one hand, started to hug Fang Cheng's arm with both hands. Are you Saya's friends? Fang Cheng squatted down and looked at the 4 children with a smile. The 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls, were all dressed in what appeared to be cheap cotton and linen clothes, the kind that were standard attire in working-class neighborhoods, and were somewhat worn out. Seeing the tall older brother squat down to talk to them, the little ones were curious and confused, seemingly not expecting Fang Cheng to approach them and ask them questions. Are you Saya's friends? They heard the older boy's question clearly. The children looked at each other, and then 3 of them looked at another boy. It was Leo, the little boy who had been running quite fast and climbing the tree earlier. The little boy named Leo blushed when he saw that all his friends were looking at him. No, my mom said I can't play with Saya. The little boy said, his face flushed, and straightened his back as if he had gained confidence. However, his eyes were looking at the tree next to him, not daring to look at Saya. Listening to what the little boy said, Fang Cheng suddenly lost interest, and his smile faded considerably. He immediately thought of some of the eccentric parents of children in his previous life, even though he knew it had little to do with the children. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng, as if he hadn't heard what Leo said, since it's our first meeting, let me show you a magic trick. As he spoke, Fang Cheng stretched out his hand. Magic? Fang Cheng's words attracted the children's attention, and they looked at him curiously. The little boy named Leo also seemed to have forgotten what he had just said, and stared at Fang Cheng with curiosity. Although they did not understand what magic meant, children are naturally curious about the unknown. Is magic magic? The little boy Leo asked excitedly first, showing great enthusiasm and energy. In his past life, when Fang Cheng was giving public lectures, this kind of student cooperation was exactly what he needed. But now, TCH, kid, I'm not your teacher yet, so I'm not going to indulge you. Fang Cheng decided to ignore him and make him pay for what he had just said, even if he was just a little boy. Your mom said you can't play with Saya, you little devil, you're dreaming. I won't let my lovely Saya play with you, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Okay, now, I don't have anything in my hands, right? Fang Cheng stretched out his hands in front of the children. He glanced at the other 3 children. A little boy nodded when he heard Fang Cheng's words. They looked at Fang Cheng's outstretched hand with puzzled expressions. Fang Cheng then clenched his fists, and when he opened them, 2 paper bags suddenly appeared in his palms. The children were immediately captivated by what they saw. "Wow, it's shortbread!" the little boy named Leo exclaimed excitedly. He clearly knew what was in the paper bag. Ignoring the brat's shouting, Fang Cheng handed the crispy cookies to 2 of the little girls. "Thanks! Thanks!" The 2 little girls stared blankly at the crispy cookies being handed to them, then blinked and accepted them with some surprise, simultaneously thanking Fang Cheng. "You're welcome," Fang Cheng said gently. The 2 little girls were polite, which made Fang Cheng pause and pay more attention to them. The 2 little girls were wearing linen clothes that were a bit too big for their size. They were similar in build, with messy hair and dust on their little faces, which looked a bit dirty, probably from playing in the sand earlier. Fang Cheng glanced at the little girl's face on the left, then at the one on the right. Although their faces were covered in dust, it was easy to see the striking resemblance between the 2 girls. They were actually twins. No wonder their movements were somewhat synchronized. "Can you conjure it up for me to see again?" Leo's excited voice rang in Fang Cheng's ears again. "That brat!" Fang Cheng shifted his gaze to the little boy Leo in front of him. In the boy's eyes, Fang Cheng saw excitement and a hint of admiration. They're just kids after all. Fang Cheng didn't speak. He clenched his fists again, then put them into his clothes. He then made a fancy gesture that even he himself didn't understand. Then he flipped his palm over, and 2 crispy cookies suddenly appeared in his hand. Then he handed one to Leo and placed the other in front of a slightly shy little boy's chest. After the boy took it, Fang Cheng straightened up. "See you next time, kids. Remember to listen to your teacher, Yuri." Fang Cheng smiled at the children, picked up Saya who had been watching him, and walked towards the courtyard gate. The children watched Fang Cheng's figure carrying Saya as he walked further and further away, and for a moment they felt a little envious. Yuri leaned against the door, watching Fang Cheng walk away, and blinked her eyes in confusion. "Ms. Yuri, who is that big brother?" Leo exaggeratedly munched on the crisp biscuit, making loud crunching noises, and walked up to Yuri to ask. Yuri looked down at Leo, rubbed her forehead in exasperation, and said softly, "Leo, could you please not talk while you're eating? Or, could you not chew your food while you're talking?" "Oh." Leo stopped talking. His big, dark eyes looked at Yuri expectantly, waiting for an answer. "He is Saya's brother," Yuri said. "Ms. Yuri, is Saya's brother a magician?" Leo asked. "Well, the teacher doesn't know either, maybe," Yuri said to Leo with a somewhat uncertain tone. "I want to become like Saya Nii when I grow up, so I can make lots and lots of crispy cookies and then I can play with Saya." Leo was very excited when he heard Yuri's words, and his little face turned red as if he was making a vow. Upon hearing this, Yuri became somewhat curious. After Saya inexplicably awakened her demi-human bloodline, Leo and the others distanced themselves from Saya and stopped playing with her. One day, Yuri even heard Leo utter the word monster. That day was the first time Yuri had faced a young child and angrily raised her dusty pointer. After that, Leo quieted down a bit, but he never went near Saya again. His other friends also stopped playing with Saya. Only the slightly older girl named Nian Nian was willing to play with Saya, but not long after, Nian Nian stopped coming after turning 6. After that, during breaks between classes, Yuri would try her best to stay with Saya and read her stories. However, since they were not the same age, Yuri only knew a limited number of interesting stories, and she would finish reading them in no time. Yuri could only sit beside Saya and couldn't think of any other good way to keep her company. Occasionally, she would use the meager coins her father had left her to plan buying a couple of crispy cookies or other treats for the children to share, and Saya would always smile happily that day. The children were also very happy. After that, Yuri would go shopping several times a week, and sometimes she would even buy some ingredients herself, like whole wheat flour, to make her own pancakes and sprinkle them with sugar syrup, which the children loved. "Why is it that if I become like Saya Nii, I can conjure up lots of crispy cookies and play with Saya?" Yuri asked Leo with such curiosity for the first time. "Because my mother told me that if I play with that monster, with Saya, she won't buy me any more sweet cookies, and I'll starve to death. If I could do magic like Saya's brother, I could conjure up sweet cookies myself, and then I wouldn't be afraid of going hungry." Leo's eyes shone with longing as he spoke. Yuri looked down at Leo, not knowing what to say. Thinking of the children's families, whose parents were not highly educated, she finally sighed. The parents' words were just meant to scare the children, but the children took them seriously. "Ms. Yuri, would you like some crispy cookies? I'm full now." Leo broke the crispy cookies in his hand, handed one half to Yuri, and stuffed the rest into his mouth, chewing on it with gusto. "No need, teacher isn't hungry. You can take it home to eat." Yuri patted Leo's head. "Don't be rude to others next time, okay?" Yuri admonished. "Okay, Ms. Yuri, you've said it so many times." Leo happily hid the remaining half of the shortbread in his pocket. Then he turned and ran to his friend. "You know I've said it so many times." Yuri shook her head as she watched Leo run away, wondering if she should take out her long unused pointer and give him a couple of lashes. As Fang Cheng walked out of teacher Yuli's school, an idea formed in his mind. Before coming here, he had actually planned to establish a kindergarten and rent the land for the school from Yuli using gold coins, but after arriving, he discovered the school turned out to be just a private courtyard with only one simple classroom. The space was far too small, which surprised Fang Cheng. The combined area of the bungalow and the courtyard was no more than 400 square meters, making it unsuitable for building a kindergarten. In his previous life, Fang Cheng's kindergarten covered an area of 12 acres, which is more than 8,000 square meters. It had a garage, a playground, various activity areas, and 3 floors with 18 classes, so it was quite large. Although Fang Cheng is currently alone, he doesn't need to consider such a large area for the time being. However, too small is also not good. Fang Cheng's ideal is to have a space of about 2,000 square meters. However, there is a difference between ideal and reality. After all, the time limit for the mission is still quite generous. Today is still early, around 10 a.m., and there is still one day left tomorrow. If it really comes down to the last hour of the mission, Fang Cheng estimates that even if there is only 200 square meters of space, he will still build it. After all, the system has not specified how much space a kindergarten should occupy. Not rigorous at all, bad review. Fang Cheng muttered to himself while holding the soft and fluffy Saya. In short, this move wasn't a loss. Fang Cheng had a plan in mind: try to open a kindergarten and poach Yuri. Just now, Fang Cheng had already taken a liking to teacher Yuli, well, as the future principal. Teachers like her are rare talents. After all, a love for children is the core, and caring for students is the soul of teacher ethics, and teacher Yuli clearly already possesses the quality of caring for children. Moreover, she is gentle and beautiful, and her size is quite large, probably too big to be grasped with one hand. After leaving the courtyard, Fang Cheng didn't see any pedestrians along the way, and he didn't recognize any other roads. He could only spend some time returning to the intersection not far from Uncle Walker's restaurant, and then, recalling the direction he took yesterday, he walked out of the commoner's neighborhood. What time is it, Xiaoling? We admired the architecture of this other world along the way, even though we were walking on cobblestone floors. The buildings on both sides gave us a novel and exotic feeling, but after a while, the novelty wore off. Looking at it for a long time also meant that he had been walking for a long time, and Fang Cheng's legs started to ache. Master, it's 11 o'clock now, Xiao Ling's voice echoed in his mind. It would probably take another 20 minutes to get to the square from yesterday. Fang Cheng started to miss his little electric scooter. He wondered if anyone had been eyeing the battery of the scooter that had been parked at the entrance of his apartment building for so long. Fang Cheng was a little bored walking around. Saya didn't say anything either, but was held in Fang Cheng's arms, wrapped around his neck, and buried her face in his body. Thinking that Saya's voice was a little hoarse because she had cried a lot last night, Fang Cheng didn't plan to make her talk. Out of boredom, Fang Cheng used a basic detection on Saya. Name, Saya. Weight, 14.2 kilograms. Height, 99 centimeters. Status, feeling down. Magic element, 66/100. Magic points, 0. Elemental affinity, 80/100, excellent. Fang Cheng noticed that compared to the results of yesterday's probe on Saya, her magic element had increased by 1 point, and her status, which showed as sleep yesterday, had now changed to depressed. Fang Cheng naturally knew why Saya was in low spirits. After all, her sister had just left yesterday. Saya's current low spirits were a normal emotional process, and she needed time and Fang Cheng to heal her so that her emotions could gradually stabilize and improve. Seeing the status, Fang Cheng knew that Saya wasn't sleeping, she was probably missing her sister again. So, out of boredom, Fang Cheng gave himself 2 questions. Question 1, what should you do when your young child is feeling down? A1. Shift your attention. 2. Fulfill children's wishes. 3. Provide children with ways to release their emotions. 4. Temporary avoidance method. 5. Actively guide. 6. Guiding children through self-suggestion. Question 2. What should you do when Saya is feeling down? A. This answer is left to all book lovers. Saya. Fang Cheng whispered in Saya's ear. What's wrong, big brother? Saya turned her little head and face toward Fang Cheng, her azure eyes regaining a bit of spirit. My brother's legs have been walking for so long, they're telling me they're sore. Then please put Saya down, brother. Saya can walk by herself, Saya said softly, her hand gripping Fang Cheng's clothes on the back slightly. But my brother's hand tells me that Saya is beautiful and cute and he doesn't want to put Saya down. What should I do? Saya, please help me think of a solution. Fang Cheng said softly. Saya blushed slightly, avoided looking at Fang Cheng, and buried her face in Fang Cheng's neck then. Saya doesn't know either. Fang Cheng affectionately patted Saya's little head and used a basic detection skill. Name, Saya. Status, good emotional state. Seeing that Saya's emotional state on the panel had improved, Fang Cheng smiled slightly. We continued on with cheerful steps. 20 minutes later, during the monotonous walk, Fang Cheng gave Saya another basic probe. Name, Saya. Status, feeling down. Well, this annoying low mood is bullying my Saya again. Hashtag, I'll chase you away. Fang Cheng, goodness. Saya, Fang Cheng, goodness. Ha, big brother? Are you calling Saya? The little guy asked in a low voice, surprised. Yes. Saya is such a good girl, can I call her that, brother? The little guy hesitated, but still nodded. Good boy/girl. Brother? Is Saya afraid of heights? Saya isn't afraid if her brother is here. Alright, Saya, get ready. Big brother will take you to play horsey riding. Fang Cheng said excitedly, cupping the little one in his arms. Hold on tight while sitting on your brother's shoulders. Fang Cheng reminded him, then lifted the little guy above his head and placed him on his shoulders. The little girl sat on Fang Cheng's shoulders. This was Saya's first time sitting on an adult's shoulders. Feeling the sudden increase in height, Saya was a little scared at first, so she wrapped her little feet tightly around Fang Cheng's neck and put her hands on Fang Cheng's head. After a while, when she got used to sitting still, she saw a sparrow chirping and flying by in the sky not far ahead, and her bright blue eyes lit up. Fang Cheng gripped Saya's leg firmly, and once he felt the little one was settled, he suddenly picked up his pace and started walking quickly, then gradually increased his speed to running. Saya, your big brother will take you flying. Fang Cheng said loudly, since your big sister isn't here, your big brother will come and keep you company, and stay with you forever. Big brother, don't run so fast. What? Fang Cheng shouted, not having heard clearly. He felt that this person's physical fitness was quite good, and he could run quite fast, so he couldn't help but let loose a bit. Saya had no choice but to lean forward and hold Fang Cheng's head securely. Hey. Saya, stop, your hand is blocking my eyes. Fang Cheng quickly stopped, stumbled, but managed to steady himself. Big brother is running too fast, Saya can hardly sit still. Saya sat on Fang Cheng's shoulders, pouting slightly. Finally, they left the working class area, and tall, spacious buildings came into view. They arrived at a slightly familiar square, and the view became more open. Fang Cheng carried the little guy on his shoulders and strolled around. It was almost noon, and the sun was a bit scorching. After exercising, Fang Cheng was a little sweaty, so he decided to find a place to rest. Fang Cheng entered the McDonald's restaurant for the second time. This time, as soon as he entered, a staff member came up to greet him. Welcome, sir. What would you like to eat? The waiter said warmly. One of each kind of bread, and do you have any drinks? Fang Cheng asked. Okay, sir, it may take a while. As for drinks, we have green fruit juice, wheat tea, blueberry juice, bamboo tea, and yellow radish wine, the clerk said, maintaining his enthusiasm. 2 glasses of blueberry juice, Fang Cheng said casually. No matter what, he would definitely order something he hadn't heard of before to try. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Then the clerk said to another clerk who came over, why don't you hurry up and tell the baker to make it as soon as possible? Then, she said to Fang Cheng warmly, sir, freshly baked bread tastes better. Which bread would you like to try first? I'll ask the baker to make it for you first. The rest of the bread will take some time to arrive. Whatever, Fang Cheng said, but in his heart he couldn't help but sigh, it's so good to be rich. In his previous life, Fang Cheng earned a monthly salary of over 2,000 yuan and often visited his younger siblings in the orphanage. He had never been so generous when it came to buying things, food, clothing, and daily necessities. Looking around the restaurant, I saw that even though it was lunchtime, there were still very few people, just like last time, eating bread. Fang Cheng noticed that the 2-person table he had sat at last time was still empty, which made him feel a little better, as he liked familiar places. Fang Cheng led Xiao Shay to the table where they sat last time. This time, Shay did not take the initiative to sit opposite Fang Cheng like she did last time. She simply stood beside Fang Cheng, her clear, innocent eyes looking at him. Fang Cheng then leaned back in his chair, smiled at Saya, and patted the empty space beneath him. Zayasha looked at Fang Cheng, pouted slightly, and sat down in the empty seat Fang Cheng had left. Not long after, Fang Cheng felt a soft little body leaning against his chest. Ha! Fang Cheng was a little surprised. He was still a bit hot from walking and running all morning, but because the little guy was sticking to him, he actually felt a comfortable coolness. It felt like he had suddenly gone from summer to autumn. This contrast made Fang Cheng feel it very realistically. As Fang Cheng pondered, he gently stroked the hair on Xiao Shay's head. Speaking of which, with such bright weather outside, Saya was sitting on Fang Cheng's shoulders earlier, which helped shield him from the sun. But now Fang Cheng notices that Saya's face isn't sweating at all, and she's even wearing a black Lolita dress that absorbs heat easily. Black absorbs heat, I didn't consider that. Fang Cheng rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat conflicted about his carelessness. Brother, What's wrong? Saya looked up at Fang Cheng's chin and asked in confusion. No, I was just thinking about something. I feel very comfortable with Saya. Fang Cheng smiled and looked down at Saya, who was tilting her head up. He couldn't help but affectionately touch the little girl's forehead. He paused, but his gaze suddenly fell on the ice-blue gemstone necklace that Saya wore around her neck, hidden in her clothes. He had a guess in his mind. Xiao Shay lowered her head and refused to look at Fang Cheng. Sir, here's the sweet and spicy bread, and your blueberry juice. At this moment, the clerk gently placed the plate of food on the table. Sweet and spicy bread is our specialty, and it goes perfectly with blueberry juice. Perhaps sensing the gentle aura of the customer in front of her, the clerk said a few more words, her voice more relaxed than before. The rest of the bread will be ready soon, and we'll serve it to the guests shortly. No need, please pack up the rest of the bread for me to take with me, Fang Cheng said, looking at the size of the sweet and spicy bread in front of him. Okay, sir, the clerk breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen people eat more than a dozen loaves of bread at once before. Like the last person who claimed to have dragon blood but only had a lizard tail, who swallowed a loaf of bread in one sitting, the clerk had learned a lot. But this handsome young man in front of him clearly didn't have the stomach capacity for that. Fang Cheng looked at the brick-sized loaf of bread before him. Its square shape and reddish-yellow color gave it a unique character. A few glistening dark red specks adorned the surface, and the bread was divided into several layers, each containing a deep red sauce that oozed onto the creamy yellow slices. The bread still emitted the aroma of freshly baked bread, releasing a faint, peculiar sweet and spicy fragrance that whetted Fang Cheng's appetite. Next to the bread, there were 2 large glasses filled with a drink called blue leaf juice, with a blue leaf floating on the surface of the clear blue liquid. Blue leaf juice is a vivid and descriptive phrase. Saya, let's start. With that, Fang Cheng picked up the blue leaf juice and took a sip. The taste is refreshing, azure, clear, cool, sweet, and sunny. Quench your thirst. It tastes somewhat similar to the mint tea from my previous life, but the latter has a stronger, more intense flavor of natural plant leaves. Fellow readers, let's work together to figure out what this blue leaf juice actually tastes like. I want to try it too. The little guy watched Fang Cheng's actions. Following suit, she picked up the glass and took a small sip of the blue liquid. So, Saya, do you like it? Where is my brother? Saya did not answer. Brother thinks it's fine, it's quite thirst-quenching. If Saya doesn't like it, brother will get you another one. My brother likes to drink this, and so does Saya. It's sweet and refreshing. Saya said happily, then made a bigger slurping motion with her little mouth, and you could hear a slurp sound. Really, Saya? Then let's try this sweet and spicy bread and see how it tastes. Let's see if Saya likes it. I'll say it first, I quite like spicy food. Fang Cheng tapped the little guy's head. Looking at the bread that exuded a sweet and spicy aroma, he felt like teasing the little guy again. Then Fang Cheng used the knife and fork on the plate to cut a piece of bread that was the right size for Saya's appetite. Then, Fang Cheng picked up a large piece of bread and, to avoid crumbs falling on the little guy below, leaned forward and took a bite of the sweet and spicy bread. I have to try it myself first. If it's too spicy, I won't give it to Sayo. The soft and delicate texture spreads throughout the mouth, followed by a delicious combination of sweet and spicy sauce with the unique texture of wheat bread, making you want to take another bite even before you've finished swallowing the bread in your mouth. The sauce was on the sweeter side with a slight spiciness. After Fang Cheng chewed it a couple of times and swallowed, the sweetness on his tongue disappeared, but a slightly spicy and numbing sensation remained. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then picked up the glass and took a sip of the blueberry juice. The cool blueberry juice countered the lingering numbing sensation of the sweet and spicy bread, making it even more refreshing, sweet, and delicious. Eating is life, no matter what. If the maximum score is 10, Fang Cheng thinks he can give the combination of sweet and spicy bread and blueberry juice a 6 out of 10. Saya, why don't you give it a try? Fang Cheng said with a smile to little Saya, who was looking up at him with her head tilted back. The little guy nodded, gently picked up the bread with his little hand, opened his little mouth, took a bite, and slowly chewed. How does it taste, Saya? Sweet, delicious, spicy. Saya said, sticking out her tongue slightly after swallowing, tilting her head slightly, clearly unsure how to describe the sensation the spiciness caused on her tongue. Generally speaking, most children love sweets but rarely like spicy food. This is because children's tongues are more sensitive and they find it difficult to tolerate spicy flavors, which are actually a form of pain for the tongue. In Fang Cheng's class in his previous life, only a few children were willing to eat even a tiny bit of mildly spicy food. Would you like to change it to the cream bread we had yesterday? Fang Cheng asked. Saya shook her head. I want to eat the same food as my brother. Your tongue feels numb, so drink some blue leaf juice, Fang Cheng said. Mommy. Yes, some spicy foods can give your tongue a numbing sensation, Fang Cheng explained to Xiao Shay. Yes, Saya understands. Saya is so smart, open your mouth. Fang Cheng picked up another glass of blue leaf juice and brought it to Saya's little lips. The little one, her face slightly flushed, slowly leaned forward and sipped the blue leaf juice. The slurping sounds she made were so adorable. After a few sips, Saya's delicate and cute face showed a satisfied expression that Fang Cheng had never seen before. Thank you, brother. Good girl. Fang Cheng shook his head, touched Saya's forehead, and seeing Saya's satisfied expression, he also felt a little happy. Eat. The little guy responded while eating his bread. Then Fang Cheng and Saya finished off the sweet and spicy bread together. Are you full, Saya? After finishing his bread and gulping down a glass of ice-cold blue leaf juice, Fang Cheng felt instantly refreshed. He leaned back lazily in his chair and unconsciously began to smooth Saya's soft, silver hair. Brother, Saya is full, Saya said, putting down her glass, which was half full of blue leaf juice. Can't waste it. So Fang Cheng straightened up again, picked up the cup, and drank the blueberry juice. Gurgle, gurgle, so sweet. Fang Cheng smacked his lips. The great thinker on children's education, Rousseau, once said, "Thrift and diligence are the two great doctors of mankind." Remembering this sentence, Fang Cheng felt that his body was getting healthier and healthier. After all, my actions just now could be described as both frugal and diligent. I was diligent enough to stand up and finish my drink even though I was already full. Yes, that's it. Sir, the rest of the bread has been packed for you. At that moment, the observant clerk approached and said, carrying a large cloth bag in both hands. He seemed to be waiting for something. Thank you, how much? Fang Cheng asked. Sir, a bread menu costs 32 silver coins, plus 2 cups of blueberry juice, totaling 35 silver coins, the clerk replied enthusiastically. Fang Cheng took a gold coin out of his pocket and handed it to the shop assistant whose eyes were shining. Welcome back next time, sir. After receiving their change, Fang Cheng led Xiao She out of the restaurant. Even after walking a dozen steps, they could still see the staff winking, waving white towels, and calling out, "Come again next time." Where to go next? Fang Cheng muttered to himself, stepping on the heavy stone slabs of the square, his eyes scanning the area. It was past noon, and the weather was slightly dry, but there were still quite a few people and vehicles coming and going in this commercially bustling square. It's a bit hot. Fang Cheng looked up and squinted at the sun. Without any clouds to block the sun's rays, the intense heat was almost blinding, just like the sun on Earth. Then Fang Cheng remembered something, looked down at Saya who was staring intently at him. As soon as they got outside, the little girl was afraid that Fang Cheng would disappear in the blink of an eye, so she clung tightly to Fang Cheng's clothes. Fang Cheng picked up little Saya. Saya held the clothes in her hands, and the cool, comfortable scent instantly enveloped Fang Cheng, dispelling the heat from his body. Fang Cheng couldn't help but bury his face in Saya's clothes, rubbing against them, the cool breath refreshing his face as well. This feeling. It's like stepping from the beach into an air-conditioned room on a hot summer day, your stuffy face rubbing against a silky, smooth air-conditioned blanket with a scent similar to saffron. So this is what life is all about. Brother. Saya, who couldn't understand Fang Cheng's actions, was a little confused, her face slightly red. Saya, didn't you notice? What? Saya responded in a dazed whisper. Saya, have you noticed that we don't feel hot at all even under the sun? People walking outside are sweating. Fang Cheng said, looking at a middle-aged man in linen clothes who was running across the square, looking hurried and drenched in sweat. Saya followed Fang Cheng's gaze and saw the middle-aged man, then nodded her head, seemingly not surprised at all. Saya, you know? Big sister said this is a magical necklace. Saya's little hand touched the ice-blue gemstone necklace around her neck, her little head trying to recall something. In the alley under the blazing sun, Zayasha skipped and hopped towards Shaylin, who had just returned from work, and hugged Shaylin tightly around the waist. Saya, I'm back. Big sister, I miss you so much. I miss Saya too. Hee, big sister feels so cool and comfortable. Saya rubbed her face against the girl's stomach. Big sister, why is Saya sweating while you're not? Saya asked curiously, blinking her eyes after sticking to Sharon for a while. Shaylin thought for a moment, because, my sister is wearing a magical necklace. Shaylin smiled, then squatted down and showed the necklace from under her clothes to Saya. It was a necklace of ice-blue gemstones, no bigger than a fingernail, with a deep and beautiful luster. Although small, it seemed to contain a deep blue ocean. So beautiful. Zayashe's eyes lit up as she looked at the necklace. When Saya grows up a little, I'll give it to you, okay? Big sister, I love you the most. Saya nodded happily like a chick pecking at rice. Shaylin chuckled softly, gently stroking Saya's head, and the little guy squinted his eyes in enjoyment. A magical necklace? Magic items? Fang Cheng thought of this term. It's truly amazing, it can automatically cool people down. This necklace must be a very rare item even among magicians, Fang Cheng guessed. However, it shouldn't only have the function of summer air conditioning. Fang Cheng remembered that Shelin had also said that this gem had the ability to read minds. Fang Cheng naturally didn't believe it. If it really had the ability to read minds, Fang Cheng felt that he would have been kicked out by Shelin long ago. Brother, what's wrong? I miss my older sister, Saya whispered to Fang Cheng, clutching the ice blue gemstone necklace tightly. Yes, I know Saya misses your older sister very much, and I also know that your older sister misses you very much right now. Your older sister must have something very important to do right now. Fang Cheng held Saya in his hands and walked along the edge of the square as he responded. I'll stay with Saya and wait for your older sister to come back, okay? Fang Cheng coaxed Saya in her ear. Saya turned her head, looked at Fang Cheng's profile, and nodded her little head vigorously. Hey, buddy, need a ride? A hearty, burly man's voice rang out. Fang Cheng was looking at the map he had bought earlier when he heard the sound and turned around. A simple wooden carriage was parked in the middle of the aisle. A lean, burly man wearing a coarse cloth turban sat in the driver's seat, grinning at Fang Cheng with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Seeing Fang Cheng looking at him, the big man added, "Young man, it only costs 10 copper coins an hour, which is very cheap for such a hot day." Fang Cheng glanced at the horse. It was just an ordinary horse. Surprisingly, the carriage owner was quite thin, but the horse was well-fed and strong. Fang Cheng looked into the shed. In the corner, there were some bottles and jars of miscellaneous items, and a wooden chair that was placed sideways, which might be a bit awkward for a large person. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng nodded. After Fang Cheng carried Saya into the carriage and they were settled without any problems, the man seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his face, turned to look back, and said with a smile, "Where are you going, buddy? Does Master know how to get to the Magic Academy?" Hee, of course I know. Everyone in Soto City knows about that place. You're not from Soto City, are you? I just arrived recently. Fang Cheng nodded. Okay, it should take a little over an hour to get there. Get ready. The wait time is calculated in this world is coincidentally the same as the wait time is calculated in my previous life, which makes Fang Cheng feel somewhat comforted. The man lightly tapped the horse in front with his whip, and the carriage slowly began to move. The carriage was not moving fast, but it was very stable. Fang Cheng was also looking at the scenery along the way with a sense of novelty, as he had never ridden in a carriage before. Saya leaned her head against Fang Cheng's arm, gazing at the scenery outside. The sights and roads outside were completely unfamiliar to her, so different from the commoners' area. But as long as her brother was by her side, that was enough. The carriage moved slowly, passing through several roads, and seemed to have arrived at a spacious, isolated area. There were even fewer pedestrians in this area, but Fang Cheng could see a more luxurious building standing tall in the distance, surrounded by high walls. The Magic Academy must be there. Once in the open area, without the obstruction of buildings, the sun seemed even more dazzling. Fang Cheng, with Xiao Xie in his arms, sat beside him without feeling hot, while the man was already drenched in sweat. "Uncle, it's so hot outside, why don't you stay home and rest for a while until it gets cooler before coming back to do business?" I was originally planning to go home and rest, but when I saw this guy seemed to be heading somewhere, I thought I'd try my luck and ask him, hee, the man explained with a sigh and a smile. That must be tough. There's no other way, it's all for those few worthless copper coins. Perhaps it was Fang Cheng who spoke up, as the man, who had been holding back his words the whole way, suddenly became more talkative. He then took a large water jug from under the carriage seat, unscrewed the cap, and poured the water onto the horse in front of him. Good heavens, no wonder the horse is so strong, it turns out it's been watered. Fang Cheng thought to himself as he watched the man's actions. Perhaps knowing Fang Cheng was watching him, the man turned his head, smiled at Fang Cheng, and then looked at Saya. "Young man, is this your little sister? She's quite cute, and she's about 6 years old?" "It's still early." "That's true, she looks quite young too. Did she awaken early? Awakening ahead of schedule? I thought you were taking your little sister to the Magic Academy for testing." The man was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself that this young man seemed to lack some common sense. Awakening early means being able to release magic with the magic sensing crystal ball earlier. However, those magic sensing crystal balls are very expensive. I heard they cost 50 gold coins each. They are a must-have for wealthy families. I saw that your sister was dressed quite nicely, so I thought she had tested it at home beforehand, which is why. The man scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Fang Cheng was speechless. Who knew that the man had imagined so much? But he did feel that he lacked some common sense. People who were interested would find him strange. Although he had read some books in the Soto Grand Library, some of the books did not explain simple common sense. Fang Cheng rolled his eyes and looked at the man. He thought it would be a good opportunity to ask him more questions. "Sigh, I just hope my brat awakens some magical talent when he's 6. The man sighed to himself, then suddenly raised his hand and whipped the horse's rump with his riding crop. After a deliberate conversation, Fang Cheng learned some information from the man. Magic sensing crystals are consumables. Normally, children under 6 years old can undergo a magic sensing awakening test, but it costs 30 silver coins per test, equivalent to 3,000 copper coins. Therefore, ordinary people cannot afford the test. They can only wait until the city lord's mansion provides a subsidy for the test when the child turns 6. Children who are found to have magical talent at an earlier age are considered to have great magical talent. In fact, early detection and detection at 6 years old are the same. A child's magical talent is formed by age 6. The man seemed to know a lot about this, speaking eloquently and confidently. "Uncle, how do you know so much about magic if you've never studied it?" Fang Cheng asked. "Haha, because I used to have dreams too. Now I can only pin my hopes on my son." The man's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The carriage wheels creaked and groaned as it slowly came to a stop in front of a huge building. "We've arrived, young man. This is the Magic Academy." Fang Cheng nodded, put his arm around Xiao She, and got out of the car. Then he reached into his pocket and handed the man a silver coin. The man looked at the money, took it, grinned, sat down, took out a small money bag, took out 9 sets of copper coins, and gave them to Fang Cheng as change. Each set of copper coins contained 10 coins, wrapped in paper. "See you later, buddy. Hope I'll have the chance to pick you up again next time." Fang Cheng smiled and waved to the man. Looking up at the towering European-style archway, Fang Cheng felt his own insignificance standing beneath it. Soto City Magic Academy. The bold, dynamic, and gilded lettering was engraved in the center of the majestic archway, with moon and magic circle patterns engraved next to the lettering. At first glance, Fang Cheng felt that the lettering on the plaque above the library in Soto City was probably written by the same person. In addition, the archway is covered with some bas-relief magic patterns and magic circle designs, but Fang Cheng naturally cannot understand the mystery of them now. He just thinks they are quite symmetrical. Behind the gate, in the distance, are magnificent tall buildings. Fang Cheng looked around and suddenly paused. Next to the archway, they found a small stone pavilion with a woman who looked to be around 40 years old, dressed in a plain-colored robe, sitting in a chair. In front of her was a table, and she was resting her chin on her hand, looking at him and Saya with a strange gaze. "Brother," Saya looked up at Fang Cheng. She had already noticed that the ant had been watching her. Fang Cheng lowered his head, smiled at Saya, and patted her head. Fang Cheng rolled his eyes, a little puzzled. This magic academy actually used an old lady as a gatekeeper. It seemed that this old lady must be quite skilled. Fang Cheng guessed that she was a magician. Fang Cheng, holding Saya's hand, steeled himself and walked up, a smile on his face, ready to have a chat. Suddenly, a woman walked quickly past Fang Cheng. The woman was probably a mother, holding the hand of a little boy. As he passed by, the little boy seemed to sense something, turned his head to look back, and then repeatedly looked in Fang Cheng's direction. Following the little boy's gaze, Fang Cheng lowered his head and discovered that the little boy was looking at Saya. "You little brat, you don't even look at a tall and handsome guy like me, you're just staring at my Saya." So Fang Cheng stood in front of Saya, blocking the little boy's view. Then a basic probe was sent to the little boy. Name, age, 6 years and 2 days. Weight, 21.3 kilograms. Height, 118 centimeters. State, emotionally agitated. Magic element, 68/100. Magic points, 0. Element affinity, 42/100, poor. Seeing this data, at 6 years old, Fang Cheng understood. The data was rather unfortunate. This little boy belonged to the category of people without magical talent. The mother seemed a little excited, and almost stumbled when she got close to the gate. Fang Cheng shook his head. This mother must also have high expectations for the little boy. He could already imagine the disappointment on the mother's face when she found out that her child had no magical talent. "Dear Teacher Fielding, please help my child with magical perception," the woman said respectfully to the older woman. Her voice trembled slightly. "Don't rush, what's the hurry?" The middle-aged woman raised her eyebrows, lightly tapped the table, and scolded the woman, her voice somewhat impatient. "Mr. Fielding, I'm sorry," the mother said in a flustered and nervous whisper. "Is he 6 years old?" "Yes. There are still 2 days left," the mother said hurriedly. No matter how anxious you are, this child's magical talent won't change. Just relax. In my opinion, your child doesn't have much magical talent." Teacher Fielding's expression softened considerably as he spoke to the mother. "Humph, I will definitely become a magician," the little boy shouted excitedly at the old lady when he heard his teacher, Fielding. "Baker," the mother said sternly. "I'm sorry." The little boy lowered his head somewhat reluctantly. "I'm sorry, Teacher Fielding, my child is being naughty. I will definitely discipline him when I get home," the mother said nervously, bowing deeply. "Oh, little guy, it's good to have dreams," Teacher Fielding chuckled. Unfortunately, I haven't seen a single one with magical talent among those who have come for testing in the past week. 30 silver coins. The mother quickly handed over a bag. Take the bag and put the silver coins in that box, Teacher Fielding said, gesturing to the coin box next to the table leg. As she spoke, the woman pulled a jet-black crystal ball from under the table and placed it on the table. Fine lines could be vaguely seen on the crystal ball. Little one, just put your hand up there. If it glows, it means you have magical talent. You can come here to learn. Perhaps knowing this was an important moment for the child, the woman explained it very clearly. Then she added, but in my opinion, you don't have any magical talent, ha ha ha. The old woman let out a strange laugh. Fang Cheng, listening from behind, was speechless at the old woman's behavior. He couldn't believe there were such people. However, he knew that the old woman was right. He wondered how Teacher Fielding had figured it out. According to the book, it seemed that no one could directly detect the magical talent of children in this age group except through sensing crystals. He wondered if the book was lying. The little boy looked at the black crystal ball on the table in front of him, and seemed to know that this was a crucial moment for his destiny. He took a breath, stretched out his hands, and then placed his hands on the crystal ball. The mother stared intently at the crystal ball. Fielding leaned back in his chair, casually watching the little boy's hand reach for the crystal ball, and glanced at Fang Cheng and the others out of the corner of his eye. Saya also curiously raised her little head, her gaze drawn to the crystal ball and the little boy's actions. Even at her young age, she seemed to understand that this test of magical talent was an important moment. What changes will occur? Saya wondered curiously. 1 second, 2 seconds, 7 seconds. Nothing changed. The mother didn't move, and the little boy didn't want to let go of her hand. 30 seconds. Alright, go back now. You'll see if someone has magical talent in 5 seconds, the woman said, waving her hand as she leaned back in her chair. Teacher Fielding's words shattered the last glimmer of hope this mother had. Her face fell, then she swayed, and collapsed to her knees, bursting into tears. The little boy seemed to understand what was happening, and he let go of her hand, but he didn't cry and turned his head away. Seeing his heartbroken mother crying, the little boy bit his lip and hugged his mother's head tightly with both hands. Mom, I'm sorry. Even without magical talent, I believe I can still earn a lot of money in the future and give us a good life. Upon hearing this, the mother hugged the little boy tightly, and her cries grew louder. She wasn't heartbroken for herself, but for her child's future. Enough! What kind of behavior is this for a mother? Teacher Fielding scolded, then waved her hand, and a blue-green light appeared, scattering into blue-green specks that fell on the mother and son. The mother instantly felt her mind clear. Although she had been very disappointed and sad just moments before, she now felt less sorrowful, even though she knew she was very upset. She also clearly heard Fielding's reprimanding voice. The mother wiped away her tears, stood up, bowed slightly, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Fielding. I'm sorry for causing you trouble." "Sigh, go on, go on." The middle-aged woman waved her hand impatiently. The mother then bowed again to Ms. Fielding, before leading the little boy slowly away. As the mother and child departed, Fang Cheng led Sheye forward. "Hello, Professor Fielding," Fang Cheng greeted him. "Oh my, it's been so long since I've seen such a beautiful and adorable little demi-human girl. I really hope she can come and study at our magic academy." The old woman ignored Fang Cheng and exclaimed to herself, her gaze lingering on Saya with a kind look. Seeing Saya shyly turn her head, hug Fang Cheng, and hide, the older woman looked up and sized up Fang Cheng, saying, "Judging from your clothes, you don't look poor, but you're not exactly rich either. Are you here to get a head start on your magical intuition? But judging from your appearance, your child probably doesn't have much magical talent," the older woman said slowly, leaning back in her chair. No, my sister is still too young. I'd like to ask Teacher Fielding for advice. I'd like to know how to buy a piece of land around the Magic Academy," Fang Cheng asked. "Oh, young man, then you'll have to go inside and find the headmaster of the Magic Academy," Teacher Fielding said, straightening up and narrowing his eyes as if he had heard something interesting. "However, unauthorized personnel are not allowed in. Unless you can prove you're a mage from the Magic Guild, a student's parent, or something else, I have no reason to let you in. After all, it's been a long time since I've seen someone with black hair." "Young man, you're a bit suspicious." Fang Cheng. "Haha, just kidding. Black hair is rare, but it's not uncommon. We have several black-haired students in our Magic Academy, and I think a few rascals even dyed their hair black on their own. And you know what? Black hair actually looks quite good on you." The older woman looked at the speechless Fang Cheng and seemed to find it amusing. She propped her head up and said with a smile, "But if you want to get in, you still have to follow the rules of our academy." Sister, is there no other way?" "Well, I think my sister has a lot of magical talent and will definitely awaken it in the future. I guess she'll come to our Soto City Magic Academy to study. I was thinking of buying a piece of land around here so it would be easier to take care of my sister." Fang Cheng ruffled Saya's hair and said to Teacher Fielding, Haha, young man, you have a sweet tongue. The older woman seemed very happy. She looked at Saya with a glint in her eyes and said, in that case, I'll go in and ask for you. But young man, which place has your eye on? Upon hearing that there was a chance, Fang Cheng took 2 steps back and observed his surroundings. The road in front of the Magic Academy was very empty, and there were some buildings that looked like shops in the distance across the road. Fang Cheng considered it for a moment, his eyes lit up, and he looked up at the setting sun. After thinking for a moment, he pointed to an open area next to the wall about 300 meters away and said, Big sister, I was thinking that place might be okay. Young man, wait here for a moment. Fielding glanced in the direction Fang Cheng was pointing, said nothing more, moved his chair aside, got up, and entered the Magic Academy. Thank you, Professor Fielding, for your help. Fang Cheng thanked the woman as she walked away. Brother. What's wrong, Saya? I don't want to go to the Magic Academy. Saya whispered, hugging Fang Cheng's leg tightly. Yes, I understand, brother. Fang Cheng gently patted Saya's head and said. Fang Cheng waited, when a man arrived with a young boy, looking travel-worn. The man looked at Fang Cheng and asked, Sir, is the teacher who measures magical intuition here? Wait a moment, it'll be here soon. The man nodded, stood to one side, somewhat silent, and waited with the little boy. The little boy was also quiet, and after looking at Saya, he lowered his head. After waiting for a moment, Mr. Fielding walked over and sat down in his office chair. He looked at the man and directed, 30 silver coins. Have your child come over and put their hand on the crystal ball. Go ahead. The man nudged the little boy and handed him a money pouch. Fang Cheng gave the man a look, took the money bag, put the coins in the coin box, and handed the bag back to the man. The man took it and whispered a thank you. In my opinion, your child doesn't have much magical talent, so don't have too high hopes, the older woman suddenly said before the test. Fang Cheng. The man remained silent, as if he hadn't heard what Teacher Fielding had said, his eyes fixed intently on the little boy's hand reaching for the crystal ball. The little boy covered it with his hand, and 2 seconds later, Fang Cheng saw the black crystal ball with patterns emitting a faint light, and then the entire black crystal ball emitted a dazzling white light. The man shouted excitedly at the little boy. Fang Cheng was startled by the man's sudden voice. Before he could react, he saw the old woman raise her hand, and a blue magic pattern flashed in the air in front of her. A stream of water as thick as a log gushed from the pattern, spraying towards the man with considerable force. The man was knocked back several steps by the water jet and instantly became soaked to the bone. Shut up! Take this badge and get out of here. Bring your child over when school starts next semester, the woman snapped, throwing a badge at the ground. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry teacher, I got too excited, hee. Thank you teacher. Thank you so much teacher. The man picked up the badge awkwardly, grabbed the bewildered little boy, and hurriedly ran out. Orb, it's glowing, Orb, you truly are my good son. Even after the man had run far away, you could still hear his excited voice. This has really ruined my good mood for the day. My old bones are getting more and more fragile. Sister, you're joking, you're still young, Fang Cheng said. Although he was being a little insincere, he wasn't exaggerating. He didn't know the exact age of the teacher in front of him, but she looked to be around 40 years old. Perhaps because she was a magician, she was well maintained. She had a few crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, but her skin was fair and she still had her charm. She must have been a very popular and beautiful woman when she was young. Alright, stop bothering me. You should save your cleverness for chasing girls. The middle-aged woman pursed her lips, then took out a map and some brown paper materials. Circle the place you want on the map, then sign the contract and fill in the information. By the way, after our discussion, our academy director said that land belonging to the academy cannot be sold. However, the area outside the surrounding roads is not needed by the academy, so it can be rented out. That place is 100 gold coins a year, and the area will not be calculated. However, the minimum lease term is 3 years. Fill in the price if you can accept it, said Teacher Fielding. That's acceptable, thank you for your help, Professor Fielding. Fang Cheng filled in the required information and placed the bag of gold coins he had prepared while waiting on the table. Mr. Fielding picked up the bag, looked at the gleaming gold coins inside, and then weighed them in his hand. Alright, keep a copy of the contract for yourself. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Teacher Fielding waved his hand. Thank you so much, Professor Fielding. You've been a great help. I'm really grateful. Fang Cheng bowed, feeling that things had gone much more smoothly than he had expected. The older woman raised her eyes and began tidying up the materials on the table. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. I'm only helping you because I'm really looking forward to the young lady studying at our Soto City Magic Academy. I'm not doing this just because you say a few sweet words. The old woman curled her lip. Fang Cheng looked at Saya thoughtfully, then greeted her and led her away. Watching the young man lead the little girl away, Fielding looked at Fang Cheng's signature on the contract. Fang Cheng? An interesting young man, Teacher Fielding chuckled to himself. Fang Cheng led Saya for a few minutes until they reached the open space. Looking at this land that belonged to them, they felt a surge of excitement. Not far to the right was the wall of the Soto City Magic Academy. Beyond the wall, they could see a grove of trees, presumably the Academy's greenbelt. A passageway was about 100 meters to the left of the open space. Fang Cheng thought it was quite suitable. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng remembered the system's voice assistant, so he called out to it. Xiao Ling. Master, Xiao Ling is here. A familiar, childlike voice immediately rang out. How big is this piece of land? According to the calculation, it is 75.36 meters long and 58.66 meters wide, and 4,420.62 square meters is approximately equal to 6.6 mu, 0.4 hectares. Xiaoling gave the answer instantly. Ding, detection shows that the land use right belongs to the host and meets the conditions for building a kindergarten. Should it be built? A cold female voice rang out. Wait, if we build now, what if someone sees a tall building suddenly appear? How do we explain that? Fang Cheng asked. If I knew I had this ability in other people, I'd probably be stuck doing infrastructure work. This couldn't help but worry Fang Cheng. Master, don't worry. Considering your actual situation, the system will consume energy once during construction. This will be the only time it will automatically solve this problem for you, to build or not to build. A cold, emotionless female voice rang out. Why the rush? Should we build it? Xiao Ling? Should we build it? Damn it. A type of plant, Fang Cheng decided not to argue with the system. Please select an architectural style and add design requirements within 20 minutes. At this moment, a system panel appeared in Fang Cheng's mind, displaying a scaled-down version of the empty land. Below it were blueprints of various kindergarten buildings that he had visited in his previous life, available for his reference. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, recalling in his mind the gate, the Disney castle, the activity room, the dormitory, the wall, the trees, the lawn, the land, and the playground, the long pond and stream too, the kitchen, and the infirmary, and toilets are a must. Fang Cheng recalled the rooms and buildings in his mind. On the empty space on the system panel, the system began to intelligently change and add elements. Finally, it displayed the 3D model of the kindergarten that Fang Cheng wanted. Fang Cheng continued to ponder what was still missing, adding the small details he needed to the blueprints. The system task explained that free construction meant it wouldn't be free next time, making this a rare opportunity. Add a security room, and also a place to live. And a small backyard house behind the castle. Fang Cheng pondered this, and the system panel seemed to understand his thoughts, adding the kindergarten model to the buildings that Fang Cheng liked. 10 seconds left. A cold female voice suddenly rang out. 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 20 minutes have passed already? The blueprints are complete. Please name your kindergarten. The system's cold female voice announced. The name of the kindergarten. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and then said, 11 AI Magic Kindergarten. Naming successful, construction in progress. Please wait patiently, host. Then, a countdown timer appeared on the kindergarten blueprint panel in front of you. Hearing the system's voice, Fang Cheng, who had snapped out of his design reverie, became somewhat excited. I'm almost done with my first task, building the kindergarten. It's supposed to be under construction, but there's not a sound at all. Fang Cheng looked at the empty space in front of him. Suddenly remembering something, he looked down at Saya and found her holding his hand tightly, looking up at Fang Cheng with a worried gaze. Seeing the worry in Saya's eyes, Fang Cheng picked her up and kissed her cheek. Saya blushed slightly and buried her head in the back of Fang Cheng's head. Is my brother all right? Saya whispered. She had just seen Fang Cheng standing motionless and hadn't responded to her calls, which had worried her terribly. It's all right. It seems like my brother just remembered some new stories. He'll tell Saya about them next time. As Fang Cheng spoke, he looked around and noticed that 1 or 2 pedestrians passing by in the aisle were also looking at him. They seemed to think it was strange that the young man was standing there motionless and in a daze with a pretty little Asian girl in his hand. Brother, it's okay if Saya doesn't want to hear a story. Saya looked at him with concern. She didn't want her brother to end up like he had just done, all because he wanted to tell her a story. Looking into Zayashe's clear blue eyes, which were so close to him, and seeing the worry in them, Fang Cheng felt his love overflowing. Fang Cheng had seen such eyes in many children, they were so pure. In his previous life, Fang Cheng had also met many children. When he first met many 3-year-olds, he thought that 3-year-olds couldn't understand anything. However, he later discovered that 3-year-olds actually understood a lot and already had advanced emotions such as worrying about others. When a friend falls down, some children will look at the fallen friend with worried eyes, while others will help them up or even hug and comfort them. At that moment, Fang Cheng felt that it was such a beautiful time. Of course, when naughty kids get naughty, they can really give you a headache. It's alright, Saya, we'll stay here tonight. Ha! Saya looked around, somewhat bewildered. Asterisk ding. Construction successful, asterisk. On the open space in front of Fang Cheng, a wall, a building, a tall castle, a gate, a security room, and so on suddenly rose silently from the ground, miraculously. Through the gate, one could see the neat green lawn on the playground. Above the castle stood the name of 11AI Magic Kindergarten. Brother, Master, Saya stared in astonishment at the scene. Although Fang Cheng believed that the system would build him a kindergarten, the incredible method and speed still made him feel incredulous. Fang Cheng naturally heard Xiao Shei's voice and saw her staring blankly at the castle with a surprised look in her eyes. He couldn't help but look around at the passers-by with concern. However, Fang Cheng noticed that the pedestrians passing by seemed unaffected, their expressions normal. In the distance, some pedestrians in what appeared to be expensive clothes seemed to sense Fang Cheng's gaze. They glanced at Fang Cheng, then at the kindergarten building, their eyes filled with admiration, envy, and understanding. It was as if this uniquely designed and beautiful building had always been there. Fang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the system was still reliable. He wondered what method the system used. As for Saya being able to see him, it was probably because he had touched her while holding her. It wasn't a big problem. Brother, did you conjure this up? Saya blinked and asked in surprise. Yes, Saya, this is our secret, you can't tell anyone else. Can't you tell me, big sister? Saya asked, tilting her head. Okay, but you can't tell anyone except my older sister, otherwise if they find out it was created by my older brother, they'll be dragged away to build houses. Fang Cheng replied with a smile. Yes, brother, Saya understands. Saya nodded. The little one was captivated by the sight, perked up, and his gaze was completely drawn to the tall, colorful Disney castle. Big brother, do you know magic like big sister? Yes, how about you teach Saya magic from now on, brother? Saya nodded her little head vigorously. Looking at the kindergarten gate in front of him, it was somewhat similar to the gate of the large kindergartens in Fang Cheng's memory. It consisted of two thick iron gates. From the outside, one could see some scenes of the playground inside the kindergarten. Next to the gate was a small door, which was close to the security room designed by Fang Cheng. The arched door lintel above the door was engraved with artistic lettering in a raised yellow, eye-catching, childlike style. It was the name Fang Cheng had chosen for the kindergarten, 11AI Magic Kindergarten. Fang Cheng was somewhat excited. After transmigrating, he finally saw a building that he felt nostalgic and familiar with. Seeing the kindergarten felt like returning to a place from the past. From now on, this kindergarten would belong to him. Fang Cheng put Saya down from his hands, took the little one's hand, walked over, gently pushed open the small iron gate next to him with one hand, and went inside. Ding! Main quest, open your own kindergarten. All you need to do is provide the site, and the system will build it free of charge according to your requirements and automatically provide the operating license. Task completed. Obtain Magic Seed, 100 exchange points, and School Operating License. The reward has been sent to your system inventory. Ding! All functions of the early childhood magical growth system have been unlocked. Please make good use of this system. A series of voices rang in Fang Cheng's mind. It was still that cold, mechanical female voice, which made Fang Cheng feel a little annoyed. Why wasn't it the system voice assistant, Xiao Ling, telling him? Xiao Ling's sweet and cute voice was much better than this. As if knowing Fang Cheng's thoughts, Xiao Ling's voice suddenly came out. Knock knock, congratulations Master on successfully completing the mission. A new mission has been issued. Master, would you like to check it now? Xiao Ling's sweet voice rang out. Tell me later, Fang Cheng replied in his mind. Yes, Master. Then Fang Cheng entered the kindergarten and showed Saya around every corner of it. The scene felt somewhat familiar. Entering through the gate, a slightly wider stone path led to the castle gate, with large patches of soft grass covering the surrounding area on both sides. This was a design Fang Cheng had meticulously copied from a fairly good large kindergarten he had seen in his previous life. Fang Cheng couldn't help but walk over and step on it. It was soft and had a faint scent of grass, which made him feel a little better. He hadn't expected it to be real grass. Fang Cheng actually hoped it was fake plastic artificial turf, since he would have to weed it later anyway. The little guy's shiny black shoes stepped on the soft grass, and a happy expression appeared on Saya's face as she was led by Fang Cheng. A gentle breeze blew by, soothing the little guy's subconscious sadness at missing his sister. Saya thought her brother was so amazing, able to conjure up such a big castle in green grass. Afterwards, Fang Cheng led Saya on a tour around the castle to familiarize herself with the area. As the sun set and the sky gradually darkened, the sky began to fall. Fang Cheng led Saya into the castle. The castle was very spacious. Fang Cheng walked along the corridor and glanced around casually before continuing to look at each room. The castle had 3 floors, each with different activity rooms of various sizes. Of course, these activity rooms were completely empty, not a single table or chair, nor any multimedia teaching aids, since there were no electrical appliances in this world. Fang Cheng didn't think too much about it when he was finalizing the blueprints, but when he went to the kitchen, he found some tableware that matched the scene in his memory. This excited Fang Cheng a little. Although the bread was still delicious to him for the time being, he would eventually get tired of eating bread every day. Fang Cheng looked at the stove, turned the switch, and under the curious and adorable gaze of Saya beside him, a pale blue flame shot out from the stove. Even though I couldn't see the LPG cylinder, I could still start a fire, and when I pressed the light switch, the crystal chandelier lit up. Fang Cheng remembered that when he was finalizing the renovation drawings, he remembered using LED fluorescent lights. Xiao Ling, what's going on? Fang Cheng asked in his mind. This was intelligently modified by the system according to the rules of this world and in accordance with the logic of this world. This world does not have LED fluorescent lights, so it automatically became a crystal lamp. The lighting effect is the same. The light you see and the energy used by the stove are all provided by special magic patterns that absorb magical elements from the air. At the same time, some areas of the castle's roof are also made of solar-absorbing materials, which are connected to energy stones underground through magical patterns that store energy. Most of these magical patterns are buried inside the castle walls, Xiaoling explained. So that's how it is. Fang Cheng didn't expect this system to be so thoughtful. It really is true that like master, like system, possessing the same excellent qualities as its master. With most of the sun already hidden behind the hillside, Fang Cheng walked into the small building in the backyard of the castle, which he had been somewhat looking forward to. This would be his and Saya's residence from now on. It was just an ordinary 2-story building, similar in style to the mainstream rural houses in his previous life. It occupied only about 90 square meters, not very large, but Fang Cheng had set it up specifically. It wasn't that the castle was uninhabitable, but the castle was relatively large and spacious. Fang Cheng was more used to living in this kind of small building, which gave him a safer, more familiar, and warm feeling. The small building has 2 floors. The first floor has a living room, 2 bedrooms, each with a bathroom and a kitchen. Upstairs there are 2 large bedrooms, a balcony, and a bathroom. Fang Cheng thought about it and decided to sleep on the second floor. As for why, it was because going up and down the stairs would be good exercise. If he lived on the first floor, Fang Cheng estimated that he wouldn't have to go upstairs more than once a month, which was probably how Fang Cheng was in his previous life. Saya, will be living here from now on. Yes, big brother. Little Saya nodded her little head. Fang Cheng closed the door, turned on the light, went up to the second floor, found a room. The room was very new, and there was nothing set up. Fang Cheng still regrets it a little. If he had thought of adding those beds, cabinets, and tables when he was designing it, it would have been perfect. Fortunately, I had put everything in the commoner's house into my inventory. This is where it comes in handy. Following his memory, Fang Cheng arranged the bed, large cabinet, small chair, small stool, curtain, and various small items from the system's inventory, mimicking the layout of a commoner's house. Saya followed behind like a little tail, blinking as she watched Fang Cheng conjure those things out of thin air and arrange them. It took about 5 minutes to finally get it done. Looking at the furniture in the room, Fang Cheng finally felt like he had a bedroom, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Looking down at Saya next to me, I noticed she was staring at a hair clip on the small table, seemingly lost in thought. Fang Cheng gently rubbed the little guy's head. It was getting late, and Fang Cheng knew that the little girl missed her older sister. Big brother, big sister said she'll come to pick me up, and Saya will be a good girl. The little girl looked up and smiled, showing a kind of sensible and obedient nature that was hard to ignore. Saya, you can do whatever you like. Your brother will stay with you and wait for your sister to pick you up. Fang Cheng squatted down, smoothed Saya's silver hair, and replied in a gentle and affirmative tone. Saya, are you hungry? Let's have dinner. The little guy nodded, hugging Fang Cheng. Then, he led Saya downstairs to the kitchen. There was nothing in the other rooms except the kitchen, which had standard kitchen utensils, such as knives, bowls, pressure cookers, stoves, iron pots, and sinks. I washed my hands first, then washed Xiaoshie's hands. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng lit a fire on the stove and boiled a pot of water. The little guy looked at it with a look of wonder. Then he took out 2 loaves of bread from his inventory. They were still warm and smelled delicious. Fang Cheng cut each loaf of bread in half and put them into 2 large plates. Fang Cheng handed a plate to Saya. Brother, Saya can't eat that much. Saya, you eat first. If you can't finish it, then your brother can finish it. One of the 2 breads was flavored with an unknown jam, and the other was a roast meat bread. Both types of bread tasted alright. The jam was sweet, but the meat bread had a very coarse texture. I don't even know what kind of meat it was. The meat just tasted like slightly salty roasted meat. Brother, Saya is full. Fang Chang said, taking a couple of bites of the remaining grilled meat bread from Saya and putting it in his mouth. Saya, go upstairs and get your small cup, have some hot water. After hearing this, Saya blinked her azure eyes, looked at Fang Chang with some hesitation, and after 3 seconds took a step, walked to the kitchen door, looked back with a lingering gaze, and then skipped up the stairs. Soon, Saya skipped down the stairs, holding her little cup. Seeing Fang Chang hand her the cup, she said happily, "Big brother." Fang Chang naturally saw Saya's expression and secretly smiled to himself. He understood that the little girl was now afraid that he would also disappear after Saya left, and was sticking to him all the time to get a sense of security. However, the little one needs to gradually become independent and adapt to many things. It's impossible for Fang Chang to accompany her to the toilet in the future. Although Fang Chang is emotionally willing, he rationally knows that he needs to start cultivating Xiao Shei's independence all over again. In Fang Chang's opinion, this was probably a rational form of affection, which would be helpful for Saya's growth, even though Saya had only been gone for less than 2 days. Fang Chang poured Saya a pot of water at the right temperature and handed it to her. Drinking more hot water is always good for your health. He promised Shelin that he would take good care of Saya, so he naturally had to be meticulous and start from the smallest details. Saya picked up her small cup, pursed her lips, and gulped down the drink. "So cute." Fang Chang smiled. "I want more, Saya." Saya shook her head. "From now on, if you want to drink water, just come to the kitchen. Drink more hot water, and you'll be healthy." "Your older brother really likes to drink hot water," Fang Chang said against his will. He preferred all kinds of beverages, juices, milk tea, and even a little wine to hot water. "Saya understands, brother." Saya nodded, realizing that this must be the kitchen her brother had mentioned. Fang Chang carefully washed the little guy, afraid that water would get into his ears. Seeing the little guy lying on the bath towel, his bright blue eyes staring intently at him, Fang Chang saw the reflection of his own handsome face in those pure and innocent eyes. "Saya, don't you think my brother has become more handsome?" Fang Chang asked. "No." The answer was the same, leaving Fang Chang speechless. It was the same answer he'd given Saya last time, except that last time Saya shook her head, but this time she actually said it aloud. Could it be that people from another world have a problem with their aesthetics, or is it that my Saya has a problem with hers, completely lacking in appreciation? Is that why love disappears? My older brother has always been very handsome. Fang Chang was instantly melted. Good. After washing his hair, Fang Chang used a bath towel to dry the little guy's hair. "Saya." "Yes, dear brother. Can I touch Saya's little ears?" Fang Chang asked, looking at the adorable silver cat ears that were so close to him, their fur still a little damp. Saya blinked and nodded gently. Taking a deep breath, Fang Chang reached out and gently covered the little guy's hair, slowly approaching the cat's ears. As soon as he touched them, the slightly damp, half-covered cat ears twitched adorably. It feels so soft and fluffy, the outer layer of fur is so smooth and cute. Fang Chang stroked the cat's ears and felt completely absorbed in it, wanting to keep stroking it forever. "Brother," Saya's slightly hoarse voice suddenly became a little thin, like a kitten's voice. Fang Chang woke up when he heard Saya calling out. Seeing that Saya's face was flushed and something seemed off, Fang Chang awkwardly let go of her. The sensation of stroking her cat ears still seemed to linger on his fingertips, leaving him wanting more. "I'm sorry, Saya. I won't do it again next time. I just thought Saya's cat ears were cute, so I wanted to touch them. I didn't expect Saya to feel uncomfortable," Fang Chang said apologetically. "I'm not uncomfortable. I'm so happy that my brother likes Saya. I had a strange feeling just now. My sister used to touch my ears too." Little Saya shook her head, blinked, and her face turned red. Looking at Saya's cat ears, Fang Chang was a little conflicted. Since Saya said she wasn't uncomfortable, that was good. Otherwise, if he never touched those cute little ears again, Fang Chang didn't believe he had the self-control. However, considering Saya's expression, he didn't know why, but Fang Chang thought he should restrain himself. He decided that touching them once a week shouldn't be a problem. "No, let's keep it to 3 days. Fang Chang pondered, then suddenly, for some unknown reason, he remembered Shelin's warning, the sky filled with ice crystals, the frigid air. "Mr. Fang Chang, like this, I could take on 10 of you. You won't escape this fate, not even at the ends of the earth." Shelin's warning seemed to linger in Fang Chang's ears. Let's say a week. After soaking in the bath for a while, Fang Chang, feeling a little embarrassed, quickly dried Saya's body and helped her change into the pajamas he found in the old closet. Saya's dressed now. Will Saya be able to take a bath by herself next time? Xiao Shei didn't say anything, but just hugged Fang Chang again, shook her little head, and snuggled against Fang Chang's chest, acting cute. "Alright, we can only take it slowly." Fang Chang sighed helplessly as he rubbed the little guy's head. He was just too cute to resist. Saya, are you sleepy? Go to sleep first. Big brother will go to sleep after his bath too, Fang Cheng said gently. Saya is waiting for her brother. How about Saya sits on a small stool outside at the door and waits for her brother? Okay. This time, Saya obediently agreed, which relieved Fang Cheng. The little one ran to the bedroom, brought out a small stool, and sat obediently at the bathroom door, staring blankly at the frosted glass door. My older sister said to listen to my older brother. Saya thought to herself, unconsciously touching the necklace her older sister had given her. I'm alive again. Soaking in the warm bathtub, Fang Cheng felt a sense of comfort. To be honest, Fang Cheng, who lived in the south in his previous life, had never enjoyed such a bath before. The room he rented was also very basic. At first, he could only wash with a bucket of water, and later he bought a water heater. Fang Cheng glanced towards the door and, through the frosted glass, saw a small figure sitting on a stool behind it. He couldn't help but smile. After soaking in the bath for a while, Fang Cheng quickly took a shower, washed his hair, dried himself off, and changed into new clothes. Then wash and clean the clothes that Saya had just changed out of, along with your own clothes. It's really inconvenient not having a washing machine. I should have included a bathroom with a washing machine when designing the kindergarten. But we should be able to find a way through the system later. It can even build stoves, hot water systems, and bathtubs. Washing machines are definitely no problem either. At most, they just won't be free, Fang Cheng thought. After washing the clothes, Fang Cheng opened the door and saw the little guy sitting on a small stool, rubbing his eyes sleepily. Saya, we can rest after we finish hanging up the clothes. Yes, brother. Then Fang Cheng found a clothes hanger in the wardrobe and went to the second-floor balcony to hang the clothes up. Standing on the balcony, the summer night breeze brought Fang Cheng a touch of coolness. The shadowy castle ahead gave Fang Cheng a sense of direction. Looking up, he saw an endless night sky with twinkling stars, a clear breeze, and a bright moon. Because of the open surroundings, the space felt exceptionally quiet. Big brother, the stars are so beautiful. Saya looked up at the sky. Stars are beautiful, Saya. You know, little star just told me that he thinks Saya is beautiful too. Why didn't Saya hear that? Saya grabbed Fang Cheng's sleeve and tilted her head. You'll be able to hear it when Saya grows up, Fang Cheng said, looking down at Saya. It's late, it's time to go to sleep, Saya, she said, stroking the little one's hair. I'll sleep with you, big brother. Saya nodded her little head. Yes, my brother is sleepy too, so he's sleeping with Saya. First, let the little one lie down, then cover the little one with a blanket. Seeing the little guy lying down obediently, Fang Cheng smiled. After lying down, the little guy looked at Fang Cheng with his bright blue eyes, as if urging his older brother to lie down and rest as well. Fang Cheng then turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. Fortunately, starlight still shone through the curtains. Fang Cheng lifted the covers and lay down, and the little guy quickly wrapped his arms around Fang Cheng's. You must be tired today, go to sleep early, Saya. Fang Cheng rubbed Saya's head. Saya nodded obediently. After staring blankly for a while, I noticed that Saya next to me had indeed fallen asleep quickly, making soft breathing sounds. Fang Cheng lay in bed, recalling the events of the day, and mentally opened the system panel. Xiao Ling. Fang Cheng called out. Master, Xiao Ling is here. Check for new tasks. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully owned your own kindergarten. All mission functions have been unlocked. Then a mission panel appeared in front of Fang Cheng. The above is divided into main quests, daily quests, and educational quests. Main quest, Phase 1, Opening Preparations. To welcome the students, please make thorough preparations. Mission countdown, 7 days. Task rewards, after submitting a task, the system will check the completion status and issue task rewards. Main quest, Phase 2. Please complete the enrollment and student admission process within 7 days. Task requirements, recruit at least 5 students, aged 3 to 6. Mission failed, all mission rewards obtained by the host will be confiscated and the mission will be restarted. Mission reward, a magical growth guide for children aged 3 to 6, special skill, adorable head pat. The daily tasks and educational tasks sections are completely blank. Fang Cheng studied the contents of this main mission, which, to put it simply, was to complete the preparations for opening the park and recruit at least 5 students within 7 days and then open the park. However, the tasks for preparing for the park's opening did not show any specific requirements, and there was even a button to submit the task. The penalty for failing a mission is to forfeit the rewards earned and restart the mission. Well, Fang Cheng had read a lot of system novels in his previous life. Generally speaking, when the protagonist with a system failed a mission, the punishment was often to eliminate him or cause him to lose an arm or a leg, in order to motivate him to complete the mission with all his might. Fang Cheng clearly remembered a system protagonist who was eliminated by the system for failing to complete a mission, and then the system would find a new host. Therefore, Fang Cheng felt that the system he possessed was quite benevolent, without very strict requirements. It basically relied entirely on his own self-discipline. For example, there were no requirements on the size of the site for opening a kindergarten, and even the punishment for failing a previous mission was merely unbinding the system and erasing the memories related to the system. However, the only bottom line is that I must dedicate myself to education. After understanding the mission, Fang Cheng felt more confident and thought about the rewards he had previously received: 100 exchange points and magic seeds. Open your inventory and you'll see a seed-shaped item in a small slot, emitting a glowing green light. Magic seed, used to gain magical talent. How do I use this magic seed, Xiaoling? Fang Cheng asked in his mind. You can use the magic seed directly in your inventory, or you can take it out of your inventory and swallow it. Fang Cheng glanced at Saya, who was fast asleep, hugging his arm tightly. I used the magic seed directly from my inventory. The magic seed suddenly disappeared from the system inventory, and then, after waiting for a long time, Fang Cheng blinked, feeling that his body seemed to have changed in the slightest. Foolish master, this seed only gives you magical talent, not strengthens your muscles. That makes a lot of sense. I was overthinking it. Master, close your eyes, remain calm, and use your spirit to sense your surroundings, Xiaoling reminded her. Upon hearing this, Fang Cheng immediately closed his eyes, focused his mind, and instinctively sensed his surroundings with his spirit. Initially, the surroundings were completely dark, but after a short while, the previously pitch-black surroundings suddenly lit up, as if the space around him was filled with countless points of light. Those points of light scattered randomly, like little elves wandering around. Fang Cheng tried to approach a point of light with his will using his mental power. After Fang Cheng's mental power touched the point of light seemed to sense it and automatically flew into Fang Cheng's side and merged into his body. Then a point of light entered Fang Cheng's body, followed by more points of light that seemed to sense it and flew toward Fang Cheng, naturally merging into his body, as if Fang Cheng's body were the home of these little elves. This must be the element of magic, Fang Cheng thought. Fang Cheng felt these points of light merging into him, while some of them collided with Saya next to him and merged into her body. Magic elements, is that how they're increased? So Fang Cheng communicated with those light spots, continuing to integrate them into his body, until he felt that most of the light spots in the room had been integrated into his body and became slightly sparse, and the light spots no longer integrated into his body. Fang Cheng tried to hook up with the light spots in the sky further away outside the window using his mental power, but he found it difficult and gave up when he couldn't hook up with them. Then Fang Cheng felt waves of drowsiness and mental exhaustion wash over him. Fang Cheng fell soundly asleep on the fragrant, soft bed. Perhaps because he now had his own place to live, had completed the system task, and had a soft little girl next to him, Fang Cheng slept exceptionally well tonight. I don't know how long I slept. Fang Cheng seemed to sense something, and groggily opened his eyes, his hand instinctively patting the side as if searching for something. Ha! Saya? Not sensing the little one's presence, Fang Cheng immediately woke up and sat up. I looked around the room and realized I was all alone. The door was ajar, and I was sure I had closed it properly last night. Could it be? Saya! Fang Cheng shouted anxiously. As Fang Cheng shouted, it sounded as if a chair was scraping against the ground downstairs. Saya's here, big brother. As if sensing Fang Cheng's tone, a childish voice responded loudly from downstairs. Fang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Saya's voice. After a while, soft, careful footsteps were heard at the door. Fang Cheng looked over and saw Saya carefully carrying Fang Cheng's cup, which Saya had prepared for Fang Cheng before, as she walked in. Good morning, big brother. The little guy smiled happily when he saw Fang Cheng and then held out the cup in his hand. Brother, have some hot water. Fang Cheng couldn't hold back any longer and hugged the little guy, taking the cup with one hand. Saya, you scared your brother just now. Fang Cheng hugged the little one tightly and said in a worried tone. Saya sensed Fang Cheng's worried tone, buried her head in her older brother's body, hugged him tightly, and tears welled up in her azure eyes. Saya, from now on, you must tell your brother when you wake up or where you go, okay? Yes, Saya understands, big brother. Saya nodded her little head and said. I was really worried that Saya would disappear just now, Fang Cheng said, stroking Saya's hair. Saya is the same way, afraid that her brother will disappear. Then why didn't you say a word and just ran down there? What if some bad guys came and kidnapped you? Fang Cheng said in a reproachful tone. Because my brother is still sleeping. I'm sorry, brother. The little guy looked a bit aggrieved. You can't do that next time. You have to tell your brother where you're going, okay? Yes, brother. Seeing Saya nod obediently, Fang Cheng couldn't bear to say anything more. After all, the little one's intentions were good. Fang Cheng glanced at the steaming water glass next to him, picked it up, and took a sip. Saya, you're amazing. You can actually boil water now, Fang Cheng praised. But from now on, let your older brother do these things. That flame is dangerous. If he accidentally burns his hands or clothes, he will get hurt. Can we wait until Saya is a little older before she does these things? Fang Cheng said. Saya understands, brother. Or Saya can do it when her brother is watching, so he can feel at ease. Then Fang Cheng finished drinking the water in the cup in one go. It's a little hot, Omega. Alright, Saya, let's go wash up. Fang Cheng released Saya and stood up from the bed. Big brother, hug me. You lazy bones. Oh, she's quite good at acting cute. Fang Cheng had no choice but to hug Saya wholeheartedly, and together they brushed their teeth and washed their faces with cold water. Looking at the two people in the mirror in front of the sink, both with good complexions and distinct silver and black hair, Fang Cheng thought they were quite attractive. Fang Cheng and Saya smiled. Fang Cheng then helped the little one change into a white tulle dress with cloud patterns that he had recently bought. The zipper on this little dress is in the back, and Sayo can't reach it, so she needs Fang Cheng's help to zip it up. Saya, your brother has put your clothes in the closet for you. From now on, Saya can just look for whichever clothes she wants to wear after she gets up. Thank you, brother. Saya understands. No need to thank me, brother. We're family now, no need to be so polite, Fang Cheng said. Saya blinked. From now on, Saya will have to change her own clothes like her brother. Yes, I understand, big brother. Big sister also told Saya. Saya will definitely be able to learn it right away, Fang Cheng said gently. Then, Fang Cheng resisted the urge to touch the cat's ears and combed Saya's hair. Alright, Saya looks as beautiful as ever today, let's go have breakfast. Yes, brother. Fang Cheng led Sayo down to the kitchen, where they saw a small stool on the stove and steam rising from the pressure cooker, though the fire was off. Fang Cheng had already figured out that after the little guy had been awake for a long time in the morning, he probably couldn't resist getting up and running downstairs to boil water, just like Fang Cheng had done yesterday. He would scoop the water into the pot, turn on the stove, and boil the water. Are all the kids in this other world this smart and capable, or is it just my Saya who's so smart? Fang Cheng wondered. Today's breakfast is bread again. Although the taste was not bad, Fang Cheng was starting to feel a bit tired of eating bread for several days in a row. However, the little one wasn't picky about food and ate very well, enjoying it immensely. Big brother. Halfway through the meal, the little girl Saya called out to Fang Cheng. What's wrong, Saya? Can my older sister also eat delicious bread? Don't worry, Saya. Your older sister is the eldest princess. She's very powerful. She gets to eat lots of delicious food and has left her brother a lot of money for Saya to buy good food. The little guy smiled and continued to obediently gnaw on his bread. After breakfast, Fang Cheng opened the door. The weather is so nice. The bright summer sun shines into half of the hall of the small building, while the other half of the light is blocked by the castle in front, so the living room is not too hot. It's a new day. I checked the time on the system panel and it was already past 10 o'clock. It seems I really did get up too late today. With preparations for the park's opening underway, the enrollment and admission process must begin. Fang Cheng strolled around in his territory, and Xiao Shay followed happily behind him, occasionally jumping up and down. She looked left and right, feeling safe and secure with only her older brother around. It would be even better if my older sister were here, but Saya will wait patiently for her to come back. I'm sure she'll be very happy to be here, the little girl thought to herself. Fang Cheng walked ahead, deep in thought, when he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Saya seemed to be doing well, which made him feel relieved. Preparations for the park's opening. What to prepare? In his previous life, Fang Cheng had never been a kindergarten principal and didn't know much about it. Fortunately, this was another world, where he could make the decisions about his own kindergarten. He could just rely on his intuition to figure out what needed to be improved. Walking through the castle, looking at the empty rooms. Blank walls. There is also a lack of desks, chairs, and beds for students to take naps. The artwork on the wall still needs improvement. However, since he didn't have these things, going out to buy them would take some effort and time. Fang Cheng thought of the system shop. He hadn't checked the system shop after completing his task yesterday. He had just fallen asleep while meditating. Xiao Ling. Little Ling is here, master. Open the system store. Yes, master. The system store page immediately appeared in my mind. The top right corner of the shop page displays 246 gold coins and 100 exchange points. The items displayed below are categorized as props, skills, buildings, and ingredients. Fang Cheng opened the items section. Magic Seed, worth 10,000 exchange points. Magic Sensing Seed, Fire, worth 1,000 exchange points. Magic Sensing Seed, Water, is worth 1,000 exchange points. Magic Sensing Seed, Wind. Magic Sensing Seed, Earth. Magic Sensing Seed, Light. Philosopher's Stone, worth 1,000 exchange points. Healing Branch, worth 1,000 exchange points. None of them were affordable for Fang Cheng, but the sheer variety of items on display dazzled him. He hadn't expected the most expensive magic seed to cost 10,000 exchange points. The system was really generous. It seemed this magic seed was quite precious. Xiaoling, can we start with the cheapest one? Fang Cheng had just finished speaking when the panel changed. Story Crystal Ball, price, 10 exchange points. Magical Kids Trampoline, price, 10 redemption points. Magic Adventure Slide, small, priced at 10 redemption points. Wind Swing, small, costs 10 exchange points. Master, you can just tell Xiaoling what you want to buy. Xiaoling's voice echoed in Fang Cheng's mind. Okay, thank you, Xiaoling, Fang Cheng replied. The props were dazzling to Fang Cheng, and then Fang Cheng curiously clicked on the skill category. Click on the skills category. It is further divided into magic skills and special skills. Magic skills, Forbidden Spell, Frostmourne, 10,000 exchange points, Forbidden Spell, Flame God's Domain, 10,000 exchange points, Forbidden Spell, Infernal Thunder, 10,000 exchange points, Small Fireball, 10 exchange points, Small Water Ball, price, 10 exchange points. Special skills, Magical Illusion, 10,000 exchange points, Alchemy, 1,000 exchange points, Intermediate Detection, 50 exchange points. Magic Blessing, 50 exchange points, Magic Guidance, 50 exchange points, Cute Head Pat, 50 exchange points, Hairstyling Mastery, 1 exchange point, Art Mastery, 1 exchange point, Children's Cooking Mastery, 1 exchange point. There were too many skills, and although he wanted them all, Fang Cheng decided not to look anymore. His meager 100 exchange points seemed pitiful. Moreover, based on Fang Cheng's observation of pricing, the more a system item or skill was geared towards children, the cheaper it was. Is this something a human being would do? Can Xiaoling buy anything with her gold coins in the shop? Fang Cheng asked. Seeing that gold coins were also counted in the upper right corner of the system panel, Fang Cheng guessed that gold coins could also be used to buy things in the system shop. Yes, you can use gold coins to buy ingredients and household items in this world through the system. Do you have a washing machine? Fang Cheng asked expectantly. Yes, master. Then a picture of a washing machine appeared in front of Fang Cheng, priced at 1 gold coin. The washing machine was different from what Fang Cheng remembered. It seemed to have been modified and didn't have a plug. 1 gold coin, the price was acceptable, so Fang Cheng bought one, and a washing machine icon appeared in his inventory. Fang Cheng thought that 1 gold coin should be enough to hire someone from the commoners district to help with laundry for about a year. Fang Cheng then thought about it. Xiaoling, I want to buy a children's table and chairs, Fang Cheng said directly. Yes, master. Suddenly, a set of pictures appeared in front of Fang Cheng's eyes, showing 6 identical sets of kindergarten-style children's tables and chairs, but the prices were different for each set. They all appear to be made of wood. However, the prices are 1 gold coin, 10 gold coins, 100 gold coins, and 10 exchange points respectively. That's outrageous. At this moment, Xiaoling explained, Master, although these tables and chairs look the same, the materials used are different depending on the price. The last one is made of moonwood, which is very rare in the Elf Kingdom. Long-term use can enhance your sensitivity to wood elements. The prices of the previous models are also based on the rarity of different materials. For example, the chair that costs 10 gold coins is made of tianxiang wood that grows at an altitude of over 1,000 meters and will also emit a light fragrance. In the end, Fang Cheng chose to buy 10 sets at the cheapest price. He had no choice, because he didn't know how many other places he would need to spend money in the future. Without a way to make money, he naturally wanted to save as much as possible. After Fang Cheng took the desks and chairs out of the inventory and placed them in the classroom, he found that they were quite sturdy and safe, with rounded edges and corners. Then I spent 0.1 gold coins to buy a dust-free blackboard and hung it on the wall. And so, a classroom with a layout as simple as Yuri Academy was completed. However, it was rather rudimentary for a kindergarten classroom. Looking at the blank walls and the few tables and chairs, something seemed to be missing. If we were to follow the standards of my previous life, the walls would be covered with colorful cartoon-themed posters about following various rules or about educational children's picture books. But to be honest, I'm running a magic kindergarten, and I still need to think about what to put on the interior walls. Fang Cheng then improved the desks, chairs, and blackboards in the 2 classrooms, and added a dormitory room connected to the classrooms. He also spent 10 gold coins to buy 10 of the cheapest small beds in the system and arranged them there. Fang Cheng then walked outside the castle and looked at the still empty playground. He hesitated for a moment in the system shop and decided to buy a magic adventure slide, small, and a wind swing, small, for a total of 20 exchange points. Then, on a suitable grassy spot in the playground, the magic adventure slide was placed on the ground and installed under Xiaoling's guidance. Fang Cheng examined the slide. It was colorful and had some star-shaped patterns. It felt no different from the small slides in his previous life. For children, sliding down from a height with a whoosh might be considered an adventure, but as for magic, according to Xiaoling's explanation, prolonged use will increase the affinity with magical elements. Saya, want to give it a try? Fang Cheng looked at Saya, who was staring at the screen with wide eyes. Big brother, what is this? This is a toy called a slide, Fang Cheng explained with a smile. Come on, let's try it together. Saya, follow behind your brother. With that, Fang Cheng went up to the slide first. Although the slide was small, Fang Cheng, who wasn't very big, was able to go in and play. Then, Fang Cheng demonstrated the correct movements and slid down the slide. After sliding down the slide, Fang Cheng finally understood what the adventure meant. The slide wasn't very high, but sliding down it gave him the illusion of sliding down from a great height at high speed, and the distance also seemed very long. He guessed that there might be some kind of magic hidden inside that Fang Cheng didn't understand. It was quite fun and a little exciting for him. Saya, how are you feeling? Fang Cheng asked. Saya was a little scared when she first came down from up there, but she wasn't scared anymore when she saw her big brother in front of her. The little girl blinked as she spoke, her eyes shining as if she was experiencing what she had just felt. Big brother, can Saya play again? Saya asked. Of course you can. These are toys that your brother prepared for the children to play with. Saya can play with them anytime she wants, as many times as she wants. But Saya must be careful. Play like your brother did just now, one step at a time, holding onto the railing, and don't go headfirst. Even though the children in this other world are physically strong, Fang Cheng has always made sure to explain the safety rules. Okay, big brother. The little guy replied happily, imitating Fang Cheng's actions as he walked up the steps and then slid down the slide. Big brother, this is so much fun. Let's play here a little longer. Fang Cheng smiled when he saw the little guy's happy expression. Yes, big brother. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, the little guy hopped and skipped on the soft grass, already quite adept at climbing the steps, and then slid down the slide in a flash. Then the little guy happily repeated the steps he had just taken. Big brother, hug Saya, and play together, the little one invited. Fang Cheng naturally couldn't refuse the little one's invitation. Hee, it feels so comfortable in big brother's arms. Haha, Saya is so happy, she's going to become a little chatterbox. Saya is very happy because her older brother is with her. Alright, let's play one last time, said Fang Cheng, who had already slid twice while holding Saya. Yes, brother. After enjoying himself on the slide, Fang Cheng walked to another open space and installed the wind swing next to a tree. Once installed, the small, light blue wooden swing swayed gently and automatically, as if it were naturally accompanied by a gentle breeze. The swing is made entirely of wood and vines, and has green leaves growing on it, but it is only as tall as an adult. As Fang Cheng approached the swing chair, the wind swing automatically stopped, as if inviting him to sit on it. So Fang Cheng moved a little further away, and the swing started swaying again, even more violently than before, as if it were angry. Big brother, this is amazing. What is this? Saya followed behind Fang Cheng, completely mesmerized. This is a swing, Saya, try sitting on it. But big brother, it won't stop. The swing was still swaying violently. Shay, can you ask the swing if it can stop? Fang Cheng said. Swing, can you stop? The little guy blinked in confusion when he heard Fang Cheng's words, walked forward, peeked his little head forward, and asked tentatively in a low voice. The swing swayed gently, then stopped. Big brother, the swing has really stopped. Saya smiled, looking very happy, as the swing seemed to have really stopped as she had asked. Her azure eyes sparkled beautifully in the sunlight, and her cute little cat ears perked up. Okay, then Saya just needs to sit on it and hold onto the rope tightly, Fang Cheng replied with a smile. After Saya sat down, the swing slowly began to sway the little one. This swing is something else. Fang Cheng didn't know if it was because the swing sensed Saya's approach or because it actually stopped after hearing what Saya said, but it was indeed very magical. Saya, do you want to play here for a while? I'm going to rest in the castle. The sun is making me a little hot, Fang Cheng said to Saya after watching her play for a while. Big brother, Saya is done playing. Upon hearing this, the little guy quickly and nimbly tiptoed off the swing and stood on the lawn, then hopped over to Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng rubbed Saya's head helplessly and said, then Saya can come and play anytime she wants. Yes, big brother, Saya nodded, then looked at the swing that was swaying silently and said in a clear voice, swing, I'll come play again next time. Wind swing, ... Let's go. Fang Cheng said with a smile, walking towards the castle, with the little guy quickly following behind. My dear brother. What's wrong? Hug Saya, then you won't be hot anymore. Fang Cheng sat in his office on the first floor of the castle. The office was new, and the desk and chair were the cheapest ones he had just bought from the system store, costing 1 gold coin. It has to be admitted that this early childhood magic growth system is quite powerful, and the items are quite comprehensive. You can buy anything. According to Xiaoling, the system can sell most of the things that the kindergarten needs. And the kindergarten needs a lot of things, so it starts with gold coins. Fang Cheng sat in his office chair, writing and drawing on paper with a pen in his hand, while a small shea was stuck to his chest. I have to say, in this slightly hot summer weather, the little guy's built-in cooling effect is absolutely fantastic, much more comfortable than air conditioning, and it's the same when I sleep at night. Although the system store has central air conditioning, Fang Cheng felt that it was unnecessary for the time being and that it would be a waste of energy. As Fang Cheng pondered and recalled, he scribbled and drew on the paper. An hour later, Fang Cheng checked his plan and found nothing missing, so he nodded in satisfaction. I looked down at my little air conditioner and found the little guy leaning against my chest, blinking as he looked at the plan I had written, without moving. Saya, do you recognize the words your brother wrote? Fang Cheng asked curiously. Saya doesn't recognize most of them, but she remembers some of them because Yuri-sensei taught them. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, the little guy twisted his body and blinked his bright blue eyes. Oh, Saya, that's great. Are you tired of sitting? Let's go eat. Fang Cheng rubbed the little guy's head and picked him up to stretch his body. Fang Cheng led the little guy to the castle's kitchen and checked it. The facilities were quite complete, with children's plates and tableware, but a refrigerator was missing. Fang Cheng spent 5 gold coins from the system shop to buy a large freezer and placed it there. The freezer had no plug and ran automatically. According to Xiao Ling's explanation, the magic patterns under the freezer were connected to the energy pool in the castle's underground and would run automatically. Knowing that the system shop sells ingredients, Fang Cheng has recently decided to stop eating bread altogether, fearing that if he gets tired of it, he'll never like bread again. Fang Cheng then opened the system shop and accessed the ingredients page. Rice costs 1 gold coin for 100 jin, 50 caddies. Corn costs 1 gold coin for 500 jin, 250 caddies. Magic crystal rice costs 10 gold coins for 50 jin, 25 caddies. Dragon blood rice costs 1 exchange point for 10 jin, 5 caddies. Fresh eggs cost 1 gold coin for 200 eggs. Quail eggs cost 1 gold coin for 500 eggs. Wind spirit bird eggs cost 10 gold coins each. Purple dragon eggs cost 10 exchange points each. Meat, dairy, fruits and vegetables, everything was available. Prices varied, and many of the food names were new to Fang Cheng, making him quite envious. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng bought rice, vegetable oil, eggs, pork, milk, green vegetables, and apples, spending 7 gold coins to buy different quantities of ingredients. Seeing Saya standing obediently beside him, watching him, Fang Cheng had an idea and spent another gold coin to buy 25 fish. Fang Cheng then spent another 1 exchange point to purchase the children's cooking mastery skill. Fang Cheng suddenly felt that his mind had gained many more cooking techniques, which could maximize the deliciousness while preserving the nutrients and meeting the taste of children. Fang Cheng took out the appropriate amount of ingredients from his inventory. After seeing the ingredients, perhaps influenced by the children's culinary skills, he naturally thought of cooking methods and techniques suitable for children. After washing the rice and putting it in the rice steamer, Fang Cheng started preparing the ingredients. He also spent 5 gold coins in the system shop to buy an automatic kitchen waste disposal machine, so he didn't have to worry about where the kitchen waste went. Big brother, is there anything Saya can do? The little guy who was watching Fang Cheng busy said. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then found a basin, filled it with water, and placed it on the ground. He handed a bunch of greens to Saya, saying, Saya, please help wash these greens. If they're too long, break them in the middle. Fang Cheng then picked up a green and demonstrated how to wash them. Yes, big brother, I understand, Saya said happily. Sweetie, your brother is making fish soup today. I wonder if Saya will like it. Saya loves everything her brother makes. Haha, Saya has learned how to make her brother happy now. Big brother's cooking is really delicious, the little guy said earnestly, then pouted and looked a little angry. Remove the scales, gut, and clean the large crucian carp, removing any fishy smell. Place it in a pot, add a small amount of seasonings and a few green vegetable leaves, and you'll have a fragrant and flavorful soup. Brother, the vegetables are washed. Yes, Saya is wonderful. Fang Cheng took the vegetables that Saya had washed and then made a stir-fried vegetable dish. The system shop also has tools for automatically processing ingredients, but Fang Cheng hasn't bought them yet. Sometimes, doing things himself brings a lot of fun and a sense of accomplishment. Fang Cheng divided a portion of the steamed rice into a portion of fried rice, which he then divided into 2 portions, one with a light flavor and the other with a slightly stronger soy sauce flavor. A simple and unpretentious lunch has been prepared. Big brother, is that a fish? Saya's azure eyes were lingering on the fragrant fish soup, and her delicate little ears twitched slightly. Has Saya eaten this before? Fang Cheng asked. Every time my older sister gets paid, she takes Saya out for grilled fish. It's so delicious, the little one said. Hearing what the little guy said, looking at Saya's cat ears twitching slightly and her eyes fixed on the fish soup, Fang Cheng felt that perhaps Saya's older sister, like himself, had something wrong with her. Saya, let's eat. She served Saya a bowl of fish soup and then picked out the fish bones. Let's eat. Yes, big brother. He scooped up a spoonful of fried rice and put it in his mouth. The long-lost and cherished taste of rice brought tears to Fang Cheng's eyes. With the added benefit of his culinary skills, the tender egg coated the soft yet firm rice, and the seasonings further enhanced the flavor, constantly tantalizing Fang Cheng's taste buds. He was completely absorbed in it, taking one bite after another. I still prefer eating rice. Take a sip of the rich, white fish soup. The ingredients provided by the system are just as delicious. Fang Cheng glanced at Saya, who was eating obediently beside him, and put some vegetables on her plate. Saya, these are the vegetables you washed, have a taste. The little guy took a sip of fish soup and nodded his head. Big brother, this is delicious. In the end, the two of them, one big and one small, finished off all the vegetables and fried rice for lunch. After a pleasant lunch, Fang Cheng took the small wooden bed he had slept in when he first arrived at the commoner's house from his inventory and placed it under a big tree next to the castle. Fang Cheng lay down on it to cool off. It's supposed to be a place to cool off, but in summer, especially shortly after noon, even with a big tree providing shade and evaporation, the hot wind blowing in the sunlight can still feel quite dry and hot. Fortunately, our little air conditioner knows how to care for her brother. She sits on the wind swing next to him from time to time, letting the swing sway her around for a while. She also jumps over to cling to Fang Cheng from time to time, helping him cool down. Big brother, what did we eat for lunch today? The little guy asked, clinging to Fang Cheng. That white stuff is rice, it's made from rice. The golden stuff is fried rice with egg. The vegetables that Saya helped wash are called green vegetables, and the last one is fish soup, Fang Cheng explained, ruffling Saya's hair. Yes, Saya understands. What does Saya like to eat the most? Fang Cheng asked with a smile. I love everything my brother makes. The little guy smiled. Fang Cheng thought Saya would say that her favorite food was fish. Little rascal, I saw through her long ago. Saya, how about you open a school like Teacher Yuri's in the future, so that children can come here to learn and play together? Fang Cheng suddenly asked. Okay, the little guy replied in a clear voice, sticking close to Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng continued to enjoy the cool air, watching the swings swaying even though no one was sitting on them. Through the fence, he could vaguely see what looked like a huge lizard pulling a carriage as it sped past on the distant road. At this speed, how much would it cost per hour? Fang Cheng's thoughts wandered. 50 copper coins? No, Fang Cheng suddenly felt that he had been ripped off by the skinny man watering the horse. Although it was only 10 copper coins, under normal circumstances, who would charge for a horse-drawn carriage by the time? Fang Cheng's thoughts drifted, and he remembered that he seemed to have spent a lot of gold coins in the mall. He was a bit addicted to the feeling of shopping. In his previous life, he grew up in an orphanage and was a poor guy who never had the chance to buy things for himself. The only time he spent a lot of money was when he was willing to travel. However, after the city was locked down, he stayed in a hotel and ended up here. As the hotel stay went on, Fang Cheng became increasingly anxious. A night stay plus food cost 200 yuan. With his pockets dwindling, he was afraid he would be kicked out soon. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to arrive here before being kicked out, catching the wave of time travel. The system I encountered was also quite good, giving me 500 gold coins at the start, and there was no penalty for failing a mission, or rather, the penalty wasn't severe. Tell me, besides the super-rich system, who else offers this? Realizing his thoughts had drifted off into the distance, Fang Cheng snapped back to reality. He glanced at Saya, who was clinging to him and had apparently taken a nap sometime earlier. Fang Cheng closed his eyes and thought about how simple, mundane, and unpretentious his peaceful, comfortable, and wonderful life was. When Fang Cheng woke up from his afternoon nap, he felt a little tightness in his chest. He opened his eyes and found the little guy lying on him with his head buried in his chest, his nose twitching as if he was smelling something nice. Saya? Big brother, you're awake. The little guy raised his head and replied, his eyes showing joy. Yeah, I just discovered what Saya was secretly doing. Brother smells nice. Xiaohe said with a slightly flushed face, then lowered her head again, seemingly too shy to look at Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng sniffed, but couldn't smell anything. He pondered for a moment, thinking that it was probably because of his special physique, the spirit body, favorability plus 10. The old woman had said that her aura was pure, so it seems that the effect of this physique is quite obvious. In just a few days, Xiaohe has become very close to her. Saya, could you go and get your brother a glass of water? I want some cold water, he's a little thirsty, Fang Cheng said with a smile, gently stroking Saya's hair. Okay. Big brother, wait for Saya, okay? The little one blinked and replied. She got up from Fang Cheng, put on her little shoes, and skipped and hopped towards the castle. A short while later, Fang Cheng, lying on the bed, saw Saya carefully carrying Fang Cheng's cup and walking over with small steps. Saya, you're so kind. Fang Cheng straightened up, took the cup, gulped it down in one go, and smacked his lips in satisfaction. Brother is the best, Saya said happily, resting her head on Fang Cheng's lap. Does big brother want some more water? The little guy asked, tilting his head as he rested his head on his lap. No, that's enough. Fang Cheng gently stroked Saya's head. After stroking Saya's head for a while, Fang Cheng felt his laziness kicking in. Let me lie down a bit more, he thought, looking at the still intense sun. It was still more comfortable to cool off under the shade of a tree. Saya. Seeing Saya's bewildered expression, Fang Cheng lay on the bed and earnestly explained, because I've been doing a lot of magic tricks lately, I'm a little tired. Then Fang Cheng flipped his hand, revealing a fist-sized, black, crystalline fruit, which he handed to Saya. Brother, what is this? Saya asked. This is our afternoon snack, a fruit called black plum. From now on, your brother will prepare snacks for us every afternoon. Saya, try it and see how it tastes. Saya grabbed the plum with both of her small hands and took a small bite. How about it? It's sweet and delicious. It tastes a bit like the purple berries that my older sister used to bring for Saya. I see, Fang Cheng said thoughtfully, then added, you can't eat the pit in the middle. Remember to throw it in the trash can after you're done, and wash your hands too. Saya knows. Big brother, have a bite. Saya brought the fruit to Fang Cheng's lips. Looking at the small bite mark on his lips from Saya, and Saya's cute and expectant little face, Fang Cheng opened his mouth, and the fruit automatically moved closer to his teeth. Fang Cheng silently took a bite. I just feel, it's so sweet to be fed while lying down. When Fang Cheng opened his eyes again after resting, the sun was no longer so intense, and the weather had become cooler. Fang Cheng got up and stretched, and saw Saya sitting on the wind swing in front of him, swinging back and forth. Her little head, slightly raised, was fixed on the sky. She wore a white dress with cloud patterns, and her cute little feet swayed to the rhythm of the swing. Her delicate profile was exquisite, with pure, azure eyes beneath long, curved eyelashes and a small, dainty nose. Her pointed little cat ears twitched occasionally, and her soft, almost shoulder-length silver hair was gently blown by the wind. The scene seemed to freeze in Fang Cheng's eyes at that moment. Fang Cheng followed Saya's gaze to the sky and saw two blue wind birds, one large and one small, circling overhead. The larger blue wind bird was about the size of a duck. Blue wind bird? Fang Cheng's heart tightened. Isn't this a magical beast? How could it appear here? Fang Cheng remembered that he had read types of magical beasts in the Soto City Library before, which introduced various types of magical beasts. The most common type of bird magical beast was the azure wind bird that he saw in front of him. The azure wind bird is gentle in nature, with blue feathers all over its body. When it grows up, it is 40 centimeters long. Its body possesses wind attribute magical energy. When flying at full speed without obstacles, it is extremely fast. Its impact force can break a tree as thick as a bowl. It is a common first-tier bird magical beast. Because of its high intelligence, it is easy to tame. Although the book describes it as having a gentle temperament, Fang Cheng was still worried that it might cause some dangerous accidents. It would be troublesome if the azure wind bird acted impulsively and crashed headfirst into something. Xiao Ling, help me exchange for the small fireball spell, Fang Cheng instructed in his mind. Yes, master. Redeemed, 10 redemption points deducted. Fang Cheng immediately recalled the techniques for using the small fireball spell. What? All I have to do is cast fireball? Fang Cheng was uncertain about the information he received. Yes, master. Fang Cheng looked at the azure wind bird circling overhead, which seemed to have its eye on this place. However, if the enemy doesn't move, he won't move either. Fang Cheng wasn't sure about the power of the small fireball spell. If he used the skill first and the bird took it as a provocation and charged at him, it would be very difficult. He couldn't doubt that such a possibility was not out of the question. Big brother, you're awake again, Xiaozhe said happily when she noticed Fang Cheng. Yes, Saya, come to your brother's place. Fang Cheng replied, his eyes fixed on the two blue wind birds, one large and one small, circling overhead. As Saya approached, Fang Cheng saw the large bird cry out, and then the two birds, one large and one small, suddenly darted downwards. Holy crap! Fang Cheng grabbed Xiao Shay and hugged her tightly, raising his right hand above his head and shouting, Fireball! Instantly, a fist-sized crimson flame appeared on Fang Cheng's fist. Just as Fang Cheng successfully unleashed the fireball spell, the two azure wind birds, one large and one small, successfully landed on the vines of the wind swing. Fang Cheng looked at the azure wind bird standing on the wind swing vine not far away and seemed to see the two azure wind birds, one big and one small, staring blankly and motionless. Big brother, you're amazing. Saya realized what was happening and looked at the crimson flames above Fang Cheng's right fist with an expression of admiration. Big brother, they're not bad people, not bad birds. At this moment, Saya noticed the wind bird that was not moving on the wind swing vine and said in a clear voice, How did Saya know? Fang Cheng asked. Saya, I don't know either, the little one whispered. At that moment, the large pheasant cried out, as if in response to what Saya had said. With a thought, Fang Cheng loosened his fist, and the crimson flames disappeared. As the flames disappeared, Fang Cheng felt that the two blue wind birds, one large and one small, seemed to relax, then became lively and agile, hopping around on the vines. You can play, but don't poop on the swing. Fang Cheng shouted at the two birds. Now the wind-blown swing is no longer swaying. These two birds, one big and one small, seemed to understand, and even nodded their heads in a pretentious, human-like manner. This must have been domesticated. Big brother, may I go closer and touch them? Saya asked. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and said, let's go together. Fang Cheng had just gotten up. Suddenly, Fang Cheng and Saya seemed to hear a rapid whistle coming from a distance. The two blue wind birds, one large and one small, which were still on the swing vine, suddenly took flight, circled once in the sky above Fang Cheng's head as if lingering for a moment, and then flew quickly toward the direction of the whistle. The wind swing started swaying again. Fang Cheng looked in that direction, and it was the Magic Academy not far away. They went back to their homes after hearing the whistle. Fang Cheng said to Saya. Yes. Saya heard it too. Saya replied cheerfully, without showing any disappointment. Then let's make friends with the blue wind birds next time they come to play. Brother, the azure wind bird? Yes, they are a kind of animal called the blue wind bird. Saya will remember this. Brother? What's wrong? Saya wants to learn magic as soon as possible. Why, so suddenly? Because Saya also wants to protect brother and sister, just like brother protected Saya just now. Saya's clear blue eyes revealed her seriousness. Yes, Saya can definitely learn magic. My Saya has an amazing talent for magic, her brother knows it best. Fang Cheng said with a smile. Big brother. Saya shyly buried her head in Fang Cheng's arms. Ha ha ha. Fang Cheng laughed happily. There's still some time before it gets dark. Fang Cheng led Saya out of the kindergarten, intending to familiarize themselves with the surroundings and take a walk to get some exercise. The area was quite spacious, with few pedestrians along the way. Occasionally, one could see carriages passing by, and the carriages varied in style. There were carriages pulled by large lizards, and there were also carriages with two horses, one white and one black, that were decorated quite ornately. Fang Cheng guessed that these were reserved for wealthy nobles. As they walked along, Fang Cheng felt that he was quite eye-catching. Many people would take a second look at Fang Cheng and his companion. Fang Cheng led Saya for a stroll in the nearby area. When they passed the entrance of the Magic Academy, they saw that the old lady was not there in the small stone pavilion. Instead, a burly man was sitting there boredly on the desk, staring blankly. Fang Cheng didn't go over, he was just wondering why he hadn't seen anyone come out of the Magic Academy's gates all day. Then Fang Cheng led Sayo to some buildings that looked like shops opposite the Magic Academy. The size and decoration of these shops far surpassed that of the dilapidated and shabby Walker restaurant in the working-class district. Fang Cheng looked up at the prominent sign on the building in front of him, School General Store. The name was indeed simple, direct, and clear. Fang Cheng pushed open the glass door and went inside. He saw that the store was filled with a dense array of items. A relatively young woman was leaning on the counter, seemingly bored, flipping through a book. What would you like to buy, sir? The woman asked, sitting up straight at the sound of the noise. Do you sell paint here? Fang Cheng asked. Paint, huh? Haven't sold it in ages. Why are people still buying paint now? Let me think. The woman seemed to be talking to herself, then suddenly remembered something. I think I've seen it on the second floor before. Please come with me to the second floor, sir, the woman said with a smile to Fang Cheng, then looked at Saya. Your child is very cute, sir. Thank you, is it all right? Will no one come in later? Fang Cheng looked around and found that no one was in the store. It's all right, no one's probably coming now, it'll be quick, the woman said as she walked ahead. Then I'll have to trouble you. Fang Cheng followed. As Fang Cheng walked up the stairs, he asked in confusion, why does it seem like hardly anyone comes to buy anything? Oh, are you new here, sir? You're not familiar with this place yet. Our shops are located at the school gate, and we mainly do business on Sundays. On those days, several of us are usually busy all day long, the woman said kindly, glancing at Fang Cheng. Are there many demi-humans? Fang Cheng asked. Demi-humans are rare in our country, but if you pay attention, they're quite common. The woman looked at Saya, pondered for a moment, and then smiled as she spoke. But it's rare to see such a cute and pretty demi-human girl. However, demi-humans are relatively rare in our Soto city, the woman added. Fang Cheng carried a large cloth bag on his shoulder, and bought all the remaining paint in the corner of the second floor of the general store. My husband just went out to buy some goods, otherwise I could have asked him to deliver them to you, or I could have him deliver them to you later. After the pleasantries, the woman already knew that Fang Cheng was the owner of the castle. "Thank you, Mrs. Duva. These things aren't heavy, but don't underestimate me." Fang Cheng declined the woman's kindness. "Please bring Saya next time you have time," the woman said at the door. "Okay, thank you, Mrs. Duva. Hope to have the chance." Fang Cheng replied with a smile and led Saya away. When Fang Cheng asked earlier, Madame Duva said that the castle at the kindergarten had always existed there, but no one knew which nobleman's residence it belonged to. Fang Cheng only felt that the system was powerful. Anyone who had seen that kindergarten would naturally feel that this uniquely shaped castle should have existed here, and would not realize that it had just appeared in the last 2 days. Fang Cheng originally wanted to visit other shops to see what he could buy, but he gave up the idea because he was carrying a slightly heavy load of paint on his shoulder. He also didn't want to put the items directly into his inventory in a crowded place. This huge pile of paint only cost Fang Cheng 10 silver coins, which was quite a bargain compared to the prices of paints in the system. It wasn't that Fang Cheng thought the items in the system shop were expensive, it was just that since he was idle, he might as well take Saya out more often to see the world, experience different things, and by things, thus accumulating life experience for her a valuable educational experience. Back at the kindergarten gate, Fang Cheng put down the paint he was carrying. It was quite heavy, to be honest. Fortunately, he was healthy and energetic. Looking at the empty wall, Fang Cheng thought for a moment and spent 1 gold coin to buy a physical elevator in the system shop. Xiao Ling exchanged for art proficiency. "Yes, master." Redeemed successfully. 1 redemption point deducted. The painting experiences that flooded his mind made Fang Cheng feel like he had become an art master. After a busy day, Mr. Fang began work. Fang Cheng stepped onto the elevator. "Big brother, be careful," Saya called out from below. "I know, Saya, don't worry, it's not high for your brother." Fang Cheng smiled at Saya, who was looking down at him. Fang Cheng took paintbrushes and other tools, applied paint, and began waving them around on the wall at the kindergarten gate. Fang Cheng recalled various elements in his mind, and quickly swung his brush across the wall. Every now and then, an Elsa princess wielding a sky full of ice and snow power would appear on the wall. He carefully depicted the eyes, added a snowflake background, and then a random, icy blue pentagram pattern that he himself couldn't understand. Seeing the lifelike anime character appear before his eyes, Fang Cheng, regaining his senses, could hardly believe that he had drawn it himself. It was as if a movie scene with special effects had appeared before his eyes. "Big brother, you're so amazing," Saya murmured, her eyes filled with admiration as she stared at the figure on the wall. Fang Cheng stepped down from the elevator, looked at the scene on the wall, and showed a satisfied expression. Judging from Saya's expression, he knew that the children here would also be attracted. Then Fang Cheng dragged the elevator to another area of the wall and began painting, picking up a paintbrush and waving it around. SpongeBob was happily sliding down the rainbow slide. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng drew a small fireball on SpongeBob's happy peace sign. It looked a little out of place, but strangely cute. Add a few clouds, and a blue sky background. "Alright, that's enough for today." Looking up at the sun, which was half set, Fang Cheng waved his aching hands. "Young man, your drawing is really good." A deep, magnetic voice came from behind. "Brother." Fang Cheng was taken aback. He jumped down from the elevator and saw a middle-aged man in a black suit standing not far away, looking at the wall where Fang Cheng had painted. The man had thick, neatly trimmed flaxen short hair, a well-groomed beard, a handsome face, and an upright posture. Fang Cheng patted Saya's head and smiled at the man, saying, "Thank you for the compliment. These are just some humble attempts at decorating the walls. This is the first time I've seen paintings in this style. Although the images are unusual, I think young children would like them," the middle-aged man commented. He then nodded and said, "I'm Bok Ephadiah, who lives not far from this area. I've never seen who owns this building before. This is the first time I've seen someone here, so I came out of curiosity. I didn't expect to see such interesting and vivid paintings," the man said in a steady voice. "Hello Mr. Ephadiah, my name is Fang Cheng. Would you like to come in and have a cup of tea?" Fang Cheng nodded and invited. "Thank you. It's getting late, so I won't bother you any longer. You're welcome to visit my residence sometime." After hearing Fang Cheng's words, the man confirmed that the black-haired youth in front of him was the owner of the castle. He then gave Saya a kind look before leaving with these words. I looked in the direction the man had gone. "It's getting late, let's go inside, Saya." "Yes, big brother," the little guy replied. Fang Cheng tidied up the paint and other tools, and Saya helped put the lids on the paint cans. Then they pushed the elevator together into the kindergarten gate. After putting everything away, it was evening again, time to prepare dinner. Chef Fang, who had been busy for 2 hours, began making boiled fish fillets. Tonight's dinner was as simple and unpretentious as ever: boiled fish fillets, stir-fried vegetables, and rice. Fang Cheng loves to eat, and Saya loves to eat too. After a pleasant dinner, I took Saya for a walk on the grass in the playground, where we played on the slide and swayed on the wind swing for a while. As the stars gradually twinkled in the dim sky, Fang Cheng and the others returned to the small courtyard house. Fang Cheng went into the bathroom, leaving Saya to wait obediently at the door. Soaking in the cool summer bath, Fang Cheng felt all the fatigue of the day disappear. Fang Cheng looked at his fair hands, as if he had thought of something. He clenched his fist, then opened his hand. Fireball! Fang Cheng chanted. Instantly, a fist-sized crimson fireball appeared in Fang Cheng's palm, hovering about a foot above it. Fang Cheng didn't feel it was hot, just a slightly warm sensation. So Fang Cheng tried to touch it with his other hand, but before his hand even touched the fireball, when it was about a centimeter away, Fang Cheng felt a burning sensation. With a thought, Fang Cheng made the fireball disappear from his palm. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then this time he didn't shout it out, but silently recited fireball. In his mind, a fireball the size of a fist rose again from his palm. Fang Cheng wanted to test the power of this fireball, so he buried the fireball in his palm into the bathwater. It should go out, Fang Cheng thought. With a hiss, a large amount of white steam instantly billowed out of the small bathtub. Holy crap! Fang Cheng jumped out of the bathtub in an instant, almost falling over. Looking at the large amount of steam that suddenly rose in the bathroom and the fact that half the water in the bathtub was gone, Fang Cheng wondered if he had some misunderstanding about the power of this little fireball. He almost hurt himself. Brother, what's wrong? Saya's worried voice sounded from outside the door. Don't worry about Saya, it's okay. I'll wash you soon, okay? Fang Cheng said, looking at the little figure standing up behind the door. Fang Cheng looked at his palm, wanting to test how many times he could cast the small fireball spell. Fireball. Extinguished. Fireball. Extinguished. By the time Fang Cheng released the fireball for the 8th time, it stopped appearing, and he even felt a sense of emptiness in his body. Fang Cheng knew it was because his magic power was exhausted. Fang Cheng then quickly rinsed himself with cold water, changed his clothes, and called Xiaoling to spend 5 gold coins in the system shop to buy a washing machine and place it next to the bathtub. Fang Cheng opened the door and saw Saya sitting at the entrance waiting. He smiled and said, Saya, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Big brother, why can't Saya take a bath with you? Because Saya is a girl, and your brother is a grown-up boy, Fang Cheng said, rubbing the little guy's hair. When Saya gets a little older, she'll be able to bathe herself, Fang Cheng continued. The little guy looked at Fang Cheng's chin, blinked, and didn't say anything. After drying the little one's hair, Fang Cheng found Saya's underwear and pajamas in the closet and let Saya put them on herself. Throw your clean clothes into the high-tech washing machine. After dressing herself, Saya looked at Fang Cheng's actions and asked, Brother, what is this? This is a washing machine. After you shower, Saya can just put your clothes in, and the washing machine will clean them for you. Fang Cheng said, then demonstrated how to use it to Saya. Since it was a system product, Fang Cheng didn't need to worry about any safety issues. After tidying up a bit, Fang Cheng went into the bedroom and lay down on the bed, instantly feeling a sense of comfort wash over him. Lazy dogs are definitely only suited to lying down, because lying down is so comfortable, especially after a long day and having released all your magic. Lying on a bed with a girlish fragrance, who wouldn't feel comfortable? Anyway, I doubt Sharon will ever ask for this bed back. Just as he felt the blanket getting a little warm, Saya's soft little arms wrapped around Fang Cheng's arm. The magic necklace on Saya instantly brought Fang Cheng a cooling sensation, even more comfortable than air conditioning on a hot summer day. Fang Cheng turned his head and saw the little guy's head close to his eyes blinking, as if he was in a daze and didn't know what he was thinking. Saya, aren't you asleep yet? Fang Cheng turned around and hugged the little one. Big brother. The little guy hugged Fang Cheng tightly. What's wrong? Fang Cheng gently stroked Saya's hair and asked. Big brother is so amazing. He knows so much magic and can conjure up so many things. Saya can't do anything. Hey, it's okay. Saya is still young. In the future, Saya will definitely become a princess with amazing magic like your older sister. But I just hope that Saya can grow up happily every day. If Saya is unhappy around her brother, your older sister will definitely beat him up if she finds out, Fang Cheng continued. Saya seemed amused, letting out a clear laugh, followed by a sweet, childlike voice. Big sister wouldn't do that. Saya is very happy with big brother. Big brother, can you tell Saya a story? Saya said sweetly. Doesn't the little pig take a bath? Fang Cheng teased Saya. Can Saya hear Princess Elsa's story? Saya blinked and asked earnestly. Okay, Fang Cheng replied, feigning helplessness. Big brother, you're so kind. In a faraway northern kingdom, a prosperous land where the people lived in peace and happiness, the king and queen harbored a secret worry. Their eldest daughter, Elsa, possessed extraordinary magical powers. Elsa could easily freeze things and create fantastical ice and snow wonderlands. Did my brother paint Princess Elsa on the wall outside today? Saya asked in a surprised voice, as if she had just realized something. Yes, Princess Elsa is so beautiful. My Saya is beautiful too. Big brother, will Saya be able to cast ice and snow magic from now on? I believe Saya can do it. Brother, will Saya stay with you forever, just like Anna and Princess Elsa? Of course. Brother. Saya, I'm a little sleepy. Fang Cheng said helplessly as he looked at Saya, who was becoming more and more energetic. Yes, big brother, Saya will fall asleep soon. Saya snuggled into Fang Cheng's arms and immediately closed her eyes as she spoke. Fang Cheng. After coaxing Saya to sleep, Fang Cheng opened the system panel. Thinking about how he had successfully cast a spell today, he opened his attribute panel and was taken aback when he saw the data. Name, Fang Cheng. Age, 21. Gender, male. Special skills, basic detection, animal meditation. Magic skill, small fireball. Basic skills, proficient in children's cooking, proficient in art, children's hairstyling, piano playing and singing, beginner, basic dance, beginner, simple drawing, intermediate, storytelling, intermediate, environmental design, sweeping. Constitution, animistic body, affection +10, magic power 6/121, elemental affinity 100/100, perfect. 2 more options have been added, magic power and elemental affinity. This is probably because the magic seed was used to activate magical abilities. I just didn't expect that my elemental affinity would be judged to be at its maximum value by the system, a perfect evaluation, which is very satisfying. Then Fang Cheng noticed that he had gained a special skill, Pan-Spirit Meditation. He asked Xiao Ling about it, and Xiao Ling explained, "This is a special skill exclusive to you, Master. It was automatically activated when you entered a meditative state yesterday. You can enter a meditative state at any time from now on." Fang Cheng seemed lost in thought when he suddenly noticed the numbers on the system panel shift. His magic power had increased from 6/121 to 7/121. The speed at which his magic power automatically recovered without meditation made Fang Cheng feel that his talent must be quite impressive, even without understanding the magic of this world. Then, after checking the system panel for any other changes, Fang Cheng saw the basic detection for special skills. After thinking for a moment, he curiously cast a basic detection on Saya. Name, Saya. Age, 4 years, 5 months, and 16 days. Weight, 14.4 kilograms. Height, 99 centimeters. Status, sleeping. Magic element, 71/100. Magic points, 0. Elemental affinity, 81/100, excellent. Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised when he saw the information. Just 2 days ago, Saya's magic element was 66, but now it's already 71. It seems that soon Saya will be able to possess magic power and even learn to cast spells. Furthermore, the element affinity also increased by 1. It seems those toys are quite useful, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Fang Cheng then checked the shop. He had 68 exchange points and 207 gold coins left. He casually browsed the system shop again and spent another exchange point to buy the hairstyling mastery skill. Closing his eyes, Fang Cheng instantly entered a meditative state. He sensed countless colorful specks of light floating in the air around him. These specks, which had been drifting quietly in the air, seemed to sense Fang Cheng's spiritual power and, like spirits returning home, eagerly rushed towards him and merged into his body. The light spots merged into Fang Cheng's body, while some scattered light spots also sank into Saya's body, which was in Fang Cheng's arms, onto the necklace Saya was wearing. Fang Cheng ended his meditation when he felt the light spots were blocked outside his body and couldn't be integrated into his body. He felt a little sleepy, and then looked at the system panel and found that his magic power had been restored to 125/125. Fang Cheng sniffed the comforting scent emanating from Xiao Sheye's hair in his arms, and then fell into a deep sleep. Fang Cheng moved his arm and slowly opened his eyes. His vision brightened slightly, and a gentle breeze wafted into the room through the half-open window, allowing him to smell the morning scent brought by the plants and grass. Feeling the little one in his arms, Fang Cheng smiled. "Big brother, you're awake." The little guy's cute voice rang out. Good morning, Saya." Fang Cheng rubbed the soft, tender cheeks of the little guy who had gotten up and was now close to him. The little guy's pure eyes curved into crescents as he let out a delightful laugh. "Big brother, hug me," the little guy said sweetly. Fang Cheng opened his arms, and Saya put her little head down and hugged Fang Cheng, burying her head in Fang Cheng's neck. After holding him for a while, Fang Cheng got up and helped the little one wash up, drink water, and go to the toilet. He let the little one change out of his pajamas and find his own clothes. Then, he led Saya to run 2 laps on the grass of the playground, enjoying the fresh air. After resting for a while, Fang Cheng and Saya sat on the grass and ate breakfast. Today's breakfast, bread and milk. Fang Cheng looked at the small milk jug in his hand, a product of the system. 1 gold coin bought 100 jugs. The jugs were made of glass and filled with thick, white milk. There was no production date, just the word milk written on them. The contents were only about 250 ml, just the right amount for a child. Fang Cheng felt the system didn't care about its owner at all. So, Fang Cheng happily drank 3 cups. The taste was quite good, there was no goaty smell, and the texture was rich, smooth, and creamy. Every drop of milk was more than just ordinary pure milk, omega. The little guy has almost gotten used to his older brother's magic of conjuring up all sorts of things out of thin air. Saya ate quietly, and Fang Cheng watched her obediently finish her bread and slowly drink her milk. A thought suddenly popped into his head: how wonderful it would be to have a daughter as adorable as Saya someday. Ideally, she should also have the same pure, deep blue eyes as Saya, and the same silver hair. Fang Cheng's thoughts drifted uncontrollably. After all, Saya will eventually grow up and be taken away by Sharon. Brother, Saya has finished eating, Saya said, holding the milk jug and taking the last sip. She looked at Fang Cheng staring at her and gave him a shy smile. Coming to his senses, Fang Cheng smiled and said, "Are you full, Saya? Is Saya full? Is my brother full?" Saya asked with a smile. "I'm full. After finishing breakfast, it's time to get to work." Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then continued dragging the elevator and began his work for the day. "Today we'll try to finishing most of the walls in the kindergarten." Fang Cheng dragged the elevator out of the gate and began to dabble a brush on the wall. The little one sat on a small chair, looking up at his older brother's tall back with adoring eyes, creating a beautiful, magical, and imaginative scene. So, under Fang Cheng's intense work, the wall would occasionally display an adorable Pikachu exploding with electricity, Olaf dancing in the snow, a rabbit police officer saluting, Doraemon flying with his bamboo copter under the wind's protection, an electric boy waving his fist, Bear Brothers studying with their magic books, Minions, Mickey Mouse. Finally, Fang Cheng saw the last blank space on the wall, thought for a moment, shook his sore arms, picked up his brush again, and drew a dashing schoolgirl in a uniform tossing a coin and exploding electricity. For himself. After painting the last blank space on the outer wall, the paint I had bought earlier was used up. Looking at his masterpiece covering the entire wall, Fang Cheng smiled with satisfaction. While Fang Cheng was painting, passers-by were frequently drawn to the imaginative and childlike figures on the wall. "Hello, young man, your drawing is very interesting. What kind of place is this 11AI Magic Kindergarten?" After Fang Cheng finished drawing, a deep male voice asked inquiringly. Fang Cheng turned around and saw a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes, slightly overweight and with a prosperous appearance, wearing 5 gold rings on his fingers. Not far away, 2 simply dressed men were looking at the paintings on the wall from a slightly further distance. Upon hearing the man's question, the other 2 also looked at Fang Cheng with curiosity. Fang Cheng smiled and said, "This is a kindergarten I specially set up for children aged 3 to 6. If any of you have a child who is 3 to 6 years old, you can send him to play in a couple of days." Fang Cheng didn't explain it very clearly, but the well-dressed man nodded as if he understood. Then the portly man smiled and said, "Young man, I think your painting skills are quite good. I wonder if you would be interested in collaborating. The price is negotiable." Fang Cheng asked about the price with great interest, then shook his head and led Saya into the kindergarten. After being rejected by Fang Cheng, the portly man showed a somewhat regretful expression. Then, looking at the 2 people beside him, he angrily said, "Don't you always want a raise? If you can paint a picture like this, I'll give you 50 silver coins a month without a problem." Unexpectedly, the portly man, who looked rather simple-minded, was quite shrewd, able to see the potential for making money at a glance. Indeed, wealthy bosses are never simple. However, the wages were too low, only 5 silver coins a day. Although this would be a lot for some, Fang Cheng, spoiled by the system's high spending standards, naturally wouldn't agree. Fang Cheng also didn't particularly enjoy painting, he preferred cooking. It was already noon by the time they finished working on the outer wall. After 2 hours of intense calligraphy practice, Fang Cheng was covered in sweat. He went back to his small building, took a shower, and felt too sore to cook. So Fang Cheng and Saya had bread and milk for lunch again. After lunch, Fang Cheng went back to his lazy, dog-like state. A wooden bed, a pillow, under a big tree. Fang Cheng lay down, his hands limp on the mat, not wanting to move at all. "Big brother, are you sleepy?" the little guy asked, leaning close to Fang Cheng. "Brother's hands are just a little tired, Saya, why don't you massage them for him?" Fang Cheng teased little Saya. "Okay." The little cat's ears twitched, and a happy expression appeared on its face. Then Fang Cheng saw Xiao Shay jump onto the bed and sit beside him. Her soft, tender little hands grabbed Fang Cheng's left arm and held it in her arms, and her little paws actually started to knead it seriously. Whether it's because Saya is a demi-human or not, Saya's strength is quite remarkable for her age. Fang Cheng felt very comfortable as the little guy gently massaged his arm, the little guy even knew how to control his strength. Saya, brother. Saya is just as gentle as your older sister, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Brother, what does gentle mean? You'll understand when Saya grows up, Fang Cheng said gently, patting Saya's head with his right hand. The little guy smiled happily as Fang Cheng patted his head, and his two little hands didn't forget to rub Fang Cheng's arm carefully. Big brother, it's time to switch to the other hand, the little guy said excitedly. Fang Cheng shifted his body slightly, and the little one sat down on the other side, taking Fang Cheng's right hand and starting to massage it. The little one's hand was small and delicate, and a little cold. Watching Saya carefully kneading it, Fang Cheng's heart melted. No wonder people often said in his previous life that a younger sister is a brother's little cotton-padded jacket. Saya is really amazing, she even knows how to take care of her brother. Fang Cheng praised her with a smile. Hee, because my brother is the best, my sister is the best too. Saya tilted her head halfway through her sentence, as if she realized something was wrong, and then added her sister back in. Saya's massage is so comfortable. Have you given your older sister a massage before? Massage? A word that Saya had never heard before popped out of Fang Cheng's mouth, but considering the context, the clever little guy understood what his older brother meant by massage. This is how children accumulate vocabulary and understand word meanings. Saya shook her head and said, when Saya's stomach hurts, my older sister rubs her stomach like this, and then Saya's stomach stops hurting. Does Saya still experience stomach aches? Saya shook her head. Fang Cheng warned, Saya, if you ever feel pain or get hurt, you must tell your brother, okay? Okay, big brother. Just then, Fang Cheng saw a blue wind bird flying from the distance in the sky. This time, it didn't hover in the air, but flew down quickly and landed precisely on the wind swing. The blue wind bird was jumping happily on it. It was the bigger bird from last time. They had only met twice, so why were they so familiar with each other? Fang Cheng even suspected that this azure wind bird would sneak over at night to rub against his wind swing. Big brother, it's a blue wind bird, the little guy exclaimed with delight upon seeing it. The large bird seemed to humanize itself and called out in Fang Cheng's direction, as if to greet him. Seeing the surprise in the little guy's eyes, Fang Cheng pulled Saya's hand out of his arms and rubbed her head. Let's go see if we can become friends with the azure wind bird. Yes, the little guy nodded emphatically. Fang Cheng led Shayek closer to the swing. Perhaps sensing that Fang Cheng meant no harm, the blue wind bird did not fly away. Instead, it stopped its joyful leaps and stood quietly, its keen eyes watching the two of them. Fang Cheng's hand slowly approached the large azure wind bird, and just as he was about to touch it, the azure wind bird flew up into a tree. Come down, let me touch it, otherwise you won't be allowed to play on my swing anymore. Fang Cheng said to the blue wind bird, then pointed to the swing, not knowing if the bird could understand. Then, the azure wind bird tilted its round little head and flew onto Fang Cheng's hand, seemingly somewhat unwilling. Fang Cheng felt his hand was a bit heavy. Looking at the bird, which was about 40 centimeters tall, according to the description in the book he had seen in the library, this azure wind bird should be an adult, belonging to the category of small first-tier magical beasts. The Qingfeng bird seemed a bit restless in Fang Cheng's hands, as if it wanted to fly away at any moment. Fang Cheng patted its head and found that it was very obedient and indeed quite docile. So Fang Cheng put the Qingfeng bird on the ground and let Shaya pet it. Saya carefully tried to touch it and found that the blue wind bird did not resist and showed a happy expression. Fang Cheng said with a smile, King Feng and Yao is very willing to be friends with Saya. Let's give it a name, Fang Cheng said. Upon hearing this, the blue wind bird seemed to object and chirped 3 times. Big brother, it doesn't seem to want to. The little guy tilted his head. The blue wind bird sang and nodded, seemingly agreeing with what Saya said. It's not good for us to keep calling it the azure wind bird. The azure wind bird is a kind of bird. In the future, there may be many azure wind bird guests coming to play here, and we won't know their names. Fang Cheng explained to Shaya in a gentle voice, and then looked down as if to say to the azure wind bird, well, there were 2 azure wind birds last time, one big and one small. You are the big one, so let's call you Big Azure. Do you know, Daking? Fang Cheng gently tapped the little head of the azure wind bird. The bluebird sang once. Big brother, it seems to have agreed. Saya said happily, as if she could sense the blue wind bird's emotions. Fang Cheng guessed that Daking was originally the bird's name, and that the bird's owner had been too casual in choosing the name. Fang Cheng smiled at Saya, then you should be good friends with it. Fang Cheng then continued to lie low and do nothing. Lying under the tree, watching Saya playing with the azure wind bird, Fang Cheng wasn't worried. This azure wind bird seemed to be intelligent and wouldn't harm a harmless child like Saya. Saya also seemed to be able to sense the azure wind bird's emotions, and soon they were playing together. Big Green, wait for me. The little guy ran forward, chasing after the green wind bird. The blue wind bird seemed to be flying very slowly, so much so that it would occasionally take a few steps on the grass or even stop. However, just as Saya was about to catch up, the blue winged bird would speed up again. In the end, the azure winged bird was deliberately caught up by little Saya. The little girl touched the azure winged bird and showed an innocent and carefree smile. After being petted by Saya for a while, Daking cried out to Saya and flew back onto the swing. This wind swing had a special attraction for it. Fang Cheng watched as Deching flapped its wings on the swing vine, seemingly enjoying itself. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but enter a state of animistic meditation. Entering meditation, Fang Cheng seemed to see countless points of light scattered in the air, flowing erratically. What were originally white points of light in Fang Cheng's eyes turned blue above the wind swing. A cluster of pale blue light dots gathered on the wind swing. These blue dots seemed to possess a life of their own, swirling and gathering around the wind swing. Fang Cheng even sensed that a tiny bit of the blue light dots was being absorbed by the azure wind bird. Brother! Little Sao happily returned to Fang Cheng's side. What's wrong? Not playing with Daking anymore? Fang Cheng opened his eyes and said with a smile. Hee, I'm here to cool you down, big brother. Xiaohe said with a smile, hugging Fang Cheng's hand. Thank you, Sao. Fang Cheng affectionately pinched Sao's little nose. He felt a little gratified. It's good for children to have more playmates. With Daking as a friend, the little one had been having a lot of fun and was much more lively, with a louder and more cheerful voice than usual. Normally, Saya's voice is soft and gentle, rather quiet, and she's quite shy, like a well-behaved little lady. This is also related to her lack of security after her older sister recently left. However, Fang Cheng knows that the little girl in front of him is also very independent, smart, and sensible. In the past, when her older sister went to work, Saya would wait for Saya at home alone. No need to thank me, brother is Saya's family. The little guy blinked and imitated Fang Cheng's tone of voice from last time. Good girl. Fang Cheng smiled and hugged Xiao She. When Fang Cheng woke up from his afternoon nap, the sun was half hidden by clouds. He yawned, looked at the swing, and noticed that it had stopped rocking for some reason. The blue-winged bird had also flown away at some point. Little Shaya was fast asleep beside him, clinging to him, and the cool aura emanating from the necklace on the little girl enveloped Fang Cheng. It's time to speed things up, after all, even for the little one, playing with peers is essential for healthy growth. Fang Cheng picked up Saya and put the bed into his inventory. The little one was probably tired today. She opened her eyes sleepily, saw that it was her older brother, and then wrapped her arms around Fang Cheng's neck and closed her eyes again. Fang Cheng inspected the kindergarten, occasionally putting himself in the parents' shoes to look at it. He then bought some facilities from the system store and placed them in different locations. He spent 40 exchange points to buy a children's seesaw, a cloud climbing frame, a balance beam, and placed a new swing next to the wind swing. Fang Cheng then spent some more gold coins to set up a broadcasting room and have the system install it automatically. He then walked to the main gate and looked at the security room next to it. One security guard was missing. However, this is a world with magic, so ordinary people definitely won't do, and Fang Cheng is unfamiliar with the place and doesn't plan to hire any staff for the time being. Fang Cheng asked Xiao Ling for some advice. Master, I suggest you buy this magic defense barrier for 20 exchange points. Once activated, it can completely resist third-tier magic. It can also be upgraded later, Xiao Ling suggested. Fang Cheng nodded and made the purchase. Now, he only had 8 exchange points left out of 100. He also only had 190 gold coins left. At this moment, Saya was still clinging to Fang Cheng, and as Fang Cheng carried her around, she woke up and became more alert. Fang Cheng went out to do his own thing at night. After walking to his office and thinking for a moment, he took out a piece of brown paper and started making up a story on top. AI Magic Kindergarten. Zai Magic Kindergarten is located opposite the Soto City Magic Academy, where the concentration of magical elements is extremely high. It is conveniently located, has a beautiful environment, complete teaching facilities, and a strong teaching staff. It is a paradise with a school operating license for children aged 3 to 6 to learn happily. If you want your child to receive a good education from a young age, if you want your child to grow up healthy and happy, if you hope your child will become a respected magician, don't miss this opportunity and sign up now. Note, only children aged 3 to 6 are accepted. Registration period, June 2nd to June 7th, 2017, new calendar year 4. Registration address, 11 AI Magic Enlightenment Kindergarten. After Fang Cheng finished writing, he looked at the poster, nodded in satisfaction, thought for a moment, and then added a sentence at the end. Commoners who enroll will not only have their tuition waived, but will also receive a subsidy of 30 silver coins for student nutrition. Places are limited, first come, first served. Fang Cheng put down his pen, patted Saya's head as she sat next to him, and felt a surge of confidence. Even if others think it's unreliable, Fang Cheng believes that there will always be people from the commoner districts willing to send their children to register, based on the last sentence of 30 silver coins. Then Fang Cheng had Xiaoling buy a universal engraving machine. He estimated the cost and copied 200 posters, spending 11 gold coins. Fang Cheng took the posters and put one up at the kindergarten gate and several more on the wall. He then led Saya out of the kindergarten gate and into the school's general store. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Duva." Fang Cheng walked in and saw Mrs. Duva sitting at the counter with a pen in her hand, seemingly writing or drawing in a notebook with strings of numbers on it. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fang Cheng, and lovely little Saya." Mrs. Duva put down her pen when she saw Fang Cheng and his wife's kind smiles. Just then, a deep, magnetic voice came from inside Leah. "Have we had a guest?" A slightly robust middle-aged man with clean, short, flaxen hair, a kind face, and loose-fitting clothes came out of the room. "Yes, Reed. I told you about it yesterday," Mrs. Duva said. "You must be the owner of that castle. You're so young. Let me introduce myself. My name is Red Duval. Just call me Red." The man stepped forward and greeted him in a friendly manner. "Mr. Reed," Fang Cheng smiled and nodded. "My name is Fang Cheng, just call me Fang Cheng. If you're not in a hurry to go anywhere, come sit here for a while," the man said, walking to a small square table on the side of the shop and beckoning to Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng readily agreed, and led Xiao Xie to sit down. The little one had been quietly observing ever since they arrived. "Leah, prepare some tea," Red said to Mrs. Duva, who was still at the counter. "I know, you don't need to tell me," Mrs. Duva said reproachfully. "Wait a moment." Reed scratched his head, smiled at Fang Cheng, then looked at Saya and said jokingly, "Is this your daughter? She's so pretty and cute, and a little Asian too." "Mr. Fang Cheng, you're so lucky. How could this be?" "This is my sister, Mr. Reed. I'm only 21, it's too early for me to get married," Fang Cheng said uncertainly. Not your daughter, 21 years old? That's just right." Red stroked his rough chin, feigning contemplation. "It's normal for a 21-year-old to have a 4 or 5-year-old child. Back in the day, your older brother Red was only 15 when I got Leah pregnant with our family's princess, who's currently studying at the Magic Academy." Red boasted, a loving smile unconsciously appearing on his face as he seemed to recall his daughter. "So, brother Fang Cheng, you'd better step up your game. With your great looks, this shouldn't be happening. You're as good looking as I was when I was young. If all else fails, I'll take the loss and introduce you to my daughter." "Red, don't think I didn't hear you. I'm going to get angry. You've been back for 2 days, so don't even think about talking to me tonight." At this moment, Mrs. Duva brought in tea and glared at the man. "There are children here, and you don't even pay attention. If Betty knows you're like this, she won't come home again." The man immediately shut up. Fang Cheng was speechless, feeling that the people he had met were some oddballs. Mrs. Duva placed the tea on the table, along with a glass of unusual blue juice and a plate of cookies. "Little Saya, try this. This is my daughter's favorite juice. It should taste pretty good. And these cookies too." Mrs. Duva placed the juice in front of Saya and spoke softly to the little girl. "Brother?" Saya looked up at Fang Cheng. "It's okay." Fang Cheng nodded. "Thank you, Aunt Duva," the little boy said to Mrs. Duva in a clear voice. "Haha, little Saya is so cute." Mrs. Duva smiled gently at Saya, then stood up. "Red, am I old?" Mrs. Duva turned her head and asked suddenly. "No, my dear, in my heart you will always be 18 years old, young and beautiful, making my heart flutter and deepening my love," Red said affectionately. "But our daughter is all grown up now, it's not wrong for her to call you auntie," Reed scratched his head and said honestly. "Red, I misjudged you. I thought you understood me well, but it turns out you were only after my beauty," Mrs. Duva said angrily as she walked to the counter and picked up the notebook. "Fang Cheng, shouldn't we have come at this time?" Saya blinked. Reed smiled nonchalantly and started chatting with Fang Cheng, but Fang Cheng had already seen through his true nature. After what had just happened, their relationship had instantly become much closer. After chatting for half an hour, Fang Cheng handed the posters to Red and gave him 50 silver coins. "Thank you for your help, brother Red. Come to my castle for a drink sometime," Fang Cheng said, leading Saya to the doorway. "Haha, I'll definitely bring my daughter to visit your castle next time." Reed smiled and patted Fang Cheng on the shoulder. "Saya, take this home and eat it." At this moment, Mrs. Duva walked over and handed over a box of cookies. The little guy looked at Fang Cheng, and Fang Cheng smiled, patted Saya's head, and nodded. "Thank you, Aunt Duva," the little guy said after taking it. "Mrs. Duva, you're too kind," Fang Cheng said. "It's alright, bring Saya to play more often next time. Little Saya is so cute, I've never even held her before," Mrs. Duva said with a smile. Fang Cheng smiled and nodded, saying, "I'll definitely do it next time." After Fang Cheng led She Yao away, Red picked up a poster and looked at its contents. He opened his mouth and read out each word clearly. 11 Magic Kindergarten. If you wish your child to become a respected magician, don't miss this opportunity. Hey, interesting. What's wrong, darling? Mrs. Duva asked curiously, noticing Reed intently studying the poster. Look, this is the kindergarten that Fang Chang said he wants to open. Reed tilted the poster slightly. That's a truly rare idea, Mrs. Duva exclaimed after reading it. Then, suddenly remembering something, she rolled up the poster and questioned him somewhat accusingly. Red, what exactly did you mean by keeping saying our daughter should go to Fang Cheng's castle? You've only just met, and you're already willing to let her go? Don't you usually try to drive away every boy who gets close to Betty? Our daughter is so young, although at first glance I thought Fang Cheng was quite nice. What do you expect Fang Cheng to think? He'll think my Betty is unwanted, Mrs. Duva continued, twisting Reed's waist and turning him halfway around. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Darling, I was wrong. Fang Cheng is different from others. He's not that kind of superficial person. Don't you think he has a very approachable quality? And I've noticed that Fang Cheng is very good at taking care of children. During our chat, I learned that it was just him and his sister in the castle. The little girl seemed to be well taken care of. My daughter will definitely be as happy as we are with her, Red imagined. I say, Red, are you afraid Betty won't be able to get married? No wonder Betty didn't want to come back when you were here, Mrs. Duva said coldly, looking at the man. Leah, it's because I love my daughter so much that this idea suddenly popped into my head when I saw Fang Cheng. Mrs. Duva glared at Red, her hand still twisting the man's waist, urging him to continue, indicating that she wouldn't let him off so easily today unless he gave a good reason. P.S. Thank you to all the brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts of Xiao's for your love letters, likes, update reminders, and inspiration capsules. Love you all. After a pause, Red cleared his throat, stroked his chin, and said in a deep voice, as you know, our daughter has quite a bit of magical talent. She inherited our two excellent genes and is also very beautiful. She truly deserves to be my daughter, Red. But what if Betty really gets into Crescent Moon Magic Academy? That would mean she'd be far away from us. That's the royal city, with too many powerful people and too many scumbags. She's still so young. What if she gets bullied and deceived? Compared to those noble families, we are just ordinary people. Why don't we let our daughter get closer to Fang Cheng? If she falls in love with him, she might be willing to stay and become a tutor at the Magic Academy in the future. Brother Fang Cheng lives right next door. If this works out, Betty will be with us forever. If he bullies my Betty, I promise I'll immediately grab my sword and chop off his leg. Red finished speaking and patted his chest. You really think about our daughter very carefully, Reed. Have you considered her feelings? Mrs. Duva pursed her lips, blinked, and then suddenly thought that what her husband said made some sense, leaving behind the comment, but don't force Betty. How could that be? Betty is my precious daughter. I just had the idea to give it a try. Of course, I won't force Betty if she doesn't want to, but if Betty really wants to learn magic, then of course we can only fully support our daughter. However, Fang Cheng is a few years older than Betty. Age isn't a problem. Girls develop early, and Fang Cheng looks only 17 or 18. Besides, it's not now, it won't be a problem in a couple of years. Alright, that's enough. Leah, put this poster up on our door. I'm going to the Chamber of Commerce, I'll be right back. With that, Reed picked up the posters from the table and left. After Fang Cheng left, he naturally knew nothing about the conversation between the Duva couple. He then took Saya on a walk around the blacksmith shop, fruit shop, restaurant, clothing store, and other shops next door, to familiarize Saya with the surrounding environment. Most people were quite enthusiastic. They all praised Saya for being a beautiful and cute girl. Saya had never experienced this before when she was in the commoners area. She shyly asked Fang Cheng to hug her, her face slightly red as she hid behind Fang Cheng's neck. After wandering around, Fang Cheng spent a dozen silver coins to buy some fruit he had never eaten before and returned to the kindergarten. Prices here were indeed higher than in the slums. Those posters were given to Red. During that time, we chatted and learned about their situation. Red claimed to be a down-on-his-luck nobleman who had been kicked out of his family a long time ago for some reason and settled here to do some business. The general store had been open for 10 years. Red was a member of the Soto City Merchant Guild and would usually take on some tasks commissioned by students or parents from the academy, and then put them on the Merchant Guild's task column to publish the rewards. Fang Cheng then handed over the posters to him and gave him 50 silver coins as payment for posting the task. Reed kept refusing, saying he didn't need that many and that a few silver coins would be enough. Fang Cheng said he would help him buy some paint with the remaining money, and Reed accepted it with a smile. Tonight's dinner, lean meat porridge cooked by Fang Cheng plus cookies given by Mrs. Duva plus fruit bought from the fruit shop. The porridge that my brother made is so delicious. As long as Saya likes to eat it. The little guy nodded happily in response. After finishing his porridge, Fang Cheng tried the fruit called Huang Luokuo, which looked like a yellow apple. One bite revealed its juicy flesh, and the taste was somewhat similar to pineapple from his previous life. Fang Chang believed it was rich in vitamins, although the scientific concept of vitamins didn't exist in this other world. After dinner, Fang Chang took the little guy for a walk on the playground. It was getting dark, the moonlight was soft, and the wind was cool. From here, they could see the lights on in many rooms of several tall buildings in the Magic Academy in the distance. The little guy walked beside Fang Chang, stepping on the soft grass, nibbling on a yellow jujube. He was also attracted by the lights on the tall buildings in the distance. Fang Chang looked back at his castle and then told Xiao Ling to add lighting equipment according to his own idea. Unexpectedly, a cold female voice suddenly responded. After testing, the host's ideas and requests are unrelated to early childhood education, therefore we cannot agree. Having not heard the system's cold female voice for so long, Fang Chang had almost forgotten what the system originally looked like. Upon hearing the voice, Fang Chang mentally responded, "Who says it's unrelated? I need lights to illuminate the kindergarten's night sky and ignite the gloom in my heart right now. How can someone with a dark heart be a good teacher? Besides, I plan to hold a wonderful student party on the playground every night. Without lights, a good atmosphere cannot be created, and without an atmosphere, the children's party is not perfect. All of this is for the children," Fang Chang said with deep regret. Of course, most importantly, if you are unwilling to meet even the host's small requests, the host will be unhappy. If the host is unhappy, there will be no quality teaching, and the emotions will even affect the children. Fang Chang stopped abruptly before finishing his sentence. The castle was illuminated by a dazzling light. Suddenly, countless transparent light strips appeared, enveloping the entire castle's exterior, and the castle's surface lit up with a dreamy glow of various colors, shimmering slowly. The shimmering lights transformed the entire pattern into a starry sky in the blink of an eye, then quickly coalesced into a rainbow of candy-colored light, and then into a deep blue ocean under the lights. Throughout the playground and on the walls of the kindergarten, exquisite wall lights were raised, illuminating every corner of the kindergarten. The light was soft and not glaring. "Big brother, it's so beautiful." The little guy stood in the middle of the playground, mouth agape, eyes fixed on the glowing, ever-changing castle, his pure eyes filled with a dreamy light. "Yes, Saya, it's very beautiful." Fang Chang was also a little shocked when he looked at the glowing castle. This system and this technology are really amazing. Construction successful, 100 gold coins deducted. A cold voice rang out. "Fang Chang." Fang Chang called the system several times but heard no response. Fang Chang was somewhat saddened by the unexpected loss of 100 gold coins. How many crispy cookies could that have bought? However, seeing Saya's delighted expression, Fang Chang was no longer so sad. Anyway, he would need it in the future, and it was worth the price to watch it when he was bored. In any case, the gold coins given by the system at the beginning were considered free. After admiring it for a few minutes, the magnificent lights on the castle suddenly went out, but the wall lights on the playground were still on. "Master, the underground energy pool has automatically shut down because it's running out of energy." Xiao Ling's voice suddenly rang out at this moment. "Why wasn't it your voice just now, Xiao Ling?" Fang Chang asked, puzzled. "Little Ling doesn't know either," a childish voice rang out. Without asking any further questions, it became completely dark. "Saya, we should go and rest now." "Okay, let's go, big brother." The little guy nodded, smiled, and took Fang Chang's hand. At that moment, on a high-rise building in the distant Magic Academy, someone was gazing out the window at the night view, lost in thought. Suddenly, they noticed the uniquely designed castle emitting a fleeting, beautiful, and dazzling light. Their brows relaxed, and they let out a soft exclamation. After Zayasha and Fang Chang finished showering, Fang Chang leaned against the bed and looked at the night sky outside the window. Usually, the night sky was full of stars, but tonight, at some point, layers of clouds covered the stars, and not a single ray of light could be seen. The pale moon seemed to be shrouded in dark clouds. "Brother, it looks like it's about to rain." Xiaohe leaned against Fang Chang and noticed his gaze. She looked out the window in the same direction as her brother and said, "Saya, how did you know?" Fang Chang asked. "Because every time Saya sees dark clouds coming out, it's going to rain afterwards." Yuri-sensei and her older sister both told Saya that. Saya said, looking out the window. "Saya is right, it's going to rain," Fang Chang murmured. He had never experienced rain in this world before, and he didn't know how it would differ from the rain in his previous life. For some reason, looking at the dark and gloomy sky, Fang Chang thought of his childhood friends and children from the orphanage in his previous life, as well as the respected director of the orphanage, especially now at night when there was no Wi-Fi or cell phone. Fang Chang has only been in this world for a few days. In his previous life, he spent every night playing mobile games, reading novels, and watching movies. He was busy with system tasks for the past few days, but now that he has completed some of them and has made plans for the future, his psychological pressure has eased a bit. So much so that now when I don't have anything to do at night, I suddenly feel a bit out of sorts. It's not that I love playing on my phone, but I've gotten used to it and suddenly not having anything makes me a little bored. "Brother, are you unhappy?" Saya's worried voice rang in Fang Cheng's ears. Fang Cheng snapped out of his reverie and looked away from the window. Seeing Saya's worried gaze, Fang Cheng shook his head and smiled. I'm wondering if it's because when the stars and clouds were playing, the naughty stars made the clouds cry, which is why it's raining. That star is so mean, Saya said, tilting her head and thinking for a moment. Haha, I still remember, when I first met Saya, I think I made her cry. Was I a bad brother? Fang Cheng laughed. Brother, you're not bad. Saya likes you the most. That's Saya. Saya, not brave, Saya said earnestly, looking into Fang Cheng's eyes. Fang Cheng was genuinely surprised by what Zayasha said. Her voice was childish, yet she spoke words that were not quite mature for her age. Looking at the seriousness in Zayasha's pure blue eyes, Fang Cheng couldn't help but feel a little regretful and heartbroken. No, Saya was very brave. It was your fault for scaring her. I love Saya the most. Fang Cheng hugged little Saya and stroked her head. The little guy leaned against Fang Cheng and nodded vigorously. Saya, do you want to hear a story? It was around 9 o'clock at night. Fang Cheng looked at the little kitten snuggling in his arms and didn't seem sleepy at all. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked. Yes, Saya wants to hear. Saya, who was nestled in his arms, suddenly raised her little head, her eyes shining with anticipation. Today's story is quite special, it's really interesting. Saya nodded in response to Fang Cheng, like a chick pecking at rice. Fang Cheng couldn't help but smile indulgently when he saw the little guy's appearance. In my mind, I opened the system panel, then the shop interface, and saw the exchange points in the upper right corner, 8 gold coins, 78. Fang Cheng shifted his focus away from the dismal numerical values and located the item he wanted. Story Crystal Ball, 5 exchange points. Master, would you like to redeem it? Xiao Ling's voice rang out. Yes, please select a story. Then, a page appeared in Fang Cheng's mind, displaying many anime stories he knew from his previous life: Frozen, Magic Fantasy Edition, Boonie Bears, Magic Fantasy Edition, SpongeBob SquarePants, Magic Fantasy Edition, Doraemon, Magic Fantasy Edition, The Adventures of Little Carp, Magic Fantasy Edition, Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, Magic Fantasy Edition, Spirited Away, Magic Fantasy Edition, Cardcaptor Sakura, Magic Fantasy Edition. Story Crystal Ball, blank. It had everything, including story titles that Fang Cheng had never seen before. I asked what Little Spirit Magic Fantasy Edition meant. This is so that the master can better understand and distinguish between them. All the stories are slightly different from the master's past life memories. The system has automatically corrected the worldview matching, making it easier for the child to understand and learn magic, master. Fang Cheng nodded after hearing the explanation. However, Fang Cheng thought that 5 exchange points would be enough to enjoy all the fresh food, but it turns out that 1 crystal ball can only be exchanged for 1 story. The last story, Crystal Ball, blank, was explained by Xiao Ling, who said that you can imagine a story scene and imprint it inside. Brother, what's wrong? Saya's voice rang out. Fang Cheng snapped out of his daze upon hearing the sound. He looked at Saya, who was still in the same position, looking up at him with a puzzled expression. I know that I made Saya wait a while I was spacing out in the system. Fang Cheng smiled at Saya, showing an expression of no concern. Then, Fang Cheng looked at Saya and pointed to his own face. Xiaohe actually understood what it meant. Her cheeks flushed slightly, she stood up, brought her face close to Fang Cheng's, and pouted to give him a quick kiss on the cheek. Fang Cheng smiled happily and pointed to the other side. Saya. Saya blinked, then shyly leaned her head forward to the other side. Bang! Big brother, can I tell Saya a story now? Little Saya rubbed her soft cheek against Fang Cheng's and said coquettishly. Fang Cheng melted instantly. Sure enough, girls are born with the talent to be charming, regardless of age or even race, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Okay, let's begin now, Fang Cheng said gently. Then, under Saya's somewhat expectant gaze, Fang Cheng took out a crystal ball. The crystal ball was a deep blue and transparent color, with complex patterns inside that Fang Cheng couldn't understand. How do I use Xiaoling? Fang Cheng asked in his mind. Master can activate it by injecting a wisp of magic power. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then used his mind to sense the magic power within his body. It seemed that there really was a controllable power within him. He imagined injecting a wisp of it into the crystal ball through his hand. Under Fang Cheng and Saya's gaze, the crystal ball emitted a deep blue light, which slowly became more dazzling, enveloping the entire room. Then Fang Cheng felt as if he had entered a dreamlike and dazzling night sky, with soft music playing at the same time. The crystal ball itself did not make any sound or vibrate. However, Fang Cheng sensed that the sound was caused by the vibration of the surrounding air. As if she were actually there in the night sky, Zayasha couldn't help but feel a little nervous and gripped Fang Cheng tightly. Fang Cheng gently patted Saya's head reassuringly, made a SHH gesture to her, and placed the crystal ball on the table next to him, without affecting the viewing angle at all. The scene of the night sky slowly shifted to a room in a beautiful castle. Saya, who was holding Fang Cheng, relaxed and then stared intently at the scene before her, completely captivated. Not only Saya, but Fang Cheng felt the same way, as if he were in a fairy tale world. In the large room of the castle, a little girl with white hair was sleeping on the bed. "Brother, is that Princess Elsa?" Fang Cheng replied. He adjusted himself into a comfortable sitting position on the bed and held Xiao Shay in his arms. Watching movies in the summer is impossible without air conditioning. Saya shifted her body, finding a comfortable position in Fang Cheng's arms, her eyes fixed on the little girl on the bed in front of her. The scene slowly unfolds, and a little girl with chestnut hair emerges from under the bed. "Elsa!" A clear, childlike voice rang out. The little girl nimbly climbed onto the bed, sat on the sleeping girl, and shook her. "Elsa, wake up, wake up, wake up. Anna, go to sleep." The little girl on the bed said sleepily, turning over in bed. "I can't sleep, and it's still open, so I'm awake too. We have to get up and play." "Go play by yourself." Little Aisha turned around. Little Anna fell off the bed, her eyes darting around. "Do you want to build a snowman?" Anna climbed onto the bed and whispered in Elsa's ear in a cute and seductive tone. Little Elsa, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened them and revealed a mischievous smile. The scene changes, and little Anna is running downstairs with little Elsa in her arms. "Hurry up, hurry up. Use magic quickly, use magic quickly," Anna urged. The room seemed to be filled with the excited voice of the little chestnut-colored girl. Saya was completely captivated by the sight. Seeing Anna excitedly running alongside her sister, Saya seemed to be infected by her own joy and smiled as well. The scene keeps changing. A little girl with white hair, her hands filled with snow, waves her hand upwards, and beautiful, dazzling snowflakes fall inside the castle. They play together, building snowmen and playing on snow slides. When Anna was accidentally knocked unconscious by Elsa's magic, Saya became nervous. "Brother, will Anna wake up?" Saya asked anxiously. "I guess so." Saya smiled. "Big brother, Olaf is so cute. Brother, Queen Elsa is so amazing. Brother, what does marriage mean? Big brother, what a beautiful ice castle. Brother." The little guy is getting more and more energetic, and you can hear his soft, questioning voice gradually getting louder. It's late at night. Nearly 2 hours later, the light on the crystal ball slowly faded. The magical energy inside the crystal ball was completely depleted. Frozen One was over. Looking at the familiar bedroom, Fang Cheng and Xiao Shay returned to reality, still feeling a little disoriented. Seeing such a holographic simulation for the first time was enough to shock Fang Cheng and the little guy. The ice and snow magic released by Elsa, and the realistic scene, even made Fang Cheng feel a chill. "Big brother, is that all?" the little guy asked, still wanting more. "Saya, it's already very late. Big brother, I can't sleep. The sky is still awake, so I'm awake too. Saya wants to read the story." Little Saya seemed to know that this reason was untenable, and her voice was not as energetic as before, but soft and sweet. Fang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle when he heard what Xiao Shay said, and his gaze drifted out the window. The sky outside the window was completely dark, with no stars or moon in sight, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. "Saya." Fang Cheng didn't say much, just pointed to the sky outside, and then gently pinched the little guy's smooth cheek. "Hee, Saya knows, big brother." The little guy looked at the dark sky outside and seemed to laugh at himself. "Big brother, can we see such amazing stories again next time?" "That depends on Saya's performance." The little guy tilted his head up, leaned forward to kiss Fang Cheng's face, and then buried his head back down. Feeling the dampness on his face, Fang Cheng couldn't help but smile. This little guy had gotten the hang of it so quickly. Patting the cute little head of Saya, Fang Cheng smiled and said, "That's not what I mean by behaving. For example, recently, when I hope that Saya can take a bath and change her clothes by herself, I will grant her a small request. This small request can include the magical stories that Saya likes to read." "Yes, big brother, Saya understands." The little one blinked and nodded in response. "So, my little princess, can you go to sleep now?" "Hee, Zayasha smiled shyly and quickly lay down. "Big brother, you should go to sleep too." Zayasha gently patted the blanket next to her. Fang Cheng smiled slightly, unconsciously yawned, turned off the light, and lay down as well. Stroking Saya's head and inhaling her faint fragrance, Fang Cheng quickly drifted off to sleep. "Feeling the warmth of my brother's hands." Little Sao snuggled closer to Fang Cheng, wrapped her little arms around his waist, and sweetly closed her eyes, but she didn't fall asleep quickly. Her little head was full of thoughts about the scenes from the story she had just heard. In a hazy dream, Fang Cheng heard some mixed and noisy sounds and slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, muffled thunder rumbled intermittently, accompanied by the sound of torrential rain and the distant sounds of lively voices. Fang Cheng looked out the window, which was 5 meters away. The sky was dark and the clouds were rolling. Because the window was not closed properly, rainwater was still blowing into the room. Fang Cheng got out of bed and went to the window. Listening to the increasingly loud rain and smelling the humid air, the touch of the few raindrops that fell in and wet his face was no different from the rain in his previous life. It was damp, but Fang Cheng felt that the rainwater was cleaner without industrial pollution. Looking into the distance, one can vaguely see many different kinds of carriages parked on the road in front of the Magic Academy, with people holding various umbrellas and wearing different clothes waiting beside the carriages. Every now and then, figures of different heights would emerge from the entrance of the Magic Academy. They seemed to be dressed similarly, but because they were too far away, Fang Cheng could not see their faces. Fang Cheng noticed a small child who had run out in the pouring rain for a while, then took a cloth bag and hurriedly ran back in the rain. Some tall, slender people, holding umbrellas, leisurely walked to a magnificent carriage, got in, and headed towards Fang Cheng's direction. The road in front of the entire Magic Academy was much busier at this moment. In short, Fang Cheng guessed that this Magic Academy not only housed children aged 6 or 7, but also teenagers as young as 13 or 14. Seeing the rain getting heavier and heavier, Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then closed the window. Mornings like this were perfect for going back to sleep. The feeling was indescribable. When Fang Cheng turned around, he was stunned. He found that the little guy had woken up at some point and was sitting on the bed, staring blankly at Fang Cheng with sleepy eyes. A tuft of hair on his head stood up because he was sleeping. Upon noticing Fang Cheng turn around, the little guy opened his arms and gave a longing smile. "Big brother, hug me." The rain kept falling. Inside a small alleyway. "Uncle, the rain is getting heavier. Why don't we take shelter from the rain first before we go to put up the posters?" said a young man with wet hair wearing a dark raincoat. "Rex, hurry up and stop talking nonsense. It's just a little rain. Since you promised to finish it this morning, you must keep your word," the man said in a deep voice. "Damn it, this weather. The pay is pretty good this time, otherwise, with this heavy rain, even your uncle would know I'd rather stay home and sleep. I won't starve if I don't work for a day now and then," a middle-aged man in a tattered raincoat grumbled. He then reached into his pants, pulled out a large brown paper poster, and carefully pasted it onto the wall with the eaves. "How many uncles are there?" The man held up 3 fingers. 30 copper coins? Rick curled his lip. "That's not much." "It's 3 copper coins," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "No way, uncle, you woke me up so early just for these 3 copper coins? Who are you helping this time for free? Which guy is so stingy? It would be better if he didn't give me any at all, then I wouldn't think he's being stingy. What do you know, kid? Helping out for free is called building relationships. That way, when others need help, they'll think of you first. You still have a lot to learn," the middle-aged man said angrily. "TCH. The young man curled his lip, took out a poster from his pocket, looked at the poster, found a wall in the passageway ahead, and pasted it haphazardly, saying, 3 copper coins in the morning. I might as well sell these pieces of parchment and I could even keep out the rain by sticking them on my windows." "Alright, be serious, Rex. Don't blame me for not reminding you, it's 3 copper coins per sheet. If you don't do it well, find yourself some work next time," the middle-aged man said calmly. "Okay, uncle, you really are my uncle," Rick said hurriedly, his spirits lifted. Meanwhile, in another dark alley, a thin, petite figure was huddled under the eaves in the rain, carrying a small stack of posters. Passing a house, the figure bent over, crawled on the ground, carefully pulled a poster from her large, tattered clothes, stuffed it under the door, and blew on it twice. However, the dust she blew up made her cough a few times. The door to the residence was suddenly opened, revealing a man with a furious expression. Upon seeing the figure lying at the door, the man paused, looked at the somewhat familiar dark figure, and then revealed a vicious smile. He stretched out a foot and kicked the small, stunned, and flustered figure lying on the ground. The frail little figure was kicked and fell to the ground in the middle of the alley. Plop! The poster paper scattered all over the ground and was quickly soaked by the dripping rain. The pain caused her to let out a muffled groan, clutching her stomach and curling up. "Little black hair, you're unlucky. You just happened to run into me when I was angry. Hope you'll be reborn into a better family in your next life." The man seemed to calm down a bit after seeing this, took out a few copper coins from his pocket and threw them on the ground, then slammed the door shut. The rain began to wet the small figure on the ground. After a while, the small figure opened its eyes with difficulty. Rainwater slid down from its eyes and had already flowed down its dark gray face. She lay on the wet flagstones, squinting at the posters scattered on the ground, already soaked by the rain. Clutching her stomach with one hand, she struggled to her feet with the other, slowly and silently picking up the soaked poster paper from the ground, one sheet at a time. She glanced at the few copper coins scattered around her, too weak to do so, and then dragged her heavy steps toward a dark corner. 11 a.m. Magic Kindergarten. Fang Cheng checked the system time. It was only a little past 7. He continued to curl up in bed and doze off. Xiao Shay lay on Fang Cheng's chest, and Fang Cheng unconsciously stroked the little one's hair and touched her head before opening the system panel. Main quest, Phase 1, Opening Preparations. To welcome the students, please make thorough preparations. Task rewards. After submitting a task, the system will check the completion status and issue task rewards. Looking at the glowing button on the first stage of the task that could be submitted, Fang Cheng thought for a moment and clicked Submit. Congratulations, Master, on completing the mission. The mission completion rate is 70% according to the test. Rewards received 700 magic points, 70 exchange points. After submitting the task, Fang Cheng felt a surge of heat throughout his body. Fang Cheng opened the system panel to check his attributes. Name, Fang Cheng. Age, 21. Gender, male. Special skills, basic detection, animal meditation. Magic skill, small fireball. Basic skills, proficient in children's cooking, proficient in art, children's hairstyling, piano playing and singing, beginner, basic dance, beginner, simple drawing, intermediate, storytelling, intermediate, cooking, intermediate, environmental design, sweeping. Constitution, animistic body, affection +10, magic power 830/830. Elemental affinity 100/100, perfect. Exchange points 73, gold coins 78. With a completion rate of 70%, Fang Cheng didn't know how the system determined this, but he was quite satisfied with the system's reward. The 700 magic points reward was enough for Fang Cheng to feel a surge of magic power within him. The sudden surge of magic power within him completely dispelled Fang Cheng's sleepiness. He couldn't fall asleep even if he wanted to, and he felt wide awake. When he opened his eyes, it was still raining heavily outside, with faint rumbles of thunder. Xiao Shay's head was resting on his chest, and she was fast asleep. Looking at Zayasha's adorable sleeping face, Fang Cheng recalled the time he had just gotten up to close the window when Zayasha woke up and sat there with sleepy eyes. He couldn't help but gently rub Zayasha's soft and smooth face. Seemingly sensing Fang Cheng's hand, the little guy closed his eyes, unconsciously smiled, moved his head, and rubbed against Fang Cheng's neck. As the little guy's head drew closer, Zayasha's adorable kitten ears touched Fang Cheng's chin. Feeling a smooth, soft sensation on his chin, Fang Cheng blinked and looked closely. Saya's ears were beautiful, with fine, silvery down on the outside and a fleshy pink inside. When she slept, Saya's ears were always half-covered, soft, and delicate. "Saya, it's time to get up." Fang Cheng smiled as he looked at Saya, who was staring at him blankly. As the little one stood waiting in front of him, looking like a little lady in her light blue dress, Fang Cheng's thoughts drifted back to the girl with silver hair and a light blue dress standing at the iron gate. Fang Cheng stood up and said to the little guy, "Let's go, Saya, let's go wash up." "Yes, brother." Fang Cheng led the little one through the daily routine of washing and brushing her teeth, but today Saya was more lively, asking from time to time, "Big brother, does Princess Elsa brush her teeth like Saya? Big brother, when can we watch Princess Elsa again?" This morning, Saya's chattering made the house even more lively. "I spent some time making today's breakfast. Today's breakfast, boiled quail eggs plus milk plus minced meat porridge." Saya ate happily. After breakfast, it was still raining heavily outside. The rain seemed to have been pouring down since last night. Fang Cheng didn't plan to go out either, under Saya's curious and puzzled gaze. Fang Cheng went upstairs to his bedroom, took off his shoes, and started lying down like a lazy bum again. Saya followed behind Fang Cheng, staring blankly as her older brother lay back down on the bed. "A small head, a big question." Fang Cheng explained, "It's raining heavily outside today, so we can't go out to play. We can only stay at home obediently." Saya nodded, blinked, and suddenly looked at the crystal ball on the table, asking, "Big brother, can Saya still read yesterday's story?" Fang Cheng hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Yes, it's raining today, that's good." The little guy's bright blue eyes lit up with happiness. He then quickly climbed onto the bed and obediently sat down next to Fang Cheng, waiting just like yesterday. Fang Cheng smiled, took the crystal ball, and the originally dark blue crystal ball became transparent. Magic power surged in Fang Cheng's hand, and the magic power was absorbed by the crystal ball, slowly returning to its dark blue color until it stopped absorbing. Fang Cheng checked the system panel and found that 30 magic power points had been consumed. "Big brother, this is amazing," Saya said, peering over. "Yes, the crystal ball ran out of energy yesterday when we were reading the story. Just now, brother used magic to recharge it, so we can read it again," Fang Cheng explained to Saya, who already had a certain level of understanding. In fact, when the story crystal ball runs out of energy, it will absorb magical elements from the air to recharge itself, although it will be a slow process. Saya nodded as she looked at the crystal ball, which had turned a deep blue. However, this somewhat magical story requires magic to turn the crystal ball on and off. Fang Cheng continued, "Once Saya has magic, how about I give this crystal ball to her, brother?" Saya nodded her little head happily. Then Fang Cheng released his magic towards the crystal ball. Just like yesterday, the crystal ball emitted a faint light, then slowly began to shine. The surrounding scenery instantly changed, and soft background music began to play. Even though I'd already seen it once, the story Crystal Ball was still incredibly captivating. The dreamlike, beautiful, and almost lifelike visuals alone were mesmerizing. On a second viewing, I could spot scenes I'd missed the first time and pay attention to lines I'd previously overlooked. Some people had watched Frozen dozens of times in their past lives and still never tired of it. Not to mention the stunning effects of the holographic simulation technology produced by the system. Fang Cheng, who originally wanted to sleep, didn't close his eyes. Instead, he lay on the bed looking at the dreamy sky of the frozen world, occasionally turning his head to look at Xiao Shei's serious and focused expression. The rain didn't stop all day. Aside from spending some time and effort preparing a hearty and nutritious lunch and afternoon tea, pondering what to have for dinner, and casting dozens of small fireballs for research, Fang Cheng spent most of the day sprawled on his bed contemplating life, occasionally telling Xiao Shei a short story, finding his life quite pleasant. As a result, when it was time to go to bed that night, Fang Cheng successfully suffered from insomnia. Turning his head, he saw that Saya was already fast asleep. The little one was completely engrossed in the world of Frozen today. Fang Cheng had replenished the magic of the story Crystal Ball at least 3 times. 1 little Saya, 2 little Saya, 3 little Saya, 4 little Saya, 5 little Saya, 6. 518 little Sayo, 519 little Sharon. Finally, after counting to 999 little Sharon, with his mind filled with Sayo and Sharon, Fang Cheng successfully fell asleep. The next day, "Big brother, wake up." Xiaohei sat on Fang Cheng and gently rocked him. "It's Saya. Let your brother sleep a little longer." Fang Cheng opened his eyes, his hand unconsciously rose to touch Saya's hair, then fell limply back to his closed eyes. "Okay, but big brother, the sun has been up for quite a while now." Sayo blinked as she spoke, then looked at her brother, who still seemed very sleepy, and shut her mouth. When Fang Cheng woke up again, he checked the time and it was almost noon. "Big brother, Saya is a little hungry." The little one opened her eyes and said softly, "Let's get up now, wash up, and then go eat," Fang Cheng said gently. The little guy replied, sitting up and stretching, rubbing his eyes, looking at Fang Cheng, and hugging Fang Cheng's neck. "Hee, big brother, you're so lazy." "Brother just gets sleepy from using magic too much," Fang Cheng explained. "Is that so? Thank you for your hard work, brother." "Saya is lazy. Didn't your brother teach you that if you're hungry, just get some milk from the kitchen? There's also fruit in it," Fang Cheng said with a smile. "Saya wants to wait for her brother to come with her," the little girl said, pouting. Fang Cheng felt a warmth in his heart. "I know, little princess, get up quickly." The little guy got up shyly. After lunch, Fang Cheng led Sheye to exercise on the playground. It was past noon now. After a whole day of rain, there wasn't a single cloud in the sky. The sun was quite scorching, baking the damp grass. Fang Cheng could smell a strong scent of sunshine and grass, which felt quite comfortable. The water in the sand and water area of the playground was full, and Fang Cheng wondered if he should raise a few fish in it in the future. After walking around twice, we ended our post-meal stroll. We didn't play with the outdoor toys because they were still slightly damp from the heavy rain. As I passed by those 2 wet, windswept swings, one was swaying, and the other was still. Fang Cheng walked up and, having become somewhat proficient at using the small fireball spell, carefully dried the wind swing seat from a distance. "Big brother is so amazing," the little guy said, looking at the flames coming out of Fang Cheng's hand. "Saya can do it later too." Yes. Saya hopes that one day she can conjure snowflakes like Princess Elsa. "It's definitely possible," Fang Cheng said with a smile. After the swing seat was dried, Fang Cheng sat on it. It seemed to be the first time Fang Cheng had ever sat on the wind swing. Swaying back and forth on the wind swing, he felt his mood become simply joyful. Zayasha sat on the swing next to Fang Cheng, revealing a happy and innocent smile. "Brother, why didn't Daking come today?" Zayasha asked. "Maybe Daking has to take care of Xiao Qing and doesn't have time to play," Fang Cheng casually made up an excuse. Saya nodded. After playing on the swing for a while, Fang Cheng took out a cloth bag from his inventory and said to the little guy, "Saya, can we go to the refrigerator and get a few bottles of milk? Let's go play with Aunt Duva for a while. Aunt Duva gave us cookies last time, so we should give her some food too." "Okay, I know, big brother." The little guy took the bag and skipped happily towards the castle. Before long, the little guy came bounding out of the castle, carrying a bulging cloth bag in both hands. Fang Cheng took the cloth bag, weighed it in his hand, and smiled. The little guy was quite generous. "Let's go." Fang Cheng smiled and extended his hand. Zayasha nodded and happily took Fang Cheng's hand. As Fang Cheng walked out of the kindergarten gate, he looked at the paintings on the wall, which still filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Although the skills were bought from the system, they were still drawn by him stroke by stroke. Big brother, Princess Elsa is so beautiful, little Sao said, looking at Elsa on the wall. Yes, brother also thinks Princess Elsa is very beautiful, Fang Cheng said. The posters that were put up on the wall the day before yesterday have been gone for a day, and now it seems that 2 of them have been torn off. I wonder if anyone will sign up today, Fang Cheng thought to himself, but he wasn't in a hurry. He figured that probably no one in the commoners district could resist the temptation of 30 silver coins. If there's really no one else, Fang Cheng plans to poach Yuli in a couple of days. Then her students will be his students, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Fang Cheng walked towards the academy's general store, and as he passed the Magic Academy from afar, he still didn't see Teacher Fielding there. This time, sitting in the small stone pavilion room at the academy's entrance was what appeared to be a young man, seemingly idly playing with a round magic sensing crystal. As they approached the entrance of the school's general store, Fang Cheng handed the cloth bag in his hand to Saya and said, Saya, would you like to give this milk to Aunt Duva later? Okay, big brother, can you hold my hand then? Xiaohe hesitated for a moment before replying. Fang Cheng patted Saya's little head. She smiled and nodded in agreement. Pushing open the door, Fang Cheng walked in and saw Mrs. Duva standing in front of the trunks, restocking the empty shelves. He also saw 2 other shop assistants busy in the store. After a day away, most of the shelves in the grocery store seemed to be half empty. Noticing that Fang Cheng had arrived, Mrs. Duva stopped what she was doing and smiled. Mr. Fang Cheng, lovely little Saya, you've arrived. Come and sit down and rest for a while. Fang Cheng also greeted him with a smile. At this moment, the little girl took Fang Cheng's hand and came to Mrs. Duva. Sister Duva, this is milk for you. Saying this, Zayasha handed the bag in her hand to Mrs. Duva. Mrs. Duva paused for a moment after hearing this, then smiled and bent down to Saya, saying, Thank you, Saya, for being so thoughtful. But please call me Auntie from now on. I have a daughter, and I'll introduce her to you next time. You can call her sister then. Saya nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. Mr. Fang Cheng, please don't corrupt Saya. Just let Saya call me Auntie. Last time, it was just me and Red playing around, and I hope you didn't find it funny. Also, thank you for the milk. Milk is quite expensive, it must have been transported from a very far place. I'll accept it this time, but don't be so polite next time. Mrs. Duva looked at Fang Cheng with a warm smile. Fang Cheng felt that the way Mrs. Duva looked at him was a little strange compared to before. There was something different about her. Fang Cheng chuckled and didn't deny it, but he was thinking to himself that he didn't remember ever teaching Saya to call you sister. Mrs. Duva gestured for Fang Cheng and Saya to sit down, and then sat down opposite Fang Cheng herself. Punia, please pour me 2 cups of tea and a glass of juice, and bring out a bowl of pastries from the cupboard, Madame Duva said to one of the shop assistants. Yes, madam, the shop assistant replied. You're too kind, Mrs. Duva, Fang Cheng said. Mrs. Duva was a little embarrassed by Fang Cheng's warm hospitality. It's all right, we're neighbors, it's only right, Mrs. Duva said with a smile to Fang Cheng. Moreover, what Mr. Fang Cheng did opening a magic-themed early childhood education center for children free of charge is more than enough for me to warmly welcome, Mrs. Duva said with a hint of admiration. No, I'll just do what I can, Fang Cheng said. After chatting for a while, Fang Cheng learned from Mrs. Duva that the task of posting the posters had been entrusted to others, and that Red had personally supervised the process and that all the posters should be posted. Fang Cheng then left the Academy General Store, and before leaving, Mrs. Duva gave Saya 2 more boxes of cookies. Thank you, Aunt Duva, Saya said. You're welcome, Saya is so good. Mrs. Duva waved her hand. After saying goodbye to Mrs. Duva, Fang Cheng led her towards the road to the left of the kindergarten. The road was wide and there were few pedestrians. Occasionally, a horse-drawn carriage that seemed to be loaded with goods would pass by. After walking for more than half an hour, Fang Cheng saw that there were huge mansions with huge buildings standing side by side in this area. As Fang Cheng passed by a mansion, he curiously looked at the gate. The gate was very large, enough to allow 4 or 5 carriages to pass side by side. Above the gate, he could see tall European-style buildings in the distance. Next to the gate was a metal sign with the words Holt. Presumably, the surname of the owner of this mansion is the one on the sign. Fang Cheng continued walking forward. When he passed the 3rd mansion, he saw the words Ephadiah on the doorplate. Fang Cheng remembered the somewhat handsome middle-aged man from last time. His name seemed to be Bok Ephadiah. The door was closed, so Fang Cheng didn't knock or disturb him. Brother, this place is so big. It's as big as Princess Elsa's castle. Yes, Fang Cheng nodded. He suddenly asked, would Saya like to live in the castle in front of our courtyard? No, Saya wants to live with her brother. She can live anywhere as long as her brother is there, the little girl said, looking up at Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng smiled and gently patted Saya's head. I have to say, Saya spent the whole day studying the Frozen Story crystal ball yesterday, and it seems she learned quite a bit from it, including most of what the characters said. Sometimes, children can really learn a lot from watching cartoons, but it's important to choose the right ones. Some cartoons are not suitable for a child's psychological age and may make them precocious. Fang Cheng especially remembered that the night before last, when Saya watched Frozen for the first time, there was a scene where an adult Anna was proposed to by a male supporting character. Saya kept asking, "Brother, what does marriage mean?" Fang Cheng covered Saya's eyes, vaguely concealing the truth, and said, "Saya will understand when she grows up." After Mrs. Duva finished her work, she noticed the cloth bag that Saya had handed her on the table. Bored, she couldn't help but curiously open it to see what kind of milk Saya had given her. The cloth bag was filled with delicate, small, transparent bottles. You could see at a glance that the bottles contained thick, white milk, and they weren't actually stored in earthenware jars. "This exquisitely crafted glass bottle alone must be worth 2 silver coins," Madame Duva exclaimed. Then Mrs. Duva took out a bottle of milk from the bag. The small glass bottle felt comfortable to hold. The bottle simply had the word milk written on it. After unscrewing the cap, Mrs. Duva tried a sip. The thick milk slid across her tongue and surprisingly had no goaty taste at all. Instead, it had a mellow, delicious, and refreshing taste. The smooth and sweet milk also had a hint of the sweetness of some unknown fruit. Mrs. Duva immediately fell in love with this milk. 1 sip, 2 sips, and before she knew it, Mrs. Duva had finished the bottle of milk in her hand. Looking at the empty bottle, Mrs. Duva licked the milk stains that remained on her lips. "Looks like I'll have to prepare a gift for Saya next time." Mrs. Duva put down the empty bottle in her hand, counted the remaining 7 bottles of milk in the bag. As if she had thought of something, Mrs. Duva went outside and looked at the sky. There was still some time before evening. He then went inside, took out 2 bottles of milk from the cloth bag and placed them on the cabinet, then took the cloth bag containing the milk, took out a badge from the cabinet drawer, went out, and walked towards the gate of the Magic Academy across the street. After handing a badge to the guard at the school gate, Mrs. Duva skillfully entered the Magic Academy. Each parent had a limited number of badges, and although it was difficult to enter 2 or 3 times a year, Mrs. Duva had already been there for 8 years. After walking a long way and turning through several buildings, Mrs. Duva asked some passing students for directions and finally found her daughter in a sparsely populated classroom. Her daughter was sitting quietly at the table eating bread. Next to her was a girl in a light blue dress with delicate features and rabbit ears. The girl seemed to be whispering something to her daughter. "Mom, what brings you here?" Hearing the door open, the girl in white saw Mrs. Duva put down the bread she was holding and walked over with a mixture of confusion and joy. "Betty, it hurts me to hear you say that. Can't I come to see you for no reason, my daughter?" "Of course not, mother." The girl grasped Mrs. Duva's hand. "It's just that I only saw you yesterday, so it's a little strange." "Why waste a badge?" the girl said with a smile. "Fang Cheng brought you milk to help you get some nutrition. Mom drank a whole bottle. Betty, you'll definitely love the taste." "Fang Cheng?" Betty looked puzzled. "Ahem, it's the boy your father told you about yesterday," Mrs. Duva coughed. Betty looked helpless, as if she was recalling something unpleasant. Yesterday, it rained, and she hadn't gone out all day after returning home. Her father seemed to be mentioning this name to her, intentionally or unintentionally, and even invited her to visit his castle. "Take it back, Mom, I don't want it," Betty said. "Betty, are you going to refuse your mother's kind offer? This is something I went through a lot of trouble, traveling a long way and using up one of my badges from this semester to bring here," Mrs. Duva said sadly. "It's impolite to accept things from someone I don't know. And Mom, you know I'm still young. I don't want to know any boys. My dream is to get into Crescent Moon Magic Academy, learn more advanced magic, and become a powerful mage. That's my dream," Betty said somewhat seriously. Seeing her daughter's serious expression, Mrs. Duva said gently, "I know, Betty. This wasn't a special gift from him. He's never even heard of you. It's just that your father likes him. A few days ago, I sent his sister a box of cookies as a treat, and today she gave it to him in return. I brought it over for Betty to try," Mrs. Duva explained. Betty, hearing her mother's tone, knew she was telling the truth and her expression softened. She went forward and hugged Mrs. Duva. "Betty, eat well and study hard, but don't overwork yourself. Get plenty of rest and don't put pressure on yourself. Both your father and I just want Betty to be happy. It's getting late, so Mom will go back to the shop now," Mrs. Duva said softly. "Okay, Mom," Betty said softly. Mrs. Duva handed the bag to the girl. The girl had no choice but to accept it. Mrs. Duva then said a few more words and left. Watching her mother leave, the girl took the bag and returned to her seat. "Betty, your mother is so good to you, she really loves you. What did she bring you?" A girl with long, upright rabbit ears asked, leaning closer. Her voice was clear and melodious. "Milk." Betty absent-mindedly took a bite of bread. "Milk? I was hoping for something delicious. Milk has such a strong goaty smell, I don't like it." The girl immediately lost interest. "It's okay if you don't like it, anyway, it's my mom who brought it for me to drink," Betty said. "What's wrong, Betty? Is something bothering you?" The girl with rabbit ears softened her voice when she heard that the girl's tone seemed a little off, and then she lay down on Betty's lap. "No, not really," Betty said softly, feeling the weight on her leg, her hand unconsciously touching the long, soft rabbit ears of the girl on her lap. "Ugh." Suddenly, the bunny-eared girl blushed and sat up from her lap, coughing twice. "Ugh. I choked on the bread, water." Seeing the bunny-eared girl looking uncomfortable, Betty became anxious. "Water, I always remind you to eat properly, and you've forgotten again, you just finished your water." Betty looked left and right. There were only 2 or 3 male classmates watching them curiously. Seeing the bunny-eared girl's uncomfortable look, Betty remembered something, looked at the cloth bag, and without paying attention to the exquisite bottle, took out a bottle of milk, quickly opened the cap, and handed it to the bunny-eared girl. "I know you don't like the taste of milk, this will do in an emergency." At that moment, the bunny-eared girl didn't care about anything else. She picked up the bottle, tilted her head back, put her mouth to the bottle opening, and gulped down the milk. After being given the medicine, the bunny-eared girl patted her flat chest, exhaled, and said, "I'm alive again." The girl licked her lips, then, remembering something, asked, "This tastes different from the milk I've had before." At this moment, Fang Cheng naturally had no idea that these things would happen after he left Madame Duva's shop. Fang Cheng continued walking. Every mansion along this road was much larger than the area of Fang Cheng's kindergarten. Perhaps this is what it means to be aristocratic, a stark contrast to the crowded, low, and dilapidated houses on the commoner's street. After walking for another half hour, Fang Cheng returned the way he came, which was a good way to stretch his muscles after being cooped up all day. Back at the kindergarten, Fang Cheng began preparing some registration materials. He set up 2 tables at the entrance, and then, as if remembering something, took out the operating license provided by the system from his inventory. The operating license retrieved from the system was a gilded cardboard page. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an operating license personally issued by the kingdom's royal family. It bore the name of 11AI Magic Kindergarten, along with the author's signature, and a stamp in the lower right corner that read, "New Moon Magic Education." After watching for a while, Fang Cheng put it away. He looked at the sky and saw that it was already evening. Every now and then, passers-by would glance at Fang Cheng and Saya with curiosity and surprise, then look at the signs on the gate and the wall, smile at Fang Cheng, and walk away. Fang Cheng chatted with Xiaoxia for half an hour before packing up. It seemed there would be no one around today. After all, this wasn't a poor, ordinary residential area. On weekdays, he rarely saw anyone passing by. Most of the people who did pass by were in private cars and wouldn't stop. There were very few ordinary people passing by, which Fang Cheng understood. However, if there was still no one by tomorrow, Fang Cheng decided to take the initiative, since there were only 3 days left for the mission. Fang Cheng then posted a note below the doorbell, "Please ring the doorbell to register." Back at the castle, Fang Cheng began to try to make dinner using his small fireball spell. However, the first time he cast the spell, the flames showed signs of melting the iron pot in less than 10 seconds. Fang Cheng gained a deeper understanding of the destructive power of the flames he released. No wonder the Azure Windbird was so nervous when he released the small fireball technique, it must have sensed the danger involved. Fang Cheng tried to control the temperature of the flames with his mind and reduce the output of magic power. After practicing several times, the iron pot showed no signs of melting. However, controlling the temperature of the fireball spell while cooking was still a bit difficult for Fang Cheng. Seeing Saya's expectant gaze beside him, Fang Cheng finally obediently put away the small fireball spell and used the flames on the stove. With his expertise in cooking for children, Fang Cheng quickly prepared dinner for the 2 of them that evening. Tonight's dinner consisted of stir-fried vegetables, fish soup, and rice. It was quite simple and light, and Saya ate with great relish. Fang Cheng watched Saya eat with gusto and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At night, Fang Cheng lay in bed with his eyes closed, meditating. Beside him, Saya had already fallen into a deep sleep, her arms wrapped around his, and was breathing soundly. Fang Cheng had just finished his meditation and restored his magic power. He opened the system panel and glanced at his magic power value, which had reached 840. It seemed that the animation meditation was quite effective. At this point, Fang Cheng was still unsure of his magic power level. "I only learned about the ranks of mages in this world from a book I saw in the Soto Grand Library last time. Based on the magical power they wield, they are divided into 8 ranks: Magic Apprentice, Junior Magician, Intermediate Magician, Senior Magician, Archmage, Mage, Sorcerer, Grand Sorcerer, and Saint Sorcerer. Magic Apprentice is not considered a rank. As for how they are divided, the book does not provide a specific and detailed description." After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng looked at the unfinished task. Main Quest, Phase 2. Please complete the enrollment and student admission process within 7 days. Task requirements: recruit at least 5 students, aged 3 to 6. Mission failed, all mission rewards obtained by the host will be confiscated and the mission will be restarted. Mission reward, a magical growth guide for children aged 3 to 6, special skill, adorable head pat. Mission countdown, 2 days, 18 hours, 29 minutes, and 32 seconds remaining. Although time was running out, Fang Cheng wasn't worried about not being able to complete the task. After all, if he was to recruit at least 5 students, Saya should count as 1, which would only leave him 4 short. Fang Cheng didn't think that he would be unable to recruit even 4 students after the posters were distributed. When all else failed, Fang Cheng decided to try his luck with Yuli. She happened to have 4 children there. However, to be on the safe side, he would have to set off tomorrow to try and recruit Yuli. After all, a kindergarten can't just have one principal, it needs several teachers and staff. However, Fang Cheng felt that if they only recruited 5 children at this stage, they would only need 1 teacher, Yuli. He didn't like trouble and didn't want to have too many students in the kindergarten. However, given the system's nature, the number of students it will need to recruit will definitely increase in the future, and Fang Cheng is aware of this. But for now, he is still willing to rest more and have some peace and quiet. After thinking about some plans, Fang Cheng was a little tired. Although he hadn't done anything that would have taken a toll on his energy today, it was late at night, and without external stimuli, people would want to sleep. Sleeping at night, according to his biological clock, was actually a rare kind of enjoyment. Fang Cheng yawned, blinked, turned his head to look at Saya, who was sleeping soundly beside him with her arms wrapped around his. He gently stroked Saya's soft hair with his other hand, revealing a doting and satisfied smile. "Saya, it's so good to have you in this world," Fang Cheng said in his heart before falling asleep. The next day, Fang Cheng was awakened by the slight movement of Xiao Shay in his arms. Fang Cheng's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't open his eyes and continued to pretend to be asleep, wanting to see how cute Xiao Shay's movements would be when she woke up. He carefully opened his eyes a crack and saw that Xiao Shay's fluffy hair was loose and she was gently lifting the blanket and getting out of bed. Because of the angle, Fang Cheng could only see Xiao Shay's profile. Her eyes under her long, curved eyelashes looked a little dazed because she had just woken up, but they also looked cute and adorable. Saya got out of bed and quietly slipped on her slippers to leave the room. Sensing that Saya had left the room, Fang Cheng opened his eyes, got out of bed, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtains. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and he could already see the sun about to peek out from the horizon. The weather must be beautiful today, Fang Cheng thought. Suddenly, a bird's cry rang out, and a large bird nearby suddenly soared into the sky, swooping towards the direction of the nearby Magic Academy. Fang Cheng recognized the bird. It was none other than the azure wind bird that he had named Ching. Beside the castle, a wind swing was shaking violently as if it had been wronged. Good heavens, this azure wind bird, could it have been secretly rubbing against my swing all night? Fang Cheng thought thoughtfully as he looked at the swing that was slowly returning to calm, wondering what kind of changes would occur to the azure wind bird's body after rubbing against the swing. Meanwhile, after getting up, Zayasha went to the bathroom, carefully washed her hands, and then went downstairs to the kitchen in her slippers. She stepped onto a small chair, added water to the kettle, blinked, turned on the switch, and blue flames appeared on the stove, enveloping the kettle. I succeeded, Saya thought happily. Fang Cheng had naturally noticed the commotion downstairs and couldn't help but smile. Although he was a little worried that Saya might get burned, Fang Cheng still chose to trust her, since Saya had a successful experience before. Fang Cheng had just changed out of his pajamas from his clothes for the day when he heard soft, careful footsteps. It was Saya who carefully carried Fang Cheng's cup in and came in. Seeing Fang Cheng wake up, Sayo's eyes lit up with surprise. "Big brother, you're awake." "That's right, we can't let Saya call our brother a lazy pig every day," Fang Cheng said with a smile. Saya shyly avoided looking at Fang Cheng, and handed him the cup with both hands, saying, "Brother, have some water." Fang Cheng took the cup, carefully took a sip, and initially thought it would be very hot, but it turned out to be warm. Fang Cheng happily tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. While Fang Cheng was drinking water, Saya stepped forward and hugged him, burying her head in his stomach. Clearly, it still took some courage for Saya to look away from Fang Cheng for even a short while. After Fang Cheng finished drinking the water, he didn't say thank you or offer any words of encouragement, he simply gently patted Saya's head. After washing up and having breakfast, Kazuya arrived at the castle gate. Looking at the rising sun and the cloudless sky, Fang Cheng thought it would be quite hot today, but thankfully, he had Kazuya by his side. Looking down at Saya beside him, Fang Cheng noticed that she was also looking at him. He smiled and said, "Let's go, Saya." "Yes, brother." After asking Xiaoling, Fang Cheng learned that it was about 7:30 in the morning. He was walking with Saya towards the commoners' district. The morning air was fresh. Fang Cheng was about to greet Mrs. Duva when he went out, but she was surprised to find that her shop was not open yet, and the other shops next to her were also closed. As he passed by, he glanced at the state of the Magic Academy's gate. Inside the small gatehouse, there seemed to be a young man Fang Cheng had never seen before. fast asleep with his hands slumped over the table. He was bald. After walking for about 20 minutes, Fang Cheng finally spotted a carriage pulled by a lizard. It was Fang Cheng's first time riding in such a carriage, and he found it quite novel. The carriage was much faster than the ordinary carriage he had ridden in before, but because of the high speed, it was a bit bumpy. Sitting in the slightly crowded carriage, next to Fang Cheng's feet were a lot of fruits packed in baskets. Obviously, this was a freight car specially used to transport goods, and it also carried customers like Fang Cheng who had needs. The driver looked like an honest, burly man, dressed in the same coarse cloth clothes as the people in the working class area. His kind and hard-working appearance puzzled Fang Cheng. After chatting with him for a few minutes, Fang Cheng realized what was going on. He learned that the carriage did not belong to him, but to a merchant who specialized in the fruit business. He was the coachman hired by the merchant, and he earned about 15 silver coins a month from guests like Fang Cheng. Seeing that Fang Cheng and Saya did not look like ordinary people, the coachman did not hide anything. The carriage stopped on the road in front of the McDonald's restaurant that Fang Cheng was familiar with. As soon as Fang Cheng got out of the carriage with Saya in his arms, the carriage rumbled and sped away. The driver hurriedly said, "I'm so sorry, young man, I'll take you again next time." "What do you mean, maybe we'll take a dump?" Fang Cheng thought to himself, but he didn't really care. After all, it had been arranged before he got on the carriage. The driver had to get the goods to the destination before the shops opened, so he could only give Fang Cheng a ride along the way without taking a detour. He had already collected 5 copper coins from Fang Cheng before he got on the carriage. However, these 5 copper coins were still quite cheap. Fang Cheng felt that it was much more reliable than the previous time when the dark-skinned giant charged by time. This lizard carriage was just faster. The distance that took the old, ordinary carriage more than an hour to cover last time was covered by the lizard carriage in about 30 minutes. Fang Cheng glanced at the somewhat familiar McDonald's restaurant, which was already open. One of the employees at the door seemed to have spotted Fang Cheng and suddenly waved a white towel in his direction. Fang Cheng felt a little embarrassed, shook his head, and pulled Saya towards the civilian area. He had already eaten breakfast, and there was still quite a bit of bread in his system inventory that he hadn't eaten yet. On his way to the working class area, Fang Cheng looked around to see if there were any posters of his kindergarten on the surrounding walls. As he walked, he didn't find anything pasted on the surrounding walls. However, in the distance, near a trash can in a corner of a square, Fang Cheng noticed a fragment of a poster for 11 Magic Kindergarten. This reassured him, indicating that at least the poster had been distributed and someone had seen it. Leaving the square, he turned a few corners and walked for a while before entering the alleyways of the working class district. Fang Cheng's memory was excellent now, he could perfectly recall the entire route he had walked. Along the way, they encountered several people from the slums. When they saw Fang Cheng and Saya, their eyes held a mixture of distance, curiosity, and fear, clearly indicating that they already knew Fang Cheng and Saya's identities. Fang Cheng wasn't surprised. Although there were many strangely dressed people in the noisy square outside the civilian area, with hair colors ranging from yellow to red to green, most humans generally had flaxen hair. However, Fang Cheng has never seen a person with black hair so far. The striking contrast between Fang Cheng and Saya's black and white hair suggests that they may already know who Fang Cheng and Saya are. Fang Cheng guessed that the news of Shaylin being taken back as a princess of the kingdom had already spread throughout this commoner area. However, several days had passed, and no one had bothered Fang Cheng's life. Fang Cheng was a little surprised, but at the same time, he felt relieved. Of course, it was also possible that he was overthinking things. Perhaps others simply didn't have the time or didn't care who he was, and it had nothing to do with him. Seeing the stares of passers-by, Saya tightly grasped Fang Cheng's hand. Fang Cheng calculated the time and realized that Saya must be a little tired from walking, so he picked her up and carried her along the road. When they passed a dilapidated house, Fang Cheng couldn't help but pause. It wasn't for any particular reason, but because he finally saw his own family's advertising poster. However, what made Fang Cheng feel somewhat helpless was that on the cracked window of the other house, 2 layers of poster paper were pasted inside, completely using the poster paper as a makeshift material to block the wind and light. As Fang Cheng walked along, he was about to arrive at Yu Li's residence. He felt a little excited and expectant. He asked Xiao Ling and learned that it was about 8 o'clock. Arriving at Ms. Yuri's residence, Fang Cheng stopped. The old iron gate outside the courtyard was tightly closed, with an old iron lock hanging on it, indicating that Yuri was not home. Fang Cheng and Saya exchanged a glance and winked. "Saya, do you know where Yuri-sensei is going?" Fang Cheng asked. Saya blinked, looking at the tightly closed door with a somewhat puzzled expression. "Saya doesn't know where Yuri-sensei went either, brother." Saya shook her head. Fang Cheng stopped, somewhat disappointed. Just then, little Saya, who had been looking around, seemed to see something and pointed to a spot with surprise, saying, "Big brother, look, it's Teacher Yuri." Upon hearing Saya's words, Fang Cheng's heart stirred. Following Saya's gaze, he saw a figure of a girl in a white dress in the distance. It seemed to be Yuri, slowly walking towards them from a path in the distance. Fang Cheng carried Saya to greet her. As he approached the girl, he noticed that her face was pale, her brows furrowed with weariness, and her steps were unsteady and weak, as if a gust of wind could knock her over. "Miss Yuri, are you all right?" Fang Cheng quickly stepped forward and asked. "Teacher Yuri," Saya called out softly with concern. "Oh, it's Mr. Fang Cheng and Xiao Shay. It's all right, you'll be fine after a rest." The girl was somewhat surprised to see Fang Cheng and Xiao Shay, and gave a slightly forced smile. "Miss Yuri, let me help you," Fang Cheng said with concern. After thinking for a moment, he added, "If it's inconvenient, you can put your arm around my shoulder." Fang Cheng walked to Yuri's side and leaned slightly forward. "Thank you." Yuri felt that her physical condition was not optimistic. She was about to fall asleep and couldn't hold on any longer. Just as she raised one hand, Yuri suddenly felt even more dizzy and lightheaded. It felt like the sky was turning upside down, and Yuri fell backward. Fang Cheng sensed something was wrong and quickly grabbed Yuli's shoulder, not even noticing the soft touch on the girl's shoulder or the gentle, refreshing fragrance emanating from her. Miss Yuri," Fang Cheng called out with some concern. "Excuse me, Mr. Fang Cheng, could you please open the door for me and help me inside?" Yuri paused for a moment, then took out a set of keys from her pocket. "Okay." Fang Cheng agreed, put down Saya who was in his left arm, and after Saya got down, she ran to the other side and supported Yuri on the other side. Taking the key, Fang Cheng helped Yuli to the door with one hand, and with the other hand, he struggled to open the iron lock, which was somewhat lubricated with oil. Opening the door, I saw that some leaves had fallen from the trees and covered the ground in the courtyard, probably because it had rained all day the day before. Supporting the girl, and guided by Yuri's weak voice, Fang Cheng used the key to open a door on the left side of the bungalow. The classroom was on the right. "Thank you, Mr. Fang Cheng. It's all right to bring it here. I'm feeling unwell today due to exhaustion of my magic, so I'll have to thank you properly next time," Yuri said, forcing herself to move forward. "Okay, is there no problem?" Fang Cheng handed the key to the girl. The girl nodded slightly. Fang Cheng didn't say anything more, but said to Saya, "Saya, could you help Yuri-sensei inside?" "Okay, I understand, big brother." Saya nodded. Yuri didn't say anything this time, perhaps because she had used up all her energy talking. As Fang Cheng watched as Xiaohea, supporting Yuri, slowly walked into the room, he fell into thought. After all, he was a man, while Yuri was a mature and beautiful woman, and Yuri was currently defenseless. Yuri was still somewhat worried about Fang Cheng, so she also mentioned that she had run out of magic and was a magician. Of course, this was just something Fang Cheng imagined. Don't ask why I'm making this up. The reason Fang Cheng asked this question was because he really had that impulse, thinking about how he had just been holding Yuli up close and had caught a glimpse of Yuli's full breasts and smelled the refreshing fragrance emanating from the girl. Fang Cheng shook his head, clearing his mind of the jumbled thoughts. His purpose today was to recruit employees and students, but Yuli was not in good condition. He hoped she would recover soon. He also wondered if those naughty kids would come to class today. Meanwhile, inside the room, Saya, supporting Yuri's hand, slowly moved towards Yuri's room. Although Saya was supporting her, she was too young to provide much assistance and couldn't help Yuri walk. Yuri still had to walk on her own. Yuri, forcing herself to stay awake, felt the world shaking. She tried to muster her last bit of strength to run quickly to her bed, but she tripped over a low stool next to the bed and stumbled and fell face first onto the bed. Luckily, she didn't fall, but Yuri immediately passed out. "Brother!" A sound was heard, and Saya's exclamation came from inside. Fang Cheng, who was waiting outside, heard the noise and, out of worry, rushed in without thinking. He saw the overturned chair and Yuli lying on the bed, understood the situation, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing dangerous had happened. Fang Cheng stepped forward, carefully picked up Yuli, and laid her down on the bed. The girl's weight felt surprisingly light to Fang Cheng. The girl seemed completely oblivious to her surroundings, showing no reaction to being picked up by Fang Cheng. She lay flat on the bed, her pale cheeks tinged with an unnatural red, her brows furrowed, clearly in discomfort. Fang Cheng touched her forehead, feeling the warmth of her body through his hand. Indeed, it was quite hot. Yuri has a fever. What to do? Fang Cheng frowned and thought. Should he take Yali to the clinic? Unfortunately, he didn't know where the clinic was. It wasn't appropriate to carry Yali out now. After thinking for a while, Fang Cheng decided to let Yali rest and recover. Fang Cheng walked out of the room, with Saya following behind. She glanced at the room and found the furnishings to be surprisingly simple: a table, a few chairs, and some wood and other things piled up in the corner. After walking around, Fang Cheng found a towel, wet it, wrung it out, and placed it on Yuri's forehead to cool him down. However, after a short while, the towel became just as hot, which gave Fang Cheng a headache. Cooling down her forehead was just a drop in the ocean. Did he have to take off all of the girl's clothes? However, he dismissed the thought in an instant. After all, he had never taken off a woman's clothes before. Serious face. Suddenly, Fang Chang's eyes lit up as he remembered something. Wasn't there a ready-made mini air conditioner here to cool things down? Saya, Ms. Yuri is very hot right now. Why don't you hold her hand and help her cool down? Fang Chang said to Saya. Saya nodded. The little one was happy that she could be of help. Saya took Yuri's hand, and after a while, Yuri's slightly furrowed brows relaxed a bit, and she was obviously more comfortable. Fang Chang touched Yuri's forehead again, and he was also slightly relieved. Only then did she have time to look around at the room's furnishings. Yuri's room was very simple: a wardrobe, a desk, 2 chairs, several books piled on the desk, a few pens lying on it, and a bucket. That was all. It was completely unlike the room of a girl of this age, except for a pillow-sized doll that looked like some kind of rabbit next to her pillow. Saya, Fang Chang asked softly. Yes, brother. When you were studying with Ms. Yuri, was Ms. Yuri the only one living here? Fang Chang asked. He had noticed signs that only one person lived here when he was looking for a towel outside. The towel and toothbrush were all for one person. Big brother, but sometimes big sister brings Saya here to sleep with Yuri-sensei, Saya said after thinking for a moment. That's an unexpected answer. I didn't realize that Sharon and Yuri were on such good terms. Fang Chang thought to himself. Because Yuri needed to cool down, Fang Chang simply let Saya lie down next to Yuri to rest and hold her hand. Fang Chang sat at Yuri's desk, propped his head up, and started looking at the books in front of him. He opened a few pages of the first book, Basic Mathematics of the Mainland, and could see notes in the book. However, these seemed a bit too simple to Fang Chang, similar to the elementary school math he learned in his previous life. However, the second book surprised Fang Chang. It was actually titled Basic Water Magic Explanation, a magic skill book. Even when Fang Chang was in the first floor of the Soto Grand Library, he hadn't seen any skill books that taught magic. Fang Chang was excited and prepared to look through the things, but as he started, he thought to himself, wouldn't it be inappropriate to just casually look through other people's things like this? I should wait until Yuri wakes up and ask for her permission first. Fearing that Saya might be bored, Fang Chang asked her if she wanted to hear a story. Saya, sitting next to Yuri, nodded happily, her eyes filled with obvious joy and anticipation. Fang Chang recalled for a moment and began to speak in a soft, soothing voice. A long time ago, in a small village, there was a little boy named Jack. One day, his mother asked Jack to sell the cow to buy some food. Saya sat on the bed, her eyes shining, listening intently. In the end, Jack became a rich man. The hen that laid golden eggs for Jack every day. Jack worked diligently every day, and when he was tired, he would lie down and listen to the harp. His mother's illness was cured, and Jack lived a happy life. The story ended abruptly, and the room fell silent for a moment. Saya snapped out of her reverie. The stories my brother told were really good. Fang Chang patted Saya's head. Big brother, will Ms. Yuri get better? Saya asked softly. Of course we will, Saya. How about we invite Ms. Yuri to our house when she wakes up? Really? Saya asked, somewhat surprised. Of course it's true, Fang Chang said. Yes. Saya nodded vigorously. How about we wait for Ms. Yuri to wake up? If Saya is tired, she can lie down next to Ms. Yuri. Yes, Saya understands, brother. Fang Chang sat in the chair, keeping watch, his mind open to the system interface, browsing the system shop, wondering if there was any healing magic. He had momentarily forgotten about the system. Healing spell, effectively heals and restores physical and mental vitality, 100 exchange points. Water healing technique, effectively heals bodily injuries and quickly cleanses wounds, 50 exchange points. Wood healing technique, effectively restores the body's vitality and quickly heals wounds, 50 exchange points. Light healing, effectively restores mental damage, 50 exchange points. Fang Chang's current net worth is only 73 exchange points and 78 gold coins. Fang Chang thought about it and realized that what Yuri had said about magic overdraft was probably that her body needed to replenish its magic energy and that she was mentally exhausted. Let's switch to light healing first. Fang Chang plans to wake Yuri up first. Xiao Ling exchanges for light healing technique. Okay, master. 50 exchange points deducted. Light healing technique successfully exchanged. Just like before, master can release it by thinking about using light healing technique. Unexpectedly convenient, Fang Chang thought. Fang Chang stretched out his palms towards Yuli's head and silently chanted, light healing technique. Suddenly, a gentle, clean, and soft white light emanated from Fang Chang's palms. The light was bright but not dazzling, and just one glance seemed to calm one's mind. Yuri, standing next to Saya, felt both surprised and warmed by the light emanating from Fang Chang's hand. The light lasted for quite a while. Why hasn't it gone out yet? Fang Chang wondered, feeling that this light healing technique was quite long-lasting. 10 seconds later, Fang Cheng felt his body suddenly lose strength. Somewhat strangely, he persevered a little longer, but the light in his hand gradually dimmed and disappeared. His body went limp, his hands slumped on the edge of the bed, and his head drooped weakly. Silly master, you have to end this light healing spell on your own. At this moment, Xiao Ling's voice rang in Fang Cheng's mind. Oh, I see, Fang Cheng understood. But why does Xiao Ling sound gloating? I don't know if it's just my imagination. I checked the system panel, and it showed that my magic power had dropped to 0/835. I have no magic left at all. Fang Cheng understood somewhat what Yuli felt like when her body was strained. After these few days, Fang Cheng had also grasped some common sense. According to Xiao Ling's explanation, when the body possesses magic power, the body's cells also become carriers of magic power elements. Once they are exhausted, the energy of the cells may even temporarily be used to overdraft magic power, causing the body to feel tired or even weak. Yuri, who had been sleeping soundly in bed, suddenly felt a ball of light slowly approaching her. The light grew larger and enveloped her completely, as if she were bathing in a hot spring, washing away her fatigue. Her spirits slowly recovered, and the dizziness gradually dissipated. After a while, the light gradually disappeared. Yuri felt a sense of loss and tried to open her eyes to look for something. She saw a pair of hands in front of her, with light fading from their palms. Then she saw the owner of the hands slump helplessly to the side. "Brother, what's wrong?" Saya asked in a panic. "Mr. Fang Cheng," Yuri called out worriedly. Seeing the light in Fang Cheng's palm dissipate, she realized that the young man in front of her had overdrawn his magic power to treat her. "I'm fine, Saya, don't worry, Miss Yuri, you're awake." Fang Cheng was in good spirits, but his strength hadn't fully recovered, so he kept his head resting on the edge of the bed as he spoke. "Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Fang Cheng. I feel much better now. I don't know how to thank you enough." Yuri turned to look at Fang Cheng, her gaze gentle. Perfect timing, I need Miss Yuri's help with something." Fang Cheng quickly said, feeling very happy. "What a great opportunity. Mr. Fang Cheng, please speak freely. However, my abilities are limited, and I hope I can be of some help to you," Yuri said after thinking for a moment. She found it both amusing and grateful to see Fang Cheng speaking with his head bowed. It seemed that Fang Cheng and Saya had indeed come to find her today. Could it be? "I would like to hire you, Ms. Yuri, to teach at my kindergarten. Of course, there will be compensation." "Eh? Mr. Fang Cheng, you've already prepared the kindergarten so quickly? That flyer for the 11 AI Magic Kindergarten is from you, Mr. Fang Cheng." "Yes, Miss Yuri, did you see that flyer?" Fang Cheng was pleasantly surprised, happy to know that his flyer had reached the person he wanted to deliver it to. "Yes, I happened to see a flyer on the wall when I went out to work early this morning. When I saw the kindergarten, I thought it might be you, Mr. Fang Cheng. Miss Yuri, would you be willing to help me with this?" Fang Cheng asked while the iron was hot. Although he found it a little strange that Yuri was still working, Fang Cheng just wanted to win over Yuri, the teacher he thought was very generous and excellent. But what about those students at the school? Yuri hesitated. "Come to our kindergarten. It's free, only 30 silver coins, including pick-up and drop-off and lunch." Yuri looked at Fang Cheng's eager and childlike manner as he spoke with his head down, and a strange feeling spread in her heart. It was a feeling of being needed and trusted that she had never experienced before. Yuri could feel Fang Cheng's sincerity, and she didn't know why Fang Cheng had chosen her to be the teacher of that magic kindergarten. "What's wrong, Miss Yuri? Mr. Fang Cheng, would you like to reconsider? Actually, there are many people more capable than me who can handle this job. I'm afraid my abilities aren't enough. I just saw the magic you released, Mr. Fang Cheng. Although my knowledge of magic is not extensive, I could tell that you are at least a high-level mage and also know very rare light magic. There must be many excellent mages willing to follow you," Yuri said after a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing her last words, Fang Cheng could clearly sense that the girl in front of him was somewhat lacking in confidence, and he wondered what made her so certain that he was a high-level mage. Feeling that his strength seemed to have returned somewhat, Fang Cheng propped himself up with his arms, raised his head, looked into the girl's eyes, and smiled as he explained, "I am not a high-level mage, nor do I know anyone else. I will tell you that once you become my employee. As for the work, we only teach early childhood education to children aged 3 to 6. Do you remember what I told you last time? It's about providing children with a happy learning environment and place to prepare them for the future. It's a teaching model similar to Miss Yuri's at the school, without much pressure. Miss Yuri is so excellent, she can definitely do it. I believe in you," Fang Cheng said. Yuli had heard Fang Cheng's words clearly, which made her blush slightly. Suddenly, the last words her deceased father had left her came to mind. Looking at Fang Cheng's sincere and expectant gaze, and still lying in bed, Yuli nodded shyly and replied, Saya, did you hear that?" Fang Cheng asked excitedly upon hearing Yuri's response. "Yes, brother." Saya's azure eyes revealed surprise. Although she didn't quite understand what Yuri-sensei and her brother had said, she could tell that Yuri-sensei was coming to visit the castle. Saya was very happy. "Teacher Yuri, there are lots of fun things in my brother's castle. Saya will play with you then," Saya said. Sensing the genuine excitement of the two, Yuri put away her embarrassment. Hearing Saya's words, Yuri laboriously raised her arm and touched Saya's head beside her. "Thank you, Saya. Yuri-sensei is very happy," Yuri said softly. Gurgle suddenly, an untimely sound of hunger rang out. Saya blinked. Fang Cheng blinked as well. "Ugh, I'm so embarrassed." Yuri blushed slightly, turned her head and grabbed the blanket next to her to cover her face, feeling a little awkward. "Ahem, I just ran out of magic and I'm a little hungry. To celebrate Miss Yuri joining our 11 AI Magic Kindergarten, I've decided to prepare a nice breakfast for our teacher, so she can experience the warmth of our kindergarten family in advance." Fang Cheng stood up and said, "Miss Yuri, please wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Saya, please stay here with teacher Yuri for a bit. Your brother will be back soon." Without giving Yuri a chance to refuse, Fang Cheng left the room and went to Yuri's kitchen. Saya glanced at Fang Cheng reluctantly, then nodded and replied, "I understand, brother." Yuri's residence at least had a kitchen compared to Sharon's previous residence, but the furnishings were very simple. There was a pot on a stone stove, a few pottery jars, a sink, and a water tank. Thinking about how Yuri and his own bodies were overdrawn in magic power, Fang Cheng searched through the system shop. Magic crystal rice, which can slightly speed up the replenishment of body magic power, cost 1 gold coin for 5 caddies, which is equivalent to 10,000 copper coins for 5 caddies of rice. It was terrifyingly expensive. He bought it because he had never eaten it before and wanted to try it to see how effective the magic crystal rice was in restoring magic power. Then Fang Cheng found another item, level 2 magical beast with spirit lamb. He bought 20 caddies for 1 gold coin. There were also various ingredients he had bought before in the system inventory. After taking out the ingredients from the system, Fang Cheng started busying himself in the kitchen. With the boost from the children's culinary proficiency skill, Fang Cheng seemed to have a natural talent for cooking all sorts of ingredients. After thinking about it, Fang Cheng decided to make the food a little lighter. At this moment, Yuri and Saya arrived at the kitchen door. Fang Cheng turned around, glanced at them, and smiled. "Miss Yuri, please wait a little longer." "I'm so sorry to trouble you, Mr. Fang Cheng. Is there anything I can do for you?" Yuri saw Fang Cheng processing a piece of meat and felt a little curious and surprised. She had thought Fang Cheng had gone out to find something to eat, but she didn't expect that the noise she heard was from Fang Cheng coming into her kitchen. This made Yuri blush a little. It seemed that there were no other ingredients in her kitchen. She was planning to buy food with the money she had earned from her part-time job today. So, having regained some strength, she quickly got up and followed him into the kitchen, wanting to stop Fang Cheng and tell him that she would just eat a few biscuits. "Don't be shy. You have a cold and need to rest. Just wait patiently with Saya. I'm sure the delicious food later won't disappoint you," Fang Cheng replied unconsciously, recalling the ingredients and cooking methods in his mind. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Yuli's fair cheeks flushed slightly, and she didn't say anything more. The young man in front of her today was unexpected and shocked her. These ingredients were clearly not there just now. Could they be the kind of valuable spatial storage device mentioned in the book? Yuli was a little worried. After all, such rare and convenient treasures could easily attract the covetousness of those with ulterior motives. Fang Cheng was busy when he noticed that Yuri and Saya were still standing at the door. He took out 2 bottles of milk from his system inventory and went over to hand them to Yuri and Saya. "Have some drinks to tide you over, no need for formalities," Fang Cheng said with a smile. Yuri nodded and accepted it without refusing. "Yuri-sensei's milk is delicious, drink it while your stomach rumbles," Saya said happily, holding the milk. "Okay, I understand, Saya," Yuri smiled gently, feeling that Saya seemed more lively than before, and she was happy for her. Looking at the delicate, transparent glass bottle in her hand, filled with a rich, pure liquid, Yuri unscrewed the cap, tilted her head back, and took a sip. A grassy aroma blended with a sweet, unique fruity flavor moistened her taste buds, making her feel unconsciously happy. Yuri's bright, watery eyes unconsciously curved into crescents. She couldn't help but lick the liquid remaining at the corner of her mouth. After a pause, Yuri realized something was amiss, and her expression returned to its calm state. However, if one looked closely, one could see that the girl's snow-white neck was slightly red. Yuri secretly glanced at Fang Cheng out of the corner of her eye and breathed a sigh of relief when she found that Fang Cheng was not looking in her direction. While preparing the ingredients, Fang Cheng also wanted to see how Yuli would react to the milk produced by the system. He glanced at her, then quickly looked away, not daring to look any longer, lest he accidentally cut his hand with the knife. However, the beautiful image of the girl with crescent-shaped eyes, a slightly upturned mouth full of happiness, and her playful tongue licking the remaining milk stains seemed to still be imprinted in his mind and had not faded away. Fang Cheng was somewhat touched, and even a little bit moved. Well, in order to see his employees with such smiling faces every day in the future, Fang Chang secretly decided that as a leader, he should take Yali out to eat more good food and work hard for his leader. No, he should work hard for the cause of early childhood education. Ignoring Yuri and Saya, Fang Chang began preparing ingredients. His magical power had also recovered somewhat, and he had no trouble using the small fireball spell. Yuri and Saya watched quietly from the sidelines without disturbing Fang Chang. However, whenever Fang Chang was about to finish a dish, Yuri would tacitly hand him a plate. About half an hour later, Fang Chang, Yuli, and the other two sat at the dining table in the foyer. On the table were several dishes that had just been prepared, emitting mouth-watering aromas: a meat porridge made with spirit mutton and magic crystal rice, a lightly flavored braised crucian carp, stir-fried greens, stir-fried with spirit mutton, and a beautifully arranged fruit platter, all of which made one's mouth water. Yuri and Saya were both stunned. "Brother, what kind of porridge is this? What kind of meat is on top? It smells so good," Saya asked, sitting next to Fang Chang. "This is with spirit lamb. Brother hasn't tried it yet either. Let's have a taste together," Fang Chang said gently. Yuri swallowed hard, looking at the fragrant meat porridge in front of her. She felt an urge to eat it. She had never seen other cooking methods like braising or stir-frying before. The aroma emanating from the dishes made her suppress her saliva, and she felt a little embarrassed when she realized her body was reacting. "Let's eat. Miss Yuri needs to eat more so her cold will get better faster," Fang Chang said with a smile. Even though Yuri still wanted to say something polite, seeing the young man's attitude, she decided to give up. She had already said too many polite words to this young man today, and she was too embarrassed to say anything more. She could only keep them in her heart. Yuri nodded. The three of them started eating together. In fact, Fang Chang originally only wanted to prepare a simple breakfast, but then he suddenly remembered that the common people here seemed to only eat 2 meals a day. In addition, it would be almost noon in a little over an hour, so he simply made a 3-person portion. Only after the three of them were full could they proceed with Fang Chang's recruitment task. Fang Chang took a sip of the most valuable meat porridge on the table. It was smooth and tender, with a chewy texture. After taking a sip, it felt as if the magic power that was somewhat lacking in his body had been replenished. Sure enough, the magic crystal rice and the monster meat did have the effect of replenishing magic power. Yuri, who had eaten a few bites, also seemed to feel that her body had regained some strength, and looked at Fang Chang with surprise. "This porridge has the effect of restoring magic power, Miss Yuri, please eat more." "Yes, Mr. Fang Chang, you too." Yuli's cheeks flushed slightly. Even though it was someone else who made it, she still told him to eat more. Fang Chang had used up a lot of magic and was indeed a bit hungry, so he devoured the dishes in front of him. Yuri relaxed a little for a moment. While eating, Fang Chang chatted casually with Yuli, asking about the other students at the school and then expressing his hope that they would register for kindergarten by tomorrow at the latest. "Yes, they will be coming to school this afternoon. I will inform their parents." Yuri nodded and said. Now that she had made up her mind, she wouldn't hesitate and was already starting to take on the role of a subordinate. Hearing Yuri's words, Fang Chang felt happy and increasingly convinced that he had made the right choice. He looked at Saya, who was obediently sipping her porridge beside him. "Saya, let me help you remove the fish bones. This dish was specially prepared for you," Fang Chang said gently. "Thank you, brother," Saya said crisply. "Delicious." Saya took a bite of the fish on Fang Chang's chopsticks, looking very satisfied. Seemingly sensing Yuri's strange gaze, Fang Chang used Saya's chopsticks to pick up a piece of stir-fried with spirit mutton from the bowl and put it into Yuri's bowl. "Miss Yuri, please eat more," Fang Chang said. Yuri nodded shyly but confidently, then turned her gaze to Saya's cute little head and said, "Now I finally understand why Sharon entrusted Saya to you so confidently." "Huh?" Fang Chang asked, somewhat curious. "Because Sharon also really likes to feed Saya the fish," Yuri said with a half-smile. "Cough cough, it's clearly because I'm attentive, caring, and responsible," Fang Chang said, rubbing his nose. "Humph." Yuri snorted. "I wanted to take Saya out for grilled fish before, but Sharon stopped me, saying that only Saya could eat grilled fish in front of her. That girl." Yuri seemed a little indignant. As she spoke, Yuri also used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish, remove the bones, and put it into Saya's bowl. "Saya, eat more so you can grow up quickly." Thank you, Yuri-sensei." Saya took a bite and felt a little happy. She wished her older sister were here too. Yuri watched Saya being fed fish and looked on with a happy and satisfied expression. Fang Chang found it somewhat amusing and was surprised that Shaylin would react this way. It seemed that Shaylin's inner self was not as composed and aloof as she appeared on the outside. Yuri's reaction was also interesting, unlike the gentle and calm image Fang Chang had previously formed in her mind. Actually, according to their past lives, they were all around the age of young girls who had just graduated from high school and were just starting college. They should have been lively and youthful. The meal took about half an hour, and all the food had been eaten by the three of them. Yuri took the initiative to clean up the dishes and wash them. Fang Cheng did not stand on ceremony with her, but simply asked Saya to stay with Yuri. Although Saya wanted to be with Fang Cheng all the time, she was also sensible and obedient. She was talking to Yuri in the kitchen. Saya and Yuri were already very familiar with each other, and Saya liked Yuri. Fang Cheng did feel that Saya had become a little braver. Feeling a little happy, Fang Cheng couldn't help but take a stroll in the courtyard outside, humming a little tune. My little darling, were you good today? Your little head, your thoughts are always so strange. After humming for a while, Fang Cheng found a chair, leaned against a tree, closed his eyes, and began to ponder. Not long after, Saya ran out of the room, looked around nervously, and only when she saw Fang Cheng did her eyes light up with happiness. She ran over excitedly and hugged Fang Cheng's leg, who was leaning against a chair under a tree to cool off. Fang Cheng opened his eyes, smiled, and pulled Saya into his arms, stroking her cute little head. Big brother, are you sleepy again? Saya asked, tilting her head. No, my brother is thinking about where to take Saya to play. Saya just wants to stay with Big Brother. Saya doesn't want to play. Saya is happy to be with Big Brother. Saya enjoyed Fang Cheng's caress. Her childish and clear voice was particularly soothing. Mr. Fang Cheng, are you tired? Would you like to come inside and rest for a while? Yuli's gentle voice rang in Fang Cheng's ears. Thank you, no need. What I like most is to sit under a tree in the heat of summer. It would be even more enjoyable if a cool breeze blew by. This tree is really nice. Mr. Fang Cheng is an easily satisfied person. These two trees were planted by my father when he was a child, Yuri said softly, falling silent when her father was mentioned. Are you feeling better, Miss Yuri? Yes, I'm much better now. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Fang Cheng. You are welcome. Mr. Fang Cheng, is he a nobleman from the royal city? Did you know Shaylin before? Yuri asked curiously. No, I'm just an ordinary person, and I didn't know Shaylin before, Fang Cheng said. Ha! Yuri found it a bit unbelievable, but didn't ask any further questions. She probably thought Fang Cheng simply didn't want to talk about it. Actually, I was found by Saya. Fang Cheng stroked Saya's hair, his face full of affection. Yuri blinked, somewhat taken aback. Alright, you'll know when Saya tells you. I've come to check if your fever is really gone, Miss Yuri. Fang Cheng stood up, walked over to Yuri, and touched the girl's forehead with his hand. Ha! Before she could react, Yuri blushed as she felt the young man's warm hand, and she panicked a little. Cough cough, she still has a slight fever. Saya, take Yuri-sensei back to her room to rest in bed. Seeing Yuri's calm demeanor revealing a girlish shyness and panic, Fang Cheng felt that he might have been a bit abrupt, but also somewhat lucky. Okay, big brother. Saya obediently walked over and took Yuri's hand. Yuri lay on her bed with a flushed face. She looked at the young man sitting at her desk and didn't know what to say. Although the young man's behavior was a bit inappropriate, the concern in his eyes made Yuri unable to complain about Fang Cheng. Besides, she was able to recover so quickly today because of the young man in front of her, who had even used up his magic power to heal her. After her father's death, Yuri had been living a strong life on her own. Suddenly, this genuine feeling of being cared for and looked after made her feel a strange sensation towards the young man in front of her. Moreover, this was the first man besides her father to enter her room. Ms. Yuri, your face is a little red. Let me touch your forehead for you. Saya, who was next to the girl, looked worried and opened her soft little hand to stroke the girl's forehead. Yes, thank you, Saya. The coolness of the soft little hand on her forehead brought Yuri back to her senses. Hearing Saya's childlike and innocent words, the girl was especially moved and couldn't help but reach out a hand to gently cover Saya's little hand. Fang Cheng felt happy watching the interaction between the two, one big and one small. Miss Yuri, may I take a look at the water-based basic magic book on the table? Fang Cheng asked. Yes, Mr. Fang Cheng. Thank you, Miss Yuri. You should get some rest. You have 2 more classes here this afternoon. Saya, take a rest too, and remember to sit next to Ms. Yuri. I'll read here. Yuri and Saya responded at the same time, which made Saya hug Yuri's arm and giggle. Yuri blushed, she had agreed without even thinking. Fang Cheng flipped through the pages of this book explaining basic water magic one by one. Water magic is a common form of power derived from the natural elements, existing since ancient times. Water is the source of all things and the material basis for the survival of all living beings. Therefore, water magic possesses a gentle and subtle power, but it should not be underestimated. It is the most powerful of the 4 basic elemental magical attributes. Fang Cheng was completely engrossed in reading it. This was the first time he had ever truly encountered a magic book. After reading it, Fang Cheng understood that casting magic not only required expending mental energy to communicate with the water element, but also to recite the incantation completely, and some spells even required hand gestures. Only now did Fang Cheng realize just how powerful and convenient the magical skills he had redeemed from the system truly were. For example, the water drop spell explained in the book, it summons water elements to form a water droplet and requires hand gestures. The hands are half joined in front of the chest, palms facing upwards, as if holding a ball, with the index fingers hooked back. The incantation is, by the oath of water, in your name, with my body, water drop. Effect, condenses water mist, forming droplets from the tip of the index finger. Fang Cheng felt an urge to try it out, but after looking at the two people resting on the bed, he decided there was no rush and he should finish reading the book first. Now, Fang Cheng could remember anything he wanted to memorize after reading it only once, so he planned to digest the book by noon. Water bubble, water drop, water ball, water arrow. Spa treatment. Not bad at all, very good. As expected, it's just basic magic, and it's basically not very powerful. Although it's said to be not very powerful, Fang Cheng felt that he should have almost learned the spells in this magic book if the teachings and explanations in the book were correct. I'll try again this afternoon, Fang Cheng thought, then lay down on his desk and entered a meditative state. At this moment, Fang Cheng checked his magic power value, which had recovered to more than 300 points. It seems that the magic crystal rice and monster meat had a good magic replenishing effect. Of course, it was also related to Fang Cheng's current magical talent and 100% elemental affinity. Without conscious meditation, his body was constantly absorbing magic elements from the air. Fang Cheng recovered his magic power very quickly after entering the animistic meditation state. In almost only half an hour, the magic power in his body was fully replenished. Looking back at the bed, Fang Cheng saw Saya lying quietly next to Yuri, her beautiful blue eyes blinking as she looked in his direction. Although Yuri's eyes were closed, Fang Cheng could tell that the girl with her eyelashes fluttering was not asleep, but awake. Just then, Fang Cheng heard a knock on the door outside the courtyard, followed by a hesitant voice from a middle-aged man. Miss Yuri, is Miss Yuri there? I've brought Joni and the others. Yuri opened her eyes after hearing the sound and saw Fang Cheng looking in her direction. She greeted him with a big smile, then got up and walked out of bed. Seemingly unconcerned, she took off her hairband, quickly gathered and tidied her hair, and then neatly tied it up again before slowly walking out of the room. However, Fang Cheng noticed that as she was about to leave the room, the girl almost ran, as if she wanted to escape as quickly as possible. Good afternoon, Mr. Jock. Good afternoon, Miss Yuri. Miss Yuri, your face is so red, are you sick? How about I take my two daughters home this afternoon so you can get some rest? It's alright, it's just a bit hot. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Jock, Yuri replied with a smile. Well, that's true. Miss Yuri, please take care to rest in this hot weather. I'll also be asking you to take care of Qiao Ni and Qiao Yin today. The thin, middle-aged man was a little nervous, and sweat was beading on his forehead. Johnny, Joan, and say hello to teacher Yuri, the middle-aged man said, looking down at his two daughters. Hello, Ms. Yuri. The two little girls greeted Yuri quietly at the same time, both of them a little shy. Yuri responded softly, patting the two little girls' heads. Johnny, Joan, Daddy's leaving now. You must listen to teacher Yuli. Daddy will buy you crispy cookies this afternoon. We know, Daddy. We'll definitely listen to Ms. Yuri, the two little girls said cheerfully, their voices brimming with happiness. Mr. Jock, do you have a moment to wait? Yuri, having recovered from her earlier blush, remembered her recruitment duties and called out to the man. Yes, Miss Yuri, what's wrong? Are my daughters being disobedient? The middle-aged man stopped in his tracks, his forehead seemingly covered in even more sweat. No, they are all very well-behaved, Yuri shook her head. It's like this, I won't be taking classes here starting tomorrow. Really? I also think Miss Yuri is so beautiful, she deserves a better life. The middle-aged man seemed to suddenly calm down and said strangely. Yuri paused with a smile on her face and continued, afterwards, I will be attending classes at 11 a.m. Magic Kindergarten across from the Magic Academy. If possible, I hope your two daughters can also come. I think it can help Joni and Join grow up better. Fang Cheng led Xiao Shay out of the room and saw Yuri earnestly explaining something to the man outside the courtyard. The middle-aged man looked hesitant and uncertain. Okay, Miss Yuri, I understand. My employer is still waiting for me. I will think about it carefully and give you an answer this afternoon. Thank you, Teacher Yuri. Thank you for your help, Joni Join. As the middle-aged man left, Fang Cheng watched as Yuli walked over with two little girls. Fang Cheng recognized the two little girls. They were the identical twins he had seen the first time he visited Yuli Academy. Compared to the last time he saw them, with their messy hair and dirty little faces, this time, although their hair was still a bit messy and dry, their little faces were very clean, although their skin looked slightly darker, perhaps because they had been exposed to the summer sun. The two little girls looked at Fang Cheng and Saya with a mixture of surprise and timidity. They remembered that the big brother in front of them had performed magic tricks for them and given them crispy cookies last time, and they had been happy for a long time that day. Fang Cheng smiled as he met the little girl's gazes. As they approached, their bright, clear brown eyes and sallow faces, ravaged by malnutrition, filled him with a pang of sadness. Fang Cheng pretended to rummage through his empty pockets, then, under several curious gazes, took out 2 snake fruits from his system inventory. Saya, can you give these 2 snake fruits to your classmates? I understand, big brother, Saya can do it. Seeing Fang Cheng's encouraging gaze, Saya took the snake fruit from Fang Cheng's hands, one in each hand, and walked somewhat shyly towards the 2 little girls. Johnny, Joan, here you go, Saya whispered as she handed the snake fruit to the twins. The 2 little girls looked at the bright red snake fruit in front of them, their eyes revealing longing, hesitation, and a hint of shyness. They couldn't help but look at Fang Cheng and Yuli again. Johnny, join, it's okay, go ahead. Isn't Saya your good friend? Yuri gently patted the twins' heads with both hands and said softly. Saya, thank you, the twins said in unison as they accepted the snake fruit. You're welcome. Saya replied shyly in a low voice, then quickly ran to Fang Cheng's side to hold his hand. Fang Cheng found the little girl's actions rather adorable. He took Saya's small hand, stepped forward, squatted down, looked the twin girls at eye level, and said gently, would you like to play with Saya and be good friends? The twins looked at their older brother, who had just conjured up delicious food again, their faces filled with warm anticipation. They glanced at each other, then at Saya, and said crisply, yes, we do. Would Saya be willing to be friends with Joni Join? Saya is willing too. The little one nodded shyly. Alright then, you can play with Saya later. You're older than Saya, you're older sisters, so you can't bully her. I need to talk to Ms. Yuri about something, okay? Fang Cheng looked into their pure eyes and then patted Saya's hair comfortingly. Good, the 2 little girls nodded vigorously, but this time their responses were different. Fang Cheng took out another snake fruit and placed it in Saya's hand, so that each of the 3 little girls had a snake fruit in their hand. Then he took Xiao Yin and Xiao Enai's hands and held them together, and then placed Saya's hand between their hands. Alright, you guys take Saya with you to play, Fang Cheng said, standing up and ignoring them. The 3 little ones looked at each other, blinked, and were quiet for a while before one of the twin girls spoke first. Saya, let's go play over there. We saw a beautiful flower there yesterday. Saya responded softly, glancing at Fang Cheng. Go ahead. Fang Cheng gave Saya an encouraging look. Be careful, okay? Yuri, who had been smiling to herself the whole time, finally spoke up. Okay, Ms. Yuri, the 3 little ones replied as if by reflex. Then a little girl and 2 other little ones started playing together in a corner of the yard. Fang Cheng was very happy to see the 3 little girls playing together so quickly. Mr. Fang Cheng is quite resourceful, Yuri teased with a smile at this moment. It's mainly because teacher Yuli teaches so well, the little girls are all very sensible. Fang Cheng grinned. No, they are all very sensible and well behaved. I dare not take credit for it all. Mr. Fang Cheng is much better at it. Yuri smiled and passed the buck back to them. What did Xiao Enai and Xiao Yin's father say? Did he agree to let them come to the kindergarten? Fang Cheng asked with a smile. Well, at first their father disagreed, saying that he couldn't afford to send his child to school because the people living here are quite poor. Later, I explained that there would be a subsidy of 30 silver coins for enrollment, and that the children would be picked up and dropped off at school. His father remained skeptical and hesitated, probably thinking that there couldn't be such a good deal, Yuri explained. Fang Cheng pondered for a moment and said, his father's idea is normal. Here's what we'll do. When her father comes to pick her up this afternoon, we can explain to her that only the first 5 students to register will receive this treatment. If necessary, we can sign a contract with him. Give him 30 silver coins first. Of course, we'll also show him my school operating license. If he's still worried, he can come to the kindergarten with us tomorrow if he has time. Yuri nodded. Speaking of contracts, Fang Cheng suddenly realized that he hadn't signed a contract with the girl in front of him yet. So Fang Cheng asked Yuri, Miss Yuri, do you know how much teachers at the Magic Academy usually earn per month? Yuri thought for a moment without answering, then said, if Mr. Fang Cheng is going to pay me a salary, I don't need to. Cough cough, just providing meals every day is fine. The girl's face suddenly turned a little shy as she spoke, then she explained softly, the children don't need money to come here to study anyway. I'm already very grateful that Mr. Fang Cheng, who runs a kindergarten, still remembers the students here. Seeing Yuli's slightly flushed cheeks, Fang Cheng smiled and said, then I'll handle it as I see fit. Right now, we're a bit tight on money because we're starting to prepare for the kindergarten, but we'll pay Miss Yuli's salary based on how well the kindergarten is doing. As for meals, don't worry, the food will definitely not disappoint our teacher Yuli. I'll prepare our contract for Miss Yuli this afternoon. Yuri nodded slightly, but upon hearing the teasing tone in Fang Cheng's voice, she turned her face away from him, her ears turning red. Yuri turned her gaze to the three little ones happily munching on snake fruit in a corner of the yard. After thinking for a moment, she changed the subject and asked curiously, Mr. Fang Cheng, how do you know that Xiao Ni and Xiao Yin are older than Saya? They look shorter and thinner than Saya. You guess. Yuri glared at Fang Cheng but didn't say anything. Ahem, this is my special ability. I'll tell you about it after you sign the contract, Fang Cheng said. In fact, Fang Cheng had just used his basic detection skill on the twin sisters and learned that they were 5 years and 1 month old, 1 year older than Saya, and even older than the kid named Leo from before. Their twin sisters' attributes were basically the same, except for a slight difference in weight. Name, Xiao Yin, Xiao Ni. Age, 5 years and 20 days. Weight, 15.5 kilograms, 15.2 kilograms. Height, 98 centimeters, 98 centimeters. Status, emotional state is normal, normal. Magic element, 69/100, magic element 67/100, magic points, 0, 0, elemental affinity, 61/100, mediocre, 60/100, mediocre. Under normal circumstances, if Fang Cheng doesn't interfere, there's a tiny chance that the twins will possess magical energy by the age of 6, and that a magic sensing crystal could detect their talent for learning magic. Seeing that Yuri didn't speak, Fang Cheng continued, generally speaking, twins who look exactly alike and are born at the same time are two children. Since the fetuses have to share nutrition equally in the mother's womb, if the mother doesn't get enough nutrition, they will be smaller and thinner than singletons at birth, and their fetal development will be slower. So, although they are a bit older than Saya, they are a bit shorter. Fang Cheng gave a fairly reasonable explanation. Is that so? Mr. Fang Cheng knows quite a lot. Yuri nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. No, I just happened to hear someone mention it before. Yuli and Fang Cheng chatted for a while, and Fang Cheng asked about the content of Yuli's class later. Because Fang Cheng's arrival today was somewhat sudden and unexpected, although Yuli had decided to go to kindergarten, she still insisted on finishing her 2 afternoon classes here. Miss Yuri, I understand your thoughts. Can I study in the back during your class later? Yuri was a little shy. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. Just as she was about to say something, a loud, shouting child's voice came from outside. Good afternoon, Ms. Yuri. Immediately afterwards, a chubby-faced little boy ran in. Then another little boy ran in from the main entrance, but he was noticeably quieter than the first boy. When he came in, he greeted Yuri quietly, Good afternoon, Teacher Yuri. Just by hearing the voice of the loud and reckless little boy, Fang Cheng knew it was Leo. He had already left an impression on Fang Cheng's mind. The little boy named Leo ran in and immediately spotted Fang Cheng next to Yuri. His eyes lit up with surprise, and he called out, Hey, big brother, good afternoon. The quiet little boy behind him saw Fang Cheng and seemed a bit shy, but didn't greet him. Big brother, can you teach me magic tricks? Leo ran up to Fang Cheng and asked with shining eyes. That depends on your performance, Fang Cheng said, somewhat amused and speechless at the sight of the chubby-cheeked little boy. Really? Then I must do well. Big brother, what should I do? Leo became even more excited after hearing what Fang Cheng said and asked impatiently. If Ms. Yuri thinks you've done well, I'll teach you, Fang Cheng said, passing the buck to the girl next to him. Ms. Yuri, do you think I did well? I'll definitely listen to you today, Leo said excitedly. Yuri shook her head helplessly when she saw Leo's expression. Alright, Leo, I hope you can learn to be quieter and speak more politely. If you want to behave better, don't forget the behavioral issues I've often reminded you about. Yuri walked up to Leo with a smile on her face, but her tone was somewhat serious. Understood, Ms. Yuri. Leo shrank back slightly and lowered his voice a little. Did you and Tate come from home by yourselves today? Yuri asked. My mother saw Tate and me off at the door. She was a little busy, so we came in by ourselves. Yuri nodded, telling Leo and the others to go and rest for a bit, and that class would start soon. Then Leo looked around as if searching for something, and noticed 3 little girls playing together in a corner of the yard, their mouths seemingly eating something. Leo blinked, took the shy little boy's hand, and walked over. Leo, what are you trying to do? We're not playing with you, and don't even think about bullying Saya. One of the twin girls saw Leo coming over and stood in front of Saya. I didn't bully Saya. Humph, we're not playing with you anymore. Rick was surprised to see the little girl's wary look, then blushed and shouted loudly. Leo, go inside and rest for a bit, the teacher is about to start class. Just then, Leo heard Yuri's voice. Understood, Ms. Yuri. Leo replied somewhat reluctantly, but after glancing at Fang Cheng, he remembered that he would only be taught magic if the student listened, so he took Tate's hand and walked towards the classroom. Once I learn magic, I won't let you eat any of the delicious food I conjure up, Rick thought to himself, then swallowed hard, remembering the bright red snake fruit he'd just seen in Joni's hand. Fang Cheng couldn't help but find the children's expressions amusing. It had been a long time since he'd seen anything like this. Children, let's go back to the classroom, Yuri said at that moment. Upon hearing Yuri's words, Xiao Yin said to Saya, "Saya, let's go into the classroom together. You all go ahead, I'm going to see my brother." "Alright then," Xiao Yin said, somewhat disappointed. Then the twin sister walked into the classroom, and Fang Cheng noticed that one of the little girls was holding an uneaten snake fruit. At this moment, Saya ran up to Fang Cheng, took his hand, and happily called out, "Big brother." Fang Cheng affectionately patted Saya's hair. Let's go to class too." The little guy was pleasantly surprised. There were only 6 tables in the classroom. Fang Cheng sat at the back, and Saya sat next to him. Yuri seemed even stricter in class, especially towards a few little boys who kept glancing in Fang Cheng's direction, forcing Yuri to reprimand them. This made Yuli, who was initially a little shy and reserved because Fang Cheng was attending the class, look at Fang Cheng with a somewhat helpless expression. After giving Fang Cheng an innocent and encouraging look, he lowered his head, took out a piece of paper and a pen, and began to write. Seeing Fang Cheng's actions, and no longer looking at her, Yuli relaxed slightly and began to teach the children according to her own steps. Yuri's classes mainly consisted of mathematics and literacy, which was normal. The purpose of the school's teaching was to prepare students who did not have magical talent. If they did have magical talent, the cultural knowledge taught at the Magic Academy would be much richer. Yuri clearly put effort into her teaching methods, explaining things very clearly and often using cookies or other familiar and interesting foods and candies to attract the children's interest in numbers. She also used this approach with character recognition, drawing things that interested the children on the blackboard, labeling the characters below, and having the children repeat after her, then recognize them. The children in the classroom were studying quite diligently. Saya listened attentively to Yuri's lecture, her eyes following Yuri's rhythm. The atmosphere was quite lively. However, after explaining a concept, Yuri would ask individual questions. But when a question is asked, the little boy here not only doesn't know the correct answer, but also loves to raise his hand and interrupt, blindly confident that he has answered correctly. In fact, when Yuri specially gave Leo a simple math problem that he had eaten 2 of the 10 cookies and there were 8 left, Leo proudly answered 6. This made Yuri's beautiful face show a look of disappointment, as if she wanted to take out 10 cookies and slap them on his round, stupid head to count them slowly. Fang Cheng listened while scribbling on paper, thinking that he still had quite a few crispy cookies in his system inventory. However, Fang Cheng dared not take them out now, for fear of angering the girl and being criticized as well, even though Fang Cheng thought Yuri was very gentle and wouldn't do that. Occasionally, he would look up and glance at Yuri, finding her appearance amusing. He would be drawn to the girl's delicate and beautiful face, as well as her slender yet slightly curvy figure. However, Fang Cheng would only steal a glance before continuing to write on the paper. The piece of parchment Fang Cheng is currently writing on, with magical patterns, is a magic contract that he obtained from the system after consulting with Xiao Ling and spending 5 exchange points. Fang Cheng can fill in the information on it, and the contract that Fang Cheng is filling in now is for Yuli. After finishing writing, Fang Cheng noticed that he hadn't missed anything and put it away, then began waiting for Yuli to finish class. In fact, Yuri's teaching style is somewhat similar to the elementary school style teaching model that Fang Cheng experienced in his previous life. According to the previous life, this model is actually not suitable for young children and does not conform to the physiological and psychological development of young children. However, they are all children from the common people's area and do not have the conditions to be spoiled by their parents. Although they are only 4 or 5 years old, they are all listening to Yuri's words seriously. Moreover, children from the other world and Earth have different physiological and psychological development because of different environments. Fang Cheng felt that Yuli was already excellent enough and very patient. Alright, that's all for today's lesson. Yay! Get out of class is finally over. Upon hearing Yuri's words, Leo, like a restless little monkey, immediately stood up from his chair and ran towards the classroom door. Leo, come back, I still have something to say. Yuri called out to Rick helplessly. Okay, Ms. Yuri, I'll be good now. Leo scratched his head and quickly sat back down. Fang Cheng and Saya walked along the streets of the Commoners District. Little Saya held Fang Cheng's hand, her steps were somewhat skipping, cute like a little elf, and it was clear that Saya was in a good mood. Fang Cheng felt the same way, and his goal now was to go to the city to buy a carriage before tonight. It will be used to pick up Yuri and the children from kindergarten tomorrow. This was also what Fang Cheng had just thought of. After Yuli finished her class, she was talking to the children about going to kindergarten. The children's parents wouldn't be back until evening, and there was still some time before evening, so Fang Cheng thought he should first go outside and buy a horse-drawn carriage. I asked Xiaoling what time it was. The sun was still quite strong at around 4 in the afternoon. Although Saya's mini air conditioner kept it cool, it was a bit dazzling under the sunlight. Fang Cheng glanced enviously at a passerby wearing coarse cloth clothes and a straw hat on his head. Following the same route they had taken before, the two arrived at the square. Fang Cheng waited for a while, then flagged down a carriage. After explaining his requirements to the driver nodded and drove the carriage silently to a street, finally stopping in front of a small horse and animal shop. The coachman was a bit aloof. After taking 15 copper coins from Fang Cheng, he wiped the sweat from his forehead without a word and hurriedly spurred his horse away. Toray beast for rent and sale? Fang Cheng looked at the shop name in front of him. The name was simple and direct. Upon entering the store, a fat man wearing a bow tie immediately greeted them. "What do you need, sir?" The fat man asked with a smile as he approached. He glanced at Fang Cheng with his squinty eyes, then looked somewhat surprised before shifting his gaze to Xiao Shay beside Fang Cheng. His eyes were narrowed to slits but seemed to emit a light, causing Shay to instinctively hide behind Fang Cheng. Boom! A ball of intensely hot flame suddenly burst forth from Fang Cheng's hand. The instantaneous heat and dangerous reaction startled the fat man, who jumped back like a chubby monkey. "Let's have someone else come," Fang Cheng said calmly. Yes, sir, please wait a moment." The fat man's face was burning with sweat, and his eyes showed fear. He quickly retreated. Fang Cheng was then greeted by a somewhat reserved female shop assistant. The female shop assistant said somewhat nervously, "Sir, what do you need?" The process went smoothly after that. After the female shop assistant understood Fang Cheng's needs, she immediately led Fang Cheng to the back courtyard. There were many wooden sheds in the courtyard, where horses were kept. "Is that all?" Fang Cheng asked. "Yes, sir," the female shop assistant replied somewhat uneasily. "Don't you have any lizard horse beasts here?" Fang Cheng looked at the horses, which were just ordinary horses. What Fang Cheng really wanted was a lizard horse beast. "Sir, we don't sell lizard horses here. It's basically monopolized by noble merchants, and the price of lizard horses is quite high. Even if we stock them, we can hardly sell them. We bought one from a down-on-his-luck nobleman before, but we couldn't sell it. Later, our shop manager used it himself," the female shop assistant explained. "How much does a typical lizard horse beast cost?" Fang Cheng asked. "Sir, it's generally around 10 gold coins after adulthood," the female shop assistant said. "Alright, how much is this horse?" Fang Cheng asked, pointing to a muscular horse with shiny brown fur eating hay in the stable. "Sir, this horse costs 300 silver coins," the female shop assistant replied readily. That. Just as Fang Cheng decided to buy the horse, the annoying fat man from before came over with a fawning expression and said, "Sir, you want a lizard horse beast, right? I happen to have one here, so I'll give it to you as an apology for my rudeness earlier." The fat man spoke obsequiously, but dared not look around again. "Who are you?" Fang Cheng frowned. "I am Tor, the manager here," the fat man said with a smirk. "Please wait a moment, sir, I'll go and bring out the lizard horse." Before Fang Cheng could continue speaking, the fat man ran towards the back of the stable, his obese body surprisingly agile at this moment. After some time, Fang Cheng drove a brand new carriage out of the horse and beast shop. Although the fat man was somewhat annoying, the more Fang Cheng disdained to take advantage of him, the less he wanted to. After he was given a larger, newer carriage, Fang Cheng still gave him 12 gold coins, leaving the fat man slumped on the ground with a look of utter despair. "Damn it, it's actually a mage who can cast fire magic instantly." The fat shopkeeper felt a chill in his heart. The lizard horse beasts that can be used as carriers are generally docile. They are domesticated and raised by humans from a young age, so they can understand simple commands and generally will not attack humans. The lizard horse, pulling the carriage, happily trotted along the road, its nose puffed out. With the intelligence of a 3 or 4-year-old, it could sense the pure, inviting aura emanating from its new master, and it was very happy. Fang Cheng sat in the front seat of the carriage, holding the tow rope in his hand, while Saya sat in Fang Cheng's lap, excitedly watching the lizard horse beast. "Brother, will this lizard horse live in our castle from now on?" Probably. "Isn't it happy living in our castle, Saya?" "Aha. How does Saya know that this is called a lizard horse beast?" Saya was told by Yuri-sensei and her older sister before, and she was also listening carefully when her older brother was speaking just now. "Yeah, Saya is amazing." Okay, Fang Cheng realized he was being one-sided. Lizard horse beasts are probably quite common animal mounts in this world, so it's normal for Saya to recognize them. On the contrary, he himself is new to this world and there are still many things he doesn't understand. "Saya, should we give it a name?" "Really?" Saya was pleasantly surprised. "Of course it's true, Saya, think about it slowly. It's getting late, we need to speed up." Fang Cheng said with a smile, then pulled back the traction rope and gave the command to speed up. The lizard horse immediately sped up and ran on the road. The evening breeze brought Fang Cheng a pleasant coolness, and the air, free of smog and vehicle emissions, was truly easy to breathe. Little Sao responded cheerfully, snuggling into Fang Cheng's arms without saying a word. She frowned slightly as she watched the little lizard horse running ahead, as if she was seriously thinking about what nice name to give the new member of the castle. Fang Cheng patted Saya's head. "It's getting late, we need to speed things up." "Yes, dear brother." The carriage stopped at the entrance of Yuri Academy. It was already evening. Perhaps hearing the commotion, the children at the door ran out. Their eyes lit up when they saw Fang Cheng and the others. They ran around the carriage, but were hesitant to get too close. They were still a little scared of the lizard horse beasts that were much larger than them. At this moment, Yuri slowly walked out, and it was clear that Yuri's body was much better than it had been in the morning when she was weak. Fang Cheng smiled and nodded to the girl in greeting. "Ms. Yuri, thank you for waiting. Let's get in the car." Yuri nodded and led the children into the carriage. After the children were excitedly seated, Fang Cheng gave a light tug on the leash and they set off. During the time Fang Cheng was away, Yuri had already told the children about the situation. The children were very happy to hear that they could study with Saya's brother and readily agreed to Yuri's request. However, it's not enough for just the children to agree, their parents' consent is also needed. The first place Fang Cheng and her friends are going to is Leo's house. Because Leo's house is closest to Yuri Academy, Leo and Tate usually run home by themselves after class. Fang Cheng and Saya sat in the front seats of the carriage, while Yuri and several children sat inside. Fang Cheng glanced back and noticed that the children were sitting very well, their eyes eagerly looking in his direction. Yuri sat quietly in her seat, seemingly lost in thought. As Fang Cheng drove, he turned around and asked Leo for directions to the little boy's house. Leo moved closer to the driver's seat and pointed out the way to Fang Cheng. "Big brother, just turn 2 more corners, and my house is right there by the door with thatched roofs drying in the sun," Leo said nervously and excitedly. Fang Cheng nodded. When they arrived at Leo's house, a woman with a slightly fierce appearance was sitting on a wooden stool, deftly twisting hemp rope with her hands, sweat beading on her forehead. When the woman saw a lizard horse pulling a carriage stop in front of her house, she first looked puzzled. Then, when she saw Fang Cheng sitting inside and Saya beside him, her eyes turned to surprise and tension. Fang Cheng nodded to the woman as a greeting, and the woman nodded stiffly in response, seemingly confused. Then, seeing Yuri get off the bus with several children, including her own son, and looking quite happy, the woman relaxed a little. As soon as Leo got out of the car, he ran quickly to the woman and shouted, "Mom, I want to go study with my older brother. I want to go, I want to go." "You brat, what are you saying? Are you itching for a beating again? You come back and start yelling." The woman seemed to have forgotten that others were around and suddenly became irritable, shouting at Leo. "Mama Leo, can I talk to you?" Yuri stepped forward and asked. "Oh, it's Ms. Yuri. Has my Leo been causing trouble again? I'll beat him to a pulp later," the woman said fiercely to Leo. "No, it's about Leo's studies." "Oh, if you can't learn it, that's fine. It would be better if you helped out at home. Otherwise, Leo won't go to school anymore," the woman, as if seizing an opportunity, quickly said upon hearing Yuri's words. "No!" The woman's voice had barely faded when a burly middle-aged man with a cane walked out of the house and said decisively, "I'll listen to you on everything else, but I'll make the decision about Leo's studies." The middle-aged man limped forward with his cane and said in a deep voice. Hearing the man's words, a shadow of gloom crossed the woman's face, but seeing the man struggling to walk with his cane, she ultimately said nothing more. Seeing the man struggling with his cane, Fang Cheng felt a sense of admiration. As dusk approached, Fang Cheng carried Xiao Shay out of the car. "Ahem, may I ask if you'd like to speak with me, sir/madam? Let me introduce myself first. I am the principal of 11AI Magic Kindergarten. I am here today in the hope that your children can come to our kindergarten to study." Fang Cheng took out 2 posters and let them take a look. Then he continued, "Our 11AI Magic Kindergarten is adjacent to the Soto City Magic Academy, which has a strong magical learning atmosphere. So if you want your child to receive a good education and become a magician in the future, coming to us is the best choice." Leo's parents looked at the poster in their hands, exchanged glances, and were a little confused. They couldn't recognize many of the words on the poster. Looking at Fang Cheng, who was talking so confidently, they felt that he was a bit of a swindler. Although they were uneducated, they knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch, and they couldn't help but look at Yuri with some apprehension. Is Miss Yuri going to be deceived? That was their thought. Seeing the doubt and worry in their eyes, Yuri said earnestly, "I vouch for it with my father's name and my own, Mr. Fang Cheng's words are true, and I will also be at that kindergarten with the children." "What?" Fang Cheng was stunned when he heard what Yuli said to the 2 of them. It turns out that he had said so many sincere things and they still didn't believe him. However, looking back, Fang Cheng also knew that most people wouldn't trust such a thing. Who would go to learn something for free and even pay someone to do it? Only a fool or someone who was irresponsible towards their child would not have any doubts. When Leo's parents heard Yuri vouch for him and her father's names, they became serious. After all, they knew that Yuri was a magician who had come from the Magic Academy, and her words were quite credible. Moreover, those who knew Yuri's father respected him greatly. Their skepticism began to waver. "No tuition fees, meals included, and a 30 silver coin subsidy?" the woman asked doubtfully. Upon hearing this, Fang Cheng immediately took out a bag of 30 silver coins that he had prepared from the carriage and handed it to the woman. The woman took the bag, opened it, and her gloomy expression lessened somewhat. The middle-aged man watched from the side, opened his mouth but didn't say anything, still harboring a sliver of doubt. Fang Cheng took out the school operating license, showed it to him, and explained it to him. Although they didn't know many words, they could still recognize the emblem of the kingdom on the school's operating license. What the young man said seemed to be true. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng realized that his magic power had been fully restored, so he briefly cast a light healing spell on the two of them. Leo's father and mother saw a soft white light emanating from the young man's hands, and felt a warm power that restored and relieved their stress. This time, instead of harboring any doubts, they felt a sense of apprehension. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The two bowed deeply to each other in sincere gratitude. "I'm sorry, sir, we were a little skeptical at first, but now we believe everything you say. It's Leo's good fortune that you've taken a liking to him. He's in your care from now on. If he's naughty, makes mistakes, or doesn't pay attention in class, you can discipline him as you please, just don't beat him to death." The man said excitedly the first thing he said. Yes, beat him if he doesn't listen," the woman chimed in. "No need for that. I can see you care about your children. Since there's no misunderstanding, let's leave it at that. I'll pick up Leo and the others tomorrow. You can also visit my kindergarten then, so you can put your minds at ease." Fang Cheng waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile. With the parents' consent, Fang Cheng was quite happy to have confirmed that one child had enrolled. Yuri, who had been standing aside watching Fang Cheng's performance, smiled and pursed her lips when she saw how eager Leo's parents were to speak. Then Fang Cheng and her friends said goodbye to Leo's family and prepared to go to the next house. Explaining to them is really tiring, Fang Cheng sighed as he sat in the car. "Mr. Fang Cheng is very patient. With your performance, the other children's parents will definitely agree." Hearing Fang Cheng sigh, Yuri smiled and patted the head of Joni, who was sitting next to her. "I hope so." Fang Cheng grinned in response. "We'll still need Professor Yuri's help. You're helping those children yourself, so this is what I should do," Yuri said quietly. "Haha, I will pay Ms. Yuri a generous reward." "No need for that. Use the money where it's needed. You don't need to pay me a salary. This is what I should do in accordance with my father's wishes." Fang Cheng nodded and didn't continue talking about the salary. He knew that Yuli's father was probably gone, but he would naturally not mistreat her because she was such a loving teacher who suited his taste. Next, Fang Cheng and his group arrived at the Tate family and the Join and Joni family. As expected, after Fang Cheng used all his skills in Yuri's earnest explanation, as well as the bribery of money and magic, their parents temporarily believed Fang Cheng and were willing to sign up. Tate is a shy little boy. Her parents are a harmonious couple. Her father is a hard-working factory worker, and her mother seems to be a reasonable, cultured, and far-sighted capable woman. Tate also has a 10-year-old sister, but unfortunately, she has no magical talent and works as a helper in a shop. When they went to Xiao Yin and Xiao Enai's house, they only saw their father, a somewhat thin man. They didn't see their mother. They learned that their father worked as an accountant in several shops in the city, and because he was at work and there was no one to take care of them, he left Xiao Yin and Xiao Enai with Yuli to study. However, Fang Cheng could tell at a glance that Xiao Yin and Xiao Enai's father liked Yuli. He would get nervous whenever he talked to Yuli, but when he talked to Fang Cheng, he acted very normally, appearing shrewd and clear-headed. But then again, what man wouldn't like a gentle, beautiful young woman like Yuri? "Brother, someone like you with 2 daughters shouldn't be eyeing my capable employee. You should focus on taking care of your 2 daughters, Fang Cheng thought to himself. "Miss Yuri, see you tomorrow. I'll pick you and the children up tomorrow morning," Fang Cheng said to Yuri as the carriage stopped in front of her house. Okay, it's getting late, Mr. Fang Cheng, please head back early and be careful on the road." Yuri looked at the approaching darkness around her, then glanced at Xiaohe and said with a hint of worry. Fang Cheng looked around and saw that it was indeed evening when he arrived. He had spent a lot of time talking to the parents and the admission staff. Fortunately, it was summer, so it got dark later. However, it was already getting late, and in the working class area, there was only one streetlight every so often. "Okay, don't worry, this carriage is quite fast. See you tomorrow." Fang Cheng noticed that the girl seemed a little hesitant, smiled, and pulled the tow rope. The carriage started moving back and forth. "See you tomorrow, Ms. Yuri," Saya said softly. "Okay, Saya, see you tomorrow." Yuri gave a warm smile. The lizard horse pulled the carriage at a brisk pace, but after passing through 2 alleys, the carriage suddenly had to slow down. The streets were no longer as deserted as before. It seemed that many people working outside were returning home as evening approached. They were dressed simply, most of them had tired smiles on their faces, some were carrying various tools, and some were chatting in 2s and 3s. "It's finally over today. The monster poop stinks so bad, uncle. My legs are about to give out. If only we had a carriage, I'd like to rest all day tomorrow. Fang Cheng heard a weak voice while sitting in the carriage. The voice sounded slightly familiar to him. Fang Cheng looked closely and, sure enough, it was that energetic young man. The young man he had overheard talking to his uncle and nephew that morning seemed to be named Rick. Rest? How can you rest peacefully at your age? You'll be getting married in a couple of years. You're so young, why don't you earn money to get married and instead want to rest all day? Do you have the money to get married? Do you have the money to have and raise children in the future? Let your uncle take care of this rest. I'm old, it doesn't matter. You'll go alone tomorrow, and I'll give you my share of the wages. I'll give you the opportunity to make big money. Kid, no need to thank me. After all, I'm your uncle. Thanks my ass, I don't have the energy to argue with you right now, Rick said impatiently. Tisk tisk, no respect for elders, Rex. Look how weak you are. I always tell you to exercise more, and now you see the difference. The middle-aged man patted the young man on the shoulder, causing him to stumble and almost bump into the slowly moving lizard horse. Watch out, Rick. The middle-aged man quickly grabbed Rick. The lizard horse stopped in time, quite intelligently. After they steadied themselves, they looked at the carriage seats and suddenly realized that the people in the carriage were the black-haired man and the demi-human little girl they remembered. Startled for a moment, the middle-aged man quickly prepared to apologize, saying, I'm so sorry, sir, hi. Fang Cheng smiled and waved his hand, interrupting the man who was about to speak. It's getting late, go back and rest early. It's good that you didn't get hurt. The middle-aged man immediately smiled, young man, I'll treat you to a drink next time. I'll definitely do it next time. Fang Cheng replied instinctively, leaving the middle-aged man somewhat bewildered. After about 10 minutes, the number of people in the alley finally decreased. Just when they were sitting in the carriage, waves of people passed by in the commoners' area. As evening approached, they were naturally quite surprised to see Fang Cheng driving the carriage. However, seeing their black and white hair, most people in the area already knew who Fang Cheng and Saya were. After all, the story of the princess in the commoners' district had spread throughout the area. As for the black-haired youth and the demi-human girl who were there that day, it was natural for them not to gossip and find out. Even if they couldn't find out anything, they still knew that there were two such people. Seeing the occasional glances from passers-by, Fang Cheng thought he was quite handsome, but it didn't feel good to be stared at by so many people, especially since he wasn't a beauty. Xiao Shay, being shy, remained buried in Fang Cheng's arms and refused to lift her head. However, after some time, it had gotten dark, and the alleys in the civilian area were quiet. Fortunately, the moonlight was nice tonight, and some light shone from inside the houses as we passed by. To be honest, Fang Cheng was a little nervous about walking alone at night in this world for the first time. After all, it was too quiet around him, just like walking alone at night in a remote rural area in his previous life. However, in his previous life, he could still hear dogs barking and occasionally hear people playing mahjong late at night. It was nothing like how quiet it was here now. Why do people in these working-class areas all go to bed so early at night? They don't go out to play at all. There's such a lack of entertainment, Fang Cheng thought to himself, though he also expressed his understanding. For a moment, Fang Cheng felt that the only sounds around him were the lizard horse beast's footsteps on the stone slabs of the road and the turning of the carriage wheels. The evening breeze was a bit chilly. Fang Cheng couldn't help but pull Saya, who was sitting next to him, into his arms. Saya, have you ever walked alone at night before? Brother, Saya didn't. Saya, who was being held in Fang Cheng's arms, looked up at him and said, her little hands wrapped around his chest. I should have just swallowed my pride and asked to stay at Yuri's place for the night. I could have just slept on the floor in the carriage, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Fang Cheng wasn't timid, it's just that cute and handsome people don't really like this kind of environment. Big brother, please use the crystal chandelier. At this moment, Saya's childish voice rang out. Fang Cheng was puzzled for a moment, then remembered that Saya had given him a crystal lamp before, which he had put into his system inventory. Hearing the little guy's words, Fang Cheng took out the small crystal lamp from his system inventory and turned it on. The crystal chandelier immediately emitted a soft, bluish light, enveloping the area around the carriage. The lizard horse let out a low growl and increased its speed slightly. Under the light, the surroundings became clearer, and Fang Cheng felt a little more at ease. It's quite amazing. As expected, the things Princess Shaylin gave to Saya are extraordinary. No wonder Saya said last time that she wouldn't be afraid of the dark with it. I feel that this crystal chandelier also has a calming and soothing effect. Fang Cheng patted Saya's little head, and Saya rubbed her little head against Fang Cheng's hand. The lizard horse pulled the carriage quietly on its way. Suddenly the carriage stopped. The lizard horse turned its head and let out a whimper towards Fang Cheng. What? Fang Cheng was completely baffled and couldn't understand what it meant, but he still said to the lizard horse beast, hang in there a little longer, we'll be there soon. I'll treat you to something delicious when we get home. The lizard horse shook its head, let out two whimpers, and its long tail began to wag involuntarily, while its hooves restlessly thrashed about. "Big brother, is the lizard horse beast about to poop?" Saya's voice rang out softly, sounding somewhat puzzled. "Damn it, wait, hold it in." Fang Cheng understood what Saya was saying. Looking around, Fang Cheng quickly pointed in a direction, indicating that there seemed to be a small bamboo grove in the distance. The lizard-drawn carriage pulled quickly to a stop in a bamboo grove. Fang Cheng quickly got out of the carriage and unloaded the carriage from the lizard horse beast. "Go quickly," Fang Cheng said speechlessly to the lizard horse beast. "You pooped before I even fed you today." The lizard horse let out a frustrated roar and ran into the bamboo forest. Fang Cheng carried Saya a few steps away, no longer in a hurry to go back. After all, it will take some time for the smell to dissipate after it finishes defecating, especially since the seat is in front of the lizard horse beast's back, and who knows how long the lizard horse beast takes to defecate each time. Anyway, it's already evening. I checked the system time and it's only 7:30 p.m. It's not too late. Considering the time, it should be about an hour and a half before I get back to the kindergarten. This is because carriages can't be driven too fast at night. At 9 p.m., in my previous life, nightlife was just beginning. Fang Cheng led Saya around the area. There used to be a small bamboo grove there, and no one knew who planted it. A section of the bamboo in the grove had been systematically cut down. After walking a short distance along this road, Fang Cheng stopped. He figured he shouldn't be able to smell the stench here. Fang Cheng thought about it and unconsciously sniffed. He didn't smell any foul odor, but he did smell a faint smell of smoke. Frowning, Fang Cheng followed the smell of smoke, looked ahead, and took a few steps closer. With the help of the soft light from the crystal lamp, he could make out that there seemed to be an abandoned house in front of him. The smoke seemed to be coming from the dilapidated stone house, but he did not see any fire. Although the wooden gate of the abandoned house was closed, it had decayed considerably over time. Could someone be living in there and having a barbecue? Fang Cheng wasn't sure. He couldn't help but think that way. It was normal to have a barbecue or cook in an old, dilapidated house. It would save him the trouble of cleaning. Fang Cheng had done it before. Looking around, it seemed that there were few houses in this area, at least from the outside. Fang Cheng could not see any lights coming out of the windows of the surrounding buildings. I hesitated for a moment. At this moment, the room was filled with various pungent and foul odors. A weak, hoarse old man's voice rang out. "Cough, cough, child, cough, it's me, I'm so sorry." In the dilapidated, messy, and dimly lit room, a small figure lay curled up in a corner, staring blankly at an old man lying on a bed not far away. The old man coughed as he spoke, struggling to turn over and throw the torch he had just lit into a pile of wood, turf, dry bamboo, and various withered branches and leaves gathered in the room. The torch fell onto the pile of dry branches and leaves, and slowly the flames grew larger, thick smoke billowed, and the pile of wood began to burn, illuminating the dim room in an even more eerie way. "Your stomach must be very hungry." Grandma was hungry too. She didn't bring back any food. Grandma doesn't blame you. Grandma knew this day would come. It's alright, once you fall asleep, you won't feel anything anymore. The old man forced an awkward smile. "In your next life, cough cough, be reborn into a good family, and I'll cough cough be your slave. Whatever, you can torment me however you like, I won't complain, just like I did to you back then. This is, cough, the retribution I deserve. Little black hair, that's not a nice name at all, cough cough, the people outside are all bad. That Chamber of Commerce owner is a heartless businessman, cough cough, using such a small person to do work. Child, thank you, for taking care of me, cough cough. If I could do it all over again, how could I bear to hit you, scold you, torment you? You're a pitiful person, and I'm a, cough cough, pitiful person too." The old woman on the bed choked from the smoke. "But, there's always a reason why someone is pitiful. This is all karma. Child, you are innocent, I know." The old man on the bed was talking to himself while coughing, and it was unclear who he was talking to. The fire in the bonfire grew bigger and bigger, and began to spread to all corners of the bed. "Child, cough cough, can you come here for a moment? Grandma knows I was wrong. Can I see you one last time before I die, and fulfill Grandma's last wish, okay? Although you, cough, are young, Grandma knows you understand everything. After all, Grandma still took you in." The old woman on the bed said tremulously, turning her head with difficulty to look at the small figure curled up in the corner. The small figure in the corner, whose eyes had been lifeless, suddenly flickered, paused, and then slowly, with a burst of strength, propped itself up. Clutching its stomach, it limped heavily to the bedside, its face expressionless, seemingly oblivious to the growing flames and thick smoke around it. The old man lying in bed saw the child slowly walk to his side, raised his withered, rough, and aged hand, and gently reached out to the child's face. The little girl reflexively pulled her head back slightly and then remained still. The old man's trembling hand continued to stroke the little girl's face and head. After a while, the little girl slowly closed her eyes. The old man stroked the little girl's hair, and seeing that she had closed her eyes, a sinister glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. No one knew where the incredibly weak girl got the strength, but his trembling hand suddenly grabbed her hair, twisted it twice, and forcefully pushed her towards the fire. "You ominous person, it's all your fault. You're the one who killed me. Whoever you're around will be unlucky. Cough, you monster, cough cough, little black hair, nobody's little bastard. If anyone's going to die, you'll die before me. Don't think I can't do anything just because I'm bedridden. I'll still take care of you before I die." The old man on the bed let out a sharp, resentful cry, and in the firelight, he seemed to have transformed into a vengeful ghost. Ah! Caught off guard, the sudden, intense pain caused the little girl to scream as she fell towards the blazing, scorching fire. "What the hell are you doing? Stop it!" Fang Cheng, who had just noticed something was wrong outside and saw the fire, and had endured the nauseating stench and thick smoke to come in and check the situation, was horrified by what he saw. His heart felt as if it were being stabbed by needles. So tense that all his muscles tightened, Fang Cheng used all his strength to run towards the little girl who was screaming and about to fall into the fire. The sudden, angry shout startled the old woman on the bed, who looked in fright in Fang Cheng's direction. Seeing the bloodshot eyes of a young man with black hair, just like the little girl, rushing towards him, the old man's pupils dilated suddenly, his heart clenched with pain, and then his head seemed to lose its support, tilting to the side as if he had no bones and fell off the bed like a boneless rag doll. The little girl, about to fall onto the fire, heard the noise and instinctively turned her head to see a furious young man rushing towards her. Upon seeing the young man's black hair, the little girl's pupils constricted, and for some reason, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Just before the little girl was about to fall into the fire, Fang Cheng caught her and ran through the fire, quickly heading back outside. After running outside for a while, Fang Cheng rolled around on the floor twice, not knowing if he was on fire. The air outside suddenly felt fresh. Huff, huff. Fang Cheng, holding the girl in his arms, collapsed weakly to the ground, breathing in the fresh air. Brother, Seo hurriedly ran over, squatted down, and hugged Fang Cheng's hand with concern. After resting for half a minute and calming his breathing, Fang Cheng exhaled, feeling as if he had exhausted all his strength. Thankfully, the child was saved. "Don't worry, your brother is all right." Fang Cheng smiled at Saya. Then he looked at the soft, boneless little girl in his arms. The little girl had her eyes open, facing Fang Cheng's chest. Her face seemed expressionless, but it was as if the tears in her eyes had dried up, and there were 2 wet traces of tears on her dark face. "Damn it, how can there still be people like this?" Fang Cheng said angrily. He had heard every word that vicious, venomous old woman on the bed said. He couldn't believe there were such cruel and heartless people in the world. Looking at the room with smoke billowing from the window, and then at the little girl in his arms, Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then sat down on the ground with the girl in his arms to rest for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. In that kind of environment, that vicious old woman would be dead beyond any hope of survival. Let her fend for herself. If the child isn't here, he will make that vicious old woman understand what cruelty is. 5 minutes later, Fang Cheng said to Saya, "Saya, wait here for your brother, be good." Fang Cheng then carried the girl in his arms inside. As soon as Fang Cheng entered, he was choked by the thick smoke. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng decided not to go back in and patted the little girl's head in his arms. Fireball! 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 Fang Cheng raised a scorching fireball from his hand and, as if it were free, hurled it forcefully through the window. Fang Cheng's fireball spell was indeed impressive, very powerful. Once thrown in, one could clearly feel the air temperature outside the house rise significantly. In less than 3 minutes, Fang Cheng looked out the window and saw that everything inside the house, except for the stone house itself, had turned to ashes. The vicious old man had also been burned to ashes. "Damn it, you got off too easily dying like that." The girl in his arms remained motionless, silently watching everything with her eyes open. However, she couldn't see the view inside the window. She wasn't that tall, but she could still sense it. Fang Cheng glanced lovingly at the girl in his arms, sighed, and remained silent. "Suddenly I thought of something and tried using a basic detection skill on him. Name, gender, female. Age, 5 years and 16 days. Weight, 14.5 kilograms. Height, 106 centimeters. Status, emotional breakdown. Magic element 80/100. Magic points, 0. Elemental affinity, 75/100, good." This was the first time Fang Cheng had seen a child in a state of emotional breakdown. Last time, Saya only had the word depressed appear on her. "From now on, no one will hurt you when you're with me." Fang Cheng whispered into the girl's ear, knowing whether she was listening or not, but he wanted to make it clear to this child who had just experienced a painful nightmare. Fang Cheng gently stroked the little girl's head and began to release light healing magic. A warm, soft white light emanated from her hands, slightly dazzling in the night, but the little girl seemed oblivious, straining her eyes open. When Fang Cheng's magic power was about to run out, he ended the light healing spell. The girl blinked slightly, her face remaining expressionless, displaying a somewhat cold and aloof demeanor. Fang Cheng wondered if it would work. Then, a primary probe was released again. They discovered that the girl's condition had progressed from an emotional breakdown to an extremely poor emotional state. This gave Fang Cheng a slight sense of relief. He hugged the little girl tightly with his left arm and held Saya's hand with his right hand as he prepared to go find the lizard horse beast. At this moment, the lizard horse beast pulled the carriage and trotted towards Fang Cheng. It let out a low growl in front of Fang Cheng, as if it was a little aggrieved and blamed Fang Cheng for not waiting for it. "Alright, I'll treat you to something delicious when we get back. Let's hurry up and set off," Fang Cheng said to the lizard horse beast with a hint of annoyance, smelling a kind of animalistic oligay, a popular internet slang term for a cute or spicy snack. The lizard horse let out a happy cry. Fang Cheng, holding one child in each arm, sat in the driver's seat of the carriage. Fortunately, the driver's seat is large enough, about the same width as the passenger compartment. Looking at the lizard horse beast's tail, Fang Cheng told it to press the tail down and not lift it up, otherwise the occasional waft of the oligay smell would be unpleasant. Fang Cheng didn't have the mind or magic to experiment with the effects of water magic on the lizard horse beast right now. This lizard horse beast is quite clever, it understood Fang Cheng's meaning. It seems that this lizard horse beast has some experience. Fang Cheng pulled on the tow rope with his right hand and began to drive the carriage, while his left arm was around the black-haired little girl. Saya was on Fang Cheng's right side, holding his right arm. The black-haired girl and Saya's eyes met, but neither of them spoke. The little girl with black hair looked at Saya without expression. Saya blinked at the black-haired girl with a puzzled look, but didn't say anything. The little girl was also shy. When a person's eyes are open, they always blink, whether they are an adult or a child. The two little girls looked at each other. Saya was filled with some doubts and was a little shy because she didn't know the person, so she didn't say anything. However, Saya could sense that the little girl in front of her meant no harm. She seemed very sad, and she also had black hair and black eyes, the same color as her older brother, which made Saya want to get closer to her. The two little girls looked at each other, and somehow, their blinking rhythms became remarkably synchronized. You blink, I blinked. You blinked again, I blinked again. So the two little girls blinked and blinked, perhaps tired, and just like that, almost hypnotically, they leaned against Fang Cheng and fell asleep. Zzz. Fang Cheng drove the carriage and noticed that the two little girls beside him seemed to have fallen asleep. He sighed softly. The scene he had just witnessed and the words of that vicious old man had completely shattered Fang Cheng's worldview. She died far too easily. Fang Cheng felt a mixture of anger, relief, and lingering fear. Luckily, I got home late today. Thankfully, the lizard horse beast. Luckily, I was meddling in other people's business. All these coincidences may be part of fate's arrangement. Looking down at the seemingly asleep black-haired little girl on his left, Fang Cheng felt an involuntary surge of affection and tenderness towards her, whose black hair, illuminated by the moonlight, was just like his own. This was the first time in days that Fang Cheng had seen someone with black hair and black eyes like himself. The rest of the journey went smoothly. The carriage left the working class area and entered the city. In the city, restaurants and taverns were still open at night, and lively sounds could be heard from inside. The wide streets were illuminated by dense streetlights, and there were leisurely pedestrians with their arms around each other. Occasionally, a few carriages would slowly pass by on the road. I checked the system time and it showed a little past 8 o'clock. Fang Cheng drove the carriage back to the kindergarten without stopping. When I got back to the kindergarten, it was already 9:30 p.m. Fang Cheng's carriage drove into the kindergarten and stopped in front of the small building. Fang Cheng got out of the carriage carrying two little girls in his arms. The black-haired girl woke up as soon as she got out of the car, staring at Fang Cheng's actions with no expression. Zayasha was probably tired and didn't seem to feel anything at all. She was being held in Fang Cheng's arms and fell fast asleep. Her arms were habitually wrapped around Fang Cheng's neck, and she was sleeping on Fang Cheng like a little cat pendant. Seeing that the black-haired girl had opened her eyes and woken up, Fang Cheng gently put her down. The black-haired girl seemed to be unsteady and swayed a little. Fang Cheng helped her to steady her up, and the little girl stood still at the door. Wait for me, sweetie. Fang Cheng held Saya in his right arm while helping the lizard horse untie the carriage. He then took a small pile of fruit from his system inventory and placed it on the ground. Take care of it yourself. I don't have time to deal with you today. Just find somewhere to sleep tonight. Fang Cheng continued speaking to the lizard horse beast, seemingly oblivious to whether the beast understood him. After speaking, Fang Cheng helped the little black-haired girl who had been watching him intently into the small building. The lizard horse saw the small pile of fruit on the ground, sniffed it, its long tail swaying unconsciously. It let out a happy growl, then lay down, stretched its head forward, opened its mouth, and bit into a piece of fruit, closing its eyes and beginning to chew. A look of enjoyment appeared on its broad face. Upon entering the house, Fang Cheng planned to carry Saya upstairs to sleep in the room first. Who knew that as soon as Saya was put on the bed, little Saya unconsciously stretched out her hands and waved them forward, as if she didn't bump into anyone familiar. The little one rubbed her eyes, opened them, and woke up. Brother! Saya called out softly to Fang Cheng. I just can't do anything with you. The little black-haired girl, being led by Fang Cheng, watched this scene quietly and indifferently, lost in thought. You must be hungry, let's take a shower first, and then, we'll eat. Fang Cheng smiled and said, holding the two children's hands and patting their heads, then put his arm around their shoulders and led them into the bathroom. Can you help Saya wash first, and then help this lady wash, Saya? Yes, big brother. Saya quickly nodded in response, feeling a little excited. Big brother, do I have another little sister now? The little sister has the same black hair and black eyes as you, and Saya likes her very much. Saya looked at the quiet black-haired girl beside her and said with a happy expression, Saya is very observant. From now on, you two will be best friends and can play together every day, Fang Cheng replied with a smile. The black-haired girl simply watched Fang Cheng and Saya's conversation quietly. What Fang Cheng needs to do now is to make the black-haired little girl understand that this place is safe and will accept her. It just so happens that Xiao's also seems to like the black-haired girl, which makes Fang Cheng very happy. This time, because of the presence of the black-haired girl, Fang Cheng thought for a moment and decided to give Saya a free bath and wash her hair himself. Brother, didn't you say yesterday that Saya would have to take a bath by herself from now on? So, you'll wash it yourself, Sasha? I'll wash it for you, Miss Sasha, Fang Cheng said with a smile. No, big brother, please. The little guy kissed Fang Cheng's cheek. The little guy is getting better and better. No, I can't spoil his temper, Fang Cheng thought to himself. The black-haired girl watched indifferently as the young man gently bathed and dried the little girl's hair, making her laugh and play. Fang Cheng dried the little guy's hair and changed his clothes. Fang Cheng looked at the black-haired little girl and said, now it's time to give you a bath. The black-haired little girl didn't move, blinking her indifferent black eyes as she looked at Fang Cheng, seemingly unresponsive. Miss, it feels so good for big brother to take a bath. Sayo encouraged him from the side, her bright blue eyes revealing concern. For some reason, Saya was unusually lively today, and it seemed to be the first time since Fang Cheng that she had acted so outgoing in front of outsiders, completely different from how she acted when she saw Liu, Xiao Yin, and Xiao and I. The black-haired girl glanced at Saya and remained silent. I just can't do anything with you two, my little sisters. You always have to make your brother take the initiative first. Fang Cheng muttered to himself, saying things that the two little ones couldn't quite understand. Fang Cheng walked up to the black-haired girl and tenderly touched her slightly dry black hair, which was caused by long-term malnutrition. Previously, when they were outside at night, Fang Cheng only knew that the girl was dressed in very shabby clothes and could not see her specific appearance. Now, indoors with the lights on, the black-haired girl's hair was somewhat long and messy. It looked like he hadn't washed in a long time. His face was covered in a grime of dirt and bruises. He was only wearing a large, tattered, grime-covered hemp cloth, which looked like a dirty rag that had been used to wipe all sorts of things. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng guessed that the girl had suffered some injuries, so he said to Saya, can you wait for your brother at the door? Seeing Fang Cheng's serious expression, Xiao She nodded. Understood, big brother. Be a good girl and wait for your brother. He'll make something delicious for you later. Saya will be good, the little one said, sitting on a small stool by the door. Fang Cheng gently pulled the black-haired little girl into his arms and found that she did not resist. He patted the little one's head and said reassuringly, it's okay. From now on, you and Saya will both be my little sister. Have you noticed? Our hair and eye colors are the same. The little girl had no expression, she just blinked and watched Fang Cheng's movements. Fang Cheng didn't care and took off the little girl's clothes. After the little girl's clothes were removed, she lowered her head and stopped looking at Fang Cheng. When Fang Cheng removed the black-haired girl's clothes, he was suddenly stunned. He saw that the girl had a short, fluffy tail growing from her back. The tail was somewhat like a fox's tail, black and fluffy, but compared to the long tails seen on foxes, the little girl's tail was short, only about 6 or 7 centimeters long. At this moment, its tail seemed to have been limp and drooping weakly, as if it hadn't been stretched out for a long time. However, Fang Cheng's gaze was soon diverted by the little girl's injuries and thin body. There were wounds and scars that looked like they had been cut by a sharp weapon, as well as various bruises and bumps of different sizes. Seeing these injuries, Fang Cheng felt a lump in his throat, and felt uncomfortable and depressed. Especially the area around the stomach, it seems to be a recent injury, the bruises are particularly bad and haven't faded. I really don't know how this child managed to endure it. The other injuries are almost healed, but they probably weren't treated with medication in time, leaving various scars. Little Ling, do you have any medicine to cure this child? Fang Cheng asked in his mind. Yes, master, you can try this. Xiaoling answered very quickly and promptly this time. Then Xiaoling recommended a children's healing powder that costs 5 exchange points. Children's Lingchuang powder can be taken internally and used externally. It can quickly treat external and internal injuries in children. You deserve to have it. Value 5 exchange points. Exchange. Ding successfully redeemed children's healing powder, now in your inventory. 13 redemption points remaining. Come on, let's take a bath first, Fang Cheng said gently, seemingly unsurprised that the girl had a tail. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's voice, a slight ripple appeared in the little girl's cold, black eyes, and she blinked. Fang Cheng gently picked up the little girl and placed her in the bathtub filled with warm water. Then Fang Cheng carefully took a towel and wiped the little girl's body, afraid that the movements would be too rough and hurt the wound. The little girl, perhaps having just witnessed Saya taking a bath, cooperated without Fang Cheng's prompting. After wiping her left hand, she extended her right hand on her own without further prompting. Fang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle, then sighed inwardly, thinking to himself that he was truly destined to be a busybody. After changing the water 3 times, I finally got the little guy clean. I also washed his tail. Now he's all white and clean, except for some scratches on his body. While washing the little girl's tail, Fang Cheng could clearly feel her trembling slightly, as if she was in some discomfort, and let out a soft moan. So Fang Cheng washed it quickly, but the soft, fluffy, slightly slippery, and warm touch of her tail still made Fang Cheng linger, just like with Saya's ears, making him want to rub them. In his past life, Fang Cheng loved anime and manga characters, especially the animal girls and cat girls. He always thought they were cute and adorable. Now, after encountering another animal girl besides Saya, Fang Cheng felt that this was indeed the case, and his real feeling was that they were even cuter. Of course, the temperamental girl with rabbit ears from the library last time was an exception. Fang Cheng said, "It's okay, your brother can heal you in a bit. Now let's wash your face." The little girl blinked, her expression blank. The little girl stood in front of Fang Cheng, who carefully wiped her cheeks. Feeling the young man gently wiping her cheeks with a towel, the little girl stared intently at Fang Cheng with her dark eyes. She's quite a pretty girl. After wiping it 3 times, the little girl's dark face became whiter, but it was still slightly darker than Xiaxie's, and her skin was also a bit rough. "Okay, now let's wash our hair." Fang Cheng laid the little girl on the bathtub and washed her hair. "Your long hair is so pretty. You can close your eyes. Otherwise, water might accidentally get into your eyes later," Fang Cheng muttered intermittently, not caring whether the little girl would respond. The little girl didn't close her eyes. She blinked as she looked at Fang Cheng's face, feeling the gentle touch of her hair being combed. Her face remained expressionless, with an indifferent look, but her gaze never left Fang Cheng's face. After washing her 3 times, Fang Cheng finally got the little girl clean from head to toe and dried her hair with a towel. Looking at the girl in front of him, who was completely different from before, Fang Cheng smiled. The little girl's black hair was slightly long and reached her shoulders. Her face was a small, delicate, and somewhat thin oval face. Because her face was thin, it looked a little strange. However, she had a pair of big, beautiful, dark eyes. She was completely different from the dirty and messy little girl from before. She was indeed too thin. Looking at the scars on the little girl's body and her shrunken belly, you could clearly see her ribs. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her as skin and bones. "Next, your brother will apply the medicine for you. Come closer." This time, the little girl obediently moved closer to Fang Cheng after hearing this. Fang Cheng took out children's healing powder from the system inventory. The little girl seemed to be captivated, staring intently at the object that Fang Cheng had suddenly conjured in his hand. Fang Cheng put his arm around the girl. The little girl watched as Fang Cheng applied a green, fluorescent paste to her wounds and scars. Feeling the coolness of the young man's palm, the little girl wanted to close her eyes, but she didn't. She just blinked unconsciously for a while. After applying the ointment to the wound, Fang Cheng gently massaged the girl's bruised abdomen with the ointment. "Does it hurt?" Fang Cheng asked unconsciously. The little girl blinked at Fang Cheng, then suddenly shook her head gently. Seeing the girl shake her head in response, Fang Cheng affectionately patted the little girl's head and hugged her. "Saya, could you help me find some clothes and shoes for the young lady?" Fang Cheng asked Saya, who was sitting obediently by the door. Okay, big brother." The little guy who had been sitting by the door skipped off to get his clothes. "Brother, is this set all right?" "Okay, that's fine." The little one was holding a pretty white cloud-patterned dress. The little girl being held by Fang Cheng opened her eyes, looked carefully at Saya holding the clothes in her hand, and didn't say anything. After changing the little girl's clothes, she wore a white cloud-patterned dress, which complemented her long, flowing black hair and delicate, slender oval face. Fang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. "She's as beautiful as our Saya, just like a little princess." "You're very pretty, miss," Saya said happily. The little girl's expression was indifferent, her mouth opened slightly, but she did not respond and remained silent. Fang Cheng placed his hands over the 2 children's heads and gently ruffled their hair. Alright, brother, I'm going to take a shower too. Be a good boy and wait outside. Don't come in. Fang Cheng gently pushed the two little ones out of the bathroom, closed the bathroom door, and locked it. For a moment, the two little girls outside the bathroom door looked at each other, somewhat bewildered. Miss, let's sit here and wait for brother. I'll go get another stool. After saying that, Saya ran into the room and brought out a stool, placing it next to her. Saya sat on the stool. The black-haired girl glanced at Saya, hesitated for a moment, and then sat down on the stool. Saya blinked, propped her chin on her hands, and looked in the direction of the bathroom. The black-haired little girl glanced at Saya, noticed the cat ears twitch slightly, lingered for a moment, and then, like Saya, silently looked towards the bathroom. After taking a shower, Fang Cheng threw his clothes into the washing machine. The black-haired girl's clothes were put into the system inventory. Fang Cheng planned to take them out of the open space outside and burn them tomorrow. When Fang Cheng opened the bathroom door, he was taken aback. Two little girls were sitting neatly on a small stool, looking up at him like a pair of well-behaved kitten sisters. Have you kept us waiting? It's getting late. We'll skip dinner tonight, let's have a late-night snack. Fang Cheng said with a smile to the two little ones, taking their hands and leading them downstairs. Late-night snack? Saya asked, both pleased and puzzled. Brother, what's the difference between a midnight snack and dinner? The black-haired girl was led by Fang Cheng, her ears twitching as she listened to the conversation between the young man and Saya, and she obediently followed Fang Cheng's steps. The difference is, snacks and treats eaten at night when you should be resting and sleeping are called midnight snacks, while the food you eat regularly when you're hungry at night is called dinner. You can have midnight snacks after dinner, too. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and explained. Saya, are you hungry? What do you want to eat tonight? Big brother, Saya wants to eat fish, is that alright? Of course, Fang Cheng replied. Sweetie, what do you want to eat today? Fang Cheng squatted down and looked at the black-haired girl face to face, speaking gently. Fang Cheng looked into the black-haired girl's eyes with a smile. He could see that the little girl seemed a bit surprised by Fang Cheng's sudden question and didn't know what to say. Her dark, bright eyes showed some fear and unease. Seeing the girl's fear, Fang Cheng gently hugged her and whispered in her ear, Don't be nervous, it's okay. From now on, you'll be my little sister just like Saya. It's okay if you don't want to talk, but it would be a shame if you didn't tell me. I really want to show off my skills and make your favorite food to welcome you. How about we have fish with Saya tonight? The black-haired girl nodded. Yes, that's great. Fang Cheng affectionately patted the girl's head and wiped away the tears that silently welled up in her eyes. The little girl felt the gentle hand wiping away the tears on her cheeks. She tilted her head slightly, trying to open her beautiful black eyes wide, as if the little black-haired girl didn't want any more tears to flow. Let the two little ones sit at the table and wait. Fang Cheng cooked some porridge with magic crystal rice and some with spirit mutton, then steamed two large fish that had already been deboned, and cut some fruit. With the added bonus of the child's culinary skills, the simple late-night snack exuded a mouth-watering aroma. Fang Cheng placed a bowl of porridge and a fish in front of each of the two children, and said to them, Are you hungry? You can start eating now. Big brother, little sister, big brother's cooking is so delicious. Saya said happily, and Zayajia started eating while holding the bowl. Hearing Saya's words, the black-haired girl looked at the tempting food in front of her. Her stomach was already flat from hunger and she had no strength left. She had been enduring and persevering, and her small body was showing an extreme craving for this food. The black-haired girl swallowed hard. The black-haired girl glanced at Saya, who was enjoying her meal, then at Fang Cheng, before meeting the young man's encouraging and gentle gaze. Do you want your brother to feed you? Fang Cheng asked with a smile. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, the black-haired little girl quickly shook her head gently. Fang Cheng's question seemed like a signal. Looking at the glistening meat porridge and fish in front of her and smelling the aroma, the little girl could no longer control herself. She picked up the bowl in front of her and wolfed down the food. The little girl with black hair looked like a kitten that hadn't eaten for days, gulping down the porridge with loud slurping sounds, getting a lot of porridge on her face. Seeing the black-haired girl eating, Saya, who was standing nearby, also imitated her, picking up her bowl and slurping the delicious meat porridge, though she didn't eat as exaggeratedly as the black-haired girl. Fang Cheng didn't stop them or remind them to eat slower. He himself ate while watching the little girl with black hair with a mix of worry and heartache, hoping she wouldn't choke. The black-haired girl ate very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, she finished a bowl of porridge and a fish, and then licked the food off her face. Fang Cheng could see with his naked eye that the little girl's previously flat belly had become bulging. The little girl, who had finished eating, blinked at Saya and Fang Cheng, who were still eating, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her dark eyes. Have you eaten? Sit down and rest for a bit. Fang Cheng took a towel and wiped the black-haired girl's cheeks. The little girl nodded noticeably after hearing this. In fact, Fang Cheng prepared adult-sized portions of food for the two of them, especially the fish, which was quite large. So Fang Cheng didn't steam 3 fish. Saya finished her porridge, but only ate a little more than half of the fish before she couldn't eat anymore. Big brother, Saya is full. Fang Cheng cleaned up the mess and finished off the uneaten food. He had experienced a lot today, and he was starving by now. After finishing his meal, Fang Cheng helped the 2 little ones wash up, then threw himself onto the bed and stretched. I feel so relieved, I can finally rest today. Turning his head, Fang Cheng said, "All right, you two should come up and rest. It's getting late." Big brother. After hearing this, Zayasha climbed onto the bed and hugged Fang Cheng's right hand. Saya happily hugged the young man's hand and lay down beside him, while the black-haired little girl just stood there watching without moving. "Hey little sister, come up here and sleep with me. Big brother can tell you stories, they're really nice," Saya said to the black-haired little girl. The little girl blinked and remained silent. "My little sister, come on up here," Fang Cheng said gently. He could tell that the black-haired girl seemed hesitant to come up, and was somewhat self-conscious and scared. Fang Cheng straightened up, hooked his left arm around the little girl, pulled her to his left side, patted her head, and let her lie down next to him. Tonight, Xiaozhe showed no resistance towards the black-haired girl. In fact, she was very welcoming and enthusiastic, which made Fang Cheng quite gratified. The only time Fang Cheng heard the black-haired little girl's voice since he first met her was when the vicious old man twisted her hair and pushed her into the fire, a heartbreaking scream, and when he washed her tail during a bath, she made a soft, uncomfortable groan. After that, Fang Cheng didn't hear the little girl say a word, and he didn't know if she couldn't speak or was afraid to speak. "Big brother, what's the young lady's name?" Saya, who was lying to Fang Cheng's right, asked curiously. Hearing this question, Fang Cheng was also curious, but the words of the vicious old man he had heard when he entered the house echoed in his mind. "You ominous person, it's all your fault, I was killed by you. Whoever you are around will be unlucky, cough, you monster, little black hair, no one wants you, you little bastard, you all have to die, and you will die before me. Don't think that just because I can't move my body, I can't do anything. I can still deal with you before I die." Although the old woman was dead, Fang Cheng felt a fire burning in his heart when he recalled her fierce and vicious words. He wished he had the kind of legendary resurrection magic he had seen in anime to bring her back to life and burn her several times over. However, judging from the wicked old man's words, Fang Cheng guessed that the little girl might have been with the old man for some time and suffered a lot. She probably didn't have any family before, or perhaps she was rejected early on because she had a tail and hair of a different color than the people here. Of course, this was just Fang Cheng's guess. "It's getting late, go to sleep, Saya. We have to get up early tomorrow to go to Yuri-sensei's. As for the name of the girl, you two should play and chat together tomorrow. You can ask your girl later. She will be living with us from now on, so you two are best friends." "Really? Miss will stay with us the whole time?" Seo's clear blue eyes shone with joy. Yes, little Saya, it's time for bed. Your brother is very tired. Let's save the things we're looking forward to for tomorrow," Fang Cheng said with a helpless yet doting tone. Hee, big brother, go to sleep now, Saya will fall asleep soon, smack." Saya finished speaking and kissed Fang Cheng on the cheek. Then she quickly laid down obediently and closed her eyes. "TCH, this little cutie." Fang Cheng chuckled. Turning his head, Fang Cheng looked at the black-haired little girl next to him and found that she was staring at him. She didn't look away when she saw him looking at her, and her expression seemed to be expressionless. Fang Cheng found it quite interesting and didn't say anything. He just looked into the little girl's eyes, wondering when her eyes would get tired and she would close them and fall asleep. The little girl's dark eyes shone brightly in the room bathed in moonlight and starlight, like a dark hole in a dazzling galaxy that made one's eyes sink in. 5 minutes later, hearing Saya's breathing as she slept, Fang Cheng blinked his tired eyes and said softly to the little girl whose eyes were still wide open, "Aren't you sleepy?" The little girl nodded, then shook her head. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then gently sat up and hugged the little girl. "Can we not disturb your sister?" Fang Cheng pointed to Saya, who was sleeping next to him. The little girl glanced at Saya and nodded. "Okay, now your brother will ask you some questions. If you don't want to talk, you can nod or shake your head, okay?" Fang Cheng said in a low voice. The little girl nodded. "Do you think I'm good looking?" Fang Cheng asked. The little girl blinked and nodded. "Does my brother have black hair and black eyes like you?" The little girl nodded. "Can you tell me your name?" Fang Cheng suddenly asked. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, the little girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded and shook her head. "Okay, let's rephrase the question. Do you have a name?" The little girl blinked, nodded, and then shook her head. "Do you like your name?" The little girl shook her head. "How about I give you a nice name, brother?" The little girl nodded, her dark eyes brightening. Fang Cheng hesitated for a moment, then looked at the girl's beautiful, clear, and dark eyes, and couldn't help but say, "I'll call you Emotong." "Ink eyes," Fang Cheng repeated. The little girl nodded vigorously after hearing Fang Cheng's words, tears streaming down her face from her large, dark eyes. Mo Tong? The little girl suddenly opened her mouth and awkwardly uttered the syllables of the new name Fang Cheng had given her. The little girl's voice was somewhat low and hoarse, perhaps because she hadn't spoken for a long time, but it also had the slightly crisp and tender characteristics of a child's voice. Yes, Mo Tong. Fang Cheng replied affirmatively, wiping away the little girl's tears with his hand. Mo Tong. The little girl repeated her name. Yes, Mo Tong. Mo Tong's eyes are very beautiful, like black quartz. Do you like this name? Dark Eyes nodded vigorously. Today is a happy day, let's cry for a little while longer and then stop, okay? Fang Cheng said softly. Mo Tong nodded vigorously and wiped away her tears with her hand. Mo Tong, be good. Fang Cheng coaxed softly, pulling the little one into his arms. Mo Tong buried her head in Fang Cheng's arms and closed her eyes peacefully. Mo Tong? Fang Cheng called out softly. Fang Cheng suddenly remembered something he had almost forgotten. Mo Tong opened her eyes in confusion, raised her head, and stared intently at Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng suddenly took out the children's healing powder he had just exchanged. He had just used it externally and almost forgot to take it internally. Fang Cheng was worried that Mo Tong had suffered some internal injuries, so using it both internally and externally would be the right thing to do. He didn't mind spending a little more exchange points. Open your mouth. Mo Tong obediently opened her little mouth. Fang Cheng put the medicine into Mo Tong's mouth. Eating it will make you healthy. Mo Tong nodded and slowly swallowed the children's healing powder. Mo Tong, would you like some water? Fang Cheng asked. Mo Tong nodded. But there's no water right now, and getting out of bed will wake your sister. This is all I have right now. After saying that, Fang Cheng conjured a bottle of milk from his system inventory. Mo Tong blinked as he looked at the milk that had suddenly appeared in Fang Cheng's hand, seemingly finding it somewhat magical. Fang Cheng unscrewed the cap and handed it to Mo Tong. This is milk, it's very delicious, but you can't drink it after brushing your teeth at night unless you brush your teeth afterward, otherwise you'll get cavities. But it's not a big problem if you skip brushing your teeth once or twice. Fang Cheng mumbled on, not knowing whether Mo Tong understood what he meant after listening to such a long passage. Mo Tong nodded, took the milk, tried to hold it with both hands, took a sip, swallowed the medicine that might still be in her mouth, then took another small sip, and handed the milk to Fang Cheng. There was still more than half a bottle of milk left in the 250 ml milk bottle. Want some more? Fang Cheng was a little puzzled. Mo Tong should like this milk, since even he thought it tasted good and wanted more. Mo Tong shook his head, put the milk bottle to Fang Cheng's mouth, and then pointed to Sheye, who was sleeping peacefully beside him. Fang Cheng understood what Mo Tong meant, patted Mo Tong's head, then took a sip of milk and put the milk away. He said, "Don't worry, if Mo Tong wants to drink it, we can drink it every day from now on. I have plenty more. That little glutton, Saya, drinks several bottles every day." Mo Tong blinked and nodded. "Do you want to sleep?" Mo Tong nodded. "Then go to sleep early." Fang Cheng patted Mo Tong's back, helped her lie down, and then closed his eyes. Mo Tong lay down next to Fang Cheng, closing her eyes peacefully. Sheye, who had been sleeping with her arms around Fang Cheng's leg, seemed to sense something as Fang Cheng lay down, unconsciously tightening her embrace and clinging to his chest. What a diligent day. Fang Cheng thought to himself, looking at the system time which showed it was past midnight. He glanced at Mo Tong, who had her eyes closed, to his left. "Thank you for today's diligence." Fang Cheng muttered to himself, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. In a small building behind the kindergarten castle, in a cozy room, 3 people were sleeping peacefully. On the bed, a black-haired little girl slept to the left of a young man, and a silver-haired little girl slept to the right. Their breathing was very steady. The 2 little girls were close to the young man in the middle of their sleep, as if they could only sleep peacefully when they were close to him. Just then, a large, dark bird appeared stealthily in the night sky, gliding lightly past the room's window, seemingly checking to see if the people inside were asleep, before quietly landing on a windswept swing in the kindergarten. The weight of the large bird stepping on it immediately caused the wind swing to sway. "Wind swing, why are you bothering me so late? Master, wake up! Master, wake up! Master, wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" Fang Cheng, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly heard Xiao Ling's childlike voice in his mind. However, this time, Xiao Ling's voice, the system's voice assistant, sounded mechanical and kept repeating itself rapidly. Fang Cheng was groggily awakened, and Xiao Ling's voice continued to mechanically repeat in his mind. When he opened his eyes, Xiao Ling's mechanical voice stopped. He checked the system time in his mind, which was exactly 7 o'clock. Fang Cheng remembered that he had asked Xiao Ling to wake him up tomorrow morning so that he wouldn't oversleep and forget to pick up the children. However, compared to Xiao Ling's mechanical wake-up method today, Fang Cheng misses the last time. Master, isn't Xiaoling's alarm clock function pretty good? At this moment, Xiaoling's childish voice rang in my mind. Whether it was psychological or not, Fang Cheng sensed a hint of being teased in Xiaoling's tone. The alarm clock function is really powerful, thanks to you. Love you, Xiaoling baby. Fang Cheng looked at the two little ones beside him and was in a good mood, deciding to try to get along better with Xiaoling. Alright, today is the last day of the task deadline, let's complete the task smoothly today. Fang Cheng glanced at the single task displayed in the task list. Main Quest Phase 2, please complete the enrollment and student admission process within 7 days. Task requirements, recruit at least 5 students, aged 3 to 6. Mission failed, the host's rewards will be confiscated, and the mission will be restarted. Mission reward, a magical growth guide for children aged 3 to 6, special skill, adorable head pat. Mission countdown, 19 hours, 12 minutes, and 10 seconds. Looking at the countdown to the mission, Fang Cheng was still a little nervous. He hoped everything would go smoothly today. Looking at the two cute little girls sleeping soundly on his left and right, Fang Cheng thought that if he added the 4 children in the civilian area, there would be 6 students. He wondered if the system would give him a reward for exceeding the mission target. Gently pulling his hands away from the children's embrace, Fang Cheng tiptoed out of bed. He didn't want to wake them. Generally speaking, children around 5 years old need about 11 to 12 hours of sleep a day. Sufficient sleep is beneficial for their growth and makes them more energetic. As soon as Fang Cheng got out of bed and turned around, he heard a familiar, soft, childish voice, "Big brother. Won't you sleep a little longer, Saya?" Fang Cheng glanced at Mo Tong beside him, who seemed to be sleeping soundly, and squatted down by the bed to ask Saya in a low voice. The little one shook her head. Saya doesn't want to sleep anymore, she wants to stay with her big brother. The little one looked at Fang Cheng with affection and wrapped her 2 little hands around Fang Cheng's head. "Let's get up then. Don't wake the young lady. She's tired, let her sleep a little longer." "Okay, I know, big brother." Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Saya turned her head to look at Mo Tong, and her voice suddenly became even softer. Fang Cheng carried Xiao Shay out of the room and gently closed the door. In the room, Xiao Motong's hand moved unconsciously, as if searching for something. She touched a light blanket beside her, clutched it tightly to her chest, and smelled the lingering scent on the young man's body. Her small nose twitched involuntarily, and she drifted off to sleep even deeper. After Fang Cheng and Xiao Shay finished washing up, they quickly prepared a simple yet hearty breakfast. Fang Cheng left a breakfast and gently placed it on the table in the room. Seeing that Mo Tong was still asleep, Fang Cheng didn't wake her. He quietly drew the curtains that were half open and then quietly closed the door. After having breakfast with the little one, Fang Cheng set off with Xiao Shay. The lizard horse beast at the entrance had disappeared. Fang Cheng and Xiao Shay searched around the kindergarten before finally finding it under a large tree where Fang Cheng usually rested in the shade. At this moment, the lizard horse was still lying on the ground, fast asleep, having sweet dreams, with a bright yellow citrus fruit placed in front of its nose. Goodness, it actually knew to leave one uneaten, sleeping while smelling the fragrance of the fruit. The big guy's up. Fang Cheng slapped the lizard horse beast awake. The lizard horse was awakened and opened its eyes. Seeing Fang Cheng, it let out a low, aggrieved whimper, as if blaming Fang Cheng for waking it from its sweet dream. In its dream, it lived a life of eating and sleeping, with lots and lots of delicious fruit. Alright, we're leaving now after we've eaten this fruit. If you're not satisfied with me, I'll send you away and get another, more obedient lizard horse. Fang Cheng took out a few fruits from his system inventory and threw them in front of the lizard horse beast. After yesterday's interaction, he knew that the lizard horse beast was quite intelligent and could roughly understand what others were saying. Hiss, hiss. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the lizard horse beast seemed to think that its gentle new master, who had been giving it delicious fruit, was about to send it away. It immediately got up, let out a low growl, wagged its tail ingratiatingly, and then quickly swallowed the fruit in front of it. It ran towards the carriage in the distance, then bent its head and dragged the carriage, trotting back to Fang Cheng's side. Fang Cheng and Xiao Shay were both stunned. "Brother, the lizard horse is so smart." The lizard horse seemed to understand Saya's words, proudly raising its large head. Fang Cheng touched his mouth, quite satisfied with the lizard horse's performance. It would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Thinking that the lizard horse beast didn't have a name yet, Fang Cheng smiled and asked, "Has Saya thought of a name for it yet?" Big brother, can we call it Little Lizard?" Saya blinked and asked excitedly, suddenly remembering something. "Sure, then we'll call it Little Lizard from now on." Fang Cheng smiled and thought to himself, I didn't expect Saya to learn so quickly. Her talent for naming things is just like mine. Hearing Fang Cheng's agreement, Saya nodded happily, skipped over to the lizard horse beast, and called out, "Little lizard, little lizard." Roar! The lizard horse beast wagged its tail in response as it looked at the small figure in front of it. "Big brother," Little Lizard said, "she's very happy." "Does she really like this name?" the little guy asked, his beautiful, deep blue eyes curving into crescents. Fang Cheng walked over, patted Saya's head, smiled, and said, "The little lizard likes Saya because she thinks she's cute." Little Sayo can sense the emotions of animals and other people, which may be related to the child's own spiritual and pure nature, or it may be related to the magic necklace that Sharon gave the little one. "Alright, let's go." In his mind, he controlled Xiaoling to open the kindergarten gate, and the little lizard carried Fang Cheng and Zayashaya out at high speed. As I left the kindergarten, I saw several boys and girls, probably around 12 or 13 years old, standing under the wall, seemingly observing the various children's drawings on it. But why were they all gathered under the picture of Misaka Mikato from a certain scientific railgun that I had specially drawn? Fang Cheng thought to himself speechlessly, ignoring them. Let them observe, it might even be good advertising for the place. Next time, they'll spread the word that there's a kindergarten with beautiful paintings here, and maybe they can even attract their younger siblings to come to the kindergarten. The boys and girls were startled when they heard the kindergarten gate open and a carriage sped out. They glanced at Fang Cheng, then watched the carriage drive away into the distance. "I think I just saw a very pretty little subhuman girl," one of the boys said, somewhat puzzled. "I think I saw it too, so cute." A shy-looking boy with glasses said, "She'll definitely be prettier than Miss Ephodiah from our academy when she grows up." "Shoot, so this is the kind of person you are. You actually had bad thoughts about Miss Ephodiah, now you've been exposed." Another boy started jeering, and several other boys joined in. "Shut up, stop, don't be so loud." The shy boy looked at them jeering, his face turning bright red, and he regretted revealing his thoughts without thinking. "Don't be so loud, we're doomed if her father hears us," the shy boy said hurriedly and nervously. Upon hearing this, the boys stopped jeering and fell silent. Although they were young, they all knew how powerful Miss Ephodiah's father was, and that he lived in this area. What if her father happened to pass by and overheard their conversation? Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out, belatedly, that Big Brother just now looked really handsome. He even had black hair. Could he be the demon prince that always appears in novels? Wow! I'm going to come back here tomorrow to see him again. What if the demon prince takes a liking to me and drags me into his castle to be his demon wife? He. A girl who looked only 13 or 14 years old said with a lovesick look in her eyes. The girl's bold words, beyond her years, left the boys nearby speechless. "Hey, AI Quizzy, can you read less of those novels? Final exams are coming up soon. If you don't improve your studies next time, I won't care if your mother beats you. And are you planning to skip class again tomorrow?" One of the boys said helplessly after a long while. "What does it matter? It's not like I'm the only one reading those kinds of novels. Besides, I overheard what you were saying. Be careful, or I might tell Senior Ephodiah." "You dare." "Alright, let's not talk about that. Let's hurry into the school, we're going to be late. If the teacher finds us lingering here, they might not give us leave anymore, and we'll get a beating," another boy said. Upon hearing this, the teenagers quickly stopped talking and ran towards the Magic Academy, glancing back at the novel 11AI Magic Kindergarten. About an hour later, the carriage arrived at Yuri's house. Fang Cheng led Xiao Shay inside and found several children already playing and waiting in the yard. Besides them, Yuri and Tate's mother were sitting under a tree chatting. Tate's mother was a quiet woman who knew a bit about manners. The two women, who were chatting idly, stood up to greet Fang Cheng as he brought Xiao Shay in. The four children who had been chasing and playing stopped and suddenly became quiet, their expectant and excited eyes looking at Fang Cheng. "Good morning, kids." Seeing the four children waiting there, Fang Cheng was in a good mood, which meant that his mission was progressing smoothly and was about to be completed. "Good morning, Big Brother," the four children said in unison, their loud voices surprising Fang Cheng. "Good morning. From now on, I will teach you just like Teacher Yuli." "You must call me teacher just like you call Teacher Yuli," Fang Cheng replied with a smile. Yes, we will be good," the four children said. Fang Cheng guessed that their parents or Yuli had done some homework for them last night or this morning. After saying that, Fang Cheng went over and greeted Miss Yuri and Tate's mother. "Miss Yuri, Mama Tate, good morning. Is everything ready?" "Good morning, Mr. Fang Cheng. We are ready." Yuri nodded at Fang Cheng. "Lord Fang Cheng, we are ready. The parents of the other children are quite busy and have other things to do, so they are unable to accompany their children. Therefore, we would like to ask you to go and look after the children. Thank you for your help." "Okay, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Let's set off now," Fang Cheng said loudly. "Yay!" The children cheered excitedly. Yuri touched her forehead, her expression somewhat helpless. Then Fang Cheng and her group got into the car. On the way back to the kindergarten, Fang Cheng and Saya were still sitting in the front of the carriage. The children and Yuri, Tate's mother, were sitting in the back carriage. After traveling for a while, the carriage arrived outside the working-class district. The children, looking out the carriage windows, were astonished by the sight of a place far more prosperous than the working-class district: tall buildings, a wide square, and all sorts of food stalls open for business. The aroma wafting from the snack shops, the toys in the toy stores, and the various fruits displayed at the fruit shops all fill children with anticipation and make their mouths water. Wow, Tate, look, that wind wolf doll is so cool. Leo, look over there, there's a unicorn doll over there that I think looks more imposing. Kyung and I, look over there, the fruit your big brother gave us yesterday. Chiao Yin pointed to the entrance of a fruit shop. This was the first time these children had come to the city outside the working class area. Their parents usually didn't take them outside because things were expensive and they couldn't afford them, which made the children feel inferior, disappointed, and lost. Their parents were also very sad. When Tate's mother and Ms. Yuri heard what the children were saying and saw the light in their eyes, filled with anticipation, they felt a pang of sadness. They knew, of course, that the prosperity of this city was far beyond what their impoverished neighborhood could offer, and they knew that the toys, snacks, and everything else here would bring the children immense novelty and longing. If you behave well today, keep quiet, and don't jump around in the car, I'll treat you to all sorts of delicious food, things that aren't even sold in the city. Right, Saya? Seeing the children's amazement as they peered through the car windows, their heads practically sticking out, Fang Cheng turned to them and said. Saya nodded shyly in response. With so many people around, the little one was a bit hesitant to speak. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, the four little ones in the carriage immediately quieted down, adjusted their posture, and showed expectant expressions on their faces. Tate's mother sat quietly in the carriage. Seeing Fang Cheng's gentle attitude towards the children, she felt completely relieved. She looked at her obedient son sitting quietly in his seat, and for a moment she looked out the window, a hint of anticipation rising in her heart. The carriage continued its journey. Wow, Ms. Yuri, what is that place? It's huge. Leo, who had been quiet in the carriage for a long time, couldn't help but ask again. That's the Magic Academy. Yuri looked at the tall, magnificent, and ornate building that was getting closer and closer, and the heavy gate engraved with magical patterns made her feel somewhat familiar and nostalgic. Wow, is that the Magic Academy? Even 4- or 5-year-old children often understand what that place is through the influence of adults. All the parents of children in Soto City hope that their children will have magical talent and then enter that academy that gives commoners the opportunity to rise above their station. Even young children understand what magical talent is and its importance, so even young children hope and even yearn to have magical talent. Because families in the commoner district with children gifted in magic receive subsidies from the city lord's mansion when they enter a magic academy to help improve their living conditions, the neighbors in the commoner district who know about their children with magical talent will look at them differently, both envious and jealous, and try to build good relationships with them. Teacher Yuri, are we going inside to study? Leo asked in confusion. Leo had sharp eyes and saw that there seemed to be 2 children about his height in the pavilion next to the entrance of the magic academy. One of the children was touching a crystal ball. Hearing Leo's question, the other children also looked at Yuri. Then you can go there to study when you are a little older, around 6 years old, and a test shows that you have magical talent. Then I'm sure I'll have magical talent when I grow up, Leo said loudly with an inexplicable confidence on his face, looking rather chubby. Fang Cheng, listening from the front, couldn't help but laugh. Leo, among all these kids, you have the worst magical talent. There's no way it'll be your turn. Oh, what a pity you met me. It's a pity I won't see your disappointed expression when your magical talent is tested later. Fang Cheng thought with some regret, who told this kid, Leo, to bully Saya here? With Fang Cheng's early childhood magical growth system, Fang Cheng believed that Leo would definitely have magical talent in the future. Even if he didn't like the child's behavior, he wouldn't abandon him because of his professional ethics. I can only tease him somewhere else. Who told him to bully my little Saya? That wretched brat. Fang Cheng is a vengeful person. Hearing Yuri's words, the children realized they weren't going there to study this time, and they even sighed with a bit of regret. Yuri found this both amusing and exasperating. The carriage passed the road in front of the Magic Academy, and continued for a while, passing a wall covered with all sorts of dreamy, whimsical, and magical images, before stopping at a large gate. The whimsical, dreamy, and adorable wall naturally attracted the attention of a group of people in the carriage. Not only children, but also 2 adults were drawn to the beautiful paintings they had never seen before. A princess wielding the power of ice and snow, a girl who could generate electricity, and a square cartoon figure like a sponge making a peace sign and releasing a fireball. All right kids, we've arrived, Fang Cheng said. The children were taken aback when they heard this, but their faces lit up with excitement. The group got off the car and looked at the kindergarten and the tall, magnificent castle of different colors in the distance. The children's hearts were filled with excitement, joy, and restraint. Yuri, who was observing from behind, was a little surprised, happy and a little doubtful. She didn't expect that what Mr. Fang Cheng said was true. Looking at the environment, it was clear that a lot of thought had been put into it. The girl pursed her lips and secretly glanced at the young man with her beautiful eyes. Tate's mother was also somewhat surprised, puzzled, and confused. She seemed not to understand why a nobleman who appeared to be of extraordinary status and should be a magician would bother with such a thankless task, and not be afraid that the children would make a mess of the castle. Alright, let's go in. Let's start our tour from here, Fang Cheng said, leading Saya. He walked ahead and touched the crystal ball next to him, causing the kindergarten gate to open automatically. The iron gate slowly opened, and Fang Cheng led a group of surprised children into the kindergarten. Let's look at the outside of the castle first. This is our sand and water area, where we can play in the sand and water and build sand castles. This is the river in our kindergarten. You can swim, catch fish, and row boats in it. This is the planting area where children can grow all kinds of fruits and vegetables, and they can take the grown fruits and vegetables home with them. These are various large toys that children can play with in the playground. The group arrived at the playground and stepped onto the soft, comfortable grass, feeling a sense of relaxation. Fang Cheng, seeing their astonished expressions, continued explaining. This is the wind swing, white cloud climbing frame, magic adventure slide. Fang Cheng led the group on a tour of the kindergarten's exterior, walking around the castle and giving a brief introduction to the various areas and toys inside, which filled the children with excitement. The children stared at the older boy as he introduced them to all sorts of fun things they had never played before. If it weren't for the fact that they had to listen to what the older boy was saying, and the self-consciousness and timidity inherent in children from mostly working-class neighborhoods, they would have already run off to play, unable to resist their childlike instincts. These children are now trying hard to restrain themselves. They hope that their obedient behavior will be seen by the older brothers, and then they wait for the older brothers to allow them to play. Yuri and Tate's mother, who were visiting later, were also shocked by Fang Cheng's generosity. They were amazed that someone was willing to let children from the slums play here with these obviously expensive and extravagant toys, and there were even places specifically for children to play in the sand and water, etc. To put it bluntly, this stems from their impression of the nobility and their own inferiority complex. It seems there is an insurmountable gap between wealthy nobles and commoners. It is only natural that nobles look down on commoners. Although the people in the commoners' district were unwilling, they seemed to have gotten used to it. They naturally assumed that Fang Cheng must be some great nobleman to have such a large place to build a castle opposite the Magic Academy. After all, the area around the Magic Academy was where nobles, the rich and powerful lived, and the streets in front of the academy were commonly known as the Noble Street. Next, Fang Cheng prepared to lead the group on a tour of the castle. Once inside the castle, the children forgot about the toys outside and became even more excited. Only the activity rooms on the first floor of the castle were furnished, the upper floors were still empty. Fang Cheng led the group to look around the classroom. Let the children know where their classrooms are. The children walked even more lightly when they saw the spotless, pristine castle and the brand new desks and chairs in the classroom. Next, we arrived at the children's dormitory, the room where the children take their afternoon nap. There are neatly made beds and blankets, and the walls are decorated with relaxing and soothing pictures full of childlike fun, perfect for falling asleep. The children's dining area, with vibrant wall colors, uniquely shaped wooden tables, and chairs with backrests. A clean and spacious restroom. Everything Yuri saw made her realize that Fang Cheng was extremely well prepared. Tate's mother was already dumbfounded. She was quite certain that the children could at least have fun and live well here. She even wished she could turn into a 5 or 6-year-old child right now and ask the young man in front of her, "Can I come here to study too?" Of course, she knew that was impossible and unrealistic, but right now she couldn't wait to get home and share everything she had just seen with the other children's parents. This is the kitchen, the last part of our castle we didn't get to visit. It can make all kinds of food. Our kindergarten provides lunch for the children, and there are also snacks available. You don't have to worry about your child going hungry at kindergarten. In addition, the menu is different every day, and it's all beneficial for the children's growth and development, Fang Cheng explained with a smile to the astonished crowd. Yuri looked at a large, transparent cabinet filled with various ingredients that she considered expensive. She blinked and said to Fang Cheng, "Mr. Fang Cheng, isn't this too extravagant?" "Good, as expected of my employees. They've already started to think about me, the principal." Fang Cheng smiled gently at Yuri. "Don't worry, it's within my tolerance. I'll have to trouble Miss Yuri with this in the future." Yuri casually looked away and nodded lightly. "Yes, thank you for your trust, Mr. Fang Cheng." However, upon closer inspection, the girl's neck was already flushed. "Tate's mother, why don't you stay here for lunch today? You can go back with the children this afternoon. Let's let the children get used to the environment and play all day on the first day." "Thank you, sir." Tate's mother thought for a moment, nodded, and said with slight nervousness. Fang Cheng waved his hand dismissively and said, "No need to call me sir. I'm not some nobleman. Just call me Teacher Fang Cheng." "Thank you very much, Professor Fang Cheng," Tate's mother replied. "Alright, kids, you've all been waiting impatiently. Now you can go play on the playground for a while," Fang Cheng said with a smile, looking down at the children's expectant faces. "Oh yeah, Upon hearing Fang Cheng's instructions, the children immediately erupted in excited shouts. "Big brother, can we play on that magic adventure slide?" Leo asked. "Can. Oh, I'm going to play." Upon hearing Fang Cheng's affirmative voice, Leo excitedly took off running out to the playground. Seeing Leo run out, Xiaoyan quickly asked, "Big brother, can we play on that wind swing?" "Can. Alright, everyone can play on the playground outside. Go play by yourselves, but be careful. Tate's mom, Ms. Yuri, and I have some things to do," Fang Cheng said to the children. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, the children were excited and ran towards the playground in a flurry of activity. "Saya, aren't you going to play with them?" Fang Cheng asked, looking at the quiet little girl beside him. "Saya, I don't want to play right now," the little one said softly, glancing at Tate's mother and Yuri out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that Zayasha seemed genuinely unwilling, Fang Cheng patted Zayasha's head and continued, "Then Zayasha, could you go see if Miss is awake yet? You can come to the kitchen to find your brother later." "Okay, Saya will go now." The little one perked up at Fang Cheng's words. With Tate's mother and Yuri present, her voice was surprisingly energetic, and she skipped and hopped towards the small house behind without looking back. Fang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. "Mr. Fang Cheng, is there anything else we need to do? Are you sure it's all right? There's no one to look after those children." "Yes, it will be quick. I'll need to trouble Mama Tate to help those children with their registration procedures and sign a few papers. Miss Yuri, you'll also need to sign the employment contract I'm offering you," Fang Cheng said. Fang Cheng led them to the office and took out the registration book prepared by the system. Fang Cheng had already written the names of 4 children on it. All that was needed was for the person in charge to sign it. It was just a formality, and the system would automatically recognize it. "Is this all right, Mr. Fang Cheng?" Tate's mother asked after signing the papers and pressing her fingerprint. "Okay, then keep this receipt safe. Give one to each of the children's parents when you get back." Fang Cheng tore 4 sheets of paper from the back of the registration book and gave them to Tate's mother. Tate's mother took it and carefully put it away. "Teacher Fang Cheng, I'm a little worried about the children, so I'll go and keep an eye on them first," Tate's mother said. She was worried that the children would make a mess of the playground and break the toys, leaving a bad impression on Fang Cheng. Moreover, she felt a little nervous and uncomfortable facing the esteemed magician in her eyes. Fang Cheng smiled and nodded. After Tate's mother left, Fang Cheng took out an old-looking piece of parchment with mysterious magic arrays engraved on it, and the page was full of writing. "Alright, Ms. Yuri, let's sign the employment contract now." "Is this a magic contract? I've seen one in a book before, but this is the first time I've seen a pattern like this," Yuri said, looking at the contract. "Magic contracts are so expensive, there's no need to waste one. I'll do my best to help without expecting anything in return," Yuri said with a hint of helplessness. "The contract is already written, so it can't be wasted. Besides, it guarantees our rights and our professional obligations to each other. Isn't taking concrete actions far more reassuring than making verbal promises?" Fang Cheng said with a smile. As he spoke, Fang Cheng bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the magic contract. The contract suddenly floated in the air between the two of them, with one half of the pattern emitting light and the other half dimming. "Ouch! It really hurts the first time I bit my finger," Fang Cheng thought to himself. Yuri hesitated as she looked at the magical contract in the air in front of her. She couldn't quite make out the contents of the magic contract from the light emanating from it, and she hesitated. However, she knew from a book that if this contract wasn't signed promptly after activation, it would lose its magic over time and become invalid. Looking at the young man's sincere smile, Yuri recalled everything she had seen about him: the warm light healing magic, the delicious food, the happy little Saya, and all the facilities the kindergarten provided for the children. As if relieved of something, Yuri pursed her lips, bit her finger, and dripped blood onto the contract in front of her, thinking, "I hope Mr. Fang Cheng isn't that kind of person." Seeing the girl's unpredictable expression, Fang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. He had a rough idea of what she was thinking, but he was just being deliberately amused. As the girl's blood dripped down, the floating magical contract in the air suddenly shone brightly, and a huge magical array enveloped the two of them. Fang Cheng was startled, never expecting such a small magic contract to have such a powerful effect. Immediately, a huge light array appeared, revealing the phantom of a giant scale, one end facing Fang Cheng and the other facing Yuli. Then the light disappeared, and the contract shattered and dissipated into the air. As the contract was completed, Yuri automatically learned the information about the magical contract in her mind, and the contents of the contract that appeared in her mind made Yuri blush slightly. Simply put, this contract is essentially an equal contract. In layman's terms, Fang Cheng is responsible for raising Yali, protecting her safety within the kindergarten premises, paying attention to her mental health, and providing timely guidance. He will receive a monthly reward of 1 gold coin plus a bonus. The reward will gradually increase as the kindergarten develops. Yuri's duties are to work as a teacher at the kindergarten, and she cannot reveal anything about the kindergarten unless permitted. She can refuse to do so by completing the educational tasks assigned by the principal and handling some matters related to kindergarten education within a reasonable scope. In addition, Fang Cheng shall not dismiss Yuli for any reason. When Yuli reaches the appropriate retirement age, Fang Cheng shall be obligated to pay her a monthly pension. So although it's an equal contract, in reality, according to her previous life, it's equivalent to Yuri getting a permanent job. The only thing to be careful about is the effect of the equal contract. Fang Cheng cannot do anything to harm or indirectly harm Yuli, and Yuli cannot do anything to harm or indirectly harm Fang Cheng, nor can she reveal to outsiders any information about the kindergarten that the principal is unwilling to disclose. If one party breaches the contract, the equal contract will take effect and impose a penalty. The penalty is that the memory of the contracting party and all people and events that occurred in the kindergarten from the time the contract was signed will be erased. Teacher Yuli, I hope we can get along well in the future. Please give me your guidance, Fang Cheng said with a smile, extending his hand. Mr. Fang Cheng, isn't there a problem with this treatment? Yuri shook hands and hesitated before speaking. I've thought about this for a long time. Only with better compensation will employees be more conscientious and responsible at work. From now on, all my employees will be paid this much, Fang Cheng said. This wasn't just good pay, it was practically free money. The starting salary was 1 gold coin per month. Yuli felt something was off about this dreamlike situation and was about to say something when she heard Fang Cheng say that all future employees would receive the same salary. Yuli shut her mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Cheng, who was constantly watching Yuri's expression, saw that Yuri breathed a sigh of relief and stopped talking, and he secretly smiled with satisfaction. Miss Yuri, you can familiarize yourself with the environment here. Please let me know if you need anything. I'll go prepare today's lunch. Can I help? Yuri asked quickly. It's your first day here, so there's no need for that yet. Miss Yuri, why don't you relax and have a good day like the children? You're still a bit weak, so you can try out the toys outside. They're fun and beneficial for adults too, Fang Cheng said with concern. Thank you, Mr. Fang Cheng. I'll go check if the children are causing any trouble. Yuri seemed a little overwhelmed by Fang Cheng's concern, her cheeks slightly flushed as she quickly left. Fang Cheng was in a great mood. Just now, the system notified him that the task was completed. Including the 4 who had signed up, Fang Cheng added the names of Saya and Emotong. The system determined that Fang Cheng was the temporary guardian of Saya and Emotong, so it was a certainty that they would be studying at this kindergarten. There was no difficulty in making things difficult for him, so now there are a total of 6 students in the kindergarten. Main Quest Phase 2, please complete the enrollment and admission process within 7 days. Task requirements, recruit at least 5 students, aged 3 to 6 years old. Completed. The mission reward is a magical growth guide for children aged 3 to 6, and the special skill Adorable Head Pat. The system detected that the host has recruited 1 more student than the minimum requirement. An additional reward of 10 magic points, 10 exchange points, and 10 gold coins has been issued. The extra rewards were small but still decent. 10 gold coins could pay Yuri's salary for several months. Fang Cheng didn't have many gold coins left, and he had almost run out of exchange points. Apart from the system, he hadn't found any other source of income. Fang Cheng looked at the system's information about himself. Name, Fang Cheng. Age, 21. Gender, male. Special skills, basic detection, animal meditation, adorable head pat. Magical skills, small fireball, light healing. Basic skills, proficient in children's cooking, proficient in art, children's hairstyling, piano playing and singing, beginner, basic dance, beginner, storytelling, intermediate, environmental design, sweeping. Constitution, animistic body, affection plus 10, magic power 847/847, elemental affinity 100/100, perfect, exchange points 18, gold coins 73, adorable head pat? This skill looks pretty good. Fang Cheng stroked his chin and looked at the skill description. Special skill, adorable head pat, skill description, a skill that heals the mood. It can be used once a day. To use it, silently recite the skill and touch the head of the person being used. Skill effect, when used, it can instantly melt away the mood of the target who is in a state of sadness, anxiety, worry, or grief, and temporarily increase their favorability towards the host by 10 for 10 minutes. Special effect, it does not consume uses when used on young children, but it can only be effective once a day, or it can be used once more after consuming a daily use. Great! This skill can only be used once a day, but there are no restrictions on the target, and using it on children doesn't consume any uses. This skill is really cute. I'll try it out with Saya Kurohim later, Fang Cheng thought to himself, feeling quite pleased with himself. With the mission accomplished, Fang Cheng felt a sense of relief. Since no new missions were assigned, he happily began preparing lunch. He wasn't worried about Saya going to find Emotong. Sometimes letting children interact on their own was beneficial for their growth. On the other side, in a bedroom in a small building behind the castle, a little girl with black hair, wearing a white cloud-patterned dress, slowly opened her eyes and woke up on the bed. Because the curtains were mostly drawn, the room was slightly dimly lit. The little girl sat up in bed, paused for a few seconds, looked down at the blanket she was clutching tightly, and blinked, seemingly recalling what had happened yesterday. Looking to the side, the two figures, one big and one small, who had slept in the bed the night before were gone. The young man was nowhere to be seen either. A hint of sadness crept into the little girl's dark eyes. She looked around again and noticed some food on the table beside the bed. She couldn't help but lick her lips, remembering how even though her stomach was full yesterday, her mind still craved more delicious food. Yesterday was the best meal she had ever eaten in her entire life, and the milk the young man gave her that night was the sweetest drink she had ever had. The rumbling of her stomach brought the little girl back to her senses, and she instinctively prepared to get up from the bed, clutching her stomach. The little girl who stood up was stunned. Her stomachache had actually stopped. The little girl lifted her skirt in confusion to look at her body. She saw that the bruises, wounds, and scars that had been visible on her thin body yesterday had all disappeared, replaced by smooth, fair skin. Her feet no longer hurt, and she felt stronger than before. A hint of joy flashed in the little girl's beautiful obsidian eyes. Just then, the little girl's ears twitched. She heard a hopping footstep. She quickly got out of bed and habitually crouched down in a corner of the room, looking warily at the door. Then, looking at the slightly unfamiliar but reassuring environment, she suddenly remembered that this was no longer the same place. She stood up again. The door was gently pushed open. "Miss, are you awake?" "Ha! Why are you standing here, miss?" Zayasha walked into the room and saw that there was no little girl on the bed. She looked around and then found the young lady in the corner. She walked over with a look of surprise. Emotong relaxed slightly when she saw that it was Xiao She who had entered. However, as she watched the silver-haired little girl approach her with a look of delight in her eyes, a feeling of unease and resistance welled up inside Emotong. She had always been alone, no one wanted to play with her. I felt a mix of anticipation and a desire to get closer. She recalled the way the pretty little girl, who seemed younger than her, had treated her yesterday, getting her clothes and handing her shoes, and felt a special sensation in her heart. "Miss." Zayasha walked up to Motong and looked at her with some concern. Emotong looked at the beautiful little girl in front of him who was looking at him with concern, opened his mouth, but no sound came out. "Miss, don't you want to talk? Then don't. We can talk when you want to." Zayasha blinked and said. The little girl remembered that her older brother had said the same thing yesterday. Her older brother had said the same thing to her before, so she put it into practice. Emotong nodded, her expression somewhat indifferent. Her lips twitched slightly. She really wanted to smile at the kind little girl in front of her, but having endured so much hardship and never smiled before, it seemed difficult for her. Seeing the little girl nod in response, Saya was very happy. Gurgle at this moment, a little girl's stomach made a hungry sound. Emotong blinked, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his dark eyes. "Little sister, are you hungry? Big brother has saved breakfast for you. Go and eat, and then we can have lunch made by Big Brother again." As he spoke, the little guy took Emotong's hand and led her to the table in the room where the food was laid out. He then moved a small stool for Emotong to sit on. "Miss, isn't what my brother made delicious?" Xiao Motong, who was eating delicious food, was now eating heartily without caring about her image. After a couple of bites, she felt even hungrier, as if she especially needed the energy from the food. Hearing Saya's voice, she responded and nodded. She had never been wary of Saya beside her, but she didn't know how to get along with her. She had no experience playing with children her own age. In the past, when she met other children her age, they would look down on her, laugh at her, and chase after her and scold her. "Miss, eat slowly. My brother said that eating too fast can make you choke, and it's really uncomfortable. I choked on a crispy cookie before." Hearing Saya's words, Emotong nodded as she ate. She had eaten the crispy sweet biscuits the little girl mentioned before. Often skipping meals, she sometimes couldn't resist stuffing large mouthfuls of food when she was hungry for a long time, so she naturally understood the feeling of choking on food. She slowed down her eating speed a little, but still ate quickly. Halfway through, Emotong seemed to remember something, and looking at Saya who was watching her happily, she handed the half-eaten bread to Saya. "Miss, I've already eaten this morning, I'm not hungry now, you can have this." Hearing Saya's words, Emotong blinked, hesitated for a moment while looking at the tempting food, then opened her mouth and continued eating. In no time, she had finished the breakfast that Fang Cheng had prepared for her. After finishing her food, Emotong's eyes showed a satisfied expression. Looking at Saya sitting next to her, who had been watching her with curiosity and happiness, Emotong felt a little embarrassed. "Miss, can you tell me your name?" "My name is Saya." Little Saya's clear and innocent voice lingered in my ears. Name, Saya, my name. Emotong paused for a moment when she heard Saya's question. Looking at the expectant Saya, a surge of energy welled up inside her. She couldn't wait to tell her new, beautiful name, the one her older brother had given her yesterday. Mo-tong. The little girl took a breath and uttered those two words with some effort and awkwardness, her voice hoarse but powerful. Mo-tong? Wow, your name is so pretty. Can I call you Sister Mo-tong from now on? Xiao Shei's eyes lit up. Hearing Saya's words, Mo-tong nodded vigorously. Sister Mo-tong, let's go find brother. Xiao Shei took Hei Tong's hand. Mo-tong nodded, thought for a moment, and pointed to the plate on the bedside table. Pack. Mo-tong said awkwardly, his voice hoarse and soft. Sister Mo-tong, let's go together. Saya was overjoyed to hear Mo-tong speak again. Mo-tong paused, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. Then, the two little ones carried their plates down to the kitchen. After dinner last night, I carefully observed the black pupils that Fang Cheng had cleaned up. This time, I refused to let Seo wash them. I took off my shoes, stepped onto the stool that Seo brought, and carefully washed the plates in the sink. Sister Mo-tong, you're amazing. Seo exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the clean and shiny plates. Let's go find our elder brother. Mo-tong nodded, uttering a soft syllable. Saya grabbed Mo-tong's hand and ran towards the castle. Stepping out of the house, the sunlight outside was a bit dazzling, and Mo-tong couldn't help but squint as he looked at the little girl next to him, who had long, smooth silver hair, bright and beautiful azure eyes, and adorable, delicate cat ears. She was pulling at him with an expression of undisguised joy. Mo-tong recalled the conversation between the young man and Saya yesterday. Big brother, do I have another older sister now? She has the same black hair and black eyes as you, and Saya likes her very much. Saya is very observant. From now on, you two will be best friends and can play together every day. Mo-tong listened to, observed, and remembered every word they said. Although she remembered them, she was somewhat incredulous. At such a young age, she had been deceived and hurt too many times, and she had learned some survival rules of reading between the lines. Therefore, she was very wary and indifferent to anyone she did not trust. But now she feels that the older brother who saved her from the fire yesterday, who gave her immense warmth and reassurance, and who has the same black hair and black eyes as her, is someone she can trust. Even if her older brother wanted to hit or scold her in the future, she was willing to accept it. The older brother said that from now on, the two of them would be best friends and could play together every day. Mo-tong couldn't help but glance at Saya, who made her want to get closer, and then she took the hand that the little girl next to her was holding. Feeling that Sister Mo-tong was also holding her hand, Seo became even more excited and quickened her pace as she pulled Mo-tong along. However, once they reached the back gate of the castle, the little guy slowed down, pulling Mo-tong along, and peeked into the kitchen with Mo-tong. Finding that only his familiar older brother was busy in the kitchen, the little guy felt relieved. Big brother, Sister Mo-tong is awake. I came with Sister Mo-tong. Upon hearing the sound, Fang Cheng turned around and saw the adorable Saya with dark eyes bouncing towards him. In the blink of an eye, Saya was hugging her own leg. Sister Mo-tong? It seems that Saya managed to find out your name. Little Saya is so clever. Fang Cheng put down what he was holding, shook the water droplets off his hands, and picked up Saya, who was clinging to him. Fang Cheng affectionately rubbed his face against the little guy's cheek. The little guy let out a giggle. Smack! She gave Fang Cheng a kiss on the cheek. Do you like Sister Mo-tong? Like. Fang Cheng put down Shaya. Looking at the quiet Mo-tong beside him, Fang Cheng squatted down and opened his arms. Little Mo-tong, come here, let your brother give you a hug. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Mo-tong's heart was filled with envy and joy. She quickly walked up to Fang Cheng, opened her small arms and hugged the young man, her expression seemingly cold but also a little awkward. Fang Cheng put his left arm around Shaya and his right arm around Mo-tong, wrapping the two little ones tightly in a circle with both arms. Holding the two little ones in his arms, Fang Cheng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Looking at their adorable little heads, something came to mind. Hey, cute head pat. Fang Cheng covered Saya and Kurohim's heads with his two hands respectively. Saya, I love Big Brother the most. Saya closed her eyes, feeling her brother's pat on the head, and rubbed her little head against Fang Cheng's hand. Mo-tong closed her eyes, she felt her older brother's hands were especially warm. Fang Cheng turned to look at the two little ones, their faces showing expressions of enjoyment. This special skill, cute head pat, was indeed powerful. A head pat was already enough to make a child feel warm and soothe their emotions, and with the cute head pat skill, the effect was simply doubled. Very strong. Little Seo's delicate and adorable fluffy cat ears twitched. So Fang Cheng couldn't resist rubbing it with his hand. Unbeknownst to Fang Cheng, little Black Eyes, dressed in a cloud-patterned dress, was happily wagging its short, fluffy tail. After holding the two little ones for a while, Fang Cheng said, "Okay, it's time for Big Brother to cook." "Yes, brother, Saya can help wash the vegetables," Saya said cheerfully upon hearing Fang Cheng's words. Upon hearing Saya's words, Mo Tong looked at Fang Cheng expectantly, opened her mouth, and slowly and awkwardly said, "I can." Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised to hear Mo Tong's hoarse and deep voice. Perhaps it was the temporary effect of the cute head pat. Fang Cheng smiled and stroked Mo Tong's head. "Yes, I know you're all great." Seeing the expectant expressions on the two little ones' faces, Fang Cheng didn't want to spoil their fun, so he said, "Then you two help your brother wash the fruit, and I'll make you fruit ice cream later." Big brother." Little Sao replied happily. Although she didn't know what fruit ice cream was, she was sure that what her big brother made would be delicious. Xiao Motong nodded. Fang Cheng stood up and noticed that Motong's long, shoulder-length hair was messy and disheveled. He smoothed her hair with his hand, and suddenly a hair tie appeared in his hand. Fang Cheng quickly tied Motong's hair into a ponytail and tidied it up. "Okay, that looks much neater and prettier now." "Big brother, Saya didn't tie her hair up today either," the little guy pouted. "Okay, Saya, I'll braid your hair just like Sister Motong's right now," Fang Cheng said with a laugh. Actually, Saya's hair didn't need to be tied up. It was just shoulder length and hung down neatly, which Fang Cheng thought looked very nice. However, the little guy saw that Sister Motong had one braid, so he couldn't show favoritism. If it weren't for the fact that it was almost mealtime, Fang Cheng could have braided them into many more fancy and cute little braids. "Okay." Fang Cheng quickly tied a small bun at the back of the little guy's hair. He was indeed cute, and any hairstyle looked cute on him. Saya touched the little tuft of hair with her small hand and smiled contentedly. Then Fang Cheng took some fruit out of the freezer, put it in a large basin, and let the two little ones wash it there. Although the fruit looked clean and not dirty at all, the two little ones still worked together to wash it very carefully. While busy with his work, Fang Cheng explained to them, "Don't be fooled by how clean the fruit looks. There might be unseen bacteria and dirt on it that we can't see, so we need to wash it." Then Fang Cheng told them a simple story. There was a snake fruit tree that grew some red fruit in autumn. A little flying insect, having just relieved itself, landed on a snake fruit to rest and laid an egg on it. Because the insect was so small, only it could see the egg clearly. As a result, a little boy, being greedy, picked a snake fruit and ate it without washing it. The insect's egg grew into a worm inside the boy's stomach, and the boy had a stomach ache for a long time. He had to see a doctor and rest in bed for a long time before he could go out to play. Although it was just a short and not particularly interesting story, the two little ones listened intently and were completely absorbed, washing the fruit with even more effort. In fact, just now, Fang Cheng spent 2 gold coins from the system store to buy an automatic dishwasher and an automatic food purification machine from Xiao Ling for his own convenience. However, children still need to be kept busy sometimes. They need to feel involved. Children are especially willing to participate and gradually improve through continuous attempts. After some time, a delicious lunch was finally prepared. The two little ones washed several kinds of fruit, which Fang Cheng then chopped up with a knife, added milk, and made fruit ice cream. He put it in the freezer and froze it until the afternoon. The two little ones followed Fang Cheng around with expectant looks on their faces. Fang Cheng bought some children's plates, bowls, and spoons from the system store. Since there were 6 children and 3 adults today, Fang Cheng divided them into 11 portions. Then Fang Cheng and the two little ones carried the food to the table in the castle's dining room. "I never imagined that I, the dignified principal, would be reduced to serving you food and drinks. Considering that I completed my task today, I'll let you enjoy yourself on the first day," Fang Cheng muttered to himself. In the castle's dining room, you could still faintly hear some sounds of people from the playground, but Leo the brat was the loudest. Fang Cheng took Shaya and Mo Tong by the hand and walked outside. Sure enough, they saw Leo, who had just come down from the slide after sliding down once, and then couldn't wait to go back up and play again and again. He was yelling loudly as he slid down, and Tate's mother seemed to be talking to him. Tate was quietly climbing around the cloud climbing frame, and he climbed quite high. In the past, Fang Cheng would have been very worried about them falling or getting hurt while playing with toys. However, in this magical kindergarten, virtually all unsafe factors do not exist. Even if a child accidentally falls from a height, the safety system in the kindergarten's infirmary will automatically identify and protect the child, which is why Fang Cheng feels at ease letting them go out to play on their own. However, it is not completely safe. Children are allowed to get injured. For example, if a child falls from a height of 1 meter, the safety system will not intervene because even if the child is injured, it will be a minor injury. However, if a child accidentally falls from the top floor while playing, the safety system will determine that the child is in danger and will use the energy pool inside the castle to release a wind blessing magic to protect the child. In other words, injuries may occur at kindergarten, but there is absolutely no danger to life. On the other side, Yuri was swinging on the wind swing with 2 little girls, Join and Joni. "Children, dinner's ready." Fang Cheng called out to them from the castle gate. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's voice, the children playing outside immediately stopped what they were doing and ran towards him. Big brother, I'm the fastest, right? Leo, the fastest runner, arrived in front of Fang Cheng, his head covered in sweat and slightly out of breath. However, when he saw Saya on Fang Cheng's left and right, and the unfamiliar, expressionless black-haired little girl, Leo became a little quieter and looked back at Tate and the others who were catching up behind him. When Tate, Joni, and Join arrived, they greeted Fang Cheng. They also saw Saya and the unfamiliar Mo Tong beside Fang Cheng and were somewhat hesitant to speak. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fang Cheng. This must be your sister. She's so beautiful. Yuri's face was slightly flushed, perhaps from the sun. She said this to the indifferent-looking Yuri with black eyes next to Fang Cheng. Indeed, here, anyone who sees Fang Cheng and Mo Tong standing together would assume they are sisters, as their black hair and black eyes are quite rare here. Yes, she's my sister, her name is Mo Tong. Fang Cheng ruffled the hair of the aloof Mo Tong beside him, tucking up a tuft of hair, and replied with a smile. Suddenly, he noticed that Tate's mother's expression towards Mo Tong was somewhat strange. Tate's mom, did you know Mo Tong before? Fang Cheng asked. Teacher Fang Cheng, I think I saw her in the West District of the Commoners for a while before. I even gave her a crispy cookie. She was a pitiful child, but I didn't know much about her. I didn't expect her to be your sister, Teacher Fang Cheng. Now the child has finally found you. Tate's mother said, her tone filled with joy for Mo Tong. Fang Cheng nodded, made a mental note of it, and didn't ask any more questions. Yuri listened attentively to Tate's mother's words, her dark eyes, with their slightly dry hair and thin face, looking thoughtful. Alright, let's go eat. Fang Cheng said with a smile. I'm sure my cooking won't disappoint you. Go wash your hands first. Yuri reminded the children. Okay, Ms. Yuri. Then Yuri took the children who had been playing outside to the restroom to familiarize them with the environment and help them wash their hands. Arriving at the clean and tidy restaurant, I saw the plates neatly arranged on the table, and the delicious food on the plates was emitting a mouth-watering aroma. Wow! Leo exclaimed in surprise, while the other children on the table swallowed hard, looking at the delicious-smelling food. Alright, kids, find a seat anywhere. Let's eat. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, the children quickly found seats. Then, looking at the meal in front of him, he couldn't wait to start eating. Today, Fang Cheng prepared a meal consisting of white rice, braised chicken legs, cabbage and pork rolls, fresh shrimp and tofu, and winter melon and pork rib soup, 3 dishes in one soup. All the ingredients were ordinary ones purchased from the system, so they weren't expensive. However, Fang Cheng mixed some magic crystal rice into the ordinary rice. Miss Yuri, Mama Tate, please make yourselves at home. If you need more food, you can ask for more at the snack area, Fang Cheng said, pointing to a dining table next to him. Yuri nodded, without saying anything more polite. Looking at the food on the table, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Tate's mother was already numb, but she felt particularly grateful and cautious towards the young man's refined and amiable attitude. She awkwardly thanked him. Soon, only the sounds of children eating filled the restaurant. The children were quite quiet, not talking or chatting. But it was always that little brat Leo who made the loudest noise while eating, his spoon clattering against his plate like they were fighting. Children have different personalities, so they probably eat differently too. Leo, that kid, eats very fast, almost wolfing it down, like he's in a competition. Tate, the shy boy, ate quickly, but he put each bite gently into his mouth, one after another, at a fast pace, without making any exaggerated movements. Tate's mother also ate quietly, watching her son beside her as he ate his delicious food with a satisfied expression, feeling a sense of relief, gratitude, and relief. The two sisters, Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni, scooped a large mouthful into their mouths, chewed slowly, and savored it carefully. Although Fang Cheng told them to sit wherever they wanted in the restaurant, the tables were small square tables, and only 4 people could sit at each table. So now Fang Cheng, Xiao She, and Hei Tong are sitting at the same table. Yuri and Xiao Yin Kiao sat at the same table. Leo, Tate, and Tate's mother sat at a table. They enjoyed the delicious food, their faces showing satisfaction. Perhaps because there were outsiders present, Zayasha ate very quietly today. She didn't say a word, just quietly scooped up her food spoonful by spoonful, chewing and munching away. It was quite adorable. Although she usually eats quietly with Fang Cheng, they still exchange a few words. Compared to yesterday, Mo Tong ate very slowly, taking a few big bites before starting to chew slowly. Fang Cheng guessed that Mo Tong had probably just eaten the breakfast he had left for her that morning, and gently asked, Mo Tong, are you full? Mo Tong looked at Fang Cheng, hesitated, and then nodded. Then I'll just have a little more soup and then I won't eat anymore. I'll give it to my brother later. Mo Tong nodded, obediently drank a few sips of winter melon and pork rib soup, and then stopped what she was doing. Fang Cheng was also a bit hungry, so he quickly finished his meal and then ate the rest of Mo Tong's food as well. Xiao Emotong sat upright in the chair, staring at Fang Cheng, and occasionally glancing at Xia, who was eating obediently. Xiaohe saw that Emotong was looking at her, and shyly winked at him. Emotong also winked at Xia, but his face remained expressionless. Watching the two little ones' little antics, Fang Cheng, who was already full but still had a little left in his bowl, ate a couple more mouthfuls of rice to finish his plate. Leo was the first to finish eating. After finishing, he seemed a little restless, but he knew he should be quiet. He just sat in his chair and moved around, observing others eating and glancing at the snack area from time to time. Those who have finished eating, please sit down and rest for a while. If you want more rice, you can ask teacher Yuli or Tate's mother for help, Fang Cheng said. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Leo sat up straight and said to Tate's mother next to him, Auntie, I want to eat more. Yuri, who was at the next table, said after hearing this, Leo, although the food is delicious today, touch your stomach and see if you can really eat any more. If you eat any more, your stomach will hurt. You can't eat any more. Oh, I understand, Ms. Yuri. Leo rubbed his round belly, looking somewhat uncomfortable from overeating, and said dejectedly. Ms. Yuri stopped talking after hearing Leo's words, took a spoonful of the shrimp and tofu from the plate and put it in her mouth, a satisfied smile on her face. Indeed, Fang Cheng prepared enough food for each child today, 3 dishes, a soup, and rice. They could eat their fill, especially since none of the children were overweight and their stomachs were probably not very large. However, Fang Cheng still prepared a little extra. Fang Cheng silently gave Yuli a thumbs up for what she did. With Fang Cheng's reminder, the children sat quietly in their seats after finishing their meals, and no one asked for more rice or dishes. The children were very satisfied and happy, looking around curiously. After everyone had finished eating, Yuri and Tate's mother took the initiative to clear the dishes. Miss Yuri, Mama Tate, please put me down. You are guests today, there's no reason for you to wash the dishes, Fang Cheng said, stopping them. Teacher Fang Cheng, this won't do. We've already felt so bad about what you did today. We're very grateful that you treated us to such a delicious and lavish meal. Please leave the dishwashing to me, otherwise, I'll feel uneasy, said Tate's mother. Mr. Fang Cheng, leave it to me, Yuri said. There's nothing to be uneasy about. You are the child's parent, so naturally you should treat you well. Let Yuri come. Although Fang Cheng spoke in a gentle tone, the two could detect an unquestionable air about him. Unconsciously, Fang Cheng also omitted the way he addressed Yuri. Tate's mother glanced hesitantly at Yuri, but upon hearing Fang Cheng's undeniable tone, she reluctantly sat back down in her original seat. Yuri was taken aback when she heard this, but she didn't say anything and quietly started clearing away the dishes. I saw that Yuri had neatly tidied up the dishes and chopsticks. Fang Cheng said to the children, if you're full, you can sit here and rest for a while, or you can have Tate's mother take you for a walk around the castle. Although the children were young, they seemed to sense the sudden change in atmosphere caused by the task of clearing the dishes, and they nodded quietly and sat down to rest. Come on, Yuri, I'll tell you where to wash the dishes and take you there. You asked for this yourself, since you're my subordinate now anyway, Fang Cheng said. Yuri nodded, seemingly without any change in emotion, and said, yes, of course, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng glanced at Yuli's face, her expression remained unchanged, her smile unchanged, but her beautiful eyes seemed to hold a hint of grievance, and he couldn't help but smile secretly to himself. Fang Cheng picked up the half-full bowl from Yuri's hand and walked ahead. Saya and Emoton each followed on one side of Fang Cheng. Yuri carried the cleaned-up plates behind her. Looking at the harmonious figures of one adult and 2 children in front of her, the slight dissatisfaction in her heart disappeared a little. She recalled the warmth of the young man casting a light healing spell on her, which had caused her to overdraw her magic power. The delicious food, the contents of the magic contract signed today. She shook her head, knowing in her heart that Fang Cheng hadn't done anything wrong. She was indeed his subordinate now and should obey his orders. Moreover, the young man had prepared a sumptuous lunch to entertain them, and it was reasonable for her to offer to clean up and wash the dishes. However, after getting to know him, Yuli had come to regard the refined and easygoing Fang Cheng as a good friend. Yuri followed behind, her mind racing with thoughts. She decided to adjust her attitude and listen attentively to the instructions. Yuri. Yes, Mr. Fang Cheng. Although Yuri was thinking about something, her eyes and ears were constantly sensing the movements outside. Look at this is a dishwasher I specially customized, only our kindergarten has it. Fang Cheng said with a smile, opening a cabinet with a uniquely shaped dishwasher and magical patterns inside, and putting the plate in his hand inside. Put the plates in, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Yuri followed Fang Cheng's actions and put the plate in. Fang Cheng closed the cabinet and pressed a red button with a written description on it. The dishwasher started running immediately. Because it wasn't transparent, Yuri couldn't see what was inside. She looked curiously at the text under the buttons. Washing dishes, disinfecting. Less than 30 seconds later, the dishwasher beeped. Fang Cheng opened the cabinet door and pulled out a drawer. The plates that were previously covered in rice grains and oil stains were now clean, white, and brand new, neatly arranged. Yuri was stunned. This amazing big box washed the dishes so fast and cleanly. The two little ones watching quietly nearby also found it amazing. They were even wondering why their older brother had to wash the dishes by hand yesterday if this thing existed. This is a dishwasher. I don't know the exact working principle, but it might use water magic. Yuri, isn't it convenient and amazing? There will be even more amazing things in our kindergarten in the future. It's not suitable for outsiders to see them. Although it's okay if they see them, it might still cause some trouble. Yuri understood Fang Cheng's meaning and the contents of the magic contract signed today, and nodded. Looking at the girl's delicate, fair face, Fang Cheng was suddenly struck by her obedient manner as she nodded. Fang Cheng had always admired and respected the girl's personality, and had no complaints about her. Yuli, although I hired you, aren't we good friends now? Fang Cheng asked. Upon hearing this, Yuri was taken aback, and the slight grievance in her heart disappeared. A smile appeared on her beautiful and gentle face. Yes, of course. From now on, if I do anything wrong, please remind me promptly. I think it's my duty as a good friend, Fang Cheng said with a smile, then walked over and patted Yuli's head. Yuli and Fang Cheng were about the same height, so Fang Cheng's gesture of raising his hand was very obvious to Yuli. Yuli was a little confused, and then she felt a warm hand from the young man gently cover her head. Yuri was startled, her beautiful eyes widening. Adorable head pat. Fang Cheng silently chanted, releasing the skill. So warm, so comfortable, I feel like closing my eyes and rubbing my palm against the young man's hand. No, Yuri, you're not a little kid like Saya and the others. Yuri felt a little ashamed of her thoughts, resisted the urge to close her eyes, and opened her beautiful eyes wide. Hey, it didn't work? Fang Cheng looked at Yuri, who was staring at him, and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Fang Cheng then calmly explained to Yuli. Ahem, I recently learned a new healing spell. Doesn't our magic contract have a clause that says I, as the kindergarten principal, must pay attention to the mental health of my subordinates and provide timely guidance? Principal, I'm perfectly mentally healthy. After Yuri finished speaking, she quickly walked out of the kitchen. As she approached the door, the girl turned around, and Fang Cheng vaguely saw that her cheeks seemed to be half blushing with embarrassment, which was so beautiful and charming. Headmaster? Not bad, not bad. Fang Cheng saw Yuli's unusually shy expression and heard the slight hint of pride in her voice at the end, so he knew that Yuli was probably not angry. As the system's owner, he naturally believed in the effectiveness of the special skill cute head pat given by the system. Big brother, Saya wants to be patted on the head too, the little guy said coquettishly after Yuri left, hugging Fang Cheng's arm and rubbing his head against Fang Cheng. Mo Tong didn't speak, but looked up at Fang Cheng with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Okay, pat your head. Fang Cheng looked at the two little ones with affection. Fang Cheng covered the two little ones' heads with both hands, but instead of using his cute head patting technique, he gently rubbed their adorable little heads, accidentally messing up their hair, which made Xiao Shei's eyes crinkle into crescent moons as she giggled. Although Mo Tong's big eyes didn't curve into crescent moons, Xiao Shei could feel the happy expression in Mo Tong's beautiful dark eyes. As Yuri walked out of the kitchen, she saw that Fang Cheng hadn't come out, and she felt relieved. She slowed down, but after a couple of steps, her pace quickened again. She felt pretty good now, but also a little ashamed that she had actually hoped the young man would rub her head again. The slight resentment she had felt earlier had long since vanished, and the image of the young man gently raising his hand to cover her hair was quietly etched into her heart. After a while, Fang Cheng led the two little ones out and saw that the tables in the restaurant had been wiped clean, but there was no one there. Fang Cheng arrived outside the castle and saw Yuri leading the children for a walk under a row of shady trees. The children followed Yuri one after another, walking slowly. The two little sisters, Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni, were chatting as they took a walk, while the two little boys, Tate and Leo, were also talking to each other. Tate's mother was whispering something to Yuri in front of her, as if she were secretly imparting some experience, so that the children behind could not hear. Yuri noticed Fang Cheng coming out, and shyly turned her head away from looking at him. Fang Cheng stroked his chin, thinking that the effect of Ming Meng's head pat should have worn off by now, after about 10 minutes. Noticing Yuri's movements, Tate's mother looked back and saw Fang Cheng. She straightened up somewhat awkwardly and greeted Fang Cheng. Big brother. The children's eyes lit up with joy when they saw Fang Cheng, and they called out to him in varying voices. Fang Cheng smiled and nodded at the children. Was the food good today? Delicious. The children responded in unison. Are you feeling very full? Yes. The children answered in unison. What should we do now that we're so full? Fang Cheng asked. I know. A walk. Leo answered loudly and eagerly. You can eat less next time. Then a slightly timid voice said, it was Xiao Yin. After waiting for a couple of seconds, I saw that Joni and Tate were still shy and didn't say anything, but their eyes were fixed on Fang Cheng as if they could speak. I guess they also had their own answers in their hearts. You're all right, but I suggest that you stop eating when you feel your stomach is bloated and you can't eat anymore. You can stop when your stomach feels full. Fang Cheng smiled and spoke to the children, not expecting them to do it immediately next time. He understood the daily lives of these children from the working class area, but he still had to explain the principles to them. Big brother, I understand, Leo replied. The other children nodded. At this moment, the lizard horse beast, which was bored and lying under the shade of a tree not far away, saw Fang Cheng. Its dark eyes flashed, and it got up from the ground and walked towards Fang Cheng. It came up to Fang Cheng, raised its head as if aggrieved, and let out a chirp. Leo and the other children gathered around curiously and excitedly, but dared not get too close. After all, the lizard horse-like creature was not very popular with children. Its head looked rather fierce, and its body seemed huge to them. If they were not careful, they might bump into or step on it. Upon seeing the lizard horse, Fang Cheng remembered that he hadn't fed it anything at noon, and hadn't found it a proper place to rest since yesterday. You can go for a walk with teacher Yuri. Big brother will come to find you later. Fang Cheng left with these words and led the lizard horse away. Come on, children, let's go for a walk, Yuri said at the opportune moment after hearing Fang Cheng's words. Although the children were somewhat reluctant, they still went for a walk with teacher Yuri. They felt a little envious as they watched Saya and Moto walk away with their older brother. Once they were a little further away and there was no one else around, Seo started chatting with Emotong. Sister Emotong, do you know what the little lizard's name is? Emotong blinked, glanced at the lizard horse beast next to Fang Cheng, and nodded as if he understood something. Suddenly, Zayasha seemed to realize something and stopped talking. Instead of holding Fang Cheng's hand, she hugged his arm, as if she was a little shy. Fang Cheng wanted to laugh a little when he heard what Xiao Shay said. It was the first time he realized that his little Shay was actually a bit silly and cute. Emotong watched Xiao Shay's actions, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Then Fang Cheng led the lizard horse to a vegetable garden next to the castle. The garden was still empty, with only a fenced-off, cultivated plot of land on which nothing was planted. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng asked in the system, Little Ling, can you help me build a place for a lizard horse beast to live? Ding, master, it can be built, but it will cost 20 gold coins. I knew it. Next time, Fang Cheng replied in his mind. He had about 70 gold coins left, but seeing the children today reminded him of the many expenses he needed to cover. He decided to save where he could and consider ways to generate revenue for the kindergarten. Fang Cheng took some fruit from the system inventory and placed it next to the little lizard. Then, while giving instructions, he gestured and said, This is where you will rest from now on. When you need to poop, poop in here and cover it with soil, understand? Fang Cheng originally wanted to scold the lizard horse beast, after all, who would want to clean up Alage? But then he thought about the child next to him and decided against it. The last time the lizard horse beast pulled Alage, it had done a good job by letting Fang Cheng meet Emotong. The little lizard let out a cry, nodded, wagged its long tail, and happily munched on fruit, seemingly oblivious to whether it understood what was being said. Fang Cheng shook his head, ignored it, and left with Sheye and Emotong. Little lizard, be good, Saya said to the lizard horse beast. The little lizard, engrossed in happily munching on fruit, made a sound in response. Then Fang Cheng found the children taking turns swinging under the shade of a tree, led by Yuli. After waiting for them to play for a while, Fang Cheng said, All right, kids, it's nap time at our kindergarten. Go to your dorms and rest. Yali, you and the children line up. Okay, I understand, Yuri replied. Before Yuri could even speak, the children had already lined up and followed behind her. It seems Mr. Fang Cheng's words are more effective now. They weren't as enthusiastic when I called on them before, Yuri said with a smile. Of course, after all, their teachers have to listen to me, so they definitely have to be more proactive. Fang Cheng raised his head and said in a low voice, pretending to be smug, so that the children wouldn't hear him. Yuri tilted her head away, not responding to him. Upon arriving at the dormitory of the castle kindergarten, Fang Cheng asked Yuli to arrange the beds for them. After all, they couldn't be allowed to choose freely at this time, otherwise the children might huddle together and talk during nap time. Yuri nodded. Although in her previous school the children went home to rest at noon, she knew what to do now. The dormitory room is quite spacious, with only 10 children's beds and plenty of empty space. After Yuri arranged the children's seats, the children lay on their brand new children's beds, covered with thin, soft new blankets, and were quite excited. Fang Cheng looked at Saya and Emotong and said, Saya, Emotong, why don't you go and choose a bed too? Brother, I want to sleep with you, Saya said softly, sounding somewhat reluctant. Yes, I understand how Saya feels. Let's choose a bed for lunch today. We won't sleep here. My brother sometimes sleeps here at noon, and I will sleep here too. So, let's choose a bed together, okay? Fang Cheng squatted down and patted Saya as he spoke. Yes, I understand, brother, Saya said softly. Saya looked around, then led Mo Tong to the bed not far from Xiao Yin and said, "Brother, I choose this bed." Fang Cheng smiled and nodded. "Sister Mo Tong, would you like to sleep next to Seo?" Little Seo whispered. Mo Tong nodded. The children around, as well as Yuri and Tate's mother, were all watching the little guy. After making his choice, the little guy quickly pulled Mo Tong and ran back to Fang Cheng's side. Fang Cheng smiled somewhat apologetically at Yuri and Tate's mother and said, "Please make do with yourselves here for lunch today and look after these children. You can use the empty beds to rest, although they are a bit small." Yuri and Tate's mother nodded. "Leave it to me," Yuri said. "Well, thank you for your hard work, Yuri. I'll take Saya and the other two to rest now. If I'm not here when it's time to get up, Yuri, you can take care of the children yourself. I'll take you home after school this afternoon." "Okay." Yuri nodded obediently. Tate's mother relaxed after seeing Fang Cheng leave. After bringing Shaya and Mo Tong back to his room in the small building, Fang Cheng collapsed onto the bed, feeling quite sleepy. He had no choice but to go to bed very late the night before and get up early this morning to drive the carriage back and forth. Fang Cheng closed his eyes. Zayasha immediately climbed onto the bed, lay down next to Fang Cheng, hugged Fang Cheng's right arm, and obediently closed her eyes. A cool breeze enveloped Fang Cheng. Mo Tong hesitated for a moment. "Mo Tong? Come here to your brother quickly." Fang Cheng called out with his eyes closed, gently patting the side of his bed with his left hand. There was no response, but then Fang Cheng felt a light little body gently lying down beside him, as if afraid that the movement would disturb him. Fang Cheng put his left arm around Mo Tong, gently patted her hair, and without saying a word, he felt a wave of sleepiness wash over him and drifted off to a nap. Xiao Mo Tong lay down next to Fang Cheng and blinked. Feeling the young man's large hand on her head, she gently and imperceptibly moved her body closer to Fang Cheng, not daring to move too much or get too close, for fear of disturbing her seemingly sleepy older brother. Although she wasn't sleepy, Xiao Mo Tong still closed her eyes, the little girl seemingly lost in thought. As the intense midday sun gradually shifts away, the afternoon nap is always a leisurely and pleasant time. Fang Cheng opened his eyes groggily. "I think I can hear the little one whispering in my ear. Sister Mo Tong, are you awake? Sister Mo Tong, would you like to eat the ice cream that brother made? Sister Mo Tong, my brother loves to sleep in. He sleeps for a long time and several times a day." Fang Cheng thought to himself, "Tisk, sure enough, having friends makes all the difference. They actually dare to start talking bad about your older brother." Fang Cheng opened his eyes and moved his right hand, only to find that Xiao Shay, who had been lying to his right, was now lying next to Mo Tong. His left hand was still on Mo Tong's adorable little head, and Mo Tong seemed to have not moved at all while lying next to him. Fang Cheng turned his head and found that Xiao Shay was kneeling next to Mo Tong, her head close to Mo Tong's face, whispering something intimately. Xiao Mo Tong's beautiful, dark eyes were looking at Xiao Shay with a slight smile. Noticing Fang Cheng's actions, Xiao Shay tilted her head and saw that Fang Cheng was looking at her. She was pleasantly surprised and jumped into Fang Cheng's arms. "Brother, you're awake." Fang Cheng hugged the soft body. "Oh dear, what did I just hear? Who was talking badly about my brother behind my back to Sister Mo Tong?" "Hee, Saya didn't say anything bad. Big brother is the best." The little guy snuggled into Fang Cheng's arms and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Is that so? Let me ask Sister Mo Tong. Little Mo Tong, did Saya say anything bad about your brother just now?" Fang Cheng turned around and looked at Mo Tong, who was right in front of him, and ruffled her hair as he asked. Even now, Xiao Mo Tong lies on the bed, her long hair already disheveled, and her face still expressionless and indifferent. Her slender and delicate oval face really makes her look like a small, cold beauty, only a little too thin. However, those beautiful black eyes seemed to speak volumes. Fang Cheng saw dependence in Xiao Mo Tong's eyes. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Xiao Mo Tong shook her head. "Oh dear, maybe your brother misheard." Fang Cheng smiled and gently pinched Xiao Shay's soft little face, making the little girl giggle. Fang Cheng checked the system time and was surprised to find that it was already 3 p.m. He guessed that the children who were taking a nap had already gotten up. Fang Cheng led Shaya and Mo Tong downstairs to the castle's bedroom, only to find it empty and the blankets neatly folded as before. Hearing children talking coming from a classroom not far away, Fang Cheng walked over out of curiosity and saw through the window that Julie was writing something carefully on the blackboard with chalk. "Okay, can someone tell me how to pronounce this character?" After writing a word on the blackboard, Yuri turned to the children and asked them a question, just in time to see Fang Cheng outside the window. Fang Cheng smiled at Yuli and gave him a thumbs up. "What? I'm not a child." Yuri paused for a moment as she watched the young man's movements, then casually turned her head away and continued the lesson. Some children noticed Yuri's gaze and looked out the window, and then the other children also looked out the window. Big brother, Leo shouted. Perhaps Leo's voice was loud and disturbed the other children, or perhaps the children were surprised to see Fang Cheng after a break from their afternoon nap and looked out the window, excitedly shouting along. However, the combined voices of the other 3 children were not as loud as Leo's voice alone. Fang Cheng saw that Tate's mother was also sitting in a seat at the back. Yuri looked at the children's excited expressions and a hint of helplessness appeared on her face. Fang Cheng walked into the classroom. The children don't seem to have the interest or energy to study anymore, so why don't we just let them go play? Fang Cheng asked Yuli for her opinion. Yuri looked at Fang Cheng and nodded. Yay! The children immediately became even more active. Fang Cheng told the children to go play by themselves, and they all rushed to the playground, ignoring the heat outside. Tate's mother also went out with the children to take care of them. Fang Cheng didn't go with them, leaving Yali behind. Compared to his previous life, the children here weren't as precious. The parents of the children in the working class area didn't have time to look after them, letting them play on their own and do whatever they wanted. Looks like the kids are going to like you even more, Principal, Yuri teased helplessly. Haha, no, I'm just worried about my employees. Let's skip the first day and go with the normal schedule tomorrow. Yuri felt a ripple of emotion upon hearing this, but her expression remained unchanged. Oh right, I haven't told you about our daily schedule yet, Fang Chen so quickly added, perhaps sensing something was amiss. Yuri nodded, and Fang Cheng then briefly informed her of the time. Saya, you're so reluctant to part with your brother now, you don't even call me anymore. After chatting with Fang Cheng, Yuri saw Saya following obediently behind Fang Cheng and seemed to be in a good mood, and said softly with a hint of teasing, Teacher Yuri. Saya seemed a little shy when she heard Yuri's words and called out to her softly. Yes, good girl, Yuri-sensei is very happy to see Saya. Is this your sister Mo Tong? How about you bring your sister Mo Tong to class with teacher Yuli from now on? Yuli asked. Saya looked up at Fang Cheng and nodded after receiving a response. Seeing the little guy's performance, Yuri was both amused and a little annoyed. I was the one who met Saya first, Yuri thought to herself, her gentle smile becoming somewhat stiff. Seemingly sensing Yuri's thoughts and the slight resentment on her face, Fang Cheng secretly felt smug, and a faint, triumphant smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Yuri looked up and saw Fang Cheng's smile. She seemed to understand what Fang Cheng meant, and her gentle lips couldn't help but purse slightly. Haha, come on, Yuri, to reward my hard-working employee, I made some ice cream for you to try today. Fang Cheng said with a smile, somewhat surprised, as he saw Yuri's expression for the first time. Thank you then. Yuri was about to say thank you when she paused. You're welcome, Fang Cheng replied habitually, waving his hand. Then she led Yuri, Saya and the others to the kitchen, explaining the function of each item in the kitchen. I took out a large bowl of ice cream that I made at noon today from the refrigerator. The ice cream was now frozen solid, emitting a cool breeze with a faint, sweet aroma. Yuri, could you get me a few cups? Yuri remembered that Fang Cheng had mentioned where the cups were at noon, so she went over, opened the cabinet, and took them. Fang Cheng used a spoon to fill each cup with ice cream. Although it didn't look very appealing, the white milk jelly mixed with various fruit pieces made people want to take a bite. How is it? Fang Cheng asked. At this moment, 4 people are sitting together at a small table in the kindergarten cafeteria, enjoying ice cream. Big brother, it's sweet and delicious. Little Seo held the spoon in her little hand and put a spoonful into her mouth. It's very sweet. Yuri had a gentle smile on her face, but her descriptions were simpler than Seo's. Xiao Motong scooped up a spoonful, put it in her mouth, swallowed it in one gulp, then licked her lips, scooped up another spoonful, this time not eating very quickly. Fang Cheng also took a bite. It was icy cold, sweet and refreshing, with a smooth texture and various fruit flavors. The taste of milk and fruit intertwined and blended, and chewing on the fruit pieces made it even more delicious. Summer and ice cream really go hand in hand. After finishing their ice cream dessert, the 2 children and Yuri were very satisfied, their faces beaming with smiles. Desserts can release dopamine, bringing a feeling of pleasure. Seeing that it was almost time, Fang Cheng said to Yuli, Yuli, it's almost time. Call the children back to have ice cream, and then I'll take you home after you're done. Yuri nodded after hearing this and went to the playground to call the children. The little ones playing in the sand under the shade of the trees on the playground were very excited, and they became even more excited after hearing Yuri's words, rushing towards the castle. This time, without Yuri's reminder, they knew to go to the restroom to wash their hands first. Fang Cheng nodded inwardly, it seemed their ability to adapt to learning was quite good. The children were surprised and excited when they saw the ice cream. They enjoyed their meal very much. Tate's mother also tried it for the first time, took a few bites and smiled, then left the rest for Tate to eat. On the other side, Leo, who had already scooped out all the ice cream with a spoon but couldn't scoop anymore, stuck out his tongue and licked it. Fang Cheng looked at the tableware and stroked his chin. Although he knew that the machines could wash and disinfect the bowls clean enough, it seemed that he would still have to go back and label each piece of tableware and cup for each person's exclusive use. After the children finished eating, Fang Cheng went out of the castle to bring the little lizard over. The little lizard, pulling the carriage, seemed very happy as Fang Cheng led it, wagging its tail. "Alright, kids, it's time to go home. Get in the car, I'll take you home," Fang Cheng said to the children who were already standing at the castle gate. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, the children's eyes showed reluctance, but they still obediently walked in and got into the car. After the children and Tate's mother boarded the carriage, Yuri stepped forward and said softly, "Mr. Fang Cheng, if you'd like, I'll drive this carriage to take the children back. It'll save you the trouble and time of making the trip. I'll bring the children over tomorrow. Besides, you'll need to take care of Saya and Kuroim, and it'll be tiring for them to ride with you for so long." Yuri smiled and looked at the two little ones beside Fang Cheng. Is that all right? Fang Cheng pondered for a moment, then realized that it did make some sense. "Well, Mr. Fang Cheng, don't underestimate me. I used to pilot magical beasts when I was at the Magic Academy, and the lizard horse beast is quite docile. I've never underestimated you." Fang Cheng secretly glanced at the girl's full chest. "Then it's up to you. Thank you for your hard work today. Oh, and here, this is for you," Fang Cheng continued. "This is an advance on your salary for this month." Fang Cheng took out a gold coin, somewhat abruptly took Yuli's soft, fair hand, and placed the gold coin in Yuli's palm. He then patted Yuri on the shoulder and said, "Good luck. I'll cook you something delicious for lunch tomorrow. Listening to the headmaster won't hurt you." Then, ignoring Yuri's slightly stunned expression, he quickly took Saya and Emotong and slipped away. Just as Fang Cheng was about to enter the castle, Yuri, who had caught up with him, called out to him. Seeing Fang Cheng's slightly puzzled and guilty expression, Yuli suppressed her shyness and said with a hint of amusement, "Director, you haven't opened the door for us yet." Fang Cheng ran to open the gate for her and reminded the lizard horse pulling the carriage to listen to Yuri. Unexpectedly, the lizard horse seemed quite happy to know that Yuri was holding the leash, and it happily pulled the carriage out of the kindergarten gate, making Fang Cheng shake his head. "Be careful on the road," Fang Cheng reminded him. "Okay, I understand." Yuri tilted her head and waved her hand. After they left, Saya seemed to become more talkative. "Big brother, can I play with those toys with Sister Emotong?" "Okay, go ahead," Fang Cheng said with a smile, patting the two children's heads. "Sister Emotong, let's go play. That slide that Big Brother conjured up is so much fun." Xiao Shayet took Emotong's hand and ran towards the playground. Fang Cheng found a tree not far away, sat on the grass, and watched the two little ones play. However, Fang Cheng noticed that Emotong didn't seem very interested. She didn't seem to care much about the large toys, perhaps because she hadn't recovered from the trauma of yesterday's events. Emotong just followed along with Saya somewhat, as if she didn't want to spoil Saya's fun, and occasionally glanced in Fang Cheng's direction. "Sister Emotong, don't you want to play?" Emotong shook her head. Hearing Saya's words, Emotong took Saya's hand and led her up the slide and down together. However, they didn't play for long before the two little ones ran back and found Fang Cheng leaning against the tree, quietly sitting next to him and sticking close to him. Meanwhile, Yuri piloted the lizard horse and successfully delivered the children and Tate's mother home. Throughout the journey, the children excitedly discussed everything they had seen and experienced that day in the car. When they got home, Leo called out, "Ms. Yuri, I promise I won't be late tomorrow. Ms. Yuri, please open the door early and don't sleep in." Yuri was somewhat speechless. Back home, it was already evening. Yuri placed the lizard horse beast in a corner of the yard and took out the fruit that Fang Cheng had prepared for it from the carriage to settle it down. Yuri looked at the leaves that had fallen from the yard in the past 2 days due to the rain, but she didn't feel like cleaning them up as she used to. Yuri shook her head, looked at the 2 old trees in the yard, went into the house, took out a broom, and silently began to sweep the yard by herself. The lizard horse quietly ate fruit in the corner, its big eyes watching the gentle girl who seemed a little lonely as she slowly swept the yard alone in the evening. Meanwhile, Tate's mother arrived home and couldn't wait to start visiting other people's homes. However, just as she was about to leave, she saw the arrival of Chiao Yin Kiao and I's father, as well as Leo's parents. Although they don't have time to take care of their children, they are very worried about their children's situation, but they are hindered by their poverty. "What a coincidence, you've all come. I was just about to look for you. Please, have a seat." Tate's mother quickly greeted them, her attitude surprising them all. Could it be that she suffered some kind of shock today? In their eyes, Tate's mother was a rather reserved woman. "Thank you for your help." The parents of the children nodded. Seeing their curious looks, Tate's mother took a deep breath. "Today I went with the children to that adult's kindergarten." Tate's mother began to recount everything she had experienced and seen that day. The parents listened attentively. Occasionally, questions would interrupt, but Tate's mother would patiently explain. After a long time, Tate's mother finished speaking and breathed a sigh of relief. She had been holding it in for a long time, and even now she still couldn't quite believe it. "I knew it," Leo's mother said. "No wonder my son was so excited when he came back. He talked about a lot of things I didn't understand, like slides and ice cream. After listening, Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni's father fell silent. He believed what Tate's mother said, that his two daughters were much happier and more active than before when they came back to see him. The last few people said a few more words. It seems we're quite lucky that magician didn't lie to us. This is the registration confirmation slip. Tate's mother thought of something and took out a few sheets of paper from her pocket to distribute to everyone. What do the words above mean? Leo's mother asked. The main thing is the schedule of the kindergarten run by that adult, and then it has to be combined with the educational methods of 11AI Magic Kindergarten. You can't skip class or ask for leave without a reason, Tate's mother explained. I think this is a great opportunity. I hope everyone will seize it and cooperate with that magician. No matter what he wants to do, I don't think he will harm the children. Maybe our children will really have magic in the future. After speaking, Leo's father, who had been silent until now, leaned on his cane and prepared to leave, his steps lighter than usual. Old man, why are you walking so fast? Is one cane not enough for you? Leo's mother said angrily and fiercely. That evening, the food on the dinner tables in these families was a little better than usual, with some extra fruit. The children chattered excitedly, talking incessantly about what they had seen and experienced that day. Dad, please take me to Ms. Yuri's early tomorrow morning, Xiao Yin Kiao said to her father. Yes, Dad understands. The man smiled and nodded. Mom, I need to get up early tomorrow. You brat, go to sleep. Mom, are you coming with me tomorrow? No, Mom won't be with you tomorrow. I have to go to work. You need to be good and listen to your teacher, okay? Okay, Mom. After dinner, Fang Cheng took Xiao Sheye and Xiao Emotong for a walk around the castle to help them digest. I spent some time with the two little ones, swinging on the swings and playing on the slide. Then they went back to the small building to give Xiao's He and Xiao Motong a bath. Seeing that Xiao Motong's original wounds had healed and returned to her fair and tender skin, Fang Cheng was surprised and amazed, and also very happy. Sure enough, anything produced by the system is of the highest quality. That evening, Fang Cheng sat on the bed with the two little ones. Big brother, can I read a story with Sister Emotong? The little guy hugged Fang Cheng's face and rubbed it against Fang Cheng's cheek. At Saya's coaxing, Fang Cheng took out the frozen story crystal ball, intending to show it to little Saya and little Emotong. After a day, under the influence of Fang Cheng and Saya, although Xiao Motong still barely spoke, Fang Cheng could sense that Xiao Motong was less nervous and her eyes had regained some spirit. Little Emotong opened her beautiful, dark eyes and looked curiously at the deep blue, transparent crystal ball that Fang Cheng suddenly produced in his hand. A moment later, the crystal ball emitted a deep blue light, which shone brightly and enveloped the entire room, instantly transforming it into a dreamlike and dazzling night sky, while music began to play. Xiao Emotong's gaze was drawn to the changing virtual and realistic scene around her. Even though Xiao Sheye had seen it many times, she was still completely captivated. Fang Cheng lay on the bed and closed his eyes, letting the two little ones watch the story. He opened the reward he received from today's mission in the system inventory, a magical growth guide for children aged 3 to 6. Suddenly, a massive amount of information flooded into Fang Cheng's mind. A guide to magical growth for children aged 3 to 6 states that every child is born with magical talent and an attraction to magical elements. The most common and easily detectable magical elements in the atmosphere are wind, water, fire, and earth, also known as the 4 basic elements. In addition, there are other magical elements such as wood, lightning, light, and darkness, which are slightly more difficult to sense than the 4 basic elements. The attraction to magical elements is also known as elemental affinity. Children with high elemental affinity will have more magical elements silently seep into their bodies and be stored there, while children without elemental affinity will be repelled by magical elements even in places with extremely high concentrations of them. When the magical elements stored within the body reach a critical value, the magical elements will automatically transform into magical power, opening the gate to release magic, and the body can also begin to cultivate and store magical power. Having magic power in one's body allows one to use that magic to unleash spells. This is the most basic level. Advanced magicians, however, use their internal magic power to guide and combine it with their mental power to control the surrounding magical elements and unleash more advanced spells. Next, this book, The Magical Growth Guide for Children Aged 3 to 6, explains how to improve a child's affinity with elements. What methods should be used to guide them? How to make magic more accessible to children aged 3 to 6. How to increase your body's magical capacity through a diet and exercise that incorporates magical elements. How to improve children's concentration and master meditation techniques. The content then covers how to learn based on understanding children's direct experience, how to combine various magical toys and props within the system to create a rich magical education environment, and how to reasonably arrange a day's magical education life. We should value the quality of children's magical learning and guide them to develop a positive worldview. Only a purer heart will gain the recognition, or even the favor, of the magical elements and receive their protection. Every child is an independent individual with different elemental affinities and understandings of the world. It's essential to fully understand and respect these differences in children's developmental process of learning magic. There's a lot of content. Fang Cheng was quite shocked. He even felt that this magic growth guide for children aged 3 to 6 should be the only knowledge he had. The books he had read in the library before did not mention any methods to improve a child's elemental affinity. People on the mainland believed that a child's elemental affinity was an innate talent that could not be improved. Of course, this is just Fang Cheng's guess. However, now that he has this book, Fang Cheng has a direction and goal for educating children to learn magic today. Fang Cheng processed the information in his mind for a moment, then opened his eyes and smiled as he heard Xiao Shei's innocent and adorable voice. Ever since Fang Cheng put the story crystal ball on the two little ones, perhaps because they've seen it several times, they've already shown signs of learning to spoil plots at such a young age. Sister Mo Tong, that pretty little girl with white hair, is Princess Elsa. She can unleash ice and snow magic, and later she will become Queen Elsa. Sister Mo Tong, that chestnut-haired girl, is Elsa's sister Anna. Sister Mo Tong, brother drew Princess Elsa on the wall outside. Sister Mo Tong, Anna will wake up. Little Sao is so happy now that she has a sister with dark eyes. Mo Tong stared intently at the lifelike scenes and people around her. The breathtaking sight of Elsa unleashing her ice magic amidst the snow drew her gaze. She listened to Saya's clear voice beside her while trying to understand the plot of Frozen. As the light from the story crystal ball went out, the two little ones came to their senses. Even though Zayasha had seen it many times, she still watched it with great interest every time. Fang Cheng could feel that Zayasha was increasingly feeling and understanding the emotions conveyed in the story. Alright, little Saya, little Moto, it's getting late, time to go to sleep. Yes, big brother. Little Sao immediately nodded her little head and lay down next to Fang Cheng, hugging Fang Cheng's arm with her little hands and obediently closing her eyes. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Xiao Emotong came to her senses, nodded, looked at Fang Cheng and Shaya, who was already lying down obediently, and then gently lay down next to Fang Cheng. As night deepened, Fang Cheng closed his eyes and meditated, entering a state of animistic meditation. He could feel various colorful light spots scattered throughout the surrounding space, drawn into his body by his guidance and transformed into the magic power within him. However, Fang Cheng could sense his own magic power, but he could not observe it, so he did not know whether the magic power in his body had color. Then Fang Cheng suddenly remembered a passage from the Magic Growth Guide for children aged 3 to 6. The magic that is drawn into the human body will be transformed into a colorless energy through the body. It will only become an attribute when it is released. However, the body develops resistance to the elements during the transformation process. For example, if a person can only sense the fire element in the atmosphere, when he cultivates, the fire element merges into his body and transforms into magic power. Then his body will develop some fire resistance and a small amount of physical enhancement, but of course, not much. Fang Cheng meditated and cultivated, and as he connected with the surrounding magical elements, he gradually felt that the range of magical elements he could connect with had increased slightly. Before, he could just attract magical elements in the room to within the window's range, but now he could easily control and attract magical elements that were half a meter away from the window to his side. Fang Cheng tried to gather all the magical elements around himself and found that some of the light spots slowly touched the sleeping little ones next to him and merged into their small bodies. Fang Cheng's body was already full of magic power, and continuing to meditate and cultivate would not increase the capacity much. It would be better to complete a mission to increase it more. So he simply used his mind to control the magical elements, allowing them to gather densely around his body, hoping that the two little ones could absorb more magical elements and grow stronger under their protection. Midnight. Ding. System task issued. Please complete the task for today, the first lesson of the park. Task requirement: to teach the kindergarten students a good first lesson on the first day of school. Task rewards: rewards will be given based on the system's assessment of task completion. Mission failed: restart the mission and reclaim all previously earned rewards. This mission came at just the right time. Having learned the task details, Fang Cheng closed his eyes. With such an open-ended task requirement, Fang Cheng wasn't worried about failing the task. He was just a little curious about how well he had completed it. The system, too, didn't provide any specific instructions for the task, only that he should attend the first class of the new semester well. The next morning, Fang Cheng woke up groggily. Sister Mo Tong, are you awake? I heard what sounded like a little guy whispering in my ear. Fang Cheng felt a familiar weight and softness against his chest, and realized that Xiao Shei was lying on his chest like a kitten at some point. She was tilting her head slightly and quietly talking to Emotong, who was next to Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng squinted and opened his eyes a crack, looking down slightly. He saw the little guy's cute little head facing him, its delicate and adorable cat ears pointing at its chin, and its soft silver hair scattered on his clothes. Fang Cheng tried his best not to let the two little ones know that he was awake. He didn't turn his head, but tried to sneak a peek at Xiao Motong. Fang Cheng noticed that Xiao Motong beside him had also opened her pure, flawless, beautiful black eyes, which seemed to speak as she looked at Saya. Her eyes were more spirited and beautiful than any he had ever seen before. Seeing that the little girl on his chest was so eager to talk to her sister Motong so early in the morning, Fang Cheng couldn't help but want to tease her. He gently blew a breath into Saya's ear. The little guy's cute silver kitten ears twitched and stood up slightly as if stimulated. "Good morning, big brother," Saya said, looking up in surprise. "Saya, good morning. What were you doing just now?" Fang Cheng asked with a smile. "I'm checking if Sister Motong is awake yet." "Why don't you check if your brother is awake yet?" "My brother loves to sleep in. No need to look, he'll get up by himself when he wakes up." So, when Zayasha woke up, she climbed on top of her brother. "Aren't you afraid of waking him up?" Fang Cheng teased. He. The little guy laughed a little shyly. "I want a hug from my big brother." Little Saya clung to Fang Cheng. Xiao She clung to Fang Cheng, who patted her head and then rubbed her cute little cat ears. Lying beside him, Motong opened his big, beautiful black eyes and saw Xiao She being affectionately and wantonly on the young man. He felt a mixture of envy and longing in his eyes as he watched the young man dote on her. "Little Motong, come here and let your big brother give you a hug." Xiao Motong's eyes lit up when she heard this. Fang Cheng naturally wouldn't forget the little guy beside him. He put his left arm around Xiao Motong, held the two little ones in his arms, and used his cute head pat skill to give them a good pat and caress. The two little ones are very happy. After sticking them together for a bit, Fang Cheng braided the two little ones into matching pigtails and then led them to wash up. "Let's welcome a brand new day." Looking at the two little ones dressed in pretty little dresses, one in black and one in silver, their distinct figures standing in front of me like adorable little princesses, each with their own unique charm. So cute! Fang Cheng suddenly felt full of energy today. As for Xiao Motong's cute little tail, Fang Cheng had no experience dealing with it yet. He didn't know whether to hide it under the skirt or leave it out like the anime characters he had seen before. The main thing was that Xiao Motong's cute little tail wasn't very long, so wearing the skirt wouldn't make her feel uncomfortable. Of course, Fang Cheng carefully cut a hole in her underwear. As for whether or not to reveal his tail, Fang Cheng plans to wait until Motong is willing to have a long talk with him and then hear her thoughts. Fang Cheng was taking the two little ones for a morning walk in the castle. He checked the system time and it was about 7:20 in the morning. "Big brother, will Ms. Yuri, Xiao Yin, and Xiao and I come again today?" Saya asked. "Yes, they will. They will come here for classes every day from now on, except during holidays," Fang Cheng replied. Saya nodded her little head. Fang Cheng led the two little ones to a tree, where they smelled the refreshing breeze carrying the scent of the morning sun. Fang Cheng started setting up a small table. This small table is the same one that Fang Cheng used to live in the room where he lived in Shalin's place. It's always been in his inventory. Fang Cheng set out a small table and placed plates of bread, meat porridge, and milk on it. Although Saya still found the sight amazing, she was no longer surprised by it. Little Motong stared wide-eyed at this scene. "Sister Motong, brother is so amazing. He can conjure up so many things," Xiao Sheya said to Motong, who was standing next to her with curiosity and astonishment in her eyes. Hearing Xiao She's words, Xiao Motong looked at She with emotion in her eyes, nodded slightly, and murmured in MMM. Since Xiao Motong read Fang Qinfang's Frozen story Crystal Ball yesterday, she has begun to understand a little about the relationship between the older and younger sisters. In the Frozen story, Elsa and Anna have a close relationship. Elsa takes care of and protects Anna, and Anna protects Elsa. They play together, and Elsa really likes and enjoys being close to Anna. Receiving a response from Sister Motong and vaguely sensing the change in her, Xiao Sheya revealed an innocent and happy smile. A smile flickered in Motong's eyes, and her slender, delicate oval face twitched slightly. "All right, come and have breakfast," Fang Cheng said to the two little ones next to the swing. Little Saya is becoming more and more lively. Fang Cheng felt a little gratified, although at present it is only lively inwards. Big brother," the little guy replied, taking Motong's hand and coming over. Then, the three of them sat on the grass and began to eat breakfast slowly. Because the items in the system inventory are kept in the same state when they are put in and taken out, like a space where time stands still, Fang Cheng could store any extra porridge or food he made. Fang Cheng's system inventory had enough space, so the toast and porridge on the table were steaming hot. The two little ones swallowed hard. Even though Saya had been eating delicious food, fruit, and snacks with Fang Cheng these past few days, she was still a little one who was easily satisfied with a crispy cookie. 99% of children are little foodies. "Alright, let's get started." The three of them started eating. Motong, eat slowly, one bite at a time, and chew a few more times, Fang Cheng reminded her today. Xiao Motong nodded and slowed down her eating. "Saya, you shouldn't eat so fast either, or you'll get indigestion and a stomach ache." Brother. Saya knows. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, Saya slowed down her eating and quickly responded. Fang Cheng felt very satisfied watching the two little ones eating their food so obediently. After breakfast and a glass of sweet, fragrant milk, Fang Cheng and the two little ones naturally felt happy as they enjoyed the morning breeze and the moist scent of the trees. Fang Cheng put the small table and its contents into his inventory, intending to tidy it up later. Fang Cheng leaned against the tree for a while Xiao Shui and Xiao Motong swayed together on the wind swing. The wind swing gently swayed on its own, carrying the two little ones, who didn't need any outside help to sit on it. While waiting for Yuri and the others to arrive, Fang Cheng, having nothing to do, recalled the basic water magic that he had memorized but hadn't practiced. Fang Cheng stood up, feeling somewhat excited. After all, the fireball and light healing spells he knew were magics he had obtained through the system, and he had never tried any magic learned in this world. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, stood under the tree, assumed the correct posture, and then made a hand gesture. With his hands half-clasped in front of his chest, palms facing upwards as if holding a ball, and index fingers hooked back, Fang Cheng murmured, "By the oath of water, in your name, with my body, water droplet." Wow, so cringe-worthy. It's a good thing I'm not on Earth, or I'd be dead on the spot. Fang Cheng felt a little ashamed. After Fang Cheng finished his actions and incantation, he felt the magic power within his body surge out and flow into his palms, and then magical elements condensed above his palms. A water droplet the size of a ping-pong ball floated above Fang Cheng's palm, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, it gathered into a water ball the size of a soccer ball in less than a second. You call this the water drop technique? Fang Cheng was somewhat shocked. Fang Cheng then vaguely felt that he could control the water ball floating above his palm. Fang Cheng tried to control the water ball to float forward, but he only managed to control it for less than 5 seconds. The water ball floated forward about a meter before Fang Cheng felt that it had slipped out of his control. Then, the football-sized water ball fell onto the grass, splashing some water, which was then slowly absorbed by the grass. Big brother, you're amazing. Big brother, is that water magic? Little Saya, who was swinging on the swing and keeping an eye on Fang Cheng's movements, jumped off the swing seat when she saw Fang Cheng release magic. She hopped over and asked with surprise in her eyes. Yes, that's right, Saya. Fang Cheng smiled. Big brother, do you know how to use ice and snow magic, like Princess Elsa? Little Sao asked. Xiao Motong followed over from the other side. Hearing what Saya said, she looked at Fang Cheng with curiosity. Xiao Motong had watched Frozen yesterday and had some understanding and anticipation of Elsa's magic of creating a snowstorm. I don't know how to do that now, Fang Cheng said honestly. It's okay, big brother. Princess Elsa doesn't know fire magic either. Big brother is the best. Little Sao said earnestly in her childish voice. This 4.5-year-old has such high emotional intelligence. The kids in my class are so adorable, they sometimes comfort me. Fang Cheng was a little surprised after hearing this, and went forward to hug Shaya and Emotong. Yes, in a short time, brother will believe that Saya and Moto can also learn magic. Really, big brother? Saya asked expectantly. Of course it's true, Saya, don't you believe your older brother? Fang Cheng teased, gently pinching the little guy's cheek. Hee, I believe in my brother. Little Sao nodded, her azure eyes filled with anticipation. Does Emotong believe it? Fang Cheng looked at Emotong beside Shaya and stroked her slightly pointed and thin oval face. Not much meat on it, not easy to pinch. I need to give little Emotong some extra nutrition, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Emotong nodded vigorously at Fang Cheng and responded softly. Although her voice was still soft, it was less hesitant and hoarse, and clearer than before. Fang Cheng felt a sense of relief. Then, under the curious and surprised gazes of the two little ones, Fang Cheng continued to study magic. Bring your hands together in front of your chest, palms facing up, as if holding a ball, with your index fingers hooked back. Fang Cheng murmured, by the oath of water, in your name, with my body, a drop of water. A water sphere floated above his palm, condensing and growing larger. Fang Cheng tried to sense and output more magic power, and the water sphere indeed grew larger and larger with the output of magic power. However, it remained suspended in the air for less than 5 seconds before Fang Cheng felt he had lost control, and the water sphere spilled onto the ground. After thinking it over, Fang Cheng began to try other water-based magic. By the oath of water, in your name, with my body. Water mist. After Fang Cheng finished the action, his palm faced forward, and a large area in front of him appeared as a mist. The water mist, when blown by the wind, has a particularly good moisturizing effect on the face. Then Fang Cheng released the water splash technique according to the instructions in the book. Water splash technique. Water elements rapidly condensed in front of his palm, gathering into water, and then an invisible force seemed to propel the water sphere upwards. Water column spell. According to the book, this is a basic spell. The impact of the water column is usually equivalent to a normal person's punch, with an attack range of 3 to 5 meters and a duration of 1 to 3 seconds. Fang Cheng took a few steps, stood 2 meters away, aimed at a large tree about 10 centimeters in diameter, and, following the instructions in the book, concentrated his mind, recited the incantation, performed the action, and released the water jet spell. Fang Cheng extended his palm forward, and a blue magic circle pattern appeared out of thin air. Then, a jet of water as thick as a bowl shot from the magic circle pattern toward the tree. The tree was shaken by the impact and a few leaves fell off. Not bad, it seems to have the power of an ordinary person's punch. No, it's even a bit more powerful than an ordinary person's punch. Fang Cheng thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. Fang Cheng continued practicing, and with each repetition, he gained a deeper, more subtle understanding of magic. The two little ones watched quietly as Fang Cheng unleashed his magic, their big, adorable eyes shining with adoration. Less than 5 minutes later, Fang Cheng heard the sound of horses' hooves coming from outside the gate not far away. Fang Cheng knew that Yuli and the children must have arrived. Through the gate's fence, I could see Yuri had stopped the carriage. Although Fang Cheng could give Xiao Ling instructions to open the door in his mind, he still planned to go there now to greet them and express his warm welcome as the headmaster. From a distance, Yuri looked like she was wearing a dark green dress today, which gave her a unique charm. Under the morning sunlight, she seemed even more radiant and captivating. "Good morning, Yuri. Good morning, children." Fang Cheng opened the door and greeted them with a smile. "Good morning, big brother." The children were very excited to see Fang Cheng and greeted him in unison. From the moment they woke up until now, the children's mood had not been calm. They had been full of anticipation and excitement. "You've worked hard, Yuri," Fang Cheng said, taking the carriage's tow rope, lowering the carriage, and letting the lizard horse go to rest. The lizard horse let out a pitiful whimper, and Fang Cheng stuffed 2 apples into its big mouth. It then happily ran towards the vegetable garden with the 2 apples in its mouth. The children watched intently, captivated by the apple Fang Cheng conjured up. Delicious food. It seems that no young child can resist it. If you want to get along well with your child, you can usually give them snacks or their favorite foods first. This is undoubtedly the fastest way. Seeing the apple in Fang Cheng's hand being taken away by the lizard horsebeast, the children's eyes followed the lizard horsebeast for a while, until it turned a corner and disappeared, before finally looking back at Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng pretended not to see it. It was still early in the morning, and Fang Cheng planned to start class at 9:30, so he took a few children to play on the Bion climbing frame for a competition. The children were very excited when they heard about the competition, even though Fang Cheng hadn't mentioned any prizes. This is because children are born with a desire to compete and a competitive spirit. The White Cloud climbing frame is also a large magical item from the system. It is a cloud-shaped climbing frame with multiple layers. It is normally 2.5 meters high, but when you climb to the top layer, a white cloud step will rise from it, allowing the child to continue climbing. As for how many steps it can rise and how high it is, according to Zhao Xiaoling, it can be higher than this castle. As for its effectiveness, its basic function is probably to exercise children's bodies. Climbing can improve a child's hand movements, grasping ability, footwork, strength, and enhance their depth perception of height. When a child reaches the top floor and no cloud staircase rises, the child will be recognized by the cloud climbing frame and receive magical elements bestowed by the magic absorbed by the cloud climbing frame itself, accelerating the awakening of magic. This prop is pretty good, but Fang Cheng is a little reluctant to let Seo Motan come. After all, it's even taller than a castle, and Fang Cheng himself is a bit scared, even though the system can guarantee absolute safety. Leo is not bad. Of these kids, you have the least talent. You are the most suitable. Fang Cheng thought to himself as he glanced at Leo, who was competing with several children on the Bion climbing frame. It can be said that if children want to obtain the magical elements bestowed by the cloud climbing frame, they must have the courage to forge ahead without fear of heights. Of course, Fang Cheng wouldn't tell them that these toys had this function now. He would have to wait until later. Fang Cheng leaned against a tree, while Yuli, dressed in a tasteful dark green dress, stood gracefully beside him, watching the children on the climbing frame. The 2 little ones followed Fang Cheng like little tails. Fang Cheng naturally understood the 2 little ones' feelings. "Yuli, you've worked hard." Fang Cheng handed her a bottle of milk and said with a smile, "This is to reward you." Then they placed several bottles of milk next to the tree. "Thank you, Director." Yuri smiled and accepted the gift generously. Having already had milk once, she was actually a little craving and thirsty, so she couldn't refuse. Besides, she seemed to have already eaten so much from the young man, so a little more wouldn't hurt. "You're welcome. After all, you're my employee," Fang Cheng said jokingly. Yuri unscrewed the cap, tilted her head slightly, and took a few sips. "It's delicious." Yuri smiled. "Right? I think it tastes good too. I can drink it every day if I want. There's some in the refrigerator in the kitchen, so I can drink as much as I want," Fang Cheng said with a smile. Then Yuli and Fang Cheng talked about the kindergarten and the children's future plans, arrangements, and some things that happened today. Xiao Shay was talking to Xiao Motong in the back. The two little ones sat on the wind swing next to them, but their eyes were still occasionally focused on Fang Cheng. Wow! Ms. Yuri, look, big brother. Just then, Leo's excited shouts rang out. Leo's shouts drew everyone's attention. Fang Cheng looked over and saw that the four people were competing on the cloud climbing frame. Only Leo had climbed the highest step. But when he reached the top step, another cloud climbing step suddenly appeared in front of him, which surprised and amazed Leo, leaving him feeling a little helpless. It's okay, this cloud climbing frame toy is designed this way, so kids, you can climb up as much as you want, Fang Cheng said to the children. Big brother, I understand. I'm sure I can climb really, really high. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, Leo excitedly climbed another step, and the white cloud climbing frame rose another step. It seemed that the young and impetuous Leo did not consider the possibility of falling. As for the other three children, Xiao Yin, Xiao Ni, and Tate, after hearing Fang Cheng's words and seeing Leo's actions, they hesitated and carefully climbed up. However, it was clear that the three boys were not as bold and timid as Leo. Like Joni, she climbed 2 more steps but dared not go any higher. Tate stopped as soon as he reached the top of the white cloud steps and stood there. The little girl Xiao Yin surprised Fang Cheng. She climbed up the white cloud steps and advanced 3 levels before stopping, and then carefully went back down. Mr. Fang Cheng, are they alright climbing so high? Yuri asked with some concern. Don't worry, the children are absolutely safe at the kindergarten. Our kindergarten is blessed by the wind, and there are other forces protecting them as well, Fang Cheng replied with a smile, dispelling her tension and worry. Hearing Fang Cheng's response, Yuli felt relieved. Although she was surprised and amazed, she now trusted Fang Cheng completely. In the past 2 days, Fang Cheng has shown her so many amazing things, including the ancient equality contract that she had only seen in books and which made her a little shy, the castle paintings, light healing magic, space storage magic items, and a whole host of other things. After Yuri felt relieved, she looked at Leo climbing on the climbing frame and said with a hint of teasing curiosity, I wonder how high that brat Leo can climb. Fang Cheng found it somewhat amusing to hear Yuli call him a brat. What's wrong, Yuri? Did that brat Leo offend you today? Fang Cheng asked with a smile. Oh, it's 5:30 in the morning. I was still sleeping when he came running from home and banging on my door, saying he wanted to come to kindergarten and not be late. That brat, Yuri said, looking at Leo who was climbing higher and higher. Her delicate and gentle face seemed a little indignant at this moment, and she even looked at Fang Cheng with a bit of resentment. Those gentle, slightly melancholic eyes made Fang Cheng feel a little overwhelmed. Fang Cheng touched his nose and said, Really? Then let's see how high this kid can climb. When he gets scared and can't get down, we'll just leave him there for a few minutes. No need for that, I wouldn't hold a grudge against a child. Yuri said, then asked curiously, Principal, how tall can this cloud-shaped climbing frame really be? Although Fang Cheng found it strange that Yuri called him Mr. Fang Cheng 1 minute and Principal the next, and couldn't figure out what she was thinking, he still replied, it's probably a little bit taller than our kindergarten's castle. Is it that high? Yuri looked up at the height of the castle and was somewhat surprised. If you included the height of the castle's highest watchtower, it was about 25 meters high. It was indeed very high. Yuri imagined herself at that height, and even knowing it was safe, she might still feel a little scared. For a moment, Yuri looked at Leo, who had already climbed to half the height of the castle, and her eyes showed some admiration. Fang Cheng looked at Leo, who was still climbing up to nearly half the height of the castle, and was somewhat surprised. This kid is pretty good. Could it be that he cleared the game on his first try? Fang Cheng thought to himself. Meanwhile, the other children, including Emo Tong and Saya, were also watching Leo climbing up the hill. At this moment, Leo, who had been excited and full of energy since hearing Fang Cheng's words and had been climbing up, was now a little tired and covered in sweat. He paused for a moment, wanting to look to his left and right to see if Tat Join and the others had overtaken him. To the left was a vast expanse of sky, and to the right was another vast expanse of sky. Leo glanced down and saw the figures below, which appeared smaller in his eyes, and he began to feel a little scared. If he fell, it would probably hurt terribly. He remembered the time he accidentally slipped and fell from a tree and had to rest in bed for several days because he couldn't go out and play. But then he remembered what his older brother, who could conjure up delicious food and had glowing magic in his hands, had said, go as high as you can. Leo lifted his foot, then put it down again. Humans have a natural fear of heights, a fear that originates from genes, is innate, and is also a form of self-protection. Only by overcoming fear can one truly perceive the height or be unafraid of death. At this moment, Leo started to feel scared after glancing down at his feet. He hesitated, wanting to continue climbing and make a good impression, but he was also afraid and wanted to turn back. However, when Leo looked down at his feet, it seemed that climbing down was even more frightening. Fang Chang saw that Leo had been sitting still in midair for a while and knew that he probably couldn't get up. Director! Yuri called out. Fang Chang understood what he meant and said, "It seems that this kid won't get the magical elemental blessing from the white cloud climbing frame this time." As he spoke, Fang Chang walked up to the white cloud climbing frame, found a hidden button, and pressed the switch. You can see the white cloud climbing frame, which extends half the height of the castle, slowly retracting like an elevator, bringing Leo back to his 2.5-meter high position on the climbing frame. Leo wasn't afraid of the height and quickly stepped down a few times to reach the grass. Leo was covered in sweat. He wiped his head with his sleeve and said to Fang Chang beside him, "Big brother, I'm sure I can climb even higher next time." His voice was still full of confidence. Fang Chang now found the kid's courage and spirit in daring to try commendable. "Try again next time. There will be a surprise if you can climb to the highest point," Fang Chang said. "Yes, big brother, I'll definitely be able to climb to the highest point next time," Leo said with blind confidence again. "Children, come and rest for a bit. I heard from Teacher Yuli that you all arrived very early this morning and weren't late. This shows that you all remembered what Teacher Yuli told me, which is commendable. I hope you can continue to be punctual every day." Hearing Fang Chang's praise, the children's eyes lit up with joy. "Can you do it?" "Yes," the children responded loudly. Fang Chang also heard Xiao Yin's younger sister, Xiao Enai's, response. It was a bit childish. On the other hand, the voices of these children are still a little childish because of their young age, but it's not as pronounced as it is for children of the same age in my previous life, which is related to the environment here. Of course, Leo didn't have that at all. He spoke with a lot of energy. Fang Chang was in a good mood and said to the children, "Alright, you can go and rest with Teacher Yali for a while. I'll treat you to some milk, you can get it from Teacher Yali." Upon hearing this, the little ones excitedly ran towards Yuri and gathered around her, knowing that the milk their big brother was treating them to must be delicious. The children held the glass bottles and drank the rich, sweet milk, their faces showing satisfaction. Their little tongues could taste the milk, which tasted somewhat similar to the ice cream their older brother had treated them to yesterday. Xiao Shay and Xiao Motong were still sitting on the wind swing, their two beautiful big eyes looking in Fang Chang's direction, but they didn't come over. Saya occasionally whispers something in Motong's ear. Fang Chang walked over. "Big brother." Seeing Fang Chang walk over, Xiao Shay smiled, jumped off the swing onto the grass, hugged Fang Chang's hand, and clung to him. Xiao Motong also followed her off the wind swing and stood quietly beside Fang Chang, her little head slightly lowered, like a kitten waiting to be petted. "Saya, what were you talking about with Sister Motong just now?" Fang Chang took a few steps forward, sat on the wind swing, and asked with a smile. "Saya was just talking to Sister Motong about ice and snow magic." "Saya, why do you want to have ice magic like Princess Elsa? Why don't you say you want to have water magic and fireball magic like your brother?" Fang Chang held the two little ones in front of him and asked them as he sat down beside them. When Saya heard Fang Chang's question, she blinked and leaned her head close to him. "Because Elsa's ice and snow magic is very beautiful. It can turn into ice castles, slides, Olaf." Little Sayo thought for a moment and said, her childish and clear voice revealing her anticipation. "Saya also wants to learn water magic and fireball magic just like her brother." Sure enough, children prefer pretty things. In Zayasha's eyes, Elsa is a very pretty princess, and the ice and snow magic is also very beautiful. Children generally look forward to becoming their favorite characters in anime and want to play her. Fang Chang hugged the two little ones, and Xiao Shay immediately snuggled into Fang Chang's chest. Xiao Motong watched Shay's actions and did the same, just like when the two little ones were sitting in the carriage. Fang Chang then lifted his foot, and the wind swing began to swing the three of them. The swing became more and more intense and higher than when the two little ones played by themselves. "Big brother, you're so tall," Saya exclaimed. "Is Saya scared?" "Saya isn't afraid to be with brother," little Saya said, nestled in Fang Chang's arms, her azure eyes filled with contentment and happiness. "Where's Xiao Motong?" Fang Chang looked down at Motong. Xiao Motong's dark eyes were expressionless, and it was unclear what she was thinking. When she heard Fang Chang's question, she leaned against him, looked up at him, and shook her head. Fang Chang saw a trace of longing in Xiao Motong's dark and bright eyes, as if a swing was repeatedly and violently swaying them from high to low without causing her any weightlessness. Come to think of it, Fang Chang has never heard Xiao Motong call him that since he met her. Fang Chang glanced at Xiao Motong, who was sitting next to him and leaning against his chest. Those calm gazes in her dark eyes, her slender and delicate oval face, her slightly long black hair, and her indifferent expression already showed the potential to become a future ice queen. Fang Chang suddenly felt a little excited about the day when Xiao Motong would call him sweetly like Xiao Shay. As Fang Chang thought about it, he saw Xiao Yin leading Xiao Enai towards him, with milk bottles in their hands that had been partially empty. Fang Chang used his body momentum to slowly bring the wind swing to a stop. Under the gaze of Fang Cheng and the two little ones beside him, Xiao Yin slowly and hesitantly led the timid Xiao and I to Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng looked at the two little girls in front of him who looked alike. Compared to the last time I saw the two little girls with their messy hair, this time it was much neater. The two little ones looked well behaved and sensible, with traces of milk residue at the corners of their mouths. Big brother, thank you for letting us study here. Thank you for the milk, Xiao Yin said in a childish voice as she walked up to Fang Cheng. Her voice was a little soft, but Xiao Qiaoan spoke clearly, and Fang Cheng could hear her clearly. Thank you, big brother. Hearing what her older sister said to Fang Cheng, Xiao and I slowly took a step forward and mustered up her courage to say in a childish voice in front of Fang Cheng, "Good girls, Xiao Yin and Xiao and I, don't be shy." Fang Cheng looked at the two slightly timid little ones in front of him, patted their heads, and used his adorable head pat at the same time. The two little ones felt their older brother's hand on their heads and it felt so comfortable, like being gently stroked while sleeping. Their eyes curved into crescent moons. Fang Cheng released his hands. This was the first time he had stroked the heads of the two little ones. The two little ones looked at Fang Cheng, their eyes filled with surprise and even more affection. "Did your father teach you this?" Fang Cheng asked. "Dad told us last night that we should thank our older brother. Teacher Yuli taught us that before," Xiao Yin said. Perhaps due to the effect of the cute head pat skill, Xiao Yin's voice became more natural, and the little guy was less reserved. "Daddy told us yesterday," Joni said in a soft, childish voice. "Yes, you're all great," Fang Cheng encouraged. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, the two little ones in front of them were very happy, their eyes showing surprise. Perhaps it was because Xiao Yin and Xiao and I came to Fang Cheng. Two little boys, Tate and Leo, also came over, carefully holding the milk in their hands. "Xiao Yin, Xiao and I, what are you doing here?" Leo asked, licking his lips with lingering interest. "Big brother, thank you for the milk." Tach, spurred on by Leo's voice, mustered his courage and said shyly to Fang Cheng, "You're welcome." Fang Cheng replied with a smile, looking at the shy little boy in front of him, whose clothes were simply but well-fitting and whose face was clean. Upon hearing Tate's words, Leo finally realized what was going on. She even thanked Fang Cheng loudly, looking quite serious, saying, "Big brother, thank you for the milk, it's so delicious." "Alright, no need to thank me. I hope you study hard during class and have fun after class. Don't argue with your classmates," Fang Cheng said. "We understand," the children responded. "Alright, you guys go play a little longer. I'll give you a lesson later. Remember to drink your milk quickly." "Okay, I understand," one of the children replied. Then the two little girls, Xiao Yin and Xiao and I, ran to teacher Yuli's side. Tate and Leo circled another empty wind swing, each holding a milk bottle and sipping it slowly as if savoring it, or as if reluctant to finish it all at once. "Saya, Moton, would you like to drink more milk?" Fang Cheng asked the two quiet little ones beside him. "Brother, Saya wants to drink, but Saya is full. Saya wants to wait until tonight to drink another bottle." "Where's Mo Tong?" Fang Cheng asked, looking at Mo Tong. Xiao Moton licked her lips and shook her head. "If none of you want to drink, then just watch your brother drink." Fang Cheng chuckled to himself, took out a 250 ml bottle of milk from his system inventory, unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back, and gulped it down in one go. Satisfy. The two little ones raised their heads, their beautiful big eyes staring blankly at Fang Cheng's actions, seemingly speechless. Fang Cheng didn't give the two little ones any more milk, and they didn't ask for more either, since they adjusted some in the morning, and besides, the two little ones had to keep their word. Feeling that it was about time, Fang Cheng took the two little ones off the wind swing. "Children, gather around. We're about to start class," Fang Cheng called out. Several children immediately ran over and gathered around Fang Cheng, with Yuli naturally following behind them. Fang Cheng didn't make them line up either. With only 6 children, there's no need to be like those classes with 20 or 30 students. Wherever they go or what activities they do, they first count the number of students and then line up one by one, holding their clothes. This is for the sake of neatness and to cultivate good discipline and a sense of rule following from a young age. Leading the group to the classroom, Fang Cheng stood on the podium and said, "Children, please find a seat now." Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, the children, just like they did in Yali's class yesterday, quickly found their seats from yesterday. "Saya, Moto, you two go too, your brother has to go to class." Big brother," Xiao He replied, holding Motong's hand. Xiao Motong nodded and sat down with Xiao She not far from Xiao Yin. Each small table has only one small chair, which can only seat one child, and there is a small distance between each small table. So Xiao He and Xiao Motong sat side by side, separate from each other. Seeing that the children were already seated, Yuri also sat in the back, her hands on the table, her bright and gentle eyes looking intently at Fang Cheng in front of her, just like a child. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and decided to teach the children in the same way he did in his previous life. He wasn't quite sure how the system would judge, but since he was going to do something, he had to do it seriously and try to complete as many tasks as possible. Alright, kids, who's going to teach you today? Fang Cheng began to get into the swing of things. Big brother. It's my elder brother. A child's voice responded from below. Today is my first lesson with you, isn't it? Right. Who was your teacher before? It's Ms. Yuri. The children responded even more enthusiastically. They were even more excited about the easier questions to answer, especially the older brother they admired, who was a magician, very good at magic, and would give them treats. That's right, Ms. Yuri teaches you classes and helps you learn knowledge, so you call her Ms. Yuri. Now, let me tell you, my name is Fang Cheng, and I'm teaching you like Teacher Yuli, learning knowledge together, and… Fang Cheng paused. Magic! Bang! Fang Cheng suddenly opened his palm after speaking, and a fireball floated above his palm. Wow! The little ones were stunned. Looking at Fang Cheng's smiling face and the fireball that appeared above his palm, that the children could feel the heat from, Leo and the others exclaimed in amazement. So, how are you going to call me during class? Fang Cheng clenched his fist and put away the small fireball. The children's eyes shifted from the small fireball to Fang Cheng's face. I know. Just like you call Teacher Yuli, I'll call Big Brother Fang Cheng teacher. At this moment, Xiao Yin raised her hand and spoke in a childish voice. Her voice was clearer and louder than usual, which surprised Fang Cheng. Yes, that's right, little Xiao Yin is very smart, Fang Cheng praised. Now, all the children, please shut your mouths. I want to hear every child call me Teacher Fang Cheng, is that okay? Okay. The children responded in unison, and Zayasha also blended into the atmosphere that Fang Cheng had created. When Fang Cheng was swinging on the wind swing with the two little ones before, he had already prepared them for the lesson, telling them to call him Teacher Fang Cheng, just like the other children. Zayasha and Motong both nodded in agreement. Then let's have Leo go first, Fang Cheng said. Teacher Fang Cheng. Before Fang Cheng could finish speaking, Leo immediately stood up and shouted, Okay, please have a seat. Leo sat down excitedly. Who's next? Tate, Joan, and Joni both raised their hands. When Emotong saw the child raising their hand, she blinked, looked at Saya, and raised her hand just as high as Saya's. Good, very good. Let's do it one at a time. Please speak. Fang Cheng gestured to Xiao Yin, indicating that she should speak. Teacher Fang Cheng. Xiao Yin stood up and said crisply. Yes, very good, please go ahead, Fang Cheng replied. Teacher Fang Cheng. Tate said shyly. Great, let's have this cute little kid speak. Teacher Fang Cheng, Xiao Ni said in her small, childish voice. That's great. Saya, please speak. Fang Cheng smiled as he looked at little Saya. Big brother. Teacher Fang Cheng. Xiao She said habitually, but halfway through her sentence, the little girl seemed to suddenly realize something. Her voice was childish and sweet, and Fang Cheng could hear her dependence on him. There's one more child now. You're all great. Emotong, please say something. Fang Cheng looked at Emotong encouragingly, marking the beginning of her integration into the class. Teacher Fang Cheng. The voice was somewhat hoarse and cold, but the bright, dark eyes were fixed on Fang Cheng, as if Fang Cheng was the only person in her eyes. It was a bit of an unexpected charm for Fang Cheng. You kids are all great. Now you all know who I am and how to call me. Teacher Fang Cheng. The children's unanimous response made them feel encouraged and happy. Now that you know me and know that my name is Teacher Fang Cheng, let me introduce myself to you as well. Leo, please introduce yourself, Fang Cheng said. This is the perfect time for you to take the lead. Teacher Fang Cheng, what is an introduction? Leo scratched his head. Introduction means telling others your name, what you like, and letting them get to know you. I understand, Teacher Fang Cheng. My name is Leo. I like to play, I like crispy cookies, I like the magic adventure slide, ice cream, I like the cloud climbing frame, I like milk, I like… Leo excitedly said, pausing to think for a moment, completely recounting his experiences at kindergarten over the past 2 days. Yuri watched Leo from behind. Hearing Leo's words and seeing his chubby face, she couldn't help but chuckle. She rubbed her forehead and propped her head up, unable to bear looking at him. Okay, that's a good answer. We all know you like it. You're next. Fang Cheng was both amused and speechless. He pointed to Tate, who had raised his hand. My name is Tate. I love my mom, I love playing, I love cookies, I love the magic adventure slide, I love the cloud climbing frame, I love milk. Leo had led them astray, so Fang Cheng said, Alright, I know you all like what Leo said later, so we can say something different. Fang Cheng reminded them. My name is Xiao Yin. I like Xiao Ni and I like my dad. My name is Joni. I like my older sister, I like my dad, and I like eating delicious food, Joni said in her sweet, childish voice. My name is Saya, and I like big brother, big sister, and sister Emotong, little Saya said happily. My name is Emotong, and I like brother, sha. Yeah. Emotong stood up like the other children and said awkwardly, her voice still somewhat flat and indifferent, pausing for a slightly longer time. Fang Cheng was delighted to hear this, as it was the first time he had heard Emotong speak in a relatively long sentence, and he had also heard Emotong address him in a certain way. Okay, that's all very good. Now the teacher has heard your names and knows some of the things you like. Now the teacher has another question, but what should we children do before answering the question? I know. Raise your hand first. Leo stood up and said excitedly. Fang Cheng. Leo, have you forgotten the rules of class that I always tell you? Yuri's somewhat stern voice came from behind. Teacher Yuri, I understand. His voice weakened as he slowly sat down, realizing that he hadn't followed the rules. Fang Cheng gave Yuli an encouraging and grateful look. What did the teacher say we would learn in class? Fang Cheng continued. Knowledge and magic. Xiao Yin raised her hand, inviting her to answer. Yes, that's right. By learning knowledge, we can learn more things, such as the name of the animal that brought you to kindergarten today? Lizard horse, Tate answered seriously after raising his hand. Hearing Tate's answer, the other children put their hands down. It seems that the children remembered the discipline that Yuri usually emphasized to them. If we don't learn, we won't know that the animal is called a lizard horse. Similarly, our teacher Yuri teaches you arithmetic. When we go out to buy things, we'll know how many copper coins to pay others. We can also use this skill to earn money and buy what we want. Children who don't pay attention in class may not hear what the teacher is saying and therefore won't learn anything. So if children want to learn magic and become magicians in the future, they must listen carefully in class. Can you do it? Fang Cheng asked encouragingly. Yes, most of the children shouted in unison, full of enthusiasm. Okay, now the teacher is going to unleash magic. Children, watch carefully. As he spoke, Fang Cheng began to prepare to chant the incantation. Bring your hands together in front of your chest, palms facing up, as if holding a ball, with your index fingers hooked back. Fang Cheng murmured, by the oath of water, in your name, with my body, water sphere. A basketball-sized water balloon gathered above Fang Cheng's palm. The children's eyes widened when they saw the water balloon, which was the size of a basketball. Yuri, who was sitting quietly in the back, looked at the large water sphere with some surprise in her eyes. What kind of magic is the teacher using now? Fang Cheng asked with a smile. I know, it's water magic. Yuri-sensei can do it too, but Yuri-sensei's water magic isn't that big. Leo spoke excitedly again, gesturing with both hands to show the size, but after speaking, he seemed to realize something, shrank back, sat down, and secretly glanced at Yuri. Yuri was both annoyed and amused by what she saw. Yes, that's right. Fang Cheng no longer stopped them from expressing themselves. Only Leo often forgot to follow the class rules, so it wasn't too noisy and could even add some atmosphere. What could we do if we knew water magic? Fang Cheng asked. Zayasha raised her hand, and Fang Cheng asked her to answer. Zayasha stood up and looked at Fang Cheng, saying, when you're thirsty, you can conjure up a water ball to drink and you won't be thirsty anymore. You can also water the trees and make them grow. Well said, very clever. Fang Cheng smiled at the little guy. Saya sat down and a happy expression appeared on her face when she heard her older brother praising her. Some children raised their hands, and Fang Cheng asked Tate to answer. Water ball magic can extinguish fires, Tate said shyly in a low voice, and Fang Cheng could see the excitement on the child's face. Water ball magic can conjure up more water, which can be used to wash things and make them clean, Xiaoyan said. When it's hot, you can use water magic to create more water so you can take a bath, and it will make you feel very comfortable, Leo said. Hearing the children answer the questions one by one, and how their answers were all very reasonable, Yuri's eyes seemed to have discovered a new world. Her warm and bright eyes held a mixture of disbelief and relief. Yuri looked at the young man on the podium, his smile infectious in his patience in teaching the children a style of education and guidance she had never seen before. Yuri's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration and something unusual. In the past, when she cast spells on children, it was merely to give them a glimpse and satisfy their curiosity. She never thought of using a simple spell to guide children to feel and understand. Yes, all of your answers are correct. Water magic has many, many uses, Fang Cheng affirmed encouragingly. Water is everywhere in our lives. The milk you drink today also contains water. The children nodded. If you don't drink water, you will get thirsty. If you don't drink water for a few days, you will die of thirst and feel very uncomfortable. Every human, animal and plant needs to drink water. Trees need water to produce sweet and delicious fruit. Only when an animal called a cow has drunk its fill of water will it produce the sweet and delicious milk that you are drinking today. The children listened attentively. So, do you like water? Fang Cheng asked. I love it. The children's eyes shone brightly, their young and pure hearts answering sincerely and loudly. They thought to themselves, wow, water has so many uses. How amazing. Suddenly, Xiao Ling's voice rang in Fang Cheng's mind. At Xiao Ling's prompting, Fang Cheng suddenly closed his eyes and released the Pan-Spirit meditation skill. At that moment, he saw countless points of light of different colors flying and drifting freely in the sky around the classroom. After the children sincerely uttered that voice, among the countless points of light, only the blue water element seemed to be attracted by a spiritual force. The blue water element stirred gently, slowly gathering around the children in the space. Then, like little elves throwing themselves into their arms, they flew into the children's bodies and merged into them. Sensing this phenomenon, and combining it with the guide to the growth of children aged 3 to 6 that the system rewarded him with yesterday, Fang Cheng understood something. Looking at the time, quite a while had passed, and the first lesson was about to end smoothly. There is ample time. Fang Cheng then said, "Alright, that's all for today's lesson. Children, you can go to the toilet, wash your hands, drink water, and go outside to play and rest for a bit." "Got it, Teacher Fang Cheng." "Tate, let's go out and play." Leo shouted and rushed out, as if the classroom had a natural aversion to him when he heard the end of "get out of class." Fang Cheng. Then Fang Cheng saw the two sisters, Xiao Shay and Xiao Motong, descend from their seats and walk towards him, which made Fang Cheng feel much happier. "Saya, Motong, you did a great job today." Fang Cheng squatted down and said affectionately to the two little ones, patting their heads. He. After the class, the little guy seemed to relax a lot with Yuri and Xiao Yin present. Saya leaned forward against Fang Cheng and asked, "Now that get out of class is over, can you call me big brother?" "Okay." Fang Cheng chuckled and hugged Saya. Brother. Xiao Motong called out from beside him, her voice cold and indifferent. However, Fang Cheng felt no coldness at all when he looked at the trusting and affectionate gaze that Xiao Motong had fixed on him. "Good girl." Fang Cheng hugged the two little ones and after a moment told them to go play by themselves, but the two little ones insisted on following him around. Behind them, Xiaohe was quietly talking to Xiao Motong. Fang Cheng greeted Yuli as she approached. "How was it, Yuri? Did I do well in this lesson?" Fang Cheng asked with a smile. "Yes, I was completely engrossed in Mr. Fang Cheng's lectures. I never expected him to guide the children to understand water in such a novel way," Yuri said with a smile in her eyes. "I seem to feel some fluctuations in the water element around me just now," Yuri said with some curiosity. She knew water magic, so she was slightly sensitive to the water element in the surrounding space. "Yes." The water element in the classroom was attracted by the children and gathered around them, Fang Cheng said with a smile. "Could it be?" Yuri asked incredulously. "It's exactly what you think." "Why is that?" Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, Yuri naturally grabbed Fang Cheng's arm and asked eagerly and excitedly. Yuri suddenly felt as if she had discovered a new continent, as if a completely new way of educating children to learn magic was opening up to her, and all that was missing was the young man in front of her to give her the final answer so she could step into it. If I want to give the young people in front of me more help and live up to their trust and the rewards they have given me, I must also learn to take those kinds of courses to help those children. I must understand that. Want to know? Fang Cheng teased, feeling the soft, warm touch of the gentle girl's hand gripping his arm. Yuri, realizing what was happening, looked down at herself and saw that she had somehow ended up holding the young man's hand. Somewhat shyly, Yuri released his hand and looked gently into Fang Cheng's eyes, seemingly trying to appear calm. I want to know," Yuri said, then blushed and avoided Fang Cheng's gaze. "If you want me to tell you, you have to tell me a question first." "What's the problem?" "I'll definitely tell you." Yuri looked up and asked Fang Cheng curiously. Looking at the two little ones behind her, Xiaohe was talking to Motong and seemed not to have noticed her. "Ahem, I was just asking out of curiosity, don't overthink it, Yuli, do you have a boyfriend?" "You mean your boyfriend?" Fang Cheng whispered in Yuli's ear. "No," Yuri blushed and lowered her head shyly before responding. The young man's breath, whispering in her ear, made her ears burn. "So you're single too?" Fang Cheng whispered in Yuli's left ear, his tone deliberately mocking. "What?" Yuri seemed to think she had misheard. "Big brother, are you whispering with Ms. Yuri?" Saya's voice suddenly rang out. "Ahem, just kidding. You're the one to have this book, Yuri. Study it carefully and learn from it. Everything you want to know is in there. This is my secret treasure that I don't share with anyone else. The future development of our kindergarten depends on the two of us right now." As he spoke, Fang Cheng produced a thick book and handed it to Yuri. It was The Magical Growth Guide for Children Aged 3 to 6, which Fang Cheng had taken out of the system. At the same time, Fang Cheng quickly touched Yuri's head, which was right in front of him, and couldn't help but scratch and ruffle her hair, releasing the skill Adorable Head Pat Kill. Taking advantage of Yuri's momentary lapse in attention, Fang Cheng quickly led Saya and Emotong out of the classroom. Yuri stared blankly as Fang Cheng led the two little ones, one in silver and one in black, away. The warmth and comfort from the young man's hand had barely touched her mind before it vanished. "Damn it!" Yuri cursed, then chuckled. Perhaps influenced by Ming Meng's head-patting skill, Yuri couldn't get angry at the young man's behavior. "Teacher Yuri, what does bastard mean?" Joni walked over and heard Yuri's voice, asking in a childish voice. "This, Joni, even the teacher doesn't know. You can ask Teacher Fang Cheng later." Yuri realized what was happening and looked at Joni's innocent face, saying somewhat guiltily, Joni replied in a childish voice, and you could tell that she had become more lively after Fang Cheng's class. Yuri patted Xiao Yin's head, found a seat, and then looked at the thick book in her hand with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. She placed the books on the table. Everything the young woman said she wanted to know is in here. The Magical Growth Guide for Children aged 3 to 6. Yuri turned to the first page, and after just one glance, she was completely absorbed. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Saya asked worriedly, somewhat confused as to why her brother had suddenly run out of the classroom. "Because my brother was being naughty and played a joke on Ms. Yuri. She might be angry now, so we have to slip away quickly and wait until she's not angry before we appear in front of her again." Fang Cheng frankly stated that this can also be considered a way to improve a child's emotional intelligence. Xiao Saya nodded and blinked, as if she was trying to understand what Fang Cheng was saying. Fang Cheng checked the time, it was already 10:30. The lesson had been quite long. Looking at the first lesson of the new semester submission button on the taskbar, Fang Cheng thought for a moment and decided not to click it yet. He planned to give the children another lesson on moral education in the afternoon, which hadn't been covered much in the previous lesson. Fang Cheng always believed that moral education should come first, followed by academic learning. Although the children were all of good character, they needed further improvement. Fang Cheng did not want his students to become powerful magicians in the future, but to become wicked, despise the weak, bring pain to the innocent, and cause disaster and destruction to the world. Therefore, it is even more necessary to strengthen moral education in early childhood. Of course, moral education is not something that can be accomplished by just one lesson. It requires guidance in daily life and subtle influence through one's own positive example. I took Zayasha and the other girl outside to play for a while. During this time, Fang Cheng curiously used a basic detection technique on the two little ones to see how the magical elements in their bodies had changed after the lesson. Name, Saya. Gender, female. Age, 4 years, 5 months and 21 days, please correct any errors, same below. Weight, 14.6 kilograms. Height, 100 centimeters. Status, good emotional state. Magic element, 86/100. Magic points, 0. Elemental affinity, 83/100, excellent. Name, Mo Tong. Gender, female. Age, 5 years and 18 days. Weight, 14.7 kilograms. Height, 106 centimeters. Status, good emotional state. Magic element, 85/100. Magic points, 0. Element affinity, 76/100, good. The magical element of both little ones has increased slightly compared to the information detected previously. Fang Cheng was somewhat looking forward to the time when their magical elemental power would turn into 100 and be converted into magic power, allowing them to learn how to cast spells. Fang Cheng arrived at the entrance of the castle kindergarten. Seeing Leo and Tate playing on the slide in the distance on the playground, I used my basic detection skill on them. Name, Leo. Gender, male. Age, 4 years, 8 months and 29 days. Weight, 17.2 kilograms. Height, 104 centimeters. Status, good emotional state. Magic element, 23/100. Magic points, 0. Element affinity, 33/100, poor. Name, Tate. Age, 4 years, 8 months and 20 days. Weight, 18 kilograms. Height, 105 centimeters. Status, good emotional state. Magic element, 54/100. Magic points, 0. Element affinity, 51/100, poor. Seeing their panels, Fang Cheng made up his mind. Looking at the time, Fang Cheng realized it was time to prepare lunch, so he returned the way he came. As I passed by the classroom, I noticed Yuri sitting there quietly and intently reading the Magical Growth Guide for children aged 3 to 6. Joan and Joni were talking softly to Yuri, but Yuri seemed completely unaffected, engrossed in the book. Fang Cheng gave the two children a basic detection skill, wanting to know what changes had occurred to their data panels after the lesson, and he had also used the detection skill on them a couple of days ago. Name, Xiao Yin, Xiao and I. Age, 5 years and 22 days. Weight, 15.6 kilograms 15.3 kilograms. Height, 98 centimeters 98 centimeters. Status, emotional state is normal, normal. Magic element, 71/100, magic element 70/100. Magic points, 0. Elemental affinity, 62/100, mediocre. 62/100, mediocre. Compared to the results of the previous 2 days, Xiao Yin's magic element increased by 2 points and her elemental affinity increased by 1 point, while Xiao Ni's magic element increased by 3 points and her elemental affinity increased by 2 points. Fang Cheng believes it is related to the child's level of understanding in class, the child's sincerity towards the elements, and the degree to which the elements resonate with the child. I didn't disturb them. Fang Cheng went to the kitchen to start preparing today's lunch. The 2 little ones followed behind, knowing they had arrived at the kitchen and that their older brother was going to cook another delicious meal. Xiao Motong moved her lips, a hint of anticipation appearing in her beautiful obsidian eyes. Chef Fang, who had just finished teaching a class, began preparing today's lunch. As before, Fang Cheng added a little bit of magic crystal rice to the regular rice when steaming it. Today's lunch menu includes steamed egg with minced mutton and wood ear mushrooms, beef meatballs, radish and vegetable soup, and broccoli, 3 dishes and a soup. This time, Fang Cheng spent another gold coin to buy some ordinary ingredients from the system. Fang Cheng was busy in the kitchen, while Saya and Xiao Motong waited quietly. Fang Cheng didn't ask the 2 little ones for help, since they had been there when he introduced the kitchen utensils to Yuri earlier. I know there are several magical big boxes in the kitchen. Some can quickly wash dishes, some can wash vegetables and fruits, and some can turn into the fragrant rice that my older brother talks about. Saya, with her little Motong, curiously looked at the devices from left to right. However, with the help of various high-tech kitchen equipment and Fang Cheng's expertise in children's cooking, he only spent about 20 minutes preparing 3 dishes and a soup, which was not too complicated. Big brother, what are we eating today? It smells so good. The little guy stood on tiptoe beside him, looked at the stove, and then looked up at Fang Cheng. You'll find out when we eat later. Do you want to go outside and play with Sister Motong for a bit? Fang Cheng said, looking down at the 2 little ones. Sister Motong, do you want to go outside to play? Xiao Shaya asked, turning her head. Saya, do you want to go? Motong blinked and asked. Saya doesn't want to go, she wants to go with her brother. If Sister Motong wants to go, Saya will go with you. Motong shook his head. In just 2 days, a scene of sisterly affection unfolded. Fang Cheng watched the 2 little ones interact, feeling both gratified and amused, and thought it was really great. Alright, you 2 can stay here with your brother. Yes, dear brother. After preparing the meal, Fang Cheng and the 2 little ones carried the food and dishes to the dining room. This time, Fang Cheng learned from his experience and, being skilled in art, used a knife heated by fireball magic to engrave the children's names on their plates, ensuring each child had their own plate. Can Saya go and invite Ms. Yuri and Xiao Yin to dinner? Fang Cheng asked. Saya quickly ran to the classroom. Xiao Modong heard that he was not told to follow, but he walked closer to Fang Cheng and looked up at him, seemingly waiting for the young man's instructions, or perhaps wanting to get closer to him. Let's sit here. Fang Cheng sat down at the small table, smiled, reached out and ruffled Xiao Motong's hair, gently sliding a strand of hair from her forehead behind her. Are you hungry? Motong looked at Fang Cheng and nodded slightly. Fang Cheng scooped a spoonful of steamed egg and brought it to Motong's lips. Motong watched as Fang Cheng obediently opened his little mouth, tilted his head slightly forward, bit the spoon, and slowly swallowed. Not long after, Xiaohe was seen skipping back first. Brother, Ms. Yuri, and the others are coming right away. Well, thank you for your hard work, Saya. Why did you run so fast just now? Were you hungry? Fang Cheng asked with a smile. Running over here will allow me to see my brother sooner, Saya said happily after sitting down in the seat next to her. Fang Cheng remained silent, but then scooped up another spoonful of fragrant steamed egg with minced meat and brought it to Xiao She's lips. Oh. Saya opened her little mouth and took a bite. Big brother, this is delicious. The little guy smiled with satisfaction. If it's delicious, eat more. Your brother will cook even more delicious food for you every day. Fang Cheng smiled unconsciously. Yuri, along with Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni, were walking up from behind. Yuri's expression suggested she was still somewhat absorbed in her book, clutching it tightly to her chest like a precious treasure, reluctant to let go. Fang Cheng turned his head and found it amusing to see her like this for the first time. However, it seemed that Yuri had completely forgotten what had just happened. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Yuri seemed to snap out of her daze and said somewhat shyly, Mr. Fang Cheng, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard work. The kitchen equipment is quite convenient. You don't need to be so polite next time. Or you can cook for us next time, Fang Cheng joked. Well, although I'd love to, I don't think my cooking skills are that good. If it's not too much trouble, I hope Mr. Fang Cheng can teach me, Yuri said somewhat shyly. Of course it's no trouble. I'll teach you all my cooking skills. Fang Cheng smiled happily upon hearing Yuri's words. Then Fang Cheng said to Xiao Yin, you can go to the playground outside and see if Leo and the others are there. Call them back for dinner. Okay, I understand, Teacher Fang Cheng. Xiao Qiaoan replied happily, and her little figure ran outside, returning shortly with Riot and the others. Wow, it smells so good. Leo ran over, and the surrounding sounds seemed to grow louder. Leo, you guys go wash your hands first, Yuri said sternly. Oh, I understand, Ms. Yuri. Yuri, do they know their own names? Fang Cheng asked. Yes, I know them all. Yuri nodded. Today's lunch was different from yesterday's and delicious, which made the children feel very satisfied and happy. Moreover, Teacher Fang Cheng said that each child had their own plate, and they were very happy to see their names engraved on the beautiful plates. Yuri felt the same way. Now she felt that being able to eat Mr. Fang Cheng's delicious lunch every day was something she looked forward to. She glanced furtively at Fang Cheng, who was eating with his head down, and suddenly remembered the series of actions Fang Cheng had taken that morning. Even though she had never heard the term single dog before, Yuri roughly understood what it meant. Yuri bit the spoon. And you're laughing at me? I've rejected so many people who have pursued me. You're the one who's single, Yuri thought to herself. After finishing lunch, Yuri took the initiative to clear away the dishes. Teacher Yuli, I'll help too, Qiao Yin said. Hearing Qiao Yin's words, the other children also said, me too, I'll help too. How about this, we take turns, Fang Cheng said at this moment. Today we'll invite Qiao Yin, tomorrow we'll invite Tate, and the day after tomorrow, Leo, Xiao and I, Saya, and Emotong, taking turns each day. Please ask Qiao Yin to help out today. Yes, Teacher Fang Cheng. Qiao Yin replied cheerfully. Several other children, upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, although knowing that they would take turns helping, still felt somewhat discouraged that they hadn't been called upon this time. After resting for 3 minutes, Yuri returned from the kitchen with Qiao Yin. After lunch, the two took the children for a walk to help them digest. Fang Cheng and Yuli were walking outside. Yuri asked curiously, where did Mr. Fang Cheng's book come from? The concepts and educational methods in it, even the methods for increasing children's elemental affinity and magical talent, I never heard of them when I was studying at the Magic Academy, and I didn't see any such methods for improving the magical talent of children under 6 years old in the books recorded in the picture gallery. If the contents of this book were to be seen or even spread by outsiders, it could potentially cause a global upheaval in the world of magic education. So, you're not an outsider now, Fang Cheng said with a smile, without giving a specific answer. Was I supposed to tell you it was a system reward? If I told you, you probably wouldn't know what it was, since you've never been exposed to online novel culture. Yuli blushed slightly, knowing that Fang Cheng probably couldn't tell her, and walked forward to Qiao Yin and the others. She thought to herself, why does this person keep saying these kinds of things lately? Although, I don't dislike it. However, Yuri gained a little more confidence that the children would be able to successfully awaken their magic and become magicians in the future. During nap time, the children went to bed, and Yuri also made do with a small bed in the dormitory. Fang Cheng wanted to see if there were any beds suitable for adults in the system store. He asked Xiao Ling, but she said there were none, only things for children. Thank you for your hard work, Yuri. I'm going to rest now, Fang Cheng said after the children had quieted down. Leave it to me, you go and get some rest. Yuri nodded and said, sitting on the small bed, flipping through the thick Magic Growth Guide for children aged 3 to 6, seemingly hoping that Fang Cheng would leave quickly so as not to disturb her reading. It's another leisurely afternoon nap time. After Fang Cheng told a short story, the two little ones fell asleep immediately at noon today, sleeping quietly next to Fang Cheng. Reminded by the system's alarm clock, Fang Cheng woke up on time, stretched, and woke up the two little ones who seemed to be asleep but weren't quite asleep either. Then, Fang Cheng took the two little ones downstairs. When Fang Cheng arrived at the castle kindergarten dormitory, he found that several children had already sat up and gotten up. Yuri greeted him when she saw him, put down her book, and looked a little tired. Yuli, you didn't sleep all afternoon, did you? Fang Cheng asked. Yuri got up from her small bed and handed the book to Fang Cheng. Well, I want to finish reading it as soon as possible so I can teach the children this afternoon. Also, I'm worried that if I lose the book or something happens, it might get out. Of course I believe you. We've already signed the contract. But Yuri, have you finished reading it? Fang Cheng asked curiously. Yes, I've remembered it all. Yuri nodded shyly. Thank you for Mr. Fang Cheng's generosity, which allowed me to see this classic book. I now feel that I have a different understanding of magic and elements in the world. You're really amazing, Yuri, Fang Cheng praised. I'll teach the afternoon classes. I have some things to discuss with the children. You should take a rest, Fang Cheng said. Yuri nodded when she heard Fang Cheng's words. After giving each child a bottle of milk in the afternoon, Fang Cheng began teaching the children. Yuri sat in the back, her head resting on the small table. She was indeed a little sleepy. She opened her eyes, listened to the young man's voice, and looked at the young man who was giving a lesson in front of her. The young man's face had soft, delicate features, and his dark eyes seemed to hold deep, rounded lake waters, giving people a sense of comfort and peace. After spending the past 2 days at the kindergarten and observing her, Yali truly felt the gentle heart that the young man showed towards the children at all times, and the subtle and pervasive education he provided. It seems like I'm not so bad at treating myself. Thinking about this, Yuri suddenly lowered her head and closed her eyes. She had been somewhat curious about the content of Fang Cheng's class, but now she had no interest in listening. She felt like she was back in her old days, dozing off in class. Half asleep, Yuri's eyelids drooped, and she fell asleep on the table. Yuri, what's wrong, father? Are you feeling unwell? Yuri asked worriedly, looking at her father on the hospital bed. Do you have a boy you like? A kind-looking man, around 40 or 50 years old, suddenly asked from the bed, his voice gentle. Of course not, father. Why would you ask such a question? Besides, didn't you disagree with me having too much contact with boys? Yuri replied, somewhat surprised. Father doesn't disagree, but he's worried that Yuri's personality makes her vulnerable to being taken advantage of. Like your mother, you're gentle and don't know how to refuse others. I don't really trust those immature kids at the Magic Academy. Father would rather you find an ordinary young man who doesn't know magic, so that if you're ever bullied, you can still fight back. As a man, father understands men best. If you have one, Yuri can bring it home for father to see. Really? No, Yuri replied. Oh dear, I don't know why, but I'm suddenly a little disappointed, the man said. Father! Yuri cried out in anger. Haha, just kidding, the man chuckled and continued. If Yuri meets a man whose words, actions, or gaze make her feel uncomfortable, or make her feel uncomfortable for no reason, listen to your father's experience and reject him directly. However, if Yuri meets a young man who makes her feel truly comfortable and who is patient, likes, and knows how to educate children, then your father agrees that you can boldly pursue him. After all, young people who are patient with children are unlikely to be too bad. Father, what are you saying? Why are you suddenly saying these things? And why is it me who has to pursue you, and not someone else who has to pursue me? Yuri stammered at first, then sounded a little indignant. Haha, little Yuri has grown up so much. It's almost time for her to find a husband. I'm just telling you how to find a suitable husband. Your father just hopes that you can find a good home for yourself as soon as possible. Father. Alright, that's enough, Yuri, you decide for yourself. Anyway, that's all father said. Go get me the medicine. So everyone in this world is different. Even our Qiao Yin and Qiao Ni, although they look very similar, we can still recognize them by their voices and actions, right? Yes, the children answered in unison. Qiao Yin's voice is louder, and she even cursed at me last time. Qiao Ni wouldn't have done that, she recognized me right away, Leo said. Fang Cheng. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yin sat silently in her seat, looking somewhat aggrieved. She knew that she had to follow the rules during class. Leo, you're a bad guy, I'm not playing with you, Joni said in her childish voice. TCH, we don't play with you girls, right, Tate? Leo said to Tate beside him with his tiger-like face. Seemingly noticing that everyone was looking at him, Tate blushed and remained silent. Fang Cheng, okay, what did the teacher just say? Fang Cheng asked, trying to get their attention back. Students should get along well with each other, and be sure to tell the teacher if anything happens. This world is very, very big, and everyone looks different. There are people with black hair, white hair, and flaxen hair. There are people with cute cat ears on their heads. Last time, the teacher saw an uncle with a long lizard tail outside. There is also a kind uncle who sells crispy cookies with dog ears on the street past your house to the east. Therefore, everyone in the world is different, and you can't find two people who are exactly the same. Each of us children is unique, so think carefully before doing anything. Would you dislike someone just because they look different? The teacher won't. Can you do it? No. The children answered in unison. Great, that's all for today's lesson. Children, you can go and rest now. Leo rushed out again. He'd only been there 2 days, but the toys in the kindergarten were already incredibly appealing to him. Perhaps feeling that the surroundings had become quieter, Yuri opened her eyes and looked around, just in time to notice Fang Cheng's gaze shifting towards her. Yuri calmly lay down on the table again, blushing and pretending to be asleep. Fang Cheng looked at Yuli, who was very sleepy, and didn't disturb her. He planned to let her lie there and rest for a while, and then take the children to play on the playground outside. Fang Cheng took the children to the Magic Adventure slide and let them play. Alright, now children, please play on this Magic Adventure slide for a while. Remember to line up and don't push. Okay, the children replied. At this moment, the children, perhaps influenced by Fang Cheng's lesson, appeared harmonious and friendly. Xiao She did the same. This time, she didn't stay by Fang Cheng's side, but instead took Xiao Motong's hand and went up to play on the slide together. Saya, you guys go ahead and play. Seeing Saya queuing up behind her, Xiao Yin took the initiative to stand at the back. Thank you, Xiao Yin, Saya said hesitantly. Saya, you play first, Xiao Ni said in a childish voice as she came behind Xiao Yin. Thank you, Joni. Saya, you play first. Leo heard the commotion behind him and suddenly walked to the back as well. Saya looked back at the children behind her, then at the slide in front of her, and blinked. Meanwhile, Tate, who was in front of him, just slid down the slide. Run to the back of the small line and join the queue. Leo, why are you copying me? You're not Saya's good friend, Xiao Yin said angrily. I didn't learn from you, I was just listening to teacher Fang Cheng, Leo said, his face flushed. Seeing that Saya and Motong had started sliding down the slide ahead and there was no one else in front, Xiao Yin quickly walked up the slide, ignoring what Leo said behind her. For Xiao Yin, playing on the slide was more attractive. After playing with Xiaohe and Xiaomotong for a while, they ran back to Fang Cheng's side. Fang Cheng had also witnessed what had just happened between the children. It's clear that the children have learned about friendly and considerate behavior and have been influenced by Fang Cheng's lesson. However, there are other things as well. For example, in their eyes now, Saya and Motong are the younger sisters of the very powerful teacher Fang Cheng, and they follow Fang Cheng around every day. Saya and Moto were dressed differently from them, they wore pretty, shiny clothes. They were wearing simple, yellow cotton and linen clothes. Although you might not notice it normally, when you compare them, you can still tell who looks good and who doesn't. They were quite young. So in their eyes, Saya and Komotami began to become special. Even Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni were very happy when Fang Cheng said that they were good friends with Saya. However, these past 2 days, although they still wanted to play with Saya, they were a little hesitant to approach her and ask her to play together. Also, the little girl with hair that was somewhat the same color as teacher Fang Cheng seemed to be Saya's good friend, and her cold and indifferent expression made them reluctant to get close to her. What's wrong, Saya? Fang Cheng asked with a smile, patting little Saya. Saya shook her head and hugged Fang Cheng, saying, I want to be with my brother. Saya's voice sounded a little disappointed. Fang Cheng squatted down, hugged Saya, looked at little Saya's face, and pinched her delicate little nose. Yes, it's okay. Saya can do whatever she wants. My brother likes having Saya around too. Of course, there's also your sister Motong. Fang Cheng then hugged the quiet little Motong who was standing beside him. He hugged the two little ones together, patted their heads, and then stood up. Watching the children having fun, Fang Cheng fell into thought. It seemed that Xiao She and Xiao Motong were more relaxed playing on the slide when they came to Fang Cheng's side, instead of playing with them. Fang Cheng thought about it for a moment and made up his mind. However, the matter of friendship between classmates requires both methods and time. Xiao Ling? Fang Cheng asked. Yes, master. Do you buy school uniforms for your child? Yes, we do. What style would you like, master? Then, a series of clothing styles appeared in Fang Cheng's mind, each with a different style, divided into summer, spring and autumn, winter, men's and women's styles. Fang Cheng suddenly remembered the group of young people he had seen surrounding the painting of Misaka Mikato on his way out earlier. They seemed to be wearing the same clothes, probably the school uniform of the Magic Academy. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng chose a summer school uniform with a school uniform style, which came in boys' and girls' versions. The top was a short-sleeved white shirt with a row of buttons, and the bottom was black and purple shorts for the boys and pleated culottes for the girls. Another cartoon kindergarten logo was designed, with the name of 11AI Magic Kindergarten on it. After the design is completed, choosing affordable, ordinary materials for making clothes, each set cost 10 silver coins, and Fang Cheng spent 1.2 gold coins to buy 12 sets of clothes in suitable sizes based on the children's height as determined by the initial height assessment. 2 sets per person, just right for changing and washing. Just then, seeing Yuri standing at the castle gate and Fang Cheng and the others on the playground, Yuri walked over. For some reason, Fang Cheng noticed that Yuli's face still had a blush as she walked towards him. It was probably because she had rested for a while and her mental state had recovered, as well as the effects of the hot summer weather. It was almost afternoon, time to send the children home. Mr. Fang Cheng, thank you for your hard work. It's almost time. I should take the children home now, Yuri said as she approached Fang Cheng and looked at the children playing. She then greeted Zayasha Yemotong next to her. Fang Cheng hesitated for a moment, feeling that it was a bit tiring for Yuli to deliver things to him every day. He hoped that Yuli would stay here, but he didn't know if Yuli would agree. However, it had only been 2 days, so it didn't seem appropriate to bring it up now. Moreover, Fang Cheng does not intend to adopt a boarding system so that the child can live in the kindergarten all day and sleep there at night. After all, parents already spend little time with their children, and if they spend too much time at kindergarten, it can be detrimental to the close relationship between parents and children. Parental companionship is very important for young children. We can't let the children learn and live happily here and completely forget about things at home. Parents also need their children's company. So, even though the journey is a bit far and troublesome, Fang Cheng wants the children to go home and then bring them back in the morning. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng said, "Yes, thank you for your hard work, Yuli. I'll cook something delicious for you tomorrow. I'll keep an eye on things these next few days and find a suitable person to pick up and drop off the children. If you think there's someone suitable, you can just call him over." Yuri nodded obediently, her well-behaved and docile appearance making Fang Cheng feel as if he were dealing with a child. Fang Cheng touched his nose and sensed a strange change in Yuli. It was as if she had just taken a nap. Although she looked energetic, was this obedient and well-behaved demeanor a sign that she hadn't fully woken up yet? Then Fang Cheng suddenly produced a large bag of clothes. Yuri was used to it and looked over curiously. She noticed that the clothes Fang Cheng was holding were the same style as those worn by children. "Mr. Fang Cheng, are these school uniforms for the children?" Yuri asked. "Yes, just like the students at the Magic Academy, they have uniforms, so our kindergarten has to follow suit." Fang Cheng nodded. "Yes, it would look better if the children wore the same clothes, and it would give them a sense of belonging," Yuri replied. "Director, may I take a look?" "Yes, there are men's and women's styles available." Yuri opened the 2 bags of clothes, took them out and looked at them, then compared them with the curiously scrutinizing eyes of Zayasha Yemotong. "The children will look very good in these clothes," Yuri said, looking at the adorable school uniforms. "That's not necessarily true. My little Saya and little Motong will definitely look good in them." Fang Cheng chuckled and glanced in Leo's direction. As a girl, Yuri's aesthetic sense is definitely not bad. When she saw Fang Cheng looking at Leo, Yuri looked over and couldn't help but find it a little funny. "I already whipped Leo hard for being rude to Saya before," Yuri suddenly said. "Hey, I didn't realize that someone as gentle as Yuri could be so fierce as to use a pointer to whip the kids," Fang Cheng teased. Yuri tilted her head away, ignoring him. "Ahem, if you ask me, you have to use a stick. A whip can't make a child feel the power of physical education as well as a stick." Yuri. Based on her interactions with the young man over the past few days and his attitude towards the children, Yuri naturally knew that he was joking. "Alright, kids, gather around, it's almost time to go home." Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, the children quickly ran over. Gathered around Fang Cheng, they looked somewhat reluctant to leave when they heard that school was about to end. "I have seen your performance today. I hope you will continue to work hard and remember what I said today. Then, to encourage you, the teacher is going to give each of you 2 nice outfits. From now on, when you wear these clothes, others will be able to tell at a glance that you are studying at 11AI Magic Kindergarten. Our kindergarten's emblem is on the clothes. Do you like it or not?" Fang Cheng asked. "I like it," the children exclaimed excitedly as they looked at the bag of clothes Fang Cheng was holding. "Teacher Fang Cheng, can I wear it tomorrow?" Leo asked. "Okay, from now on you will have to wear your school uniforms when you come to kindergarten. Remember to tell your parents when you get home." "Teacher Fang Cheng, can I wear it during the holidays?" Leo continued to ask. "You can wear whatever you want during your vacation," Fang Cheng replied. "Teacher Fang Cheng, I understand." "Teacher Fang Cheng, I don't want a holiday. Can we not have a holiday? I want to come to kindergarten even when I have a holiday," Leo kept saying. Yuri watched Fang Cheng's helpless expression and chuckled to herself, but didn't offer to help. Who told you to call me fierce just now?" Seeing the expectant looks from the other children, Xiao Yin and Xiao Nita, Fang Cheng explained, "It's the holidays, and the teachers need to rest, so the kindergarten is closed." Fang Cheng said to Xiao Yin and Xiao Nita. "Leo is such a chatterbox." Then Fang Cheng distributed the clothes to the children. "Listen carefully, make sure you keep the clothes you're given safe, don't mix them up. The styles of boys' and girls' clothes are different," Fang Cheng said as he handed out the clothes to the children. "Understood, Professor Fang Cheng." Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, the children clutched the clothes in their hands tightly. "These are for Saya and Moto." Fang Cheng handed the remaining clothes to the 2 little ones, who took them. "Yuli, take the child and wait at the door for a moment. I'll go and bring the lizard horse over," Fang Cheng said. Yuri nodded. Fang Cheng led his 2 families to the lizard horse beast that was resting in the vegetable garden. Fang Cheng gave it some fruit and it immediately perked up. He was quite satisfied with this lizard horse beast and never skimped on its food. While other lizard horse beasts ate grass, this one ate fruit. When Yuri took the children home, Fang Cheng would also put enough fruit in the carriage for it to eat. Lead it to the castle gate, where Yuri and the others are already waiting. "See you tomorrow, kids," Fang Cheng said with a smile. "See you tomorrow, Teacher Fang Cheng." Several children shouted to Fang Cheng from the carriage, their eyes filled with reluctance as they looked around at the children. "You don't have to come so early tomorrow, especially Leo. Don't knock on the door so early. Teacher Yuri is working hard and needs to rest." "You're right, Yuri," Fang Cheng teased Yuri. Yuli felt a warm current welling up in her heart, but then she heard Fang Cheng jokingly ask her another question. Seeing the children looking at her, Yuli turned her head away and rolled her eyes at Fang Cheng. Yes, Principal, thank you for your concern. Yuri pulled the leash, and the lizard horse, sensing the command, let out a low growl and trotted happily out of the kindergarten gate. Fang Cheng smiled as he watched the carriage depart. They left, leaving only 3 people in the kindergarten. Saya seemed to relax a bit and returned to her lively state. Big brother, should Sister Mo Tong and I wear this outfit tomorrow? Seo asked, holding the school uniform in her arms. Fang Cheng replied, patting Saya's head. Having received Fang Cheng's approval, and knowing that she would be wearing the same style of clothes as Qiao Yin and Qiao Ni tomorrow, Saya was quite happy. Then, she took Seo and Mo Tong for a leisurely stroll on the playground. This was the most pleasant and relaxed time for Fang Cheng. In the evening, Fang Cheng and the 2 little ones sat on a soft patch of grass under a tree. Set up a small table. There was some food on the table, including hot roasted meat bread, sweet and spicy bread, and extra portions of food that Fang Cheng had prepared at noon, which were still warm in the system inventory. There were also 2 crisp cookies, and 3 cups were taken out and filled with vitamin C-rich juice. The small table was almost full. This vitamin C-rich juice was obtained through persistent pleading between Fang Cheng and Xiao Ling. As long as Fang Cheng used the excuse that his child wanted to drink it and needed vitamins to supplement his child's growth, the system would generally not refuse his requests, and food could be provided. However, it's still a bit expensive. I don't know if it's really expensive or if the system saw that Fang Cheng just wanted to drink it and deliberately sold it at such a high price. It's 20 bottles for 1 gold coin, and it's still a small 250 ml bottle. The children's milk is only 100 bottles for 1 gold coin. However, the juice does taste delicious, sweet with a hint of sourness, refreshing and not greasy. It was another drink that Zayasha Ye and Xiao Motang had never seen or tasted before. They held the cups with anticipation and took a sip. Brother, what is this? It tastes delicious. This is orange juice, a beverage made from squeezed fruit, Fang Cheng replied. This time, with Fang Cheng's reminder once again, the 3 of them ate very slowly, taking a little of each kind of food. Fang Cheng occasionally couldn't resist feeding the 2 little ones, who accepted whatever came their way. Out of curiosity, Fang Cheng tore off a small portion of the sweet and spicy bread with the most sauce and fed it to the 2 little ones, which made Xiao She breathe softly after finishing it. Big brother, this is delicious. After saying that, Zayasha picked up the juice and gulped down 2 small mouthfuls. Fang Cheng was amused by Saya's appearance. After finishing her meal, Xiao Motang's eyes lit up again. She chewed slowly and then took a small sip of juice. Seeing Mo Tong's expression, Fang Cheng knew that Mo Tong might like this sweet and spicy flavor, so he shared some more with Mo Tong. Zayasha looked at the food on the table and saw the crispy biscuits. She picked one up, broke it in half, and gave it to Mo Tong. The little one took small bites, and the crisp sound it made brought Fang Cheng some comfort. Fang Cheng ate a rather large dinner tonight and played on the playground for a long time. Seeing Leo playing on the cloud climbing frame today, he was also a little itchy and climbed up for a while. However, after climbing halfway up, Fang Cheng suddenly asked Xiao Ling, if I slip and fall, will the blessing of the wind protect me? Well, master, I suggest you learn wind magic yourself, Xiao Ling said. Although as the owner of the kindergarten, if you were to accidentally fall, the safety system would still release the wind blessing magic to cushion your fall. However, since you are much heavier than those children, the wind blessing magic will only consume enough energy to lift the weight of a child once. So please consider this carefully, master. Well, as expected, all these toys and everything in the kindergarten are for kids, leaving me, an adult, with no advantage whatsoever, Fang Cheng said, pursing his lips. However, when Fang Cheng looked down, he saw that after climbing to a height of 15 meters, there was nothing around him. Looking down, he saw 2 little guys looking up at him. Because of the height, Fang Cheng could only see the 2 little guys' small and cute heads. There were no visible safety measures, such as safety ropes, and Fang Cheng was actually a little scared. After thinking it over, I decided not to compete with the other children for the magical blessing of the cloud climbing frame that belonged to them, and slowly and carefully climbed down. Seeing Fang Cheng slowly come down, Saya was also eager to try. Xiao Motang didn't seem to care about playing or not. As soon as Fang Cheng came down, he silently approached Fang Cheng's side. Sister Mo Tong, let's go play too. Mo Tong nodded. Then the 2 little ones climbed up. As soon as a white cloud staircase rose, Xiao He showed a happy expression. Then the little guy slowly climbed up, ascending the white cloud steps more and more times. Mo Tong followed Xiao She's rhythm, his face showing little expression as if he were oblivious to the altitude. After Saya climbed 1 step, she followed her up 1 step to stay beside her. Fang Cheng watched from below and could see that the 2 little ones' things were quite nimble and didn't seem slow at all. However, as the 2 little ones climbed higher and higher, their speed gradually slowed down. When Fang Cheng climbed to a height of about 10 meters, he was somewhat surprised. Fang Cheng noticed that Saya wasn't looking down, but just kept climbing upwards. However, she seemed to be losing some strength, as her climbing speed slowed down. Zayasha looked at Xiao on the left, whose face was calm, and said, "Sister Moton, let's climb higher. Let's climb even higher than Leo." Today, Leo climbed so high that brother praised him. When Xiao Modong heard Xiao She's words, she blinked her eyes, which seemed to brighten, and responded with an When she looked up again, her dark eyes seemed to have a fighting spirit. In the morning, Xiao She and Xiao Motong were sitting on the wind swing, and naturally saw the commotion at the cloud climbing frame. They also saw Fang Cheng and Kualio. However, neither of the two children liked crowded places. At this moment, Xiao She wanted to show off. Fang Cheng was puzzled when he saw the two little ones slow down and stop. He was wondering whether he should press the button to let them down. It's a bit strange, since there are no outsiders here now. If Saya needed anything, she should have called me. Fang Cheng hesitated for a moment, and just as he was about to press the switch, he noticed that Xiao She had climbed up another step. Slowly, step by step, they climbed to a height of 15 meters, exactly the same position Fang Cheng had reached earlier, and even higher than the distance Leo had climbed. Fang Cheng's surprise was completely unexpected. While Fang Cheng was surprised that Emotong had climbed so high, he wasn't entirely unexpected, as he hadn't known before whether Emotong was afraid of heights. But Fang Cheng was shocked to learn that the cute and cuddly Saya, who had recently become increasingly fond of acting spoiled, could climb so high. He knew that the clever little Saya was sensitive to height. The last time she sat on Fang Cheng's shoulders and played the horse riding game, her tightly gripping hands and feet, afraid of falling, was enough to prove it. The two little ones have climbed to a height of 15 meters, but they seem to be losing interest. "Sister Emotong, isn't this as high as Bilio's climb?" Little Sao said to Emotong beside her, her little head sweating. Emotong nodded. A gentle breeze blew, and Zayasha wanted to look down at her older brother, but found him very far away, as if he had shrunk. The little girl began to feel a little scared. Just then, the two little ones heard Fang Cheng's encouraging voice coming from below. "Saya, Emotong, don't be afraid. Keep climbing, climb higher than the castle, and your big brother will protect you from below." Since the two little ones have already climbed so high, Fang Cheng felt it would be a waste not to try and receive the magical elemental blessing of the white cloud climbing frame. When Zayasha heard Fang Cheng's words, she felt less scared. Her brother told her to climb higher than the castle. Although she didn't know why, Zayasha trusted and loved listening to her brother the most. Moreover, her brother, who was omnipotent in her eyes, was protecting her from below. Saya mustered her courage and replied loudly in her childish voice, "Yes, I understand, big brother." Saya looked up and suddenly realized that her older sister, Emotong, had already climbed 2 steps and was not waiting for her. For Emotong, hearing Fang Cheng's words was like receiving a command, giving her motivation. She would listen to Shaya, but in her eyes, Fang Cheng's words were the most important. "If my brother says to climb up, then I'll just listen to him and keep climbing." Meanwhile, Saya, seeing that Emotong had already climbed 2 steps and was not waiting for her, pouted. Although she was a little tired, looking at the top of the castle and hearing her brother's words, she began to take her little steps again. Watching from below, Fang Cheng felt a surge of affection for the two little ones as they moved. In fact, he had already noticed that Xiao She was scared. Looking at the two small figures climbing upwards, Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised that Xiao Motong had climbed up as soon as she heard his voice, without waiting for Xiao She to make a move. Could it be that the sisterly affection he had seen before was just an illusion? Fang Cheng touched his nose and wondered. As the two little ones slowly approached the top of the castle, Xiao She seemed to be feeling a bit sore, and Xiao Motong, who was only 2 meters away from reaching the height of the castle, also slowed down, as if she was struggling a bit. Fang Cheng couldn't hold back any longer. He found the steps next to Saya and started climbing up. He wanted to stay by their side and encourage his two brave, strong, obedient, and well-behaved little darlings. Fang Cheng climbed upwards, the white cloud steps rising one by one. Soon, Fang Cheng reached Saya's side and noticed that beads of sweat were dripping from Saya's delicate face and chin, even though the necklace made her body feel warm and comfortable. However, Saya will still sweat during strenuous exercise, and sweating during exercise is good for health. "Big brother." Xiaoze saw Fang Cheng beside her and called out softly like a tired kitten. "Saya, that's great. Hold on tight to the pole, let's cheer each other on. When we reach the top, the magical blessing of the white cloud climbing frame will help Saya learn magic faster," Fang Cheng said gently. "I understand, big brother." Hearing Fang Cheng's encouraging words, Saya seemed to gain strength. She grabbed the climbing pole with her little hands, then stepped up with her feet, then switched hands and feet, repeating this process step by step. Fang Cheng followed beside her, seemingly oblivious to the nearly 20-meter height. As Fang Cheng accompanied him, he saw that Emotong above was also struggling to persevere, gripping the climbing pole tightly. He stopped at a white cloud step, and after a moment, it seemed that his body regained its strength and he continued to climb. Fang Cheng wanted to encourage her, but he didn't dare to make too much noise. He also kept a distance between them because he saw that Mo Tong's eyes were always looking at the top of the castle. Fang Cheng was afraid that if he made a sound, he would suddenly draw Mo Tong's attention and startle her, and she might accidentally let go. Finally, the sound in this space seemed to disappear, and the three of them silently climbed upwards. Mo Tong watched the white cloud steps continue to rise, and seeing that she was about to surpass the height of the castle, she remembered her brother's words and a surge of energy rose within her frail body. She climbed up one more step. It seems that Zayash's physical condition is slightly better than Mo Tong's. Finally, the three of them climbed to the height of the castle roof at the same time. The white cloud steps never rose again. Mo Tong glanced to the side and noticed that her brother on the right was looking at her and Saya. The three of them exchanged glances. Fang Cheng was a little puzzled. Why was there no movement? Suddenly a gentle breeze blew by. The cloud climbing frame suddenly produced two small tornadoes that rose from the bottom up, with a large, seemingly insubstantial cloud in the middle of the tornadoes. Brother, don't be afraid, this is the magical blessing of the white cloud climbing frame, Fang Cheng said softly in a voice that both little ones could hear. They gently rolled up the two little ones from bottom to top. The two little ones were seated on the white clouds, and the white cloud steps they had just climbed automatically shrank down, leaving Fang Cheng alone at the very top, looking bewildered. The white cloud tornado slowly carried the two little guys, circling around the sky above the white cloud climbing frame. Fang Cheng watched helplessly as the two little ones floated lightly past him on white clouds. You can also see Saya's surprised and curious expression. Xiao Motong looked at her dependents. The last two white cloud tornadoes slowly circled twice, gently carrying the two little ones back to the grass below, and the clouds seemed to disappear into thin air. Fang Cheng, clinging tightly to the climbing pole 30 meters above the ground. Damn it! I don't want to play on this cloud climbing frame for even a second longer. Helpless, Fang Cheng could only carefully descend step by step. Going down was much more difficult than going up, and it took him a full 5 minutes to return to the ground. Back on the ground, the two little ones immediately surrounded Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng's lips turned white, and he glanced at the white cloud climbing frame with disgust and anger. I picked up the two soft little ones, one in each arm, and carried them home. Big brother. Zayasha called softly, hugging Fang Cheng's neck, her soft face pressed against Fang Cheng's right cheek, as if she was a little tired. Xiao Motong was also exhausted, her hair soaked with sweat, and she hugged Fang Cheng's other side, resting her face against Fang Cheng's left cheek. I need to go back and take a shower. After giving the two little ones a bath in the bathroom, Fang Cheng soaked in the bathtub, his gaze drifting to the two well-behaved little figures sitting by the door behind the frosted glass door. Fang Cheng muttered to himself, we really can't underestimate those two. When Fang Cheng was giving them a bath, he used a basic detection skill on the two children. You will see the following information. Name, Saya. Gender, female. Age, 4 years, 5 months, and 21 days. Weight, 14.7 kilograms. Height, 100 centimeters. Status, good emotional state. Magic element, 88/100. Magic points, 0. Elemental affinity, 83/100, excellent. Name, Mo Tong. Gender, female. Age, 5 years and 18 days. Weight, 14.8 kilograms. Height, 106 centimeters. Status, good emotional state. Magic element, 87/100. Magic points, 0. Element affinity, 76/100, good. The magic element of both little ones has increased by 2. If they continue to grow like this every day, they might possess magic within their bodies in another week. At that time, if they were to touch the magic sensing crystal, it should glow. After taking a shower and practicing a few water spells, Fang Cheng changed his clothes and threw the clothes that needed washing into the washing machine. Fang Cheng walked out of the bathroom and smiled as he looked at the two little ones waiting in front of the door. I touched their slightly damp little heads after their bath. I let them enjoy the evening breeze for a while, and once their hair was dry, it was almost time for them to go to sleep. It's another familiar evening. Although the two little ones were tired, their bath seemed to have given them renewed energy, and they didn't want to sleep. Looking at the two little babies lying obediently beside me, their beautiful little eyes seemed to speak volumes. Fang Cheng pondered for a moment. Looking at the panel with 18 exchange points remaining, she suddenly asked, Saya Mototami, would you like to see a new story? Really, big brother? There's a new story? Saya wants to see it. Upon hearing this, little Saya suddenly sat up, her childish voice filled with joy and excitement. Mo Tong stared at Fang Cheng, her eyes filled with anticipation. Having seen Frozen once, she already understood what Fang Cheng was saying. Of course, when has your brother ever lied to you? Fang Cheng pinched Saya's cheek. He. Xiaohe smiled happily upon hearing Fang Cheng's affirmation. However, Fang Cheng began, but stopped mid-sentence. Suddenly, Ziyasha pouted and leaned forward to give Fang Cheng 2 quick kisses on the cheeks, one on the left and one on the right. But, you can only watch one episode, and you have to go to sleep after watching one episode, Fang Cheng said jokingly. Xiaozhe blushed a little, then suddenly leaned in and gave Fang Cheng's face a hard smack, leaving saliva on his face. Saya just wants to kiss Big Brother, it's not because Big Brother is going to release a new story. Little Saya said in a thunder tone, but her voice was soft. Yes, yes, my little darling. Hearing Saya's proud words, Fang Cheng originally wanted to tease her a bit, but Saya's soft voice made him unable to bear teasing her anymore. Okay, wait a moment while your brother waits. As he spoke, Fang Cheng began to exchange story crystal balls in his mind. Looking at the long list of anime and cartoons in his mind, Fang Cheng thought it over and decided to exchange for a Bear Paradise, Magic Fantasy Edition, which also happened to be a story set in a big tree kindergarten in the forest. It's also suitable for the children to look at during their rest time at kindergarten tomorrow. It also has some educational value. After deducting 5 exchange points, I only have a pitiful 13 exchange points left. A brown, transparent crystal ball appeared in Fang Cheng's hand, with a small, cartoonish, transparent bear paw print on it. There are also some numbers printed on the crystal ball. Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised. He had assumed that all the story crystal balls were the same deep blue, transparent color as the frozen one. After asking Xiaoling, I learned that the numbers above represent episode numbers, and you need to touch the number corresponding to the episode you want to watch. This is much more convenient. The 2 little ones were also drawn to the brown crystal ball that had suddenly appeared in Fang Cheng's hand. Seeing the expectation in their eyes, Fang Cheng smiled and, without saying a word, injected magic into the crystal ball to activate it, then touched the number 1. The brown, transparent story crystal ball emitted a brown light, which then spread throughout the room. Then the light projected onto the image. Suddenly, the 3 of them felt as if they were in a forest. Bear Ridge is as quiet as ever. The voice of the cartoon narrator echoed in the space. Then suddenly, a little boy's angry and urgent shout rang out from the forest. Stop running! Stop right there! Stop right there! Give me back my little axe! The scene shifts to a forest where a little boy is chasing an adorable little bear. Hee hee, what I found is mine, whether I return it or not, hee hee. The little bear made a face at the little boy. Hey, this little bear can talk. The 2 little ones were instantly captivated by the story-driven and conflict-filled cartoon visuals. This Bear Paradise tells the story of a little boy named Bald Qiang who plays and learns with several cute animals in the forest under the guidance of an owl teacher at the Big Tree Kindergarten. It's a great educational animated film for young children. It shows various situations that children might encounter in kindergarten, and how Bald Qiang and the animals deal with things. It helps children to see things correctly and also teaches them how to get along with other children. Fang Cheng opened the system panel and submitted the task for the first lesson of the new semester. Then Xiao Ling's voice rang out. Congratulations, Master, on completing the task, first lesson of the school year. The task completion rate is 82%. Rewards received 820 magic points, 82 exchange points, and mastery of the mainland version of all basic magic. Then Fang Cheng felt a surge of energy throughout his body, and a stream of information began to slowly flow into his mind, being processed and digested by his brain. It was the mainland version of all basic magic. This reward is huge, I'm so happy. It just so happens that Fang Cheng feels that his magic skills are too limited, and he can't show all the elemental magic to the children during class. At the same time, Fang Cheng gained a deeper understanding of magic in this world. This mainland version of all basic magic contains all the basic magic of the Zio continent, which all seem to be magics with little power. However, it requires combining some incantations and gestures, and using mental energy to communicate with the surrounding elements, which is completely different from the small fireball spell that Fang Cheng obtained from the system. Fang Cheng didn't need to practice the spell at all with the small fireball technique he exchanged from the system. He could release it any time he wanted without any effort. The basic magic of the entire continent that has been included in the system must conform to the rules for casting magic in this world. In this world, according to legend, magic is a gift from the elemental gods, and magical incantations and gestures were also taught to the ancestors by the gods. Any high-level magic in this world requires the magician to communicate with the magical elements in space through chanting and gestures in order to cast various spells. Some readers may find this confusing, and some readers have asked about it before, so I'll explain it here so that everyone can see it. To understand the concept more clearly, you can release magic either through the magic power within your body or by communicating with the magical elements in the space. These are 2 methods. However, even novice mages who use their internal magic to cast spells still need to chant incantations. Mages with exceptionally strong and focused mental power can silently chant spells and cast spells in an instant. The reason most magicians pronounce it aloud is because it's generally less likely to be mispronounced. We all know that practicing a sentence a lot can lead to a conditioned reflex. You can also understand this as a kind of intentional attention. Once you get used to saying the spell aloud, the magic will come out with a whoosh, just by communicating with the magical elements. It's easier. If you recite it silently, it's like multitasking. Reciting the spell aloud is like being somewhere between multitasking and multitasking. Therefore, I did not specify the protagonist's level in the text in a particularly detailed or rigorous manner, but other characters' levels would certainly be written in detail. Most mages on this continent have a relatively limited capacity for magical power. High-level and powerful mages have strong spirits, but their magical power is definitely not as much as the protagonists. Therefore, you can understand that it is relatively easier for a magician to cast spells using the magic power within their body, but it is more difficult to cast spells by communicating with the elements of space. When the magic power consumed by the cast spell is insufficient, one can also communicate with the magical elements of space through mental communication. If the protagonist were to fight a mage, with neither side equipped and all magical elements in the space vanished, the protagonist could instantly unleash 100 small fireballs using only their own internal magic, completely overwhelming the opponent. Of course, this book is primarily a sweet, lighthearted slice-of-life story about raising children. I won't be writing any angst. The protagonist should be invincible, with not much showing off or face-slapping, but I suspect there will be a tiny bit later on. Having received the system reward of mastery of all basic magic, Fang Cheng gained a new understanding of magic on the continent, and felt very pleased. Indeed, only education can make one stronger. Fang Cheng looked at his control panel. Name, Fang Cheng. Age, 21. Gender, male. Special skills, basic detection, animal meditation, adorable head pat. Magical skills, small fireball, light healing. Basic skills, proficient in children's cooking, proficient in art, children's hairstyling, piano playing and singing, beginner, basic dance, beginner, storytelling, intermediate, environmental design, sweeping. Constitution, animistic body, affection +10, magic power 1670/1670. Elemental affinity 100/100, perfect. Exchange points 95, gold coins 69. Looking at the 4-digit magic value, Fang Cheng was very satisfied. He also replenished some exchange points, which meant that he could buy several more story crystal balls and other toys that children like. Fang Cheng opened his eyes, and the ending theme of an episode of Bear Paradise played in his ears. Fang Cheng knew that this episode was over. This time, perhaps because Xiao She hadn't seen the new story, Xiao She and Xiao Motang were very quiet, unlike last time when Xiao She spoiled Frozen by talking about the plot. I've finished watching the episode. It's getting late, time to go to sleep, Fang Cheng said. Big brother, is this all for one episode? It's over so quickly. Saya was still a little sad as she watched the ending sequence. Yeah, this episode's story is over, that's it, Fang Cheng laughed. Okay, big brother, let's go to sleep. After hearing Fang Cheng's reply, Xiao She didn't ask to watch another episode, because Fang Cheng had said before starting the story that she would go to sleep after watching one episode. Zayasha lay down next to Fang Cheng, hugged him with a smile, and closed her eyes. Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised that the little guy didn't whine and ask to watch another episode. After figuring out the reason, Fang Cheng smiled slightly, hugged the two little guys, closed his eyes, meditated for a while, and then fell asleep. At midnight, perhaps because Fang Cheng was asleep, 2 tasks quietly appeared on the system task panel, unlike before when there were prompts in Fang Cheng's mind. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Fang Cheng was successfully woken up by the system alarm clock. I opened my eyes and found the 2 little ones sleeping close to me. Their tiny noses and mouths made soft breathing sounds, and their hair was loose. Both of them were very cute. Master, there's a new mission. Please check it out. Xiao Ling's childish voice rang out. I knew the tasks might refresh today, and I wouldn't be idle all the time, Fang Cheng complained to Xiao Ling, then opened the system panel to check. Xiao Ling remained silent, somewhat speechless. Educational task. A large kindergarten cannot operate with only one principal teaching alone, nor can it facilitate the normal development of the kindergarten. Every child is different, and every teacher has a different teaching style and temperament. Therefore, education needs diversity and pluralism. Please recruit a suitable teacher for the kindergarten within 1 week. Task reward. The system will determine the suitability of the candidate selected by the host and issue a reward accordingly. Daily task. Please complete today's class attendance task by teaching a lesson to the children. Reward for completing the task, 100 magic points, 10 exchange points. There are 2 tasks. The first task is to recruit teachers. The button to submit the task is already lit up, which means that the task can be submitted at any time. Fang Cheng was curious about what the reward would be, so he submitted the task directly and selected only one person, Yuri. The result showed that the character Yuri was not near the host and could not be detected or scanned. Please submit the task near the character. Okay, today's task is simple. Fang Cheng looked to both sides, somewhat puzzled that the two little ones hadn't woken up yet this morning, whereas they had woken up very early the previous 2 days. He checked the time. The two little ones had gone to sleep around 10 p.m. yesterday, meaning they'd slept for about 9 hours. A 2-hour nap at noon would be enough for the typical sleep time a 5-year-old needs. So Fang Cheng didn't bother to get up carefully for fear of disturbing them. He gently pulled out his arms, one of which still had a little bit of saliva on it. Fang Cheng got out of bed, opened the door, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Halfway through washing up, Fang Cheng heard a faint noise and was startled. He saw two sleepy little ones behind him in the mirror. Saya yawned sleepily. Fang Cheng turned around and smiled at the two little ones before continuing to wash up. "Big brother, why didn't you wake us up today?" After a while, perhaps having woken up, Zayasha pouted and said, "You're still sleeping soundly, I don't want to wake you up, just like how Zayasha knows not to disturb me when I'm sleeping," Fang Cheng replied, hanging up a towel. "Alright, you two go wash up quickly, and then change into your school uniforms from yesterday. We'll go have breakfast later." "Yes, I understand, big brother," Xiaohe replied. As Fang Cheng was about to leave, Xiaohe grabbed his hand. "Big brother, hug Saya." Little Saya looked up at Fang Cheng with expectant and affectionate eyes. Fang Cheng recalled that he used to hug Xiaohe every morning when he woke up and wash up together. However, today he was a little anxious and looking forward to going downstairs to try out the all-element basic magic he had obtained from the system. Mo Tong gently took Fang Cheng's other hand without saying a word. "Okay, let me hug my little Sao and little Motong." Fang Cheng squatted down, hugged the two soft little ones, gave them a quick hug, then let go of them and patted their heads, unleashing his adorable head pat skill. Then he said, "I'm going downstairs to prepare breakfast. You all need to wash up properly and remember to wear your school uniforms. If you don't know how to wear them, you can help each other. I believe you can do it." "Okay, big brother." Saya replied happily after being petted by the cute head pat skill. Xiao Moton nodded. Fang Cheng smiled and walked out the door. The two little ones looked at each other and started washing up together. Fang Cheng arrived at the playground. "I'm feeling a bit expectant." With his hands moving in different hand gestures, Fang Cheng began chanting, "Fire elements wandering in the world, heed my call. Fireball." Fang Cheng felt the fire elements in the space gathering in his direction, and he needed to control them with his mind. Bang! A ball of red flame shot out from Fang Cheng's palm. Extinguishing the fireball, Fang Cheng began chanting in a different manner, "By the oath of fire, with my body, fireball technique." Bang! Flames erupted from his palm. This time, it felt like I was consuming more of the magic power within my body. With Fang Cheng paying special attention, the first fireball spell he cast consumed 5 points of magic power in his body. The second time, 20 points of magic power were consumed. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then with a thought, he directly released the small fireball skill rewarded by the system. Boom! A fireball appeared out of nowhere. Fang Cheng tried to continue releasing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As long as Fang Cheng wanted a certain number, that number would appear in the air, without consuming any mental energy, and it was released instantly. However, as the small fireball was maintained, the magic power within the body was slowly being depleted. Based on his observations, Fang Cheng concluded that the first time he cast fireball, it consumed 5 points of magic power, the second time 20 points, and the third time, which was the magic rewarded by the system, consumed 10 points. Then Fang Cheng began to try other basic magic spells according to what he had in his mind. Wind magic, wind guide. After being released, a gust of wind blew through Fang Cheng's hair. Light magic, illumination spell, white light emanating from Fang Cheng's hands. Earth magic, gathering earth. A cloud of earth slowly appeared in Fang Cheng's hand, its power increasing in an environment with earth. Lightning magic, lightning ball. A lightning ball formed above Fang Cheng's palm. Fang Cheng threw it to the ground, and the grass was blackened and smoking from the lightning strike. Ice magic, frozen spell, and an ice ball appeared in Fang Cheng's hand. Wood-based magic, growth. Fang Cheng found a tree and cast the spell on it, and a new bud sprouted from the trunk. Fang Cheng cast each of the basic spells several times, and before long, most of his magic power was depleted. Most of these basic spells are practically useless, they're probably only good for demonstrating to children. However, due to the fundamental characteristics of the elements, even basic lightning and fire magic should not be underestimated. Fang Cheng was quite satisfied with this. He thought his strength was not weak at all. He had 100% elemental affinity, controlled the elements, and released magic as easily as drinking water. In particular, the small fireball skill he obtained from the system could be released instantly, as long as he had enough magic power. Just then, she saw Xiaohe and Xiaomotan running towards her. They were wearing matching white short-sleeved shirts and purple-black skirts and trousers, and they looked really cute and pretty. "Big brother, this dress is so beautiful." Little Saya was very happy. Well, as long as Saya likes it. Fang Cheng straightened the collars of the two little ones. To be honest, their clothes were quite neat and tidy. Their skirts, pants, and tops were all on, but their collars weren't turned up properly. It seems that Fang Cheng won't need to help them anymore. Then I braided the two little ones into pretty little braids, making them look even more refreshing and adorable. Then, just like yesterday, the three of them started eating breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Fang Cheng began practicing casting magic again, waiting for Yuri and the children to arrive. Big brother, why has this place turned black? And it smells terrible. Saya noticed that a patch of grass had turned black. Fang Cheng walked over and squatted down. This was caused by my brother releasing lightning magic just now. Lightning magic? Moving a little further away, Fang Cheng chanted a spell and made a hand gesture. A crackling ball of lightning appeared above Fang Cheng's palm. He threw it to the ground, and it exploded with a loud bang, turning the patch of grass black and smoking. Big brother, is this a new magic you know? It's amazing. Yes, this is lightning magic, a lightning ball. Fang Cheng nodded. Does Saya know where you can usually see lightning? Brother, was it when it was thundering and we were hiding in the house on a rainy day that the white lightning was? Yes, Saya is very smart. Then Fang Cheng thought for a moment, hit on that small patch of scorched grass, and the two little guys surrounded him. Fang Cheng made a hand gesture, chanted a spell, and released a basic wood-type spell, growth. He placed his palm on the charred grass, and a ball of blue light rose from his palm. As the magic was output, the charred grass slowly began to grow green, and then slowly the grass was covered by a green patch, with the grass on it being even more lush and taller than the other areas. Big brother, this is amazing. Is this magic too? Saya asked. Yes, this is a wood-type magic that can accelerate plant growth, so these grasses have grown back. Fang Cheng replied, then released a growth spell on another patch of scorched grass, causing the grass to grow back, and then stomped it flat with his foot. A bird's cry suddenly rang out in the sky. Fang Cheng looked up and saw two familiar birds, one large and one small. They circled once and flew skillfully towards the wind swing, landing on it. They even called out twice in Fang Cheng's direction, as if to greet him. Brother, it's Daking and Xiao Qing. Okay, go play with them. Seo ran excitedly towards the wind swing, and the two azure wind birds didn't run away either, forgetting this time to take Emotong with them. Emotong, do you want to go play with them? Emotong glanced at Sheye, who was patting the azure wind bird's head, shook her head, and pulled Fang Cheng's hand, saying, Brother, what's wrong? Fang Cheng patted Emotong's head. I want to be by brother's side. Emotong hugged Fang Cheng tightly, burying her head in Fang Cheng's body. I'm right here. I won't go anywhere, and I'd never leave you two behind, Fang Cheng reassured her. Emotong nodded vigorously, burying his face in Fang Cheng's chest. Soon after, Saya ran back and said cutely, Big brother, Saya wants another hug. Then the two little ones became inseparable again. Fang Cheng felt both happy and helpless. Soon the sound of horses' hooves could be heard. Yuri and the others had arrived. Fang Cheng went over to open the door for them. Today, Yuli was wearing a pure white dress that accentuated her full figure and her soft, fair, and beautiful face. Fang Cheng couldn't think of any other words at that moment, only two words came to mind. Nice. So Fang Cheng took a second look. Yuri noticed Fang Cheng's gaze, feeling both shy and secretly pleased. Good morning, teacher Fang Cheng. Several children appeared happily from behind Yuli, greeting Fang Cheng cheerfully. They had smiles on their faces, showing that they were in a very good mood. Good morning. You all look great today. Fang Cheng couldn't help but smile as he said this, because he saw Leo, who had made a strong presence, walking ahead of him. The two little girls, Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni, looked adorable in their white shirts, skirts, and pants. Their faces were clean, making them appear relatively fair. Tate, the shy little boy, was dressed very well. He usually dresses quite neatly, and the school uniform is more suitable for quiet little boys. However, Leo, with his chubby face, looked rather out of place in a white shirt and shorts. He couldn't quite pull off the school uniform, especially since his dark complexion was made even darker by the white shirt. His thick eyebrows and restless energy didn't suit the style of the uniform, making him look somewhat comical. However, the children didn't feel that way. They were happy to see their friends, Saya and Emotong, wearing the same clothes as them, as if a sense of distance had been reduced. Of course, they couldn't perceive this feeling yet. As usual, we let them play and exercise at the kindergarten, letting them play with the toys and seesaws. We also prepared a bottle of milk for each child to supplement their nutrition. Fang Cheng looked at the beautiful Yuli in front of him. Open the system panel to submit system tasks. Ding, detecting target, Yuri. Based on the analysis and calculations, it is inferred that the target meets the criteria for a kindergarten teacher, with a compliance rate of 92%. The system is currently binding the teacher, Yuli. During the time that teacher Yuri taught the children, her ability to guide them improved by 50%. The host receives the following rewards: magic seed, water, pure magic crystal, no attribute, and 92 exchange points. The rewards this time are surprisingly generous. The magic seed, water, alone is worth 1000 exchange points in the system shop. A smile unconsciously appeared on Fang Cheng's face. Yuri watched as the young man in front of her seemed to be staring at her blankly for a while, even wearing a silly grin. Yuri blushed slightly and, as if unable to bear it, unconsciously took 2 steps in the direction that Fang Cheng's gaze had shifted. Even though her dress is really pretty today, why are you staring at her like that? Yuri thought to herself. She was actually quite confident in her looks. Yuri glanced at Fang Cheng and found that he was still staring blankly and laughing in that direction, but she had already walked away from that direction and could only see the white cloud climbing frame. Yuri, ignore this idiot, let's go play with Saya. Humph, Saya isn't close to me anymore. Yuri pursed her lips and walked towards Saya, who was playing on the wind swing. The blue-winged bird had already flown away when Yuri and the others arrived. After a while, Fang Cheng closed the system panel. He had just seen his exchange points, which were as high as 187. He browsed the system shop and found that he wanted to buy everything. It seemed that he couldn't afford anything except for the most powerful ones. He decided to save them for a rainy day. The system reward magic crystals were also explained. Magic crystals are crystals rich in magic power and can be used for various purposes, such as being inlaid in wands or used to craft various magical tools. This pure magic crystal, which has no attributes, can even be steeped in water for drinking. Fang Cheng plans to keep it for later use. As for the water-type magic seed, the system probably wanted Fang Cheng to give it to Yuri. Yuri herself knows magic, and Fang Cheng was curious about what changes would occur after Yuri used it. Coming to his senses, Fang Cheng blinked. Yuri? Where did she go? Fang Cheng looked around and saw that Saya and Emotong were sitting on the wind swing, with Yuri sitting next to Saya. Little Saya looked at Yuri and seemed to be excitedly talking to her, her little mouth moving as if she was chattering away. Yuri, on the other hand, smiled and listened attentively. However, Fang Cheng wondered if it was just his imagination, but Yuli's smile seemed a bit stiff. Fang Cheng was happy for the lively Xiao Shay and didn't want to disturb them. However, if Fang Cheng were to get closer, he would be able to hear what Xiao Shay was saying. Ms. Yuri, do you know that yesterday my brother conjured up some really delicious orange juice again? It was so good. My brother showed us a new story from Bear Park last night. All the animals in it can talk, but Saya still prefers the beautiful Princess Elsa who has ice magic. My brother has learned a new magic spell. He can conjure up lightning balls. He says it's thunder magic. Fang Cheng, I am truly a sinful man. Also, if you feel the pacing is too slow and don't want to continue reading, you can leave now. I saw comments saying that some people have been reading for hours and are still confused. It's a slice of life story, and after reading for so long, you still don't understand. As for the pacing, I think it could be finished in 3 chapters, explaining all the endings clearly. So please don't ask the author why it's so drawn out and not finished in 1 chapter. I believe most people will still gain something from it. This is a parenting story, and I will unconsciously try to explain some knowledge in it. Maybe it's a side effect of studying for exams. That's all. Big Brother can also turn the grass that was turned black by the lightning ball back to its original state, and it will grow back. It's that patch of grass. Big Brother said it's wood-type magic. Zayasha pointed to a patch of land. Yuri looked at Saya's proud and cheerful words and actions, although I was a little shocked that Saya said that my brother knows many attributes such as lightning magic and wood magic. The surprises that the young man has brought me all the time made me feel less surprised. Compared to that, Yuri looked at Saya, who kept calling him brother all the time, her cute cat ears swaying back and forth, and her adorable little face showing a hint of pride and smugness. Shaylin, oh Shaylin, look at your precious little sister. Now that she has a brother, she's forgotten about her sister. Yuri sighed inwardly to Shaylin. Far away in the royal city, in a magnificent and noble palace, Shaylin, with a cold and indifferent expression, sat on a golden throne, while people dressed in white mage robes bowed respectfully below, reporting some information. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, Sharon yawned. Your Highness, please get some rest. Shall I ask the imperial physician to take a look at you? The woman in the mage's robe below heard Shaylin yawn and couldn't help but look up with a hint of worry at the woman in front of her, whose face was exquisite and beautiful, and whose temperament was as cold as ice and snow. No need, please continue, the woman's calm voice rang out. Yes. The woman continued reporting the information with her head down. With her snow-white hands supporting her head, Shaylin was momentarily distracted from the information the woman below was saying. A hint of longing flashed in her eyes, and her gaze softened involuntarily. It must be Saya thinking of herself. Next time, sister will never leave you again. I wonder if she has arrived yet. Saya seemed to remember something, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. The woman in the white mage robe reporting information below happened to glance up, revealing her slightly immature face, and the girl couldn't help but feel excited. "Your Highness, have you forgiven me? I didn't mean it, I just missed you so much." The woman suddenly stepped forward and said coquettishly, "Get lost. You're overthinking it. It's not that easy. You don't need to report these kinds of things to me anymore. Handle them yourself." Shaylin's cold voice rang out, leaving her only with her departing back. "What?" The girl in the mage's robe pouted as she watched the princess's departing figure, looking somewhat aggrieved. Then, her eyes suddenly lit up. The little guy is still telling Yuri how amazing his older brother is. Emo Tong, sitting next to Saya, seemed to be listening with great interest as he looked at her. Yuri listened intently, while Saya kept chattering away, leaving her unable to get a word in edgewise. But suddenly, she felt a pang of envy. If Mr. Fang Cheng were her brother. Yuri suddenly spaced out, recalling the warm feeling when Fang Cheng touched her head, and longed to have her head patted. "Yuri, what made you so happy?" Fang Cheng walked over to the swing and asked, somewhat puzzled. No. Yuri snapped out of her daze, seemingly blushing slightly before quickly realizing what she'd said. "It's Saya. We were chatting just now, and I had a great time." "Big brother, I was just telling Ms. Yuri how amazing you are," Saya said happily. Saya got off the swing and took Fang Cheng's hand. She looked up into Fang Cheng's eyes, her deep blue eyes filled with adoration, sparkling in the morning sunlight. "Yuri." Fang Cheng touched his nose somewhat awkwardly, but felt secretly pleased. "Sweetie, I'm so happy you said that, Saya. Actually, there are many things I don't know how to do." Fang Cheng affectionately patted Saya's head. "In my eyes, my older brother is the most amazing. Your older sister would be jealous if she heard this here," Fang Cheng said with a smile. "My older sister is just as amazing as my older brother. My older sister is a princess." Xiao He was a little shy when she heard the beginning, but then she became a little proud and happy when she said the end. "Yes." Fang Cheng responded affirmatively, thinking that Xiao He had also heard those people call Princess Shaylin that day. Looking at Xiaoxi's adorable appearance, Fang Cheng couldn't help but ruffle her hair, messing it up. The little guy sensed Fang Cheng's movement, turned his head, and snuggled into Fang Cheng's arms, giggling. She scratched her hair and cute little head, then quickly re-braided it into a different style. The quick and neat technique used to braid the hair once again amazed Yuri standing next to her. After chatting with Yuri for a while, Fang Cheng gathered the children together to prepare for class. "Principal, I'll teach this class today," Yuri said, her tone a mix of eagerness and uncertainty. Yesterday, when Yuri observed Fang Cheng's class, she found it to be perfect. He used a child-friendly teaching method that she had never seen before, and she had no experience with that kind of class. Moreover, through the Magical Growth Guide for children aged 3 to 6, she also learned that a successful magic element resonance class would increase a child's magical element. However, if Fang Cheng were to continue teaching, it would seem like he was losing most of the benefits of employing her, and she felt embarrassed. So Yuri was conflicted. As a subordinate teacher, she had already enjoyed so much these past 2 days and should share the burden of teaching with the principal. However, she had never taken a magic class that guided children to resonate with magical elements. "I'm afraid I won't do a good job of taking the course, but I also hope that the course I take will really be effective and I want to give it a try. I'll do it again today. Actually, yesterday was my first time experimenting with the magic element resonance course. Let's try some other magic today," Fang Cheng said, noticing Yuri's hesitation. He had previously called this kind of course, which guides children to acquire magical elements, the Early Childhood Magic Element Resonance course. Then Fang Cheng added, "Let's talk again after class. I have something good for you, specially made for you. I'm telling you beforehand to calm you down so you don't get too excited later." Fang Cheng smiled. "Okay." Yuri breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what was said earlier. She would have to listen carefully and study diligently in this lesson. As Yuli listened, she felt something was off. She rolled her eyes at Fang Cheng. After spending a few days with him, she knew that the young man was sometimes a bit unserious and would joke around. "Director, I'm very calm. I would never do that." With that, Yuli walked towards her seat. She didn't say anything to refuse the good things Fang Cheng mentioned, she sold them to him and signed that kind of contract. Moreover, the girl also harbored a faint, inexplicable anticipation. Tailor-made? What could that be? This doesn't seem right, it can't happen so quickly. We haven't even known each other for very long, although I've decided to work for him from now on, but, could Mr. Fang Cheng already have someone he likes? I don't seem to know much about it, and what's his relationship with Shaylin like? Yuri sat down, and for some reason, when she heard Fang Cheng say that he was going to give her something special, all sorts of random thoughts suddenly popped into her head. Yuri shook her head, and her delicate, fair face suddenly turned rosy. Fang Cheng felt comfortable looking at the 6 children in their school uniforms. It was indeed necessary for everyone to wear school uniforms. It made the teachers feel more comfortable when everyone was dressed neatly. All right, children, the teacher is about to start the lesson, Fang Chang said with a smile. The children immediately looked at Fang Chang and sat up straight. Let me see, who's sitting properly? I'm all seated, the children exclaimed excitedly in unison. Wow, it seems the children and teachers have a great understanding, Fang Chang said with a smile. Before we begin today's lesson, let me ask you, children, what did we learn yesterday? I know, we learned about water magic yesterday. Water magic has many, many uses. Leo raised his hand and stood up to say, good, I've remembered one point. Could any of you children explain it in more detail? Fang Chang said with a smile. Qiao Yin, please speak. Water ball magic can be used to wash things, and when you're thirsty, you can conjure up water to drink, you can conjure up more water to take a bath, you can also put out fires, and you can even water trees to make them grow. Fang Chang was somewhat surprised to see Qiao Yin seriously thinking about and answering the question. Although she seemed to be trying to recall the answer, she still managed to summarize most of the uses of the water ball magic from the class yesterday morning. Not bad, very promising, Fang Chang thought to himself. Qiao Yin answered very well. It seems that Qiao Yin has remembered what she learned in class yesterday. Then let me ask you another question. Besides what we learned yesterday morning about the effects of water magic and how important water is to us humans, animals, and plants, what did you talk about in the afternoon? Professor Fang Chang, I know. He also talked about how everyone in the world is different, Leo said, standing up. Fang Chang nodded. Even Leo got 1 point right, so he deduced that the other children must have understood as well. Good, it seems the children have remembered it. Now let's see a new magic trick today. Let's take a look together, teacher. After listening, the children focused their attention on Fang Chang. After saying that, Fang Chang began chanting an incantation, making hand gestures, random fire elements in this world, /eat my call. With a bang, a fist-sized ball of blazing red flame rose from Fang Chang's hand. The children in the entire classroom could feel the heat brought by the fireball. Wow, what is this? Please tell me. Teacher Fang Chang, this is fire, it's fire magic, Tate said shyly. Yes, that's a very good answer, Fang Chang agreed. Upon hearing Fang Chang's response, Tate sat down ramrod straight, his face showing a mixture of seriousness and barely concealed excitement. Where have you seen fire in your daily life? Fang Chang asked. I know, at night my mom uses a flint to light candles, and the candles have a flame, Leo said. So, fire can be used? Fang Chang asked, slowing down his pace. Fire allows us to see at night, Qiao Yin said. Yes, that's right. Lighting candles allows us to see things clearly at night and illuminates the room, so fire can provide us with light, Fang Chang said with a smile. What can fire do? Fang Chang asked again. Light up. The children responded in unison. Not bad, very intelligent and perceptive, Fang Chang thought to himself. The kids are great. Fang Chang encouraged them. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. With that, Fang Chang took the lead in clapping. The children clapped along with Fang Chang, and most of them had excited smiles on their faces. Where else have you seen fire? What other uses can fire be used for? Please let Saya speak. When my brother is in the kitchen, he needs fire. Fire can be used to cook and boil water, said Zayesha, her voice crisp and clear. Very good, Saya, please have a seat. Is there anything else? Teacher Fang Chang, can I use fire magic to fight bad guys? Joni said in her childish voice. What little Joni said makes some sense. If we encounter bad people, we can use fire magic to eliminate them. Fang Chang was a little surprised, and also found it troublesome to explain. After all, children may have a different understanding of the word bad guy and cannot distinguish what a real bad guy is. For example, suppose one day Leo mischievously teases Joni again, and Joni might think Leo is a bad guy. At that moment, Joni happens to be able to unleash a fireball spell. Fang Chang suddenly and inexplicably imagined a scene where Leo is chased and tossed around by Joni's fireballs. Fang Chang wasn't incapable of explaining the word bad guy, but explaining it would likely take even more time to give the children various examples. Fang Chang was currently more interested in teaching the children magic resonance lessons, eager to see Saya and the others possess magic power as soon as possible. Well, let Yuri teach the lesson about explaining bad guys later, hee. Fang Chang smiled and glanced at Yuri, who seemed to be listening attentively to his lesson. Yuri was confused and her mind was filled with some embarrassing thoughts. Her face turned red. However, Fang Chang still affirmed Joni's statement. After all, this was a world with magic, and Fang Chang also thought that what she said was correct. He was just worried about their naive ability to define bad people. The children did a good job just now, mentioning some uses of fire. Fire can be used for lighting, for cooking, and fire magic can be used to fight bad guys, Fang Chang concluded. Fire is a magical thing. It can light up a dark room at night, and it can cook food, whether it's the meals the children eat here or crispy cookies. fire is needed to make them. It can help us fight bad guys, but we must also be careful when fighting bad guys. As he spoke, Fang Cheng unleashed a fireball spell and walked towards the children. Why should we be careful? Because if we accidentally touch the fire, it will burn us and it will hurt terribly, Fang Cheng said, holding the suspended fireball spell and moving a little closer to Leo. Leo felt the intense heat of the question and instinctively shrank back. Fang Cheng laughed and said, because fire is too shy, it doesn't like others touching it. But, would you be willing to be friends with such a shy fire? Fang Cheng asked. Yes, the children replied, their eyes filled with excitement. The first thing to do when you're friends with fire is not to touch it, because it's very shy. Although it is shy, it tells the teacher that it is willing to be friends with you. It will help you with lighting, cooking food, fighting bad guys, and many more uses waiting for the children and fire friends to discover. As Fang Cheng spoke, invisible fire elements gathered around the classroom like tiny sprites, seemingly drawn to the children. Playful and restless, they chased and pounced on the children. Fang Cheng planned to end today's lesson here. He would definitely not teach each element in just one lesson. He would first arouse the children's interest and enthusiasm, and then proceed to further select and deepen their understanding. I thought to myself that the children had already had 2 lessons learning about the fireball and waterball spells. Fang Cheng then asked, children, if there were 2 magicians fighting here, one who only knows water magic and the other only knows fire magic, who do you think would win? The fire magic will win. Leo immediately stood up and said, Teacher Fang Cheng, why are 2 magicians fighting? Teacher Yuri said fighting is wrong, she said in a childish voice. Yuri, who was behind them, couldn't help but smile. Fang Cheng. Looking at Joni's cute and innocent appearance, Fang Cheng cleared his throat and said, the 2 magicians forgot to listen to their teacher, so they fought together. Little Leo has a point, Fang Cheng nodded. He then found 2 pieces of paper, quickly folded them into 2 small figures, and placed them on the ground in front of him. The children's eyes were drawn to Fang Cheng's actions, watching with curiosity. Then Fang Cheng said to the children, now let's assume these 2 are magicians. I will cast waterball magic and fireball magic on these 2 paper figures respectively, and see what happens. The children couldn't help but stand up and look at the 2 paper figures on the ground. Fang Cheng chanted the incantation and performed the action to release the waterball spell. The water ball gathered on his left hand. He snapped his fingers with his right hand, and flames shot out from his right hand. Seeing Fang Cheng holding a water ball in his left hand and a fireball in his right, Yuri behind him was stunned, once again refreshing her understanding of Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng waved water and fireballs with both hands, throwing them at the 2 paper figures, controlling them with his mind. The flames instantly engulfed the paper figure, leaving behind only a few specks of black ash. The water balloon hit the paper figure, and the paper figure got wet and stuck to the ground. Between fireball and waterball, it's obvious which is more powerful. So, if 2 magicians fight, one using only the waterball spell like the teachers and the other using only the fireball spell like the teachers, who will win? The magician who uses fireball magic will win. That's roughly what the children meant. Some children spoke in short sentences, some children were used to speaking in complete sentences, and some children just watched and remembered it. That's why you shouldn't touch fire, do you understand? Fang Cheng turned and said with a smile. Understood. Teacher Fang Cheng, I understand. Fang Cheng nodded, seeing that it was almost time. Although he still had ideas about the elements of fire and water that he wanted to share with the children, a class that was too long could easily cause them to become bored. Although he didn't feel it now, the children were very excited, attentive, and enjoyed listening to Fang Cheng's class. However, once they gradually get used to Fang Cheng's teaching style, the excessively long or unscientific course schedules will gradually affect their learning interest and ability, because children's attention span is limited. Generally speaking, the attention span of a 3 to 4-year-old is 3 to 5 minutes. Children aged 4 to 5 years have an attention span of 5 to 10 minutes. Children aged 5 to 6 have an attention span of 10 to 15 minutes. Therefore, in the previous life, a class for kindergarten children in the small class lasted about 15 minutes. The middle shift is 20 minutes. The large class lasts about 30 minutes. When teaching children, teachers should use interesting language, stories, and various actions from time to time to attract children's attention and help them maintain their attention for a longer period of time in class. Intentional attention, also known as voluntary attention, is a psychological phenomenon unique to humans. It is purposeful attention that requires a certain amount of willpower. For example, asking a child to pay attention in a boring or tedious class. Another type of attention is involuntary attention, also known as unintentional attention. This type of attention does not require conscious effort and refers to involuntary attention to certain things. Involuntary attention is a primary form of attention, present not only in humans but also in animals. Although involuntary attention occurs naturally, it is not without reason. For example, children may pay attention when watching cartoons, seeing something new, fun, or delicious, or when playing games. After the class ended, and with the weather outside quite hot, Fang Cheng said to the children, "Children who need to go to the toilet or drink water can go to the toilet or drink water. When you come back, the teacher will show you cartoons." "Teacher Fang Cheng, what is animation?" Leo asked. "You'll find out soon enough." When Leo heard that Fang Cheng had something new to show them, he didn't rush outside as usual as he usually does after class. "Xiao Yin, brother, the cartoons the teacher showed were so good," Xiao Shay said to Xiao Yin, who was sitting at the table to her right and wearing a school uniform. "Saya, what cartoon did teacher Fang Cheng mention? Is it really good? Is it as good as teacher Fang Cheng's?" Xiao Yin was happy to hear Saya talking to her. "Xiao Yin, you'll find out soon." Not as good looking as my older brother." Xiao Shay thought for a moment before answering. "Oh," Xiao Yin nodded, then suddenly said, "Saya, let's play together later." "Okay," Saya nodded happily. After waiting a while, I found that no one had actually gone there. Fang Cheng drew the curtains, making the classroom a little darker. He took out a brown crystal ball, activated it with a wisp of magic, and touched the number 2. Suddenly, the crystal ball emitted a dazzling light, and the children saw that the classroom had transformed into a forest. The air vibrated around them, and the children heard a pleasant female voice. "Class has started at Big Tree Kindergarten. What are the children doing? What are they doing?" The scene changes. The children's eyes were immediately drawn to a little bear pup, which was hiding quietly behind a ladybug on a flower. Then the little bear suddenly opened its arms and shouted, "Hey, ladybug, let me, the bear hero, hey, protect you." The energetic little bear even gave a boxing demonstration in front of the ladybug. The ladybugs on the flower all flew away immediately. "Hey, ladybug, don't run away," the little bear said sadly as it chased after the ladybug. Fang Cheng looked at the children, and sure enough, their eyes were completely drawn to the scene. Yuri, who was sitting in her seat, also seemed to be watching intently, and Fang Cheng could no longer see her gentle, curved eyes. Yuri opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked intently at the interesting cartoon scene. Fang Cheng took a chair and sat down next to Yuli. Xiao Motan glanced in Fang Cheng's direction twice, while the other children seemed not to notice. Children have limited attention spans. When they focus on something that interests them, they easily overlook other things, which shows that Xiao Motong is not paying attention when watching cartoons. Yuri glanced at Fang Cheng, then her gaze returned to the screen, as if she were captivated by a cartoon for the first time. So Fang Cheng didn't disturb her and looked at Yuri, who was watching the cartoon intently, more closely for the first time. If you asked if Fang Cheng was embarrassed, no, because Yuri wasn't looking at him, Fang Cheng became a little bolder. Yuri has soft facial features and fair skin. Especially when she is with children, her eyes and brows show an extra touch of gentleness, making her seem very approachable. Her delicate nose was neither too high nor too low, just right. His warm, bright eyes were shining, and Fang Cheng could see 2 cartoon bear puppies reflected in them. Her slightly long, flaxen hair was neatly and crisply pulled back. Sitting at the same table as Yuri, Fang Cheng was only 25 centimeters away from her. He could clearly smell the pleasant scent emanating from the girl, a sweet, milky fragrance that made him want to throw himself into her warm embrace. As Fang Cheng watched, he noticed that Julie's neck seemed to be turning red. "Yuri?" Fang Cheng asked with a smile. "What's wrong?" Yuri answered softly, looking at the cartoon screen instead of Fang Cheng, but her wandering gaze revealed that the girl was not at peace. "Is this cartoon good?" Yuri's voice rose a little as she said this. "Was this made with a photographic crystal ball? The animals and people inside look a bit strange. I wonder which country they're from." Yuri asked doubtfully. "Haha, the people in this aren't real, they're just figments of our imagination," Fang Cheng explained. I see. That's possible. The person who created this story is really amazing." Yuri nodded, accepting it for a moment. After all, the characters and art style would seem strange in reality. Although the image recording crystal ball could only retain a single scene in her memory, the appearance of this young man before her seemed perfectly normal, despite the fact that it defied common sense. Looking at Yuri, whose neck had been red just moments before but had now returned to normal, Fang Cheng found her rather adorable. Yuri, dressed in a pure white dress, was so beautiful that Fang Cheng was captivated. What moved Fang Cheng was not only her appearance, but also the girl's gentle, kind heart. "If I marry Yuli, she'll probably be a gentle and good wife." Fang Cheng, who has never been in a relationship, always thinks a lot, but he doesn't dare to take any action right now. Suddenly, the ending theme of Bear's Paradise started playing. Although the child had been watching with great interest, he had already snapped back to reality, since the scenes from the ending theme had just played. They looked around excitedly. Fang Cheng manipulated the crystal ball and pressed the number 3. As a result, the ending theme ended, and the surrounding environment replayed a new episode, drawing the children's attention back to the animation. "Director, what exciting thing did you mention earlier?" I'm not someone who gets easily excited, Yuri said with a generous smile as she turned around. It was as if Fang Cheng's earlier reaction to the girl's shyness was fake. Yuri, are you a magician? What level are you? Fang Cheng asked. Well, I think I'm an intermediate mage now. I advanced recently, but I'm not entirely sure. I mainly study water magic. Although Yuri didn't know that Fang Cheng had suddenly asked her, she still answered truthfully. Can't I learn other types of magic? Fang Cheng asked curiously. Yeah, that's fine. I tried it when I was studying at the Magic Academy. I can cast spells like Fireball, but casting two makes me feel mentally exhausted and gives me a headache, Yuri said somewhat shyly. She then added, I found water magic easier to learn. I can cast about 20 water ball spells in a row and still feel relaxed. My teacher at the Magic Academy once said that my magical constitution is hydrophilic. However, as Mr. Fang Cheng has also seen, basic water magic is almost harmless and cannot play a significant role, though it may bring some convenience to daily life. Therefore, even though water mages have now reached the intermediate level, the water magic they cast is not very effective in battle. As Yuri continued, it was as if she had found someone to confide in, and she spoke at length. Fang Cheng nodded and asked, how is it generally determined whether one has become an intermediate level mage? Yuri thought for a moment and said, Shaylin taught me a level 3 water spell before, minor water healing. I managed to cast it 3 times in a row that day. When the Mage Guild certified the level of a mage, an intermediate mage only needed to cast 3 third-tier spells in a row, but I didn't get certified. Fang Cheng nodded, having gained some understanding. Fang Cheng suddenly took out something from his hand. Fang Cheng was also seeing it for the first time. It was a water-type magic seed that he had taken out of his inventory. It is a round, dark blue bead, about the size of a candy. Other than that, it doesn't seem to have anything special about it. The bead also feels a little soft to the touch. Fang Cheng was somewhat disappointed with the appearance. At least it should have some kind of glow to make it look special. Fang Cheng said to Yuri, try this candy and see what it tastes like. If you don't like it, we won't give it to Saya later. Yuri blinked, glanced at Fang Cheng, and looked suspicious. Eat it. This isn't candy. It contains a magical curse that will make anyone who eats it more and more beautiful, and make anyone who sees it feel better and better, Fang Cheng said helplessly. I believe that. If there really were candy, you would have tried it yourself immediately and then given it to Saya. Why would you have left it until now? I didn't expect Mr. Fang Cheng to be someone who cares about appearance. It seems I'm not pretty enough. Mr. Fang Cheng, give me this to eat, Yuri said with a smile. Then Yuli took the candy, turned her head away so Fang Cheng wouldn't see, and put it into her warm lips. Do you feel anything special? Fang Cheng asked impatiently. It seems to disappear as soon as I put it in my mouth. I didn't even feel it swallow. Could this really be a curse? Yuri said doubtfully, propping her head up with her hand. Her tone seemed nonchalant. After all, they had signed a magical contract before, which stipulated that neither party could harm or indirectly harm the other. Yuri could always feel the existence of that contract. You'll probably find out about this good stuff soon. Don't be so moved that you offer yourself to me and make me suffer a huge loss. Yuri's heart pounded when she heard Fang Cheng's words. Her neck flushed red, but she rolled her eyes and said, Director, you're overthinking it. He. Fang Cheng chuckled nonchalantly, picked up a chair, and sat down between Xiao Sheye and Xiao Emotong in front of him. He then began to watch Bear Paradise with great interest. Yuri unconsciously pursed her lips and puffed out her cheeks as she watched Fang Cheng's retreating figure. Saya sensed the movement around her and noticed Fang Cheng sitting next to her. She moved her little chair to join Fang Cheng's chair, sat down, and rested her little head on Fang Cheng's shoulder. Xiao Motong glanced at him, then followed Xiao She's example and sat down next to Fang Cheng, leaning against his right side. Yuri looked around, then picked up a chair and sat down between Xiao Yin and Xiao and I. Seeing that the time was almost up, Fang Cheng didn't turn off the story crystal ball and let it play. This kind of high-tech shouldn't cause nearsightedness in children. After all, it's a simulation technology, just like looking at real scenery. Moreover, most of the scenes in Bear Paradise are in forests, all green and lush. I wonder if green is really good for the eyes. Fang Cheng whispered something to Xiao She and Xiao Motong. The two little ones nodded in response. Yes, brother, said Saya. Fang Cheng then walked out of the classroom. He arrived at the kitchen, but not long after, Fang Cheng saw Yuli walk in. Director, you promised to teach me how to cook, Yuri said earnestly. Yes, that's right. If you want to learn, I can teach you anything, Fang Cheng said with a smile. But what? Yuri was already prepared for what kind of inappropriate thing Fang Cheng would say next. However, in our kindergarten, the more you know, the more you do. After all, the more capable you are, the more you'll be doing. Once you've mastered it, you'll be doing the cooking quite often, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Yuri had come prepared to study on her own initiative, since she didn't want Fang Cheng to work too hard. However, hearing Fang Cheng's nonsensical and absurd reasoning, Yuri felt both amused and a little angry. Fang Cheng and Yuli then busied themselves together in the kitchen. Fang Cheng explained as he worked, while Yuli assisted him, observing, listening, and trying things out herself. How to use various kitchen machines for different ingredients. How to combine ingredients each day. The nutritional value of various foods, etc. Yuri was a skillful woman, and with her help, Fang Cheng felt a bit more relaxed. Although Fang Cheng slowed down the process of making each dish while explaining it, lunch was ready in no time. Same as always, 3 dishes and a soup. Stir-fried eggplant with gourd, fried radish balls, shrimp rolls, tofu and fish soup. Several large plates of food were placed on the counter. Would you like to try some first? Fang Cheng asked with a smile. There are dishes I've never tried before, Yuri thought, her mouth watering at the aroma of the food. Is it okay? Yuri asked, glancing at the doorway. What's wrong with that? The kids won't say anything if they see it, and it won't affect your image in their eyes, Fang Cheng said with a smile. As he spoke, Fang Cheng forked a shrimp roll and put it in his mouth. It's really good, delicious. It has a crispy exterior and a smooth, sweet interior. Seeing Fang Cheng take the lead and eat first, Yuli couldn't help but fork up one and try it too. A smile appears on one's face. Delicious food always puts one in a good mood. Then the two of them began to fill each child's plate with an appropriate amount of food based on their observations over the past 2 days, and then brought the food to the dining room together. Fang Cheng walked into the classroom just as the ending theme song was playing, so he put away the story crystal ball. The children's eyes showed reluctance as Fang Cheng told them to wash their hands and prepare for dinner. Upon hearing this, the children cheered up again. At noon, we had a pleasant lunch with the children. Needless to say, the children's stomachs had been conquered by Fang Cheng's cooking. They ate their meals very quietly and attentively, and even when Fang Cheng said they couldn't help but want to share something during the meal, they could only say a few words quietly. After all, a large restaurant can sometimes lack atmosphere if it's too quiet. Leo's habits have improved a little. The sound of his spoon hitting the plate while eating is not as loud anymore. After taking a walk with the children at noon to help them digest, I watched as the sun hid behind large white clouds. There are quite a few big trees in the kindergarten, and it was indeed very cool and shady under their shade. Fang Cheng told Yuli to take the child back to the dormitory to rest. Yuri nodded and led Leo and the other children back to their dormitory to rest. Brother, shall we rest here today? Under the shade of a tree. Fang Cheng took out a bed from the space. I took out 2 pillows and lay down on them. Big brother, can Saya play here a little longer? Yes, of course you can, but don't play for too long. Not taking a nap at noon will make you grow taller. Okay, big brother, sister Mo Tong, let's play together. Fang Cheng closed his eyes and began to rest. Before long, he felt the 2 little ones on either side of him, and a cool and comfortable feeling washed over him, and Fang Cheng quickly fell asleep. Afternoon nap time is always leisurely and comfortable, yet it always feels too short. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Cheng, who was still fast asleep, heard Yuli's gentle voice. Mr. Fang Cheng, Mr. Fang Cheng, it's time for class. Should I take Saya and the others to class? Fang Cheng, half asleep and drowsy, nodded and replied, Yuri? Okay. Seo and Moto, you two go to class with teacher Yuri, listen carefully. Understood, dear brother. Then Fang Cheng felt a sweet kiss on his face. Yuri. Then the 2 little ones followed Yuri back to the classroom to study. Fang Cheng suddenly came to his senses after a while, somewhat surprised that Yuri would find this place and call Saya and Emotong to class. However, Fang Cheng still felt a little ashamed. I glanced around and it seemed I could see Yuri in class through the window. From a distance, it looked as if Yuri was demonstrating bubble magic to the children. Fang Cheng could see through the window that a large number of bubbles were floating in the air above the classroom, which was quite a sight. Meanwhile, Yuri, who was teaching a class at that moment, looked at the classroom filled with bubbles and listened to the children's happy and surprised voices. My heart was also stirred. This time, releasing the bubble magic was surprisingly easy for her. I felt that as soon as I recited the incantation and performed the casting action, my mind sensed a large amount of water element gathering. It was as if I didn't need to use my mind to control it, and the water element would complete the magic according to my will. If casting bubble magic in the past could be described as having average difficulty, then casting it now feels exceptionally easy to Yuri. Could it be that blue candy that Fang Cheng gave me today, the one he called a good thing? Yuri was filled with mixed feelings, surprise, joy, shyness, and resentment. Why would you give yourself something so valuable? Yuri considered herself a studious girl and studied diligently during her time at the Magic Academy, reading many books about magic in the library. But I've never heard of anything that can instantly increase magical talent or magical affinity. Yuri understood the value of this item. Yuri pursed her lips and couldn't help but glance out the window. From here, I see that the headmaster has actually laid down again. he seemed to have gotten up just now. This guy, can he sleep so much? Yuri thought to herself. Seeing Fang Cheng lying there so leisurely, the way she casually gave herself the blue candy this morning. Ms. Yuri, are you looking at my brother? Is my brother still asleep? I noticed that Yuri lingered for quite a while looking out the window. Saya asked from her seat. The slightly noisy classroom quieted down for a moment, and the children looked at Yuri with curiosity. A blush rose on Yuri's face. The teacher suddenly remembered something. Let's continue the lesson. Then Yuri gave the children a lesson on the resonance of magical elements. This time, she could directly sense the water elements around the space being attracted to the child and surrounding him. Having truly experienced all of this, Yuri was even more excited than when she felt the improvement in her magical talent earlier. I can finally live up to the name of 11AI Magic Kindergarten Magic and truly teach the children and improve their magical abilities. Providing his child with such magical education and enhancing his magical talent had always been the father's dream and wish, and he himself had been influenced by his father. My father would be so happy if he knew all this. After finishing this lesson, Yuri followed the principal's instructions and gave the children a social studies lesson. The question is about how to identify and understand the term bad person, and what to do when encountering different types of bad people. This made Leo sigh and look miserable. So Yuri rewarded Leo by making him stand and listen to the lesson, and repeat the questions. Fang Cheng stood outside the classroom, listening to Yuli's lesson. He thought the effect was quite good. Yuli's teaching and guidance methods, perhaps influenced by her 2 lessons with him, were already showing signs of becoming more child-friendly. I can also give several vivid examples. Fang Cheng listened with great satisfaction. When Yuri finished class, Fang Cheng saw Leo rush out of the classroom like a reckless calf, almost bumping into him. Teacher Fang Cheng. Leo greeted him with delight. Leo, were you paying attention in class? Ms. Yuri just made me stand as punishment. Go have fun. Fang Cheng waved his hand. This kid is honest. A moment later, Yuri came out. She looked at Fang Cheng with a somewhat excited expression, and she wasn't shy at all when she looked directly into his eyes. Don't get excited. I believe you felt the change when you cast the magic during class. But there's no need to thank me. I just wanted to help you teach the children better. Don't think too much about it and try to take advantage of the principal. Yuri smiled at Fang Cheng, seemingly ignoring what he said, and spoke sincerely. Mr. Fang Cheng, thank you. No need to thank me. If you really want to thank me, how about I rest more while you work harder in the future? Fang Cheng stroked his chin. Director, what's wrong with you these days? Yuri complained, sounding like a little girl. This is the first time Fang Cheng has seen me like this. He even complains about me. Not bad, tisk. What about me? Fang Cheng said with a smile. Can't you be serious for once? I was very polite when I first met Mr. Fang Cheng, Yuri pouted. Am I not serious enough? Oh dear, it seems my employee is a little upset. Come to Daddy Principal's arms for some warmth. Do you want me to pat your head like Zayasha did? As he spoke, Fang Cheng opened his arms wide, one hand making a hugging motion, and the other hand covering the air as if patting her head. You, Principal, I'm not upset at all. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, Yuli seemed incredulous, and her words even stammered. Fang Cheng straightened up, scratched his head, and said with feigned innocence, Really? Looks like I was wrong, hee. Yuri stood at the door, while the children in the classroom next door looked on with curiosity and confusion. After Yuri finished speaking with a haughty air, ultimately, she was too shy to admit it. She rolled her eyes at Fang Cheng with her watery eyes, then ran towards Leo with a mix of anger and embarrassment, without saying another word. Big brother, what's wrong with Ms. Yuri? Saya doesn't think she's seen Ms. Yuri run by. Is something urgent for her? Saya walked out of the classroom, looking at Fang Cheng with a happy expression, and asked with some doubt and worry. Big brother, if Ms. Yuri has an emergency, you must help her, okay, said Saya. Sai, why? Fang Cheng teased her, feeling very happy. Xiao She had asked him to help teacher Yali, which was a good sign, indicating that she considered him family. Because Ms. Yuri is very kind and often helps Saya. Okay, brother knows. Fang Cheng rubbed Saya's head. Big brother, sister Emotong, let's go play together. Seo said, and little Emotong also came to the door. Great. Where should we go? Fang Cheng asked with a smile. Can Saya go play by the river? Sure. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's agreement, Xiao She happily ran into the classroom. Just as Fang Cheng was feeling puzzled, I turned my head to look. Xiao She ran out again, followed by the 2 sisters, Qiaoan and Qianai. The 2 little sisters, dressed in their school uniforms, looked quite excited. Big brother, can we go with Qiao Yin and Qiao and I? Of course. Qiao Yin and Qiao and I are our good friends. Let's go, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni's eyes lit up. Then Fang Cheng led several little girls to the pond and stream near the kindergarten. This pond and stream were added by Fang Cheng when it was first built, based on the appearance of the kindergarten he lived in his previous life. It is located at the kindergarten gate, on the left side of the entrance. It winds around most of the kindergarten, and is only about 3 meters wide in some places and about 2 meters wide in others. It is a place for children to play in the water and float. The water is not deep. When children step into it, it may only reach their stomachs. When the children were brought to the pool, they were very happy. The water in the pool was crystal clear, and it was filled with smooth pebbles of various colors. It makes people feel happy. Next to the pool were 2 round kayaks, each shaped like a large swimming ring with a large faceplate inside, and 2 wooden oars on top. Fang Cheng took off his shoes, went into the pool, and pulled the kayak down. "Come on, take off your shoes, let's go rafting." Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, the children agreed and took off their shoes at the same time, coming to the edge of the pool. Fang Cheng then carried each child onto the inflatable boat. The children are very light. The kayak wasn't big, and with 4 children sitting inside, it suddenly felt full. After the children mastered their balance, they noticed that Fang Cheng was still missing. They squeezed together in perfect unison, making room for another person. "Brother, please come up quickly," Zayasha urged. "Okay," Fang Cheng said with a smile. After Fang Cheng sat down, the kayak on the pool became unevenly stressed and lost its balance, turning left and right, which made the little ones huddle close to Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng guided the children to slowly move to their new positions. Fang Cheng sat cross-legged in the middle, with the 4 little ones sitting next to him from 4 different directions. Once everyone was settled in the kayak, Fang Cheng began to unleash the water ball magic. The children watched in amazement and excitement as a water sphere the size of a fist slowly grew larger in the air. Bang! A giant water balloon fell into the pool, creating a splash of clear, cool water that propelled the kayak forward at high speed. "Wow!" the children exclaimed excitedly, their eyes reflecting the water droplets in the air. The round kayak was propelled forward rapidly by the water flow. The kayak occasionally spun around because it bumped into the pool wall. The children were filled with excitement as they felt the kayak carrying them forward. Little Emotong had somehow ended up sitting in front of Fang Cheng, nestled in his arms, and buried her face in his chest, seemingly uninterested in the exciting rafting and water play that had the other 3 children so excited. I don't know if the children were imitating what they were doing, or if the kayak was spinning around with the current and causing them to lose their balance. Fang Cheng felt increasingly cramped. The kayak drifted with the current for most of the way around the kindergarten before finally reaching the finish line. The children's faces couldn't hide their excitement. "Big brother, can we play a little longer?" Fang Cheng carefully got off the kayak and said with a smile, "Okay, you guys have fun. I'm too heavy. This time you can use this wooden paddle and see if you can row together to where you were before. I'll wait for you over there." As he spoke, Fang Cheng walked over barefoot, put on his shoes, and let the little ones play together. The commotion naturally caught the attention of Urario, Tate, and the others. Fang Cheng saw them walk over to Saya and the others, and Leo seemed to be talking to them on the shore. Fang Cheng waited at the starting point. Before long, he saw Emotong and Xiao Yin each using a wooden paddle to paddle vigorously in the water, propelling the kayak toward him. Xiao Shaya and Xiao Ni were cheering them on. "We're almost there," Joni said in her childish voice. When the kayak stopped in front of Fang Cheng, he opened his arms and picked them up one by one. "Johnny, you go first." Saya turned to the last seat. The last person Fang Cheng hugged was Saya, but to his surprise, the little one clung tightly to him and refused to get down. "Big brother, can you hug me a little longer, Saya?" Little Saya pleaded. "Okay, I'll hold you in my arms until bedtime today, okay?" Fang Cheng joked, thinking to himself, no wonder I had to wait until the very last one. Saya nodded shyly, hugged Fang Cheng's neck, and remained silent. Xiao Ni blinked, looking blankly at Xiao Shaya, who was being held by Fang Cheng. Xiao Motong looked at Xiao She with a hint of envy in her eyes. Just then, Fang Cheng heard Leo's excited voice, "Teacher Fang Cheng, can we play this too?" Leo came to the front and pointed to the kayak. "Sure, go ahead." Fang Cheng rubbed his face against Saya's soft cheek. Upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, Leo immediately jumped onto the kayak and called out, "Tate, come on up quickly, let's go together." Tate seemed a little embarrassed when Leo called him, but his desire to play overcame his shyness. He jumped onto the kayak, and then Leo picked up the wooden paddle and rowed hard, splashing some water into the air. The water fell and poured onto Tate's chubby head. "Leo, be careful," Yuri reminded him. "Understood, Ms. Yuri." The other children watched as Leo and his friends paddled further and further away, and none of them suggested playing again. Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni saw Yuli, walked over to her, and said something. At this moment, Yuri was about 2 meters away from Fang Cheng. Whether she was still shy or resentful towards Fang Cheng, she didn't even look at him and quickly led Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni to play on the slide. Fang Cheng held Xiao Shui in thought for a moment, deciding that he should restrain himself in the future. He did seem to have been too indulgent today, flirting with Yali many times. After all, she's one of our own employees, so we should be more considerate of her little moods. After a while, the children played for a bit, and when it was almost time, Yuri called the children to gather together. I'm getting ready to go home. Fang Cheng also took the initiative to run over and bring the lizard carriage over. Yuri remained silent, her head slightly lowered. However, as if by unspoken agreement, she took the rope from Fang Cheng and boarded the carriage. Mr. Fang Cheng, we'll head back now, Yuri said softly. Be careful, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Yuri nodded. Goodbye, Teacher Fang Cheng. The children waved goodbye reluctantly from the back of the train carriage. See you tomorrow, kids. Fang Cheng then watched as Yuli drove the carriage away from the kindergarten. As the carriage left the kindergarten gate, the children inside looked back at the gate with great reluctance. As Yuri drove the carriage, watching the roads and buildings rushing past, she felt a little empty inside. Ever since Fang Cheng gave her that blue candy, Yuri had felt the changes that the candy Fang Cheng had mentioned had brought her. Yuri, the water elemental in the atmosphere, seemed to be able to vaguely sense that feeling of having a greater control over magic, even without meditation. His magical talent is completely different from before. However, Yuri did not feel much joy at this moment. At this moment, Yuri's heart was already half with Fang Cheng, and half of her thoughts were about him. Yuli took Fang Cheng's joke to heart. Don't be so moved that you offer yourself to me, or I'll suffer a great loss. As Yuri drove the carriage, she kept thinking about what the young man had said, and couldn't help but pout. Don't be so moved that you offer yourself to me, or I'll suffer a great loss as the headmaster. Fang Cheng's words lingered in Yuli's ears like a persistent mosquito. Who would be moved to offer themselves in marriage? Do you think it's like those old-fashioned novels in the library? Yuri's inner Yuri sulked. I'm just trying to help you teach the children better. Don't overthink it or try to take advantage of the principal. This guy, who took advantage of you? It was clearly you who took advantage of me, touching my head without permission, and calling himself headmaster. How awful. I want to beat him to death. Teacher Yuli, I saw my dad. Xiao Yin looked out the window and suddenly saw a familiar figure. She excitedly said to Yuli. Xiao Yin's words interrupted Yuli's thoughts. Following the direction Xiao Yin was pointing, Yuri saw that it indeed looked like Xiao Yin Qianai's father. Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni's father was standing in front of a shop, holding an account book and a pen, talking intently with a well-dressed man next to him. He was pointing at the account book with the pen, and his face looked pale in the summer evening sunlight. The carriage slowly came to a stop. Dad! Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni called out excitedly to their father in the carriage. The middle-aged man paused when he heard the familiar voice, stopped what he was doing, turned around, and saw his two daughters at the back of the carriage smiling with delight as they saw him about to get off. Manager, excuse me, may I excuse myself for a moment? I'll be right back. Although Jock was asking for the man's permission, his tone carried a hint of certainty. The elegantly dressed man naturally saw this scene. Upon hearing Jock's words, he frowned, seemingly displeased at being disturbed. However, his brows suddenly relaxed as he saw a woman in a pure white dress, with fair skin, beautiful features, and a unique temperament, alighting from the carriage. The man smiled and said, It's all right, Jock, I understand. Go ahead, don't keep your daughter waiting. Hearing the man's words, Jock was somewhat surprised. But seeing the smiling man and Yuri who had just stepped down from the carriage, Jock understood. Jock approached the carriage and greeted Yuri with a normal expression. Daddy. Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni opened their arms and hugged Xiao K. Jock hugged his two daughters, and seeing the happy smiles on their faces made him happy too. He patted his two daughters' heads. Xiao Yin, Xiao Ni, were you good today? Some fathers do listen to their teachers and pay attention in class, Xiao Yin said. Daddy, I've been good, Joni said in her childish voice. Okay, wait a minute, let Ms. Yuri take you home first. Dad will be back later tonight, Jock said. Okay, Dad. Ms. Yuri, I'm counting on you again. Jock didn't look directly into the woman's eyes, but his tone was normal, unlike before when he would stammer nervously when speaking to Yuri. Yuri smiled and said, You're welcome. It's my job to take them home now. Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni are very obedient and sensible. Thank you, Teacher Yuli, Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni. Please wait here for a moment. Dad will buy you some food to take back with you. With that, Jock turned around and walked toward a fruit shop on his right. The man was wearing a navy blue shirt, made of a slightly higher quality fabric than coarse cotton or linen clothing. His slightly loose clothes covered his thin body, making his back look even thinner. He took 2 quick steps toward the fruit shop, then slowed down as if he had no strength left. Xiao Qiaoan and Xiao Qianai fell silent as they watched their father's retreating figure. Leo, on the other hand, seemed quite excited, saying from the side, "Join, and Joni, your dad is so good to you." Their eyes fell on their father standing in front of the fruit shop they had always longed to eat at. They saw him exchange a few words with the shop assistant, then pull out some coins from his pocket. From a distance, they could see the coins in his hand reflecting the gleam of silver and copper. The clerk took the money and pointed to a basket full of fruit. Jock bent down and began carefully picking through the fruit in the basket by the door. The father, with his frail body, looked even smaller and thinner as he hunched over. Jock was very careful in his selection. He touched the fruit, carefully examined its color, and rejected any with signs of insect bites or that it wasn't sweet enough. Ideally, one fruit should be sweeter than two others, which Jock felt would be more nutritious. Once, my daughter Qiaoyin said the two fruits I had bought were sweet, so I didn't pay much attention to it. I just thought it was a bit strange that Qiaoyin ate the fruit for a long time. Later, out of curiosity, I took a bite while my daughter was playing outside, and it was so sour that I almost lost my teeth. That time, Jock realized that his young daughter had also learned to lie to comfort him. "Beautiful lady, are you the teacher of these children?" The elegantly dressed, handsome man who had been next to Jock stepped forward, bowed to Yuri, and asked with a smile on his face. He maintained what he considered a very handsome and warm smile, meeting Yuri's eyes. He hoped to make a good impression on this beautiful woman at first glance, or better yet, to captivate her at first sight. Don't ask this man why he's so confident. The answer is that some attractive women are indeed drawn to his appearance, and then, after his skillful performance, they are taken advantage of and cheated on. However, upon seeing the woman before him with her unique temperament, gentle and pure, the man felt an overwhelming urge to possess her immediately. This time, he didn't want to be a scumbag, he only wanted to give her a home forever. Of course, most of the women he met back then thought the same way. When Yuri saw the handsome man who came up to greet her, his smiling eyes were more polite than those of the occasionally frivolous headmaster, but the lingering gaze made Yuri feel a little uncomfortable. Everyone's smart enough not to be fooled. Yuri, who was quite confident in her beauty, had often been told by her father to keep her distance from boys and how to spot a jerk, so she naturally understood what it meant when a stranger approached her and greeted her in this manner. Yuri maintained her smile and responded with a single, indifferent word, The man's smile remained unchanged. "Beautiful lady, I wonder if I have the honor of knowing your beautiful name." "Eureka Russell," Eurydice said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the man paused slightly, wondering where he had heard the name Russell before speaking. "Eureka Russell, that sounds like a very gentle name." "Miss Russell, judging from the children's behavior, they really like you as their teacher," the man said with a smile. Yuri responded lightly. Seeing the man's overly familiar manner, she was already a little impatient. The image of a black-haired youth who had just left came to mind again. As for the surname Russell, it was Yuri's father who told her to use it when she met a stranger she didn't like outside the commoners' district. He told her to use this surname so that others would mistake her for a nobleman, which would save her some trouble. Yuri used to be reluctant to lie, but later she found that it was actually quite useful, so she started using it. At this moment, Jock, carrying a bag, walked over quickly, sweat beading on his forehead, and said to Yuri, "Ms. Yuri, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Then Qiao Ke handed the bag to Qiao Yin and said, "Qiao Yin, share this with your sister and classmates later. Dad will be back later." "Okay, Dad." Qiao Yin took it with both hands, nodded, and looked happy. "It's getting late, so we'll be going now," Yuri said with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work, Ms. Yuri." Jock bowed slightly. Then, after settling the child in the carriage, Yuri drove away in her lizard horse. Watching the lizard carriage disappear into the distance, the man next to Jock maintained a smile on his face, a hint of gloom flashing between his brows before disappearing again. The man patted Jock on the shoulder. "Jock, I didn't expect your daughter's teacher to be so beautiful. I wonder if Miss Russell is married." Jock was puzzled, but replied, "It seems she's getting married soon. Her future husband is a magician." Upon hearing Jock's words, the man's smile seemed to falter. Seeing the unnatural expression on Jock's face, the man's heart stirred. Putting his arm around Jock's shoulder, the man laughed. "Jock, you've been working so hard at the shop. With you in charge of the accounts, the staff has never dared to embezzle a single penny. I haven't had a chance to properly thank you until now. There's no time like the present. Tonight we'll go to that new nightclub in the east of the city, it's on me." Jock understood the man's intention, but said, "This is all my duty. As you can see, my two daughters are waiting for me. Let's leave it at that today." Yuri drove the carriage home. The carriage was moving fast, but Yuri was driving slowly, basically letting the lizard horse run at its own pace without urging it on. Yuri's current thought is that by the time she gets home and sends the children back, it will be very late, and she will be very tired. Then she can fall asleep and wake up to see that stinky headmistress who keeps popping into her mind. As she was thinking, Yuri tugged on the leash again, signaling the lizard horse beast not to run so fast. Yuri looked at the shops on both sides of the road, thinking about what to give the young man to express her gratitude, even though her abilities were limited and her gift couldn't compare to that candy. Yuri frowned slightly, pondering the situation. She felt that the young man seemed to have nothing to lack, as he could conjure many strange and magical things that she had never seen before. As Yuri recalled the events, her eyes suddenly lit up. The carriage made several turns and then stopped in front of a shop a moment later. A shop assistant came out and, upon hearing Yuri's request, soon brought out an item from the store and showed it to Yuri. Yuri nodded and asked for another item. After putting the things in the shed, I felt a little nervous and excited about seeing Fang Chang and Yuli tomorrow. I wondered if he would like it. The children's eyes, which had been focused on the bag of fruit Xiao Yin was carrying, turned to the things teacher Yuli had bought in the car, somewhat puzzled. They couldn't eat them, and they weren't fun to play with. After paying, Yuri drove the carriage home with the children. On the other side, little Saya, who had been held in Fang Chang's arms for quite some time, seemed very happy to see that her older brother was really not putting her down. She hugged Fang Chang with both hands, her little face beaming with smiles. "It's not like it's the first time you've hugged her, is Saya so happy?" Fang Chang teased. Saya buried her head shyly in Fang Chang's neck without saying a word. Seeing the little one's expression, Fang Chang stopped teasing her. He realized that the little one seemed a little jealous today. Fang Chang thought about it carefully. It was understandable, after all, it was just the two of them at the beginning. Back then, it was always the two of them going to McDonald's together, going to the library together, and so on. With the kindergarten opening and the addition of new members to the family, including Mo Tong and several students like Xiao Yinliu, and all of them liking Fang Chang, it's clear that there are more and more children around our big brother. Although Saya has always been a kind and sensible child, even the youngest children have a kind of emotion called possessiveness that they don't understand. Seeing Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni huddled up to Fang Chang today, and how much their older brother liked them, Xiao Shaya felt a little jealous. Fang Chang patted Xiao Shay's head, then took Xiao Motong's hand with his left hand and held Xiao Shay in his right, as they walked towards the kindergarten gate for a stroll. It was already evening. After walking around for a while, I sat down in the school's general store. Only Mrs. Duva was there. Mrs. Duva seemed very happy to see Fang Chang arrive. "Mr. Fang Chang is here. And Xiao Shay, is this pretty little girl your sister too?" They're both younger sisters. "Excuse me, Mrs. Duva, where's Brother Red?" Mrs. Duva warmly invited Fang Chang to sit down and served him tea, drinks, and biscuits. "He's busy at the Chamber of Commerce." Mrs. Duva smiled broadly when she heard Fang Chang address Red as brother. After sitting for a short while, Fang Chang, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Mrs. Duva's overly hospitable hospitality, asked Mrs. Duva to introduce him to Xiao Motong before leaving. "Come visit often," Mrs. Duva urged, not jokingly. Mrs. Duva is getting more and more enthusiastic every day. Fang Chang was a little confused. Brother Red and Mrs. Duva seemed to be quite affectionate. Could it be? Fang Chang touched his handsome face. I dared not think about it any further. I'm planning to write a special Mid-Autumn Festival episode. What do you think we could call the Mid-Autumn Festival in this other world? I'm collecting suggestions for a festival name and storyline. Ziu Continent. The creatures on this continent always feel a faint sense of awe and gratitude when they face the cold, silvery moon hanging in the night sky. This feeling seems to be engraved in their genes. Legend has it that millions of years ago on the continent of Zio, there was no moon in the sky, only the sun rose and set each day. Humanity was still in a primitive stage of civilization, so at night, the sky was completely dark, and the entire continent was shrouded in darkness. Without light or fire, humanity was completely blind. Every time the sun sets and darkness falls, the creatures could always hear the shrill, terrified screams of their kind being killed. It was a terrifying monster that terrified countless living beings and only appeared in the dark. The creatures gave the monster a name, Evil Spirit. The evil spirit seems to avoid any place where there is light or where there might be light. No living being has ever seen it, nor described its shape, nor touched it. Any creature targeted by an evil spirit will not survive the next day. Strangely, the dead beings targeted by evil spirits would reappear the next day when the sun rose. The creatures discovered that the victim's body was surprisingly intact, without any damage. However, the face of the victim seemed to have encountered something extremely frightening, with eyes wide open as if they were about to burst, mouth strangely agape, and tongue sticking out halfway. The expression of extreme fear sent chills down the spines of all living beings who saw it. This was true for all the victims when they were discovered. All living things fear the coming of night, so they strive to grow during the day. In order to defend against the evil spirits that attack at night, and even to eliminate them, living beings have sought every possible way. Unfortunately, no living being has ever seen the shape or appearance of an evil spirit, so how can it be destroyed? The creatures had no choice but to devise a way to avoid this. Evil spirits only appear when darkness falls, and there will never be a place with any light. So the creatures began to work together to pursue the light, devising various methods. A being, through the combined will and strength of many other selfless beings, became a giant, desiring to pluck the sun from the sky, and thus began to chase after it. Some creatures sought the sacred fire, igniting vast forests and creating an endless sea of fire. Some creatures searched for large quantities of luminous stones, gathered them in the air above the lake, and placed them to reflect light, attracting tribes of creatures. However, with hundreds of millions of living beings on the mainland, evil spirits have always existed. Ultimately, only a minority of beings can avoid attacks from evil spirits and seek the protection of the light source. Even the evil spirits see the movements of living beings as darkness falls each night. The tribe, now without the protection of light, discovered that the evil spirits were killing more of their people each night. The evil spirit is angry. Most living beings could only accept the arrival of night with fear, helplessness, and despair. The same applies to humans. However, as time went by, humanity seemed to have become accustomed to and numb to the existence of evil spirits. In a tribe that has never been protected by light, when darkness descends, some people are terrified, but there is also a sense of calm as if they were already prepared. Lovers and close friends seize the moment in the dark of night, embracing each other tenderly and whispering sweet nothings. In tribes with light sources and fire, there are people who have been separated from their relatives and loved ones. They pondered deeply and discovered how to make flying lamps. Every night, they light these lamps in the hope that the light will descend upon their loved ones' headlamps and protect them from evil spirits. Some people also make small boats, light resin candles on them, and place them in streams, hoping they will swim to the side of someone important to them. Days passed by like this. The creatures without the protection of light still succumb to fear at night, but, until one day, as the sun sets and darkness descends, living beings, as always, hope for the sun to rise again and for a new day to begin. But on that day, the sun did not rise as usual. The creatures began to wait anxiously in fear. The tribe, now without light, had fallen into riot. After a long wait, the creatures hoped it was a joke played by heaven, but the next day, the sun still did not rise. Eternal night descends, the cold night has come. The creatures howl in despair, sinking deeper into cold and despair. Finally, Fang Cheng paused for a moment. "What happened in the end, brother?" Saya asked anxiously. "On a night when the moon is bright and the stars are few." An orange light shone from one of the rooms in the small building. Fang Cheng accidentally found a candle in a drawer of the cabinet left by Shalinier. For some reason, Fang Cheng suddenly felt like lighting this candle tonight. I must say, the orange glow of the candles cast a warm and inviting atmosphere in the room. Inside the room, Fang Cheng sat on the edge of the bed, his shoes still on. The two little ones, Xiao Shay and Xiao Motong, sat on either side of him, their little feet dangling unconsciously under the bed, clearly in good spirits. They stood close to Fang Cheng, their eyes fixed on an illustrated book in his hand. Fang Cheng was holding a book in his hand, which he had found by rummaging through the bottom drawer. Just then, Zayasha and the others wanted to hear a story, and Fang Cheng was also a little curious, so he opened the book and read it to Zayasha as he went. Fang Cheng thought the story was a bit scary for children, and he originally wanted to tell half of it to Xiao Shaya and Xiao Emotong to give them some courage. But looking at Zayasha's expression, although she was a little scared, the anticipation and excitement on her face made Fang Cheng know that Zayasha was listening even more enthusiastically. Xiao Motong's expression remained calm as she listened attentively. At last, the earth began to tremble violently, as if emitting a mournful cry. All the seas, rivers, and lakes surged into the sky, as if the continent itself was shedding tears of sorrow. Many living beings prayed in despair. When facing a desperate situation, it's unclear whether the prayers of the living beings ultimately moved the gods. The creatures only saw a sliver of light approaching from the distant sky, and then the light grew larger and larger in their eyes. The darkness gradually dissipated, the earthquake stopped, and the screams of the creatures attacked by the evil spirits ceased abruptly. Everything returned to calm. The creatures looked up at the light that brought them hope. It looked like a round, luminous silver disk hanging in the sky. This silver disk was later called the moon by the creatures. Just as the creatures were filled with gratitude and decided to offer sacrifices to thank the moon, the sun suddenly rose again, and the glowing moon in the sky disappeared from the eyes of the creatures. The creatures were excited about the sun rising again, but also resented that the sun had driven away the moon. The creatures believed that the moon had reawakened the sun for them, bringing them hope. So throughout the day, the creatures began to pray, give thanks, and worship the moon that had saved them. The sun was about to set again that day, just like always. The creatures began to feel anxious about the coming of night, wondering if the moon, which brought them hope and would save them, would reappear. When the sun sets, the creatures, seeing the full moon casting its soft light upon the earth, erupted in excited shouts. From that day on, the evil spirit never appeared again. That night was the most peaceful and restful night for all living beings. It was also a night when many people were overjoyed and wept with joy as they reunited. Sleeping bathed in moonlight always brings a special sense of peace. The next day, when the sun rises and the moon disappears, The creatures then began to pray for the arrival of the moon. The following night, as